Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could all join us here on the show. And what a show it is going to be because our Houston Texans, came up with a big play, Lance. They had to have that pass. CJ, what a beautiful throw and a great catch by Nico, getting the job done in the final minutes. That's a play that we haven't seen a lot of in the history of this organization, a play that they had to have, and Nico and CJ make the play, and they made plays all day long. Man, Joe Mixon, Stephon Diggs, other than three big plays by Indianapolis, the defense played great. It was a little too close at the end, but that was a nice way to start the season.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I wouldn't diminish the three big plays. They were massive plays. Frankly, I mean, you've got to do a better job on Alec Pierce and the jump ball and stuff like that, just because, I mean, it really shouldn't have been close. You dominated them on the ground with the offensive line did a phenomenal job. They were really, I mean, Joe Mixon was great. The offensive line gave him room to move. You notice that he was through the offensive line. He was through the line of scrimmage without contact on most of his carries. So it's not like he was having to create for himself at the line of scrimmage. He had holes. There were gaps there. They did a great job up front of run blocking, especially Kenyon Green, who we'll talk about later. But, just like you said, John, it was a winning performance when you needed, you had some things that didn't go your way from the jump ball type stuff. But think about this. Fourth down call, you had Kaimi Fairbairn kicking 3 50-yard field goals. That's huge. Mm-hmm. Then you have a fourth down play where you go for it and get a touchdown, which I thought was D'Amico Ryan showing, hey, we're not going to go up by 5. We need to go up by 2 scores. And I thought that was a ballsy call, and I know you did too based on your tweet. But at the same time, I thought it was a winning call. It's a winning football call. It's a guy who has a lot of confidence in his team. And we've seen, I would venture, John, that every coach the Texans have had, maybe save Lovey, maybe, but no, not Lovey, because he's the one that punted that one time. Punted in the first game against the Colts the first time around when we saw him. No, every coach that the Texans have had would have probably kicked field goal. Maybe O'Brien would have gone for it, but everyone else would have kicked the field goal. Gary would have. Certainly, Dom would have kicked the field goal. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. And D'Amico said, "Nah, you know what? Now those guys didn't have. They didn't have C.J. Stroud, and they didn't have Stephon Diggs. Of course, they did have Andre Johnson, but I just know this much." They needed a good play on 2-point play. They got it. They needed to stop the Colts on the 2-point play. They stopped them. Just like you said, every time they needed something other than some jump ball, big plays that, I don't know. We're going to have to debate whether they're fluky or whether they're things to be concerned about in the future. But every time they needed something, they got it. Every time. All right. So I think we're going to get John back here in a second. I was extremely pleased with what I saw in the first game. There are going to be things that are a concern, but I think the things that I'm most concerned about, which was offensive line play, how would the Texans, going into this game, these were my concerns. How will the Texans hold up against the Colts rush? It was a little dicey in the first half. Remember now, the Colts have spent a lot of first-round picks and a lot of money on DeForest Buckner, Latu, Kwity Paye. They gave a first for Buckner. They picked Kwity Paye in the first round. They drafted Latu in the first round. They just gave Grover Stewart, defensive tackle, a bunch of money. The Colts put a lot of money into their pass rush. The Texans have put a lot of money and draft picks into their offensive line. I thought from a pass pro standpoint, it could be better at protecting CJ, but I thought it did get a little better in the second half. But the thing to me that I was most pleased with is the absolute brutality of the running game. That the Texans did a fantastic job of getting up to the second level, putting body on body. I thought Kenyon Green did a really good job. I thought that Shaq Mason did a good job. But Joe Mixon, there was not one single bit of hesitation from Joe Mixon. I mean, it was plant and go, and he has the elusiveness that Dameon Pierce didn't have last year. Then he has the violence through contact that Devin Singletary simply doesn't have due to his body type. That's what was, I mean, we saw a running back who's built for this. Now, what a pitch count he was on. They went 30 carries in the first game of the year. 30 carries is high for any week. 30 carries for Joe Mixon. And somebody complained about, well, shouldn't they be giving Dameon Pierce the ball more? They're going to break him down. And I thought, the guy didn't do anything in preseason. He was, if there's ever a time that you might as well go ahead and get 30 carries on the books, it's week one.
Yeah, but even Dameon Pierce looked okay with the offensive line was blocking.
He did.
I mean, he looked like a different guy. Yeah, listen, you open up those holes the way that they did, you just got to give it up for that offense. I thought the offensive line was probably the most valuable player.
I did too.
Yep. I mean, they just Laramie Tunsil is a false start machine.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, first play of the season.
Was it the first play?
Yeah, very first play.
My gosh.
Laramie Tunsil with a false start. Here we go. Here we go again. But listen, hey, they did a great job. CJ was under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, he was.
The game. Yeah, but that's Colts defensive line. It's really, really good. Okay, and they got some players up there. But still, CJ did a great job. And the way that I don't know that I've ever seen. Have they ever run block like this? I mean, they've had big plays.
They did with they did with Arian Foster, but it's been a long time.
But it has been a long time since they played like this, running the ball, dominating time of possession, 40 minutes to 20 minutes. I mean, everything about it. The only thing that you just got to make sure that you don't give up 3 big plays the way that they did.
And you got to be upset about not covering the spread.
Yeah, I mean, but Alec. Well, the first one, Stingley's on him, and he's got help from Jimmy Ward, and he still beat him. He still beat both of those guys.
Yeah, Pierce can roll.
Jimmy Ward is more a banger than a center fielder.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that that's his spot, but if he's going to bang all day long, I don't know how long.
That's got to be Sting. That's got to be Sting making running stride for stride with him. Stingley had some weird stuff going on. He got beat by A.D. Mitchell, seemed to be confused on coverage or something.
Well, I don't know. It looked like he was playing zone.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And Shire is back there, and that's a mismatch.
But it can't be zone. But there was no help back there. It had to be man because who the hell would be? They weren't in deep split safety looks. So I don't know what that was about. Luckily, let's also look at this. Luckily, Richardson overthrew some long touchdowns too.
Yeah, he did. Absolutely.
I mean, he completed some. That's what gives me pause on Texans coverage. I'm like, I'm going to go back and look at it. I think I get my tape today. I'm going to go look at everything that was going on. But no doubt you got to cut back on those big plays. Because if you do, as you mentioned, the 40 to 20, the run game, the third down conversions, the time of possession, like everything about that to me should have been Texans win that game handily. That should have been a cover. What a disappointing loss against the spread that was.
Now, listen, you say that sucked. They dominated that game, and they don't cover 2.5. That sucked. Okay, I had that. I had a bloodbath yesterday. I had the Titans that were winning the whole game.
Oh, my gosh.
And they end up losing.
Caleb Williams was terrible.
I had the Cardinals.
But you saw what Will Levis – did you see the Will Levis play?
Yes, I saw the
Will
Levis play.
Oh, my gosh.
Who do you think has Bears defense?
Oh, well, that was bittersweet for you on Titans, but you got the Bears defense.
I'm winning fantasy because of it, and I'm losing all my bets because of it. But
Will Levis just shoveled a pass. He was being sacked and just threw it up for grabs, total Davis Mills style, just flung it up there, and the Bears said, I guess we'll go pick 6 with this.
Thank you. We will take it. It was. I took a beating yesterday, and I thought for sure I had the Texans. I'm on the right side of this.
They were the right side, and you think, we've got so much to get into, like what happened before the half ended. There's 3 points. It was just a free 3 points that were left on the field.
That was mind-boggling. What in the hell are you doing? And CJ was even like, "What are we doing? What the hell?"
The confusion. I got to put D'Amico, I don't know if you saw John D'Amico at halftime. They interviewed him right after that
Yeah, I
happened,
saw it.
and
I saw it.
he put it on himself. He didn't make excuses.
No,
But the officials did a piss poor job of explaining what was going on. Just
yeah, and
dreadful,
they took away the timeout from the Colts,
and
which was
didn't say anything on the field about it.
and D'Amico thought he had the clock was stopped. Instead, it started to run. Even still, with that amount of time, even if it was 15
It
seconds,
doesn't.
just kick the field goal.
I mean,
You had
well, if it's
plenty.
15, that's one thing, but they knew it wasn't going to be 15. Just get up there. Yeah. So let's do this on the other side. When we get to the other side, we'll talk about that play because based on everything that we heard from the broadcast team as well, this is gonna have to be addressed. The NFL is gonna have to look into how the officials. Gene Steratore even said if he had it to do all over again, he would have rather have said, "Hey, the clock will start." Like there was a lot that the head official or umpire, whatever they call it, there was a lot he didn't say and he didn't do. There's no way you can't convince me he didn't handle that poorly.
Yep. We have got a full show. We want you guys to get in. Any thoughts that you have, thoughts about the Astros this weekend, you're more than welcome to do that. Wow, we got something to talk about with Verlander.
Yeah, we do.
That is for sure. And your call, 713-780-3776. And don't forget, we've got What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence coming your way in about a half an hour. Right now, I'm talking about Chastang Ford. I'm talking about how much I love doing business with Chastang Ford. And and listen, you're doing business with family. I'm telling you right now, one of the first things that they told me when they said, we want you to do these spots, we want you to tell everyone to join the Chastang family. And that is what you feel like. You feel like you're getting a family deal. Unless your family is a little, I don't know if your family's a little iffy and you don't want to do business with your family. I like doing business with my family. I love doing business with the Chastang family. You don't stay in business for 80 plus years unless you do it right. That immediately the first thing is, where do your payments have to be? That's awfully important because you don't want to be choked. If you're choking on your payments because you did a deal with a dealership, you're feeling like, wow, this is really a terrible, terrible deal for me. Well, you don't feel like that because you tell them right away where your payments have to be. They're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. And even if you get your payments underneath where you needed to be, perfect, even better, because you feel even better about that deal. I feel great every time doing business with Chastang Ford, and you will too. They got great specials going on right now. You need to get there and find out for yourself. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Prescriptions require an online consult.
How did your Sunday treat you? How did Thursday and Friday treat you? I mean, we had football going on. This was our first week of NFL football, and I can tell you that it was probably much more enjoyable if you were watching and playing along with Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is a chance for you to connect with the game in a very unique way. Yes, you've got daily fantasy you can play, and yes, you've got season-long fantasy. But might I interest you in the Pick'em Challenge, where you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite players. You pick between 2 and 5 players, and you've got a chance to win up to 1,000 times your original play. This is not a joke. This is not a game. This is real life. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, and we're talking about real money. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward, and signing up is even easier. Just head over to Underdog's simple-to-use mobile app or underdogfantasy.com. Sign up with my name. Sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog's going to give you a free pick, and that you can use that for your first cash pick'em entry. Plus, get up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance. Claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer as well. Must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Running Sports Radio Morning Show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Texans win it by 2. 29-27 was your final. Got a little hairy at the end, but the Texans pulled through, ran the ball wonderfully. Lance, it was, I think, a lot what we expected, no? I mean, the Texans' unstoppable offense.
And just like we talked about, like Tank is probably going to be the guy that's going to have some really big games, and then some games like yesterday. I don't think all three of them are going to have big games at a time. You may have 2 out of 3, but unfortunately for Tank and for, fantasy, although Tank had some, he had some good plays. He had a couple good plays, but Stephon Diggs and Nico were the big guys yesterday. 2 touchdowns for Stephon Diggs, over 100 yards receiving for and yeah, you're right. I mean, they scored on most of their possessions.
Yeah, it was awesome offensively, and defensively it was great as well. Defensively, I thought that they were, other than the 3 big plays, I mean, okay, early in the game, Shane Steichen on 4th down throws a pass with Anthony Richardson. Look at the difference between the quarterbacks that you got there, the 2 of them. 4th down, near the goal line. D'Amico, who did you want to have the ball in his hands? I hated the go for the 2-point conversion play. Just hand it off to Mixon. Let CJ make a play. You got the best player on the field. Let him decide what's going to happen with that play, and he did that on the 4th and 2 when they put the Texans up by 9. But when you're Shane Steichen early in the game with Anthony Richardson and you're throwing a 10-yard out on a 4th down, that was a ridiculous call.
Yeah, I didn't like it at all. That's his issue. Richardson's just not a naturally accurate quarterback. And I thought that, a zone read look there, or just running it. I mean, just handing it, running over the left side with Quentin Nelson, to me, would have been a better decision to basically just pound the ball, or to, fake the dive and go running with big Anthony Richardson, who ended up scoring a touchdown late in the game when they decided to go for it on 4th down and not kick the field goal there at the end of the game, the Colts. But for sure, I love that for them. I loved it for them to throw with Anthony Richardson, not for us. I mean, I'm sorry. I loved it for us, not for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 713-780-3776. Your thoughts on that game. You're more than welcome to get in. We also had the Astros that we've got to get into. Justin Verlander just isn't that guy right now. Justin Verlander, is this we got a problem here?
Yeah,
with the
I think we do. Oh, no. You're fine. I can hear you.
You're fine. There's just an echo when we speak. We can hear us through your channel double time. That's what I'm hearing.
I got
So we'll
you.
figure it out.
Yeah,
All
we'll get
right.
it figured out. So Dell's just manipulating, but we can hear you fine. Yeah, we've got a Justin Verlander problem. I mean, so this is what if you missed it yesterday, Justin Verlander was wrapped like a nun in the 50s, smacking a kid on the hands. He was getting hit by the ruler nonstop. 3 innings pitched. He gave up 8 hits, 8 earned runs, 2 home runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts. Uh, in his return from injury, Justin Verlander has pitched 17 and 2/3 innings. He's given up 27 hits. He's given up 19 earned runs, 3 home runs. He has walked, let's see, 2, 3, 9 and struck out 12. I mean, he's lost 5. Well, he's lost all 4. The team has lost all 4 of those. He's now 3-6 with an ERA and a 5. In games he starts, the Astros have lost 5 consecutive and 6 out of the last 7. And there's really the best you had was that Boston game where he went 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs. He had 6 strikeouts and a walk. And you thought, okay, Justin Verlander looks like he's maybe ready to go again. And then since then, it's just been not good. I mean, more hits than innings pitched. It's in his last 3 starts, John. He's only been able to go 12 and 2/3, and he's given up 23 hits. I mean, this is a Justin Verlander problem at this point. He still has time to work it out, but man, the unthinkable may happen where Justin Verlander has to get left off a playoff roster in the first round.
Well, he's got a little bit of time left, but not much. And you move Blanco to the bullpen when you got a possibility for a quality start there. Right now you got no chance. He's just throwing beach balls up there. You got to make a tough. You might have to make a tough decision. You've had to make a couple of tough decisions with Montero and Abreu, and you might have to make another tough decision with a guy that you thought was going to be. You thought when you got Abreu, he's going to be a former MVP.
Wait. Make a tough decision. We talk about putting Justin Verlander down?
We're not putting him down like old Yeller.
Well, DFA'd. You're not talking about DFA'ing him.
No. Not
No.
off the playoff roster. I mean, I guess you keep on going with him. I guess you do.
Yeah, it would be embarrassing. I mean,
no, you're not going to DFA
no.
him, but you don't have to start him.
I know. How embarrassing is that for him? You don't worry about embarrassing. You just worry about you're trying to win games. You're trying to win a pennant. You're trying to win a World Series. Justin Verlander currently does not give you a very good chance of doing any of those things.
Nothing. It's awful. And you have to do something about it because he's leaving every ball, it seems like, up in the zone, and they're just crushing it. He used to remember, he'd give up, even at his best, he was giving up a home run, a bunch of home runs, but those guys would chase that high fastball and not be able to catch up a bunch. When they did catch up, they hit a home run, and that was fine. But they were solo homers, and his ERA was awesome. Now, everything he leaves up is getting destroyed, and you just can't do it. You just can't have it anymore, especially when you're in the middle of a race like you are. He can't feel good about this. I don't know. Next time he goes out, is he going to have any confidence at all with the way that they beat him up? That's a good hitting team, but you know what? The Astros did a great job in those first 2 games against them. They did a great job against a hot team that came in here. You were cool because you just lost 3 to Cincinnati. You got Seattle, who's playing well again, and you got them on your alleged heels. But Justin Verlander, next time he goes out, what is he going to do? The law firm has been awesome, and guys that come over, they got to get him off that 4-seam and have him start to pitch down in the zone again. He was living up in the zone. He can't live there anymore.
No, he can't, and it's a big part of who he is the high strike zone. Being able to change eye level on you. That's a big part of Justin Verlander. And if you can't live up there at the high fastball where guys foul tip it away or are unable to get around on it, If you're not able to do that, then all of a sudden you've got a big part of who you are taken away. I mean, the age is the age, and the wear and the tear is the wear and the tear. There's been plenty of pitchers who have fallen apart at this age or who were out of the game well before this. And this just may be the end for Justin Verlander. It may just be that, in a weird way that time off, it was way longer than we expected. Maybe that's a sign of not being able to recover as quickly due to age. But the performance now, since he has come back, his first game was solid. All three of these can't be in the playoff roster games. And this is, you hate seeing the game by Eric Getty the other day because that, on the heels of Justin pitching like this, you don't want to see any of your pitchers do that. Fromber is on a different level right now. Fromber, and Hunter Brown was good the other day. They just couldn't put any runs through across. But Verlander, unfortunately, is a conversation after the Astros had a decent weekend. Verlander ends up being the conversation, John. And there's nothing good that we can say about this. This is looking more and more like you simply can't put Justin Verlander out there in any capacity. So unless it changes drastically over the next two starts, the Astros are going to have to really start thinking about, okay, what is this going to look like for us now?
Well, and hopefully, hey, your best three right now are Fromber, Brown, and Kikuchi. And then Eric Getty after, Eric Getty was up
not
there.
Blanco. Blanco has been just fine.
He's been great. He had 5 strikeouts the other night.
Yeah, what do we like?
But you know what? That's not so bad though, Lance. You got a guy that can come in and give you 5 strikeouts in 2 innings.
No, I know. Some people might say the same thing about Eric Getty. Eric Getty needs a good start. Just to make sure we just okay, that was just a one-off.
He could have thrown a stinker every once in a while. I'm not worried.
That's why it just needs to be one and not back to back.
He's been so money. He's been so money for this
but
team.
So is Blanco.
Yeah, no, I know. And Verlander's a mess. You're not bringing Verlander in off the bench. That's for sure. Out of the bullpen. You're not doing that. This is tough decision. Again, you're faced with a tough decision that you don't want to lose that locker room. Because you had that with Abreu, and look at how they turned it around. As soon as Abreu left, look at this team turned it around. Mm-hmm. And Montero, you couldn't keep throwing him out there. And look what happened after Montero left. I mean, you're going to have to make another tough decision. He gives you one. I'll tell you what. You give Verlander 2 more starts, and that's it. If he can't turn it around next start, he's got to be out of the rotation. If in 2 starts he can't turn it around, he's out of the rotation. He's not even on the playoff roster. He has got to turn it around, and in a hurry. All right, 713-780-3776. You got any thoughts on any of this? You're more than welcome to get in here. I don't know if you know this. I am back in L.A., and I'll tell you, it's really funny here. There's not as much Coors Light here. I don't know what's wrong with this. I know what's wrong with this state. But this is a real problem here. Of all the things with the high taxes and all the other stuff going on over here, a lack of Coors Light is a real problem for me here. Okay, this is probably problem number 1. There's a lot of bars that I go to. I'm going to have to go in there and start saying, hey, guys, Coors Light is the only way to go. They got all these foofy beers here. I'm like, wait, I want to keep California cool. We're keeping Texas chill. We need California to be chill. You would think that of all places in the world, they'd want to be chill here. It's what they do, but they don't. And it's really embarrassing if you want to know the truth. Of all the things that California does, not having Coors Light in every bar is probably the worst. The biggest problem that I have with this entire state. So I'm going to get back to Texas as soon as I can, because I know it's going to be cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing there. I know I'm going to keep Texas chill. You keep Texas chill while I'm gone with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell here with you at 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend? And one sentence is going to come your way. We touched on the Texans, obviously, for a couple of segments. We touched on the Astros. What about you guys got any thoughts on the college football weekend?
No, I thought Texas was dominant against Michigan. Not super surprised about Texas, about Michigan not being good offensively and Texas being good. I mean, as long as Quinn didn't screw that thing up, I thought they had a pretty good chance of winning fairly easily. And I thought Quinn Ewers played well. I thought he played well, and he's got some really good talent around him, which is not a knock on Quinn. I mean, there's been plenty of. So did Joe Burrow. So did Kyler Murray. So did a lot of quarterbacks who have been drafted. But he's got. I mean, Isaiah Bond, Matthew Golden once again scores another touchdown for them. They've got. I thought Blue did a good job running the football. But Texas looked good on the road. I think Texas is better than Georgia personally. I think they've got a really good chance of knocking off Georgia, but it's going to be quite a matchup for me draft wise. You've got the guy who I think is going to be the first pick in Carson Beck, the quarterback for Georgia, and then you've got a quarterback that I think is still trying to figure out where he slots in the NFL, still trying to figure out where Quinn Ewers slots. From a college football standpoint, it's a great showdown with 12-team playoffs. It's not really as relevant as before. So it's just like, okay, cool. If Texas wins the game, then Georgia's like, okay, cool. Georgia lost, but they're still going to make the playoffs. No big deal. And if Texas loses, I think the same thing is probably going to be true. I think Oregon is not nearly as good as people were thinking they were going to be. The second game in a row, they've really struggled. First against Idaho, now against Boise State. They need a field goal at the end of the game to win the game 37-34.
I'm not a big Dylan Gabriel fan. I'm just not.
He's not having much of he's not making much of a difference there. Did you think from a standpoint of what you saw this weekend, were there any teams that stood out and you said, okay, this team's going to be better than I thought they were going to be?
I was surprised by how easily Tennessee handled NC State. Now, NC State, they have a talent disadvantage when it comes to playing Tennessee, but after Grace McCall's awful pick six, where they're going in trying to tie the game, Tennessee just ran away with it. And that's a team with Ian Maliava at quarterback that he is just simply, the rankings will tell you, a better player than Joe Milton. I think he takes them to a different level. So Tennessee, NC State may not be good, but the way they just dispatched them, I got to start paying attention to them a little bit.
They slaughtered them. And I think Josh Heupel was John, I saw a stat. Josh Heupel has covered the first half spread in like over 80% of his games at Tennessee.
Really?
Yeah, he did it again in a big way.
Wow, they start fast. And they're finishing more now.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be a team to be reckoned with. Maybe that's the third team to come out of the SEC this year. Maybe that's the team that you're going to have to watch. Well, is it Georgia? Is it Alabama? Is it Texas? I know it's not Oklahoma after what we saw on Saturday. How about the Cougs bounce back? How about the way that the Cougs played?
Man, great job by the Cougs. Fantastic by Willie Fritz and his team. Would have been even better if they could have found a way to score late, but unfortunately that didn't happen. They weren't able to find any late points, but great job by Fritz and the Cougars to stick in that one and play Oklahoma competitively. That was a really good one as well. Clemson can't bounce back, blasted Appalachian State. I think Kansas State going to win on the road at Tulane.
It was ugly for the Big 12 in that early window. You had Arkansas dominating.
That was
Okie
one
State,
of the
and Tulane was up.
Did you watch Arkansas? Did you see any of Arkansas Oklahoma State?
I don't know how Arkansas tricked that game off.
Almost the whole
It was
game.
unbelievable how this game got tricked.
Oh my God! How Arkansas doesn't cover is the most ridiculous. 7.5 points. They missed a field goal.
Wait, what about the quarterback for Oklahoma State doing his finger pistols?
Yeah, the game's over. He's throwing his finger pistols down the field. They back it up. They've got a field goal attempt from
because
a
they would have
guy
scored a touchdown.
and it would have scored a touchdown, and instead they kick a field goal and they miss it.
No,
instead of
they
winning
made
by
it. They made the field goal there, but then Wetchcott went down the field and also kicked a field goal when their quarterback tried to throw a pass with 2 seconds to go, like not knowing the time and the situation. Had that receiver caught it, the game would have ended, and they would have never gotten a field goal to tie it up. And then they went to overtime, and both teams missed field goals in overtime.
Both teams missed field goals in overtime, and it was just the most unbelievable. Then Oklahoma State scores a touchdown and the 2-point conversion, and Arkansas comes up short. I'm thinking it's 7.5. Oh, I can't lose. It's overtime.
Yeah,
you can't.
Got to go for two already, quick in the second overtime.
Yes, you have to go for 2. They went for 2. They got it, and Arkansas doesn't score, and they led the almost the entire game. And they actually were the better team that day, and they end up losing the game. Holy crap! What a killer for Sam Pittman and that team, because listen. My buddy Chad's a big Oklahoma State guy, and he goes, "Man, if Arkansas loses to us, they don't have a chance in the SEC." When has Arkansas had a chance in the SEC ever?
No,
they've been in the SEC since 1993. They've zero titles.
I think Chad was maybe making a statement about Oklahoma State.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe less about Arkansas winning SEC.
Well, he actually was talking. Here, listen, Oklahoma State has a chance. They got a chance in the Big 12. They do. Bauman is in his 19th year as a college quarterback, and he throws some nice passes. He makes some boneheaded plays, but he throws some nice plays. He's not athletic, but
so he's a bonehead and he's not athletic,
yeah.
and how old is he? 29 years old?
Yeah, he's 29. Right. And
you do dumb things and you're not athletic and you're old.
And you know what? And they got a chance to win it. They got a chance to win the Big 12.
We have Cam Rising can't make it through games.
No, right?
Utah was rolling, and then they don't score another point because they don't have an option behind him, and he's hurt a finger. Is it a laceration? Is it broken? Kyle Whittingham will never tell you anything. He's like an NFL coach because there are no rules when it comes to that in college. So if Cam Rising isn't available, yeah, it opens up some things because we know what he is and what they are when he's on the field. They're the best team in the Big 12 when he plays.
When he plays, and that's always a big if.
Mm-hmm.
And Arizona hiccup. I mean, it's a mess at Big 12. Big 12 it could go to anybody. Who knows what it's going to. Arizona won their game, but they did not look good doing it.
We got people in the car saying, "Why are y'all talking about Arizona and not the Texans?" Y'all are just wasting time on Arizona.
We are gonna talk about the Texans on the other side when we play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? So 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You get one sentence to tell us what it is that you learned from this week. It doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about anything. It could be about your family. It could be about your boss. It could be about your wife, whatever it is. What did you learn this weekend? But you get one sentence to do it. 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about Doc Linville. I'm talking about what did I learn this weekend? It's that I still got great hair, if you want to know the truth. I love what Doc Linville did for me. One session might not cover up if you've got a giant bald spot, but it's going to fill it in nicely. And then if there's little spots in you that you need growth, the Neo Grafting can take that in and fill it in and make your hair just look fuller and better and more wonderful. And that's how I feel about mine. You'll feel that way about yours too. You could get the PRP, which is like a fertilizer. Okay. It's not resodding. It's a fertilizer. It stimulates the growth of your hair. And Doc Linville will tell you which is which one is for you. So listen, if you're somebody who is follically challenged, if you're somebody that needs to get what call Doc Linville, especially if you're younger, don't let this thing go. Take care of it now. It's not going to get any better, my friend. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
Let's talk about Vanderford Air, a chance for you to cool your air. And you know what? I mean, maybe you'll need a heater soon. Maybe you'll need a heater this year. Vanderford takes care of heating stuff as well. I'm not really going to jinx that. I'm going to stick with the cooling. I'm going to stick with the ability for them to do a great job with making sure that your home is comfortable. You're paying for it. You're paying the electric bill for it. Let's make sure that the electric bill is what it's supposed to be. Let's make sure it's not more than it's supposed to be because your AC runs nonstop AC usage for a house that's not even cooling properly because your AC is not working properly. Let them come out, find out what the issue is. They've got same-day service, and Vanderford Air has a chance to get you fixed at a lower price than a lot of the companies out there who are going to overcharge you. This is a company you can trust. It's family-owned and operated. Those types of businesses like Vanderford are going to be much more likely to give you a fair deal because the fact is the name Vanderford means something to them. It's Robert owns it right now, and that's his name on it, and he's out there getting stuff done for you to keep you cool and comfortable. Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. It's time to run the famous and very popular game show that is called What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence? Dell's going to get some things taken care of right now. We're having a little bit of issues, but Dell's holding it all together for us as John's using a new system now in California. So we're ready to go. I can't see the names up here. It's a very small, so I'll let you introduce everyone, Dell. What did you learn? And let's keep it to one sentence.
All right, let's go with Ocho to start.
Ocho, what's up?
Yeah, I learned that for now, a couple of pacifier touchdown passes is enough to keep Stephon Diggs quiet.
Pacifier. That was a legit. Those were both legitimate. You had one little speed out that he got, the second touchdown on the first one, a little inside rub route where they lined him up outside and brought him underneath two routes. Those weren't pacifier touchdowns. That was a man making plays. Who's up next?
Well, let's see what JP has to say.
JP, what'd you learn this weekend?
Good morning. I learned that the Patriots dished out the first upset of the weekend and single-handedly decimated survivor pool leagues all over this great land.
Decimated. If you don't know what a survivor pool is, you literally just have to pick one team to win. It's not point spread or anything. Just pick one team to win. And everyone was picking against the two teams, the Panthers, who got obliterated, and they picked against the New England Patriots. And the Patriots went into Cincinnati, and Cincinnati scored 10 points at home, and New England slaughtered survivor pools. Slaughtered them yesterday with that win. That's a good one, JP. Next up.
We're going to go with Brandon. What'd you learn, Brandon?
What did you learn?
Morning, guys. I learned that Will Levis is not good at throwing the football.
Yeah. He struggles.
Early on.
He struggles. Yeah, he was. Early on, he was, John.
Yeah. And Caleb Williams wasn't very good at throwing the football either.
No.
And the Bears' defense is very opportunistic. Along with Jonathan Owens, Mr. Biles got himself a touchdown on a block punt. And then Will Levis, oh, my goodness. That was a Deshaun Watson type throw. And speaking of, never mind.
Speaking of not being good throwing,
I learned that Deshaun Watson just still sucks. And it is so good to not have him as our quarterback. That's what I learned this weekend.
Yeah.
That's what I learned.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Speaking of quarterbacks, Ryan Tannehill. What have you?
Ryan Tannehill's on the line?
Ryan Tannehill's on the line. I learned this weekend that the Packers have reached out. It's a perfect fit for me. I've been waiting and ready all summer. I wish Jordan Love the best of health and recovery, but the Packers have reached out.
Okay. There's Ryan Tannehill. And Jordan Love was hurt in that Brazilian game. If you didn't know, Jordan Love got hurt. We'll have to see how long that injury is. It's not ACL, it's sprained MCL, I guess. So we'll see what the time frame is on him being out.
Well, thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to
Thanks
Grant.
for telling us that somebody reached out.
Yeah, what have you learned, Grant?
Not only is Bill O'Brien a master of trades, but he's a master of calling plays in college football.
Bill O'Brien and a master of signing kickers. How about his guy, Kaimi Fairbairn? John, you have little faith. You used to slander Kaimi Fairbairn on a regular basis.
Well,
and now look
a
at you.
4-year, $16 million deal
Got off cheap.
at that time. They got off cheap?
Would you rather have Dak at $60 million a year or Kaimi Fairbairn with his contract?
Kaimi is just money, bro. Kaimi is awesome. Love me some Kaimi. But signing him at that time to that kind of money, well, maybe Bill O'Brien, you know,
he knew
what?
something.
That was his best move as a general manager.
Oh, not even
truth be
close.
told.
Re-signing a kicker.
Yeah. No. That was the only general manager move dude ever made that was actually a smart move.
That's it.
So we got to give it up for him.
Congrats.
Congratulations. No. 713-780-3776. What is it that you learned this weekend in one sentence? Let's go. Dell, who's up next?
Well, we don't have Tom, but we do have Tom on a mobile.
Tom on a mobile.
Hey guys, how we doing? Hey, so I learned when you're scouting chicks at the local high school football game, it's probably best to leave your 1987 letter jacket at home.
Why is Tom catching it? What in the? He's not scouting high school football games.
No.
And he doesn't have a 1987.
It's not. And he doesn't say, hang on.
God.
Stop it. He doesn't have a 1987 letter jacket that he's bringing to high school games. All right, Tom on a mobile. That's not. There's
Where
no
is
way
Tom?
that's true.
Tom, defend yourself.
713
It's
780.
kind of better if he doesn't, to be honest with you.
You like it better if he doesn't. What do we got next?
Let's go with, I believe, Justin. What's up, Justin?
Hey, guys. Good morning. I learned that T.Y. Hilton is definitely still a Colt. He's just wearing number 14.
Yeah.
Alex Pierce did have some TY in his game yesterday.
How does Alec Pierce get behind Stingley?
I think I called him Alex, didn't I? It's Alec.
Yeah,
Pierce,
he's Alec. How did he get behind Stingley?
I don't know.
That's incredible.
They had guys running
Stingley
free a
wasn't
lot,
off,
John.
Stingley really wasn't off to a great start.
No,
yesterday.
he wasn't. They had guys running free. Like, they were behind the Texans multiple times.
Lassiter had the penalty, but otherwise, did we hear from Lassiter all day?
No, I like it that way.
No, he had the one penalty where he pulled the jersey, and that was fine with me because he did get beat. But other than that, when you don't hear from a cornerback, that's fine.
I'd rather not hear from a cornerback. Let's get La Raza in here. ¿Qué pasó, La Raza?
Hey, it's Johnny Hollywood.
I don't understand
Gentlemen,
anything.
buenos dias. I'll make it short and sweet, man. I actually learned two things, really. I learned that the Irish really still hate the English. Wow, their hate is real. And a sports fact, the top 10 highest paid quarterbacks now have not won a single Super Bowl. So that is ridiculous, gentlemen.
Yep.
Dak,
That is
$60 million a year.
$60 million a year
For a Dak Prescott.
My
Sleep
goodness.
tight.
How's that taste,
Well,
Cowboy fans?
we talked about this before. What are they going to do? They're going to not pay him and then get stuck with who?
I don't know who the first team's going to be to say, all right, we're not doing this.
Trevor Lawrence got his money.
I know.
Everyone gets their money.
Trevor, they had a league. The Dolphins came back and he did nothing in the second half.
Nothing.
Well, yeah.
He is what he is.
He is. I
At
mean,
this
it's
point.
Well, what about Etienne's fumble? I mean,
are any quarterbacks any good who are getting paid anymore?
Well, the running back, yeah. We talk about the course of the game. Sure, that hurt. But Trevor Lawrence is a non-factor for the most part for them.
He really is.
Let's go with Uncle Freddie. What did you learn, Uncle Freddie?
Uncle Freddie.
What's happening? I learned that Caleb Williams was the first round pick quarterback to win a game since David Carr.
In his opening game. Yeah, that can't be right.
Well, CJ didn't win his.
The first
Well,
pick, does
the
he
first
mean?
number one overall
Can't be
Number
pick.
one
first
overall.
round.
Oh, he meant number one overall pick. He's
Number
gotta
one
be.
overall. Is that possible?
Bryce Young didn't win his last year. Jared Goff didn't start off the year.
Andrew Luck
He
must
didn't win
not have
his.
won his. I mean, Peyton. Well, Peyton was before
Peyton,
that.
yeah.
And Peyton didn't win anyway his rookie year. No kidding. Caleb Williams was the first since David Carr in 2002 to win his opening game. Wow.
Let's see. Are we sure? That seems
And I
almost
was-
impossible.
I was on the right side on that game. The Titans should have won that game. I was on the right side of most every game, and I think I lost 9.
How'd you just pat yourself on the back? while you
Because
still
I was
lost?
on the right side, Dell. I was on the right side of the Jaguars.
Except, well, if you took the points,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
In Andrew Luck's first game, he got blown out 41-21.
Hey, we
Dell,
got it, guys. We got to
Dan-
wait. Stop your arguing because we're almost at the top of the hour, and Tom, the actual Tom's on. We got to give Tom a shot, right?
Tom, defend yourself.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good
And no, I have
morning,
no
guys.
1987 leather jacket. But what I did learn this weekend is that sometimes a woman will be in the ICU and still connecting with you on Tinder.
What? In ICU? Boy, you must be good, Tom.
Swipe
If
left
she's
with your
on her-
bloody hand.
She's in intensive care.
Intensive care,
Wow.
and he found a
Wanting
match.
some Tom.
And he found a match.
Wow.
That seems like it's.
Wow.
That seems actually like it'd be hard to. Yeah.
That,
I wouldn't connect with that. That's no good, Tom.
no. Well, yeah. You might kill her, Tom.
Wait a minute. What if she's really attractive and she's, I don't know, fainted or whatever, and she's in the ICU? Why not?
ICU for fainting?
I don't know. Dehydration.
She fainted from fentanyl. Okay.
Hey, see, look at you. That's
Wow.
ugly.
Hey, Dell, just a minute ago, you had your hands behind your back. Did you see that? Where you put your hands behind your back like that? You look
I
like
guess I did
you
that.
look like Tyreek Hill.
That wasn't the purpose, but sometimes it's a comfortable position for me to be in. Just hey, I'm used to it. That's life, right?
I thought that was right like that. You look like Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill was like, well, what if I wasn't Tyreek Hill?
Tyreek's the entire thing was, I just don't know what happened. Like, I'm trying to process.
Well, there's a second
for some reason.
Well, there's a second video that popped up of one of the officers saying, I will break this glass. I guess they instructed him to roll down his window, and he wasn't doing it quick enough. They're like, we will break this glass.
Yeah, one of the officers got put on administrative leave.
He kneed him in the
Probably
hit him in
went
the knees
too far.
in the back.
I'm guessing Tyreek apparently did something that was.
He got a speeding violation.
I think he must. Well, I don't think he was. I got a speeding violation on Saturday, going 42 and a 30. I'm
You
guessing.
did?
Yeah, it was in
Did
Spring
you get where
Branch.
you lay it? Did
It
they
was
have
on
you-
me. I was arguing with Nicole
Were
about
you laying
something.
on the ground?
No, I
face
complied.
down?
I was very compliant. I was like, I was pissed off because how do you get caught in Spring Branch? You always know that's where those
You know
cops are
that
going to
that's
get
where
you.
they are.
It's a freaking speed trap, and I just lost focus. And I
Dell,
was
you
going
and I
42.
would have been laying on the ground with 4 cops. On top
You
of
and
us.
I.
You heard John.
Yep.
Didn't John have his lawyer tell him to shut up when he was saying, "Are you profiling me?" He yelled at the cops. Is it because of my tinted windows? Didn't you tell that
Wait.
story?
What happened?
Yeah, I was driving an Escalade at the time.
Wait. What happened? Hold on. What the hell?
Oh, you don't remember this?
No. What happened?
Tell the story.
I'm driving up 59 from a golf tournament, and I pass one cop. I pass another cop. Third cop pulls me over, driving the same speed. And I'm like,
Was it speeding?
I was no, I was just going a little over the speed limit. That's all. Within the 10-mile, you know what? They don't pick you up, right? 10 miles.
No,
10 miles an hour over.
They do. You got to stay within 5.
No, you got to stay within.
Yeah,
9.
I've gotten
9
7
I've always
before.
told within 10, you're pretty safe. It
Within 10,
always
you're
depends
safe.
on the officer.
Well, it
but-
depends on
It's
where
not
you are
5, it's
too.
10.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for years, man. Anyway,
No, try driving 39 and a 30.
I've been
in
driving for
Spring,
years.
in
30.
Spring Branch. Go ahead. I
well,
dare you.
no, on a highway.
Yeah.
55, 65.
Yeah.
You go up to 74.
I've been doing it for years too.
75.
You can get away with it on a highway.
You
yes.
can't. So he pulls me over, and I'm like, and I got tinted windows. I'm in an Escalade. Okay. We drive Escalades. So I go, hey, I just passed 2 cops and they didn't pull me over. Why'd you pull me over? Because I got tinted windows. I had my lawyer on the phone. I called my lawyer, put him on the phone. I said, this is the cop. Here's his name. He's pulling me over. He's racially profiling me.
Wait, you did not call you called your lawyer
I had him
because you were
when I got
speeding?
pulled over. When I got pulled over, I called my lawyer. I said, listen to this. And he's like, shut up. Hey, stupid.
Oh my
Stop
God.
talking.
The entitlement is so terrible for you.
No, I didn't say, hey, you know what? I said it's racially profiling me. That was not being entitled.
Yes,
I was a victim.
You're arguing with a cop for just getting pulled over?
You think I'm this? You think I'm black? Is that why you pulled me over? My
That's why you
Escalade, my
pulled me
tinted
over.
windows?
Oh my
That's
God.
what he's doing. We got 2 more people. We're way late, but they held. Let's get to
All right, go
Jimmy, and then we'll get the key. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, I learned that if your neighbor asks you to fix his wife's laptop, be prepared to see pictures of her at various angles.
Wow.
Mm.
Wow.
Mm.
On her own laptop. That's interesting.
I thought that would be on his laptop.
I'd like to hear more about this. I'd like to hear more about this story.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a bizarre. Where did this story go?
Do you guys have any pictures of yourselves on your laptop?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Okay. That must be a woman thing. Who's next, Del?
Final one is Keith. Keith, what did you learn?
I learned this weekend that it was Wandale Robinson and not Malik Neighbors that led the lowly Giants in targets.
Off this. First of all, there were 2 Keiths on here.
Yeah, it was
because there's also Ryan
Tannehill.
Tannehill.
Well.
And then if you're okay, I'm just going to say it. If we're going to play the game called "What Did You Learn This Weekend," it can't be that Wandale Robinson had more targets than Malik Neighbors.
You didn't learn that.
That's
saw
not
that. That's not learning anything.
Good one. No one's in an ICU. No one's speeding. No one, no. Targets for the Giants is not a what did I learn?
You didn't learn. You happen to see some stats. You didn't
Yeah,
learn.
That's not what you learned. Maybe Wandale Robinson is more important.
Yeah, that's
than
what you
Malik
might have
Neighbors.
learned.
Yes. Okay, that, but not that. Stop already. Time for me to talk right now about my peeps over at Dream. My guy, Kent Jones. I talked to him this weekend, as a matter of fact. I learned this weekend that brokers are just better. And like 20-some% of people use a broker. And 20-some% are the ones that are saving money. 20% are the ones, and especially a local guy, especially a guy who's going to give attention to your issue. He had a 97.5 listener that he saved thousands and thousands of dollars for. And listen, it's a detailed process. You don't know where these fees are coming from with these other guys. He does. And he wants you to shop it. He says, please go to another place and see what they're doing. And he'll tell you the questions to ask them. And they're going to hate him for it because you're going to be asking the right questions. This happened with this one listener. He had said, go. And you know what? I'll tell you the questions I asked. When it was all said and done, he was like $4,000 or $5,000 cheaper. That's real savings in your pocket because Kent Jones' dream rate is going to do it right. And he's going to save you money. If you're looking for the best way to get into that new house, and he's going to find a way to do it, go to Dream Rate, okay? It is the best way. You have to have a broker and shop it. Dream Rate, the ultimate mortgage hookup, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
Dream Rate.
All right, since we played, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Let's play a quick game, Lance, of what did you learn out of the NFL. Let's start with the Steelers and the Falcons. I learned that Russell Wilson, even when he's inactive, is going to wear his uniform.
Yeah, how about that little trick?
I mean,
Russell Wilson is not the starter. It's Justin Fields.
Well, he had a calf injury.
He did, but I don't think he's losing it. You know, it's funny. Is that a little conversation with somebody from the Steelers? I guess it was 2 weeks ago in the in-between period. And they told me, look out for Justin. We've got lots of stuff planned for Justin. I don't know that Russell gets his spot back.
I don't know he does either.
I think there's a chance that Justin Fields, he wasn't great. I saw some of the game. He wasn't great, but they went into Atlanta. And by the way, it was not a great game for quarterbacks. It was not a very good day for quarterbacks yesterday. It was for Lamar and Jordan Love and Hurts and Mahomes in the first two games, but it was not good yesterday. Kirk Cousins stunk in the second half. You had, but yeah, that's
yeah. Joe Burrow stunk yesterday.
God, he really was.
Bryce
how much
Young,
of that is on Chase? Like Jamar Chase stays out the whole time. He had 6 catches for 62 yards, I guess, or whatever. There's no way they could have put the entire game plan in that they wanted to, because the guy hasn't been there the entire time, basically. I mean, that is a me. Your contract's not up next year. You're 2 years away, and you miss all of that, and they can't even do their full install because you're not there, and you end up scoring 10 points on at home.
That was the selfish game.
That was a really selfish move by Jamar Chase with 2 years left to go. Just
Bryce Young stunk. Danny Dimes stunk. Gardner Minshew stunk.
I mean, it is.
Stunk.
Everybody.
Deshaun Watson stunk.
Jane Daniels was average. Deshaun stunk. His stats, he averaged less than 4 yards per attempt.
Oh, my God.
Deshaun Watson was actually worse than that.
Who was the worst? Bryce Young had to be the worst.
Yeah, I think Bryce or Deshaun.
Will Levis stunk at the end.
Bryce is going down. I mean, right now, Deshaun is going down as the worst trade in the history of professional sports, because you have to factor in the fact that they had to give him $230 million, and it's guaranteed $72 million cap hit this year and next year.
Wow.
I mean, they need Deshaun Watson to quit football of his own accord to get out of that cap space. They can't even cut him. It doesn't matter. It's fully guaranteed. And this is why NFL teams, Deshaun Watson's contract, NFL teams said, we don't care. We're not doing this deal. Like, this is not a new precedent. We're not doing this. You know why they're never going to do these fully guaranteed deals now that they're going 50 and 60 million? Because of Deshaun Watson. It's just an absolute killer. You can't do anything. They gave him new money. He had a contract too, John. He had just signed a contract with the Texans. He just signed a contract, and they David Mulgeta bullied them into giving him even more money and guaranteeing it all. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. That's the biggest ripoff in sports history, quite possibly.
I tell you what, one thing I learned is that Josh Allen has his work cut out for him. Man, the Cardinals, I thought the Cardinals had the Bills. The Bills came back, and Josh Allen was having to do a lot of it on his own. Like, this guy's going to work overtime. He's going to end up probably spending some time. He's incredibly durable, but man, he's going to have to put so much on his shoulders.
He already hurt his hand.
I know. He's already got a hurt left hand that they're already having to look at.
That he got an x-ray for.
And so 2 top fantasy quarterbacks were Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen. Jalen Hurts, is he going to be as valuable with Saquon now?
No. Because
Saquon, it got the carries at the goal line.
I learned that the hard way, and I figured that might be the case. But I paid for Jalen in our auction. He was good. I mean, he was a good quarterback. He wasn't. But what made Saquon? I mean, look at the game that Jalen had. Very efficient game, good game. He was a much better quarterback than Anthony Richardson was.
Well, the 2 interceptions early were terrible.
Yeah, well, they weren't good. He had one early, then he had 2 touchdowns, and he got a second one, right? Or was it maybe the timing? I'm off on those. But look at Anthony Richardson. I didn't think he played particularly well. Then you look at his fantasy numbers, like, wow, looks like he had a great game.
Well,
If
he
you
ran
look,
one in, and
he
he
ran
had
one in. He
another
had
long run.
He had that 70-yard throw off his back foot. Then he had that pinpoint throw that could have been an interception the other way. It turned into a long touchdown. So, yeah, it looked really, really good for him. But I do think Saquon's gonna be an issue for teams this year. I think he's on a great offense.
He looked great on Friday night. 713-780-3776. You got any thoughts about anything? You're more than welcome. Let's get some sound from the Texans on the other side. We'll hear from CJ.
Wait a
and
minute.
D'Amico.
Baker Mayfield had 4 touchdown passes?
It's what Baker do.
And of course, everyone in Cleveland's like,
I know.
Hey,
can you believe he's going to go down as substantially better than Deshaun Watson?
That is so good. That is so good. Hey, I got to talk right now and get in here now and talk, and let's do some Texans. You'll hear from him as well. I'm on the Hogue Landscape Service website, and the beautiful backyards with the artificial turf that they've got, either putting greens or they can put in the fake grass for you, is fantastic. Talk about low maintenance. Talk about beauty and perfection. Design meets execution. Look, it's not just we're going to go cut your backyard or your front yard. We're going to put in some flowers. We'll do some fertilizer. We'll keep your trees maintained. This is landscape design. This is backyard. This is kitchen design. This is pool design. This is basketball court design, bocce ball, pickleball. What are you looking for in your backyard? You golf enthusiasts, you want a putting green? My boy got one, and it is fantastic. So much fun in the backyard when people come over, have putting contests, and it's just, and then the pools with fountains and waterfalls, and it's just, listen, if you've got a backyard and you don't know what to do with it, they do. They will put in everything to make your backyard the perfect place that you're going to love and everybody's going to love to come to. Hogue, HOGUELS.com. Hogue, HOGUELS.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's, you know what? Let's give away a listener party spot in the listener party, Del. At 8:30 exactly, you want to come up to our station. What's the date? September 20th?
I believe it's the 20th, Friday.
20th, Friday night, the 20th. We're going to have a listener appreciation party. So let's go get on in here, and we're going to have at 8:30, caller number 4 is going to get a couple of tickets to the listener party. How's that? Let's do that at 8:30 exactly. And listen, you got to listen on 97.9 HD2. If you've got a newer car, you do have this available to you. Yep, you do have this available to you, Reagan. You just don't know how to do it. If you are somebody that is having a problem with our signal, 97.9 HD2, go there. It's perfect. It takes a little while to come up. You're going to be going, hey, it doesn't work. Nothing's there. No, wait a little bit, 10 seconds, and it'll pop up, and you'll go, oh, my God, this is perfect. You'll have the perfect signal. All right, our Texans won yesterday, and they won, and they made a big play at the end, something that our Texans haven't done too often in their history. But CJ to Nico Collins along the sideline to seal the game was just, I mean, you want to talk about a pinpoint pass. Couldn't have been anywhere else. Nico makes a great play. CJ makes a great play. He gets the knee down, and the Texans get the win. Here's CJ talking about the play.
It was huge. You know, I definitely think
he, like as the man said, it was huge.
It was huge.
So
I definitely think it was huge.
Yeah,
that's all he said.
Yeah, he was, and he's right. It was huge. I think huge. Our I don't know. Dell's trying to. This is not on Dell.
Dell
something's going on.
Left the studio. He left the production studio.
He's been running around.
Disgusted.
This is not. You have broken him, John, with your technical issues.
Well, do you hear an echo now?
I don't
no.
actually.
No.
Well,
I fixed it.
No,
I'm
actually,
a technical genius.
There's a little bit of one, but it's not bad.
I'm
it's probably
technical
just
genius.
me. Yeah, you are a technical genius.
You're a technical genius.
Many people have said John is a technical genius. Many people.
No, many
people. Yeah, it's been a rough technology morning for everyone here. Power surges apparently have affected everything we do. Got a text about that, and now we're being affected. But I'll have that in probably 20 seconds. The CJ sound.
We'll get CJ in a second. I thought CJ was okay. I didn't think he was great. I thought he was. You know what? He was. I've got high standards for him. That play where he rolled out on third down, got out of the pocket. Bought time, then threw way across his body for a completion to.
You don't throw late over the middle, and he completed it.
He did it, and actually he was wide open. I think the Texans receivers are dude. So what happened was the Colts were taking away deep plays, and then they were rushing 4, and so they were forcing the Texans to be patient underneath. Now, they did complete that one deep ball to in double coverage to Nico Collins. Nico went up and made a great catch. But overall, the Texans were having to play against zone, and I thought the Texans receivers did a really good job of scrambling open. I can think of Diggs, Nico, and Tank Dell scrambling open against zone to go beat the zone and to create big plays. There were a couple of mistakes from CJ. Juju Brents barely got, his heel was barely out. It got overturned from an interception where CJ was trying to throw it away.
That was a bad play.
That was a bad one. The other one, I have a hard time saying that interception was a bad one because clearly, you had the defensive back, Kenny Moore, literally grab Dalton Schultz and pull himself in front of him for an interception.
Well, and that wasn't even the penalty. The other one, it was on one of the other DBs.
You sure? I thought it was defensive holding on.
It was defensive
on
holding,
Kenny Moore.
Not on. It wasn't on the guy who picked off the ball. It was on in the end zone. But they both held.
Yeah.
They both held.
Yeah.
Is Diggs going to be happy with 6 targets and a long of 10 yards?
And 2 touchdowns? Yes, he's going to be extremely happy.
33 yards?
He's on pace for 34 touchdowns receiving.
Yeah.
To be an NFL record.
What are we talking about here?
I think he's going to be happy.
And we're going to hear from him in Chip Talk. He said something very descriptive about how the offensive line played. He was thrilled with the way they were able to like run whenever they wanted to. I think he's fine. They got the win. He got 2 touchdowns.
He's a one.
He ain't gonna complain.
He could be one and done. He's not going to complain in 1 year.
No, especially when he gets a couple of touchdowns. But you know what? If you're not going to get him the ball, you make sure you get him some touchdowns. Right?
Yeah. I think he got the ball.
He got 6 catches for 33 yards.
What's wrong with 6 catches?
No.
You know the number on that is over 100, right? That's 102 catches. That's hellacious. That's great.
And
for what?
Also
700 yards. What is
450 yards?
How many
what's
yards?
the number?
How many yards did he have?
33.
I mean, but his touchdowns per catch ratio is really good.
Yeah, that's really good.
No, I think he'll be fine. If he's not, he's a total loser. Like if literally the Texans winning and he gets 2 touchdowns isn't good, then he's just Jamar chasing the hell out of this thing then. And
he
just only cares about his stats and himself. And
he'll have 561 yards on the year. He'll also have
34 touchdowns,
102 catches, and 34 touchdowns.
They should really pull the Chris Carter thing with him. Berman used to say all he does is catch touchdown passes. That should really be his thing this year.
Mm-hmm.
Let Nico and Tank get all the yards and catches. Let me just catch touchdown passes.
Here is CJ once again talking about the 3rd down play.
It was huge. I definitely think that we love those type of moments. Like, gotta have it, need it right here. And he did a great job of just securing the catch. I try to put in a spot where he can get it. DB kind of played it well. They say there's no, what do they say? The defense, no perfect defense for the perfect throw or something like that. That's it right there. But no, kudos to the Colts too. They're a great, well-coached team. They flew around today. They changed up some looks that we didn't think that we're going to get. They made us drive down the field, be methodical. And I feel like when we did that, we look good.
They really did. Yeah, CJ, you know what? That's the first game. What about Joe Mixon? We don't see him the entire – who needs preseason?
I had no idea what we were getting into. Joe Mixon was so violent. I mean, what a violent runner he was.
When he was drafted in our drafts in fantasy football, I was like, how can you take this guy?
I didn't know what to expect.
I have no idea what to expect out of him.
I wasn't expecting – well, no, wait. I was not expecting that.
No,
I can tell you 100% didn't expect him to look that good, that quick. He looked quick. He looked
and
explosive.
He wasn't that way last year in Cincinnati.
No.
As a matter of fact, I think he was worse in yards after contact last year. I'm one of the worst backs in the league.
But he's also, I think, rejuvenated by being on a new team. You know how that breathes life. And remember when Corey Dillon left Cincinnati and went to New England? Like sometime it breathes, Saquon Barkley, it breathes life into a running back. But the question's going to be, how long can he do this? Because, I mean, he took some punishing hits. He's not going to be carrying 30 times a game. I mean, that's clearly not going to be the case. But I do wonder how they're going to split up carries moving forward.
Well, at least Dameon Pierce looked pretty good too.
Mm-hmm.
That's a positive.
He looked decisive yesterday. Now, some of that was because there were clear points of entry for him.
Yep. Here is Joe Mixon talking about the offensive line and the job that they did yesterday, getting him 158 on the ground, another 19 through the air.
Yeah, man, it's, really about will and want to. I mean, the O-line all week, man, it was just saying like, hey, man, we got to make this thing shake. We got to make it shake. And I'm like, man, let's go get 150. Let's go get 150 started off. And, hey, we got 159. And, we just got to keep getting better, keep building. Like Steph said, it's a lot of yards to, go get. And shit, even Slug was saying the same thing, man. Hey, you gotta pull up out of there. And it was 2 of them where, I wish I could have back, bro. But, I mean, more than anything, I'm just proud of how, them boys came out here and we fought hard and we fought to the finish. It was a 4-quarter game, and we used all 15 minutes of it, man. And I'm just glad I was happy to close it out.
Quickly, before we go to Ship Talk, what meant more? CJ and the targets opening up the running game for Mixon, or Mixon and worrying about him opening up some throws for CJ?
I think Mixon running the football made it a little easier on the offensive line, because in the second half, I didn't think the pressure was quite as great. Well,
no, but which opened up which? I think the threat of those wide receivers,
yeah, because they were not They
made him play
weren't
the
more than
run softer.
Well, because they were able to sit in 3 wide receiver sets, they had 6 in a box. Like they had soft boxes.
That's off box.
They had soft boxes. And so I think the personnel, I think the fear of Tank, I'm not sure Tank is going to have the year that people want him to have if he's outside. Tank, to me, I understand that people on the Texans think, oh, no, Tank is going to be fine outside. Dude, he's a small corner. I mean, he's a small receiver. Tank's bread and butter, his glory is in the slot position, and that's where Stephon Diggs is going to play. So I'm not sure from a fan. I still think it's good for the team. I think you have to watch Tank Dell. I don't, and I think there's creative ways you can get him to football without just having to beat bigger corners outside the numbers. But I'm not sure that Tank outside is going to really have the fantasy impact that some people think, but the football impact is still going to be there. The respect for Stephon, the respect for Tank, the respect for Nico. John, I don't think it's going to be unusual for the Texans to see 6-man boxes. And at some point, teams are going to have to decide, man, Joe Mixon is just tearing our ass up. We're going to have to, play some single high safety and get that other safety in the box and give him at least a 7-man look.
And then you open it up.
And then you got one-on-ones.
That's how that goes. All right. We got to break it here. Dell has got Ship Talk on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I've got to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing right now. I got to talk about Billy Brown and his people over at Aqueduct Plumbing. And, how many times have we told you? You have got to have this number in your phone, 281-488-6238. It's like it is so important in case you ever need it. You don't have to call us and say, hey, what's the number of that guy, of the plumber? What is that again? You don't need that. You got it in your phone right now. You can put in aqueduct. You can put in plumber, whatever it is that you put in there. Know that number, 281-488-6238, because Billy and his guys will come to your home. I love that they don't charge. They're not going to charge you $70 just for showing up. And then, we'll take it off the bill. Well, what if I don't want to use you? You're gonna charge me $70, hold me hostage with my $70? No. Billy Brown says, we'll come, we'll evaluate the situation, and then we'll give you a great fair price. It's what they do, and a lot of plumbers don't. If you're looking for a plumber, you got to have them right now, or you want to do some preemptive work, 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hey, guys, I want to tell you about a new sponsor to the show, and it's one that I'm really happy about. They're called Quick Assist. Now, the spelling's a little different. It's Quick, ASYST. Go download the app. This is going to make ticket resale very easy and very hassle-free. We all get our hands on tickets. You can't end up going to the game, and the first thing you do is like, oh, my gosh, I got to go sign up for this, sign up for that. This is going to be a big hassle. Well, they let you focus on enjoying the game yourself if you've got some extra tickets that you want to sell. Simplify your resale process with Quick Assist and make being a sports fan enjoyable again. They're going to take care of everything for you, from listing your ticket on the marketplace to dynamically pricing it based on market demand. That's a really big deal. I've never seen this available like this before. You don't need to go buy one-on-one through every marketplace yourself. They're doing it across all the marketplaces, and they're going to notify you every time that they update the selling price, so you'll know exactly what you're getting. So if you got it too high, they bring it down as the game's getting closer. If it's too low, they'll increase it for you. Search Quick Assist, QUICKASYST, to download on the App Store today. You can go Google Play or the Apple App Store and make the most of your game day seats. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. But Dell's going to be in here now, and Dell's got there must have been some ship talk going on after the first NFL weekend, Dell.
Sure, but it's in some cases came from unlikely sources. But first, we're going to start off with something that happened on Saturdays. It's less ship talk unless you hate Notre Dame, which I fit that profile. This is the final call. Something we haven't gotten to. The final call from NIU's victory, upset win over Notre Dame.
He's lining it up. 5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold, Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! Picked up by NIU! Picked up by NIU! The Huskies have done it! The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history! They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country.
What a cool moment. What a really cool moment for that.
No, he didn't really ship talk him, though.
I didn't say. I did
That's
preface
Dell's.
it by saying,
you just
I
wanted
hate Notre
to play
Dame.
that.
That's just Dell's
And
ship
we
talk.
didn't talk about it, actually.
Yeah.
One of the biggest upsets in a school's history, a 28-point underdog going into Notre Dame and winning.
Into Notre Dame.
And winning that game.
They got $1.4 million to go in and beat Notre Dame and Notre Dame.
Wow.
They got paid $1 million plus to go beat Notre Dame in Notre Dame. And you know how many recruits are probably there for an easy W? Way too many.
Yeah.
I wish Northern Illinois players would run. Don't go to Notre Dame. Don't go here. Just like Florida did and Miami did to Florida. That'd have been hilarious. Yeah, that was a good one. What else you have, Del?
Well, I think it was ESPN NFL Countdown, whatever they call that show.
Mm-hmm.
Drew Bledsoe
Oh
was
my
on,
gosh.
and he was discussing Tom Brady.
Hold on a second. John, have you heard this?
No.
You're about to flip out.
So we know Drew Bledsoe was replaced by 2 eventual Hall of Famers, Brady and Romo. Here is Drew Bledsoe discussing the differences between the two.
In Dallas, Parcells made the decision to yank me at halftime of a game and throw Romo in there. Really didn't agree with that one. If you're watching this, Romo, you know this is true. The minute that he became the starter, he became pretty big in his own mind. And he was no longer the curious, inquisitive guy. Where that was the difference between him and Tommy. Tommy became the starter. He still was asking all the questions where all of a sudden Romo was the guy that had all the answers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you're watching this, Tony, you know it's true. Sounds like Drew just wanted to feel important. When New England replaced him, Tom Brady still asking. Drew probably thought, okay, that's a sign of respect. And I guess Tony Romo decided, I'm not asking Drew for what? For what? Why am I asking Drew Bledsoe? But man, that's a pretty good shot. I did not expect that yesterday when I heard that one. I was like,
well, yeah, that was, and I could certainly see it. It was he ain't doing that to Tommy. He did that to Oh, sure, you can take shots at Tony Romo. His
well,
game
Tom
has
he was good with Tom. Tom was
He's
still
good
asking,
with Tom.
yeah. And it's not like either one of those guys were high draft picks. Tom Brady was a 6th. Romo was like a 7th. So it's not like Romo would have had all the answers on the field at that time. But just rare. You don't really see those kind of shots. We're way past the time frame of those two guys playing in Dallas, and yet that's the first time we've heard Drew Bledsoe come after Tony Romo before. What else you have, Dale? You have anything with Shedeur Sanders or Nebraska?
He did talk a lot about his teammates in not a very positive light.
You don't say.
We could get to that at some point. But I did want to go to Jamar Chase because we talked about Jamar Chase and, him showing up and holding the Bengals over a barrel. Am I going to play? I'm ill. I'm not really feeling it. Well, this was him before the game earlier in the week where he was asked about the rumor of whether he was only looking for $1 more than Justin Jefferson.
A lot of rumors. Is it true that the reports that you want 1 penny more than Justin Jefferson?
If I want to beat Justin, I'm going to beat the shit out of Justin. Not by a penny, brother. So,
more at this point, do you feel like?
So he says, if I wanted to beat Justin Jefferson's contract, I want way more than him. I'm not just looking to get $1 more than him.
Dude.
Cool. Why don't you wait until next year when it's your turn to look for your money?
Your team just got upset by the worst team in the NFL. You guys looked awful. It's been all about you, Jamar Chase. This is the most selfish preseason move I think I've ever seen. I mean, He's got 2 years left on his deal.
He's going to get paid. It's literally just a matter of time. It's literally just it's like wanting to. Okay, it's like I shouldn't say drink because you're going to drink before. But let's just say, all right, I want to drive a car. Well, you got to wait till you're 16. You can't drive right now. I know you want to drive right now, Justin. And let's face it, he can start doing this next year when he has a year left on his contract. But 2 years in advance, there's nothing you can do about it. They're not giving you brand new money with 2 years left on a contract when you immediately are going to rocket into the $25 million a year range. Like it's not. Somebody else yesterday on Twitter told me, well, I side with the players over the greedy owners. I'm like, you're basically siding with Jamar Chase over his teammates. That's what this was.
Yeah.
Because he didn't need to go this deep with it. He really didn't. There's nothing that was going to happen other than he was going to hurt his teammates.
Oh, that's all he did was hurt his team yesterday. That's it. What else, Del?
Lance wanted to get to it. Here it is. After the Nebraska shellacking of Colorado, which they kind of took their foot off the gas in the second half, here's Shedeur Sanders comparing his life in the pocket to Dominic Raiola or Dylan Raiola.
I mean, how many times did Raiola get touched?
You said what?
How many times did Raiola get touched? There was able, like, of course, whenever you're able to run the ball consistently, and whenever you're able to, then that opens up the pass, But it's just like you got to understand like what your team good at. So it's like, why would we keep running the ball if we out there and we get in a situation where it's a must get and we don't get it?
Are those kind of like 4th and 1 conversions that haven't gone your guys' way in the last couple? Is that kind of play into everybody's mind? Is that kind of something on your mind thinking about advancing the ball and whatnot?
Nah, I'd rather if we're gonna go down, I'd rather go down swinging, honestly, because I know I could throw the best punch.
Not really. A terrible pick six. It was only on him and on nobody else.
He said it was a rookie mistake, and the assumption by everyone was he was talking about his receiver. Was he blaming himself or his receiver for that?
Probably his receiver.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no accountability for him. There's no leadership.
Throwing his offensive line under the bus. Not only his offensive line, but he threw his defense under the bus too for not getting to Dylan Raiola.
Yeah, he threw
everybody under the bus.
Well, I think that was also his shot at his own offensive line. Like, how many times was he touched? And then look at me. How many times was I touched? He's always, if he's breathing, he's bad-mouthing his offensive line.
It's a double shot, though. It's a double shot to his offensive line and his defense.
What quarterbacks do is quarterbacks will protect teammates. Like, good quarterbacks, even just average starters in the NFL, one of the things you learn is you protect teammates. Head coaches are supposed to protect their players and their coaches.
How much does this hurt him, Lance, as far as draft?
I think it kills them because the physical stuff, like, you have to have a certain level of leadership. I think it hurts him a lot, John. And I talked to one team. I haven't dug deep into this, but I talked to one, I shouldn't say a team. I talked to a scout who said, and his quote was, and he has that area. I was talking about him. I was trying to help a guy who's going to be on the broadcast doing Colorado stuff. So I asked about him, and he said, what you see is what you get. He said, he's not a secret leader behind closed doors. He's literally just all about himself. And he said, and I asked him, I said, will teams just look at the physical and not worry about the other? He goes, no way, you can't, because you have to, if he's not accountable and not showing any leadership now, what is he going to do when things go bad in the NFL? And I think this kills him. I think it kills him because it's never his fault. He showed up big. Did you see him leave the field with 2 minutes to go? He left the field and went into the locker room. Like, he's ready to flex his watch when he's and go yell at Matt Rule whenever, last year they had some kind of weird made up anger at Matt Rule in Nebraska. But when it goes the other way, he's going to take off and he's not going to show up. And, I know we're not talking Texans now, but watching Nebraska, and I just had no doubt Nebraska was going to whack Colorado, but watching Nebraska and Colorado, Matt, so you look at the 2 years, it's the same coach coming in the same amount of time. Matt Rule and Deion Sanders, they come in at the same time. Both of them have a lot of things to clean up on the roster. Deion gets off to a quick start. They beat Matt Rule. Matt Rule's offense was terrible. He had a bad quarterback situation, all that stuff. You fast forward 1 year, and Deion has been in a portal 1 billion times. And you look at what Matt Rule, not a lot of talk. He's bigger, faster, stronger, and they're kicking people's ass. They're very, very physical. They're much more explosive now. His quarterback is a freshman. Shador is supposed to be a top pick in the NFL draft. Deion has already said they're not going to certain places. He's going to pull, he said in his words, quote unquote, we're going to pull an Eli situation. Okay, that's strike one for him. But strike two, the strike on Deion Sanders is Matt Rule has an identity in Nebraska. You know what they're trying to do. Yeah, Matt Rule understands. He's been a coach for a long time. He knows how to build a roster. Deion is just portaling away. He's trying to do everything through flash. And Deion's doing what he knows, which is using his sizzle more than the substance.
Do you think there's any substance in practices? There's any teaching tech? I don't know. I just
I don't know. I mean, he's lost some really good coaches, but I think Deion, it comes back to personalities. Is Matt Rule kind of understands how to build a roster out. Yeah. Like, this is how you build it. This is how it grows. He's already done it at Baylor. He did it at Temple. NFL wasn't a good fit. Deion was at Jackson State, which is a highly unusual. He got Travis Hunter because he was Deion Sanders. I mean, Travis Hunter is a 5-star prospect. Shador Sanders is would have been a Power 5 quarterback. They're playing at Jackson State. Once he gets to Colorado, he has not been able to sustain a roster. He has not built a true identity on either side of the ball. Like, Deion, this is really a rough look on Deion right now.
We got a break.
Before we go, can we wrap up with some levity? Gerard Mayo was being interviewed today. Big win for the we didn't talk about what the Bengals put out there besides Jamar Chase, but Gerard Mayo was asked about Jacoby Brissett scrambling, and he said it was a bit of a surprise because Brissett's probably the slowest black quarterback in the league.
It's true, though. He is.
Yeah. All right, we got to break it. 713-780-3776. Let's get back to the Astros and Justin Verlander on the other side.
Great.
Right here
Good
on
news.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But you got to get back to John Daspit.
Yeah, I get back to John Daspit, helping you if you've been injured. Personal injury lawyer. And you see his commercials on TV. You see his billboards. My sons, we were driving by Wesleyan and 59, and there's a billboard of John, and it talks about how many cases he had filed. It's an old billboard, obviously. The case number's much higher than that now because he's the biggest here in the city of Houston. He files the most cases. He has the most lawyers. And that's a big deal for you. And I'll tell you why, because that lawyer to client ratio is important, that you have people who are going to be working on your case and treating you with the same level of care and concern that they would want to be treated with. And that's something that really separates John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm is they really go through every single facet of what happened with you. You were injured, and it was a negligence of someone else. Was it the workplace? Was it in the roadway? Doesn't matter. Whoever the insurance company is, they're going to start working with them directly to make sure all your hospital bills are taken care of. You get the X-rays and CT scans and MRIs that you need to make sure that you're fixed and that you're better. If there is going to be issue with pain and suffering, they're going to get you compensated. Some pain and suffering includes loss of life for someone in an accident, And so you obviously want them to take care of your family, or you're going to want to make sure that your family's taken care of. A breadwinner is injured and they can't make it back to work because of a physical disability. That has to be accounted for. And those are sad things to talk about, but fortunately you have somebody like John Daspit fighting for you. John Daspit's law firm is daspitlaw.com, DASPIT law.com, or call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I knew this wasn't going to work out well. Lance, my new setup is in our TV area room here. It's on the same level as the kitchen. I was down in the basement, but I had a Wi-Fi. Now I have to be plugged into the router, which is up here. And Wendy walked behind me, and sure enough, the chat. Okay. Are you? I mean, that's all. Is that Mrs. Johnny Wood? It's all back there. So, can you all? I mean, just terrible. So no, I had to move in front of the kitchen door here. Also, it's just chat. Does anyone know what Tyreek did to get arrested? He said, well, he was in the car praying, and the cops rolled up.
Well, he wasn't arrested. He was detained.
He was detained. At first, they
had him in handcuffs.
Yeah.
And that's what
said arrested.
Yeah.
Which he had to detract.
Yeah, he didn't leave the actual site. He was detained and handcuffed and knee in some area of his legs to get him to sit down, face down on the concrete. Calais Campbell got handcuffed too. One of the NFL's Men of the Year. He was wearing the patch on the field just 3 hours after being handcuffed right in front of the stadium. So yeah, it was an interesting morning. Almost didn't believe it. Almost felt like this was a bit. Like, oh, Tyreek's trying to get some attention.
Show Speed ran by.
Yeah, something.
Or Aiden Ross was over there.
You assumed at some point.
Well, so it's an unfortunate thing because I saw some of the video. I think some of it is the case of you don't have to be an a-hole to the cop. Like, why make it harder on yourself? And then when you're the cops, why go that police officer, whoever it is, like, do you need to go that extra mile to do, to have him down on the ground? Like, was he a danger to everyone? But it's kind of, I see this all the time. And when I'm in my YouTube, rabbit holes, YouTube rabbit holes, you always see somebody like unnecessarily aggressive toward the cops and won't comply and do anything that they ask them to do. And then you see the cops, start taking things a little too far. Like, okay, a-hole, like the way we would feel if we were, dealing with somebody who was being belligerent when we had a job to do, something like that. So I don't know. It always seems like you have one overzealous police officer, and then you have Tyreek, who probably, I'm guessing he didn't just speed 10 miles an hour. Like I said, 40 and a 30. My guess is he was reckless driving is what he was cited for, not speeding.
Yeah, I've seen multiple reporters say different things about the actual.
I only listen to Jeff Darlington because he's at the scene wherever there's crime taking place, like with John's boy, who was
Scheffler.
When he was defunding the police, Scott Scheffler. That's right.
Listen, it's almost identical. Oh, but you're on Tyreek's side now, not on Scotty Scheffler's
I'm not.
side.
I didn't say I was on anyone's side.
Did Tyreek drag an officer?
No,
Yeah.
no, he
you
did
don't know
not.
what he did.
Well,
no, we actually don't know what he did yet.
Well, we know.
What have you seen?
I've seen, obviously, a lot of people have seen that first clip where
I saw that where he's on the ground.
He's on the ground, and then they move him to the sidewalk.
That's Reek. That's Reek, bro.
And then
whenever they're in
we have one officer with him, and then there's another officer who like rushes over it, and we can't see what he does, but immediately Tyreek drops like 3 feet and is now sitting on the sidewalk as opposed to standing. So some people are assuming that officer maybe kicked him or hit him some way to get him down. And also I did see, I think I mentioned earlier, the clip of an officer saying, "I will break your glass. I will break this glass." When Tyreek's still in the car because he wouldn't roll the window down. So,
but why wouldn't he roll the window down?
I don't know.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know.
That's just unnecessary escalation. And then you got a guy and an officer who can't handle it, who can't deal with that. It's stupid that it ever got to that point. Honestly, that's so dumb that it gets to that point.
So we've got an officer on administrative leave. We have the NFL's number one player, at least according to the NFL. That's what other people point out, NFL players at least. We had Scotty Scheffler, who was the number one player in the world, get handcuffed and arrested. We have the guy voted by the NFL players, the number one player in the league, get handcuffed.
Hold on.
And they both were allowed to compete.
Yeah.
And Jeff Darlington was in both spots.
Bravo on Twitter.
Jeff Darlington setting the cops up for this to get stories?
I don't know. This guy Bravo on Twitch says, Scotty drags an officer and gets to walk away. Tyreek down to the ground. LOL. Yeah, that's not. Scotty Scheffler actually was immediately cuffed, put into a car, and arrested and booked. Tyreek went to the stadium.
Well, the question is,
maybe not exactly the same, but they did both play.
Well, the question would be if Tyreek I forgot who it was. What's his agent's name? Drew Rosenhaus and Calais Campbell. If those guys all weren't there at the time, who knows?
What would have happened?
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I think that's, that's true. I don't know. We didn't see enough of it happen. Regardless, they both played, and Tyreek did have an 80-yard touchdown where Jalen Waddle put him in cuffs after the touchdown. Did you see that, John? I don't know that the NFL, I don't know if Roger, Roger.
They may get fined for that.
I'm not sure that Roger loved Tyreek putting his hands behind his back for a handcuffing celebration.
Well, I don't know. Do they get fined? They didn't use a prop, right?
Nope.
They just, but.
Are you allowed? Yeah, you can celebrate with your teammates.
Right. But.
So I'm not sure. That's happened before in that stadium. It was we're talking 7 years. Braxton Berrios did that too, but as a Cane, when it was the Catholics versus convicts thing. They were playing the Notre Dame. They're blowing out Notre Dame. He caught a touchdown pass and did the same thing. So apparently it's a thing there. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with the NFL. I imagine they wouldn't want that highlighted, but it's within the rules, I think.
Yeah, and hey, he was detained what appears to be unnecessarily. So I don't know. You're going to add insult to. You're going to fine him. I don't know. I think Roger will look really bad if he levies a fine, especially a big fine against him for acting out something that
happened
was
hours
unfortunate
ago.
for
Yeah,
him.
and we don't have ESPN here because we don't have DirecTV, as a lot of you. Oh, we do have it. We don't have ESPN, as a lot of you do, are having an issue with that. But we know. I saw Stephen A. Smith immediately say, "This is going to be a thing. We're going to talk about this." So
Of course.
I imagine it's all over the network right now.
Yeah, but regardless, I mean, that was something that happened yesterday, and Tyreek did play. Could have ended worse, but it didn't. He did play. He did go for 100 yards. Jalen Waddle went for 100. They came from behind to beat Jacksonville. So if you're keeping score, AFC South 0-3, Houston Texans, the kings of the AFC South 1-0.
I have high aspirations for the Texans.
You doubters out there who, by the way, Sam put together predictions from everyone at the station about how many games the Texans would win and where they'd go. Most of us primarily had 11 wins.
Joel Blank was
AFC
the doubter.
Championship. Joel went 9 wins division round. But Jeremy Branham said 10 wins, but I think the rest of us said 11 wins.
Yeah, I said 11, and I added context. They get 2 home games. I think they're making the AFC title game. If they have to go on the road in the divisional round, it may end there. But yeah, this team should win at least 11 games.
They will have home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
With 11 wins? Didn't you say 11 wins? You think they're only going to win 11 and still?
Well, I'm going to 15 now.
After a close win over the Colts?
Yeah. I'm not overreacting. All I'm saying is after watching this team yesterday, I want to revise my bid, and I'm going up to 15.
Now, the running attack was great. Your quarterback getting hit 10 times, not so great.
The defense looked good other than 3 plays.
Well, that's against a guy who's not very advanced in the passing game. I'm glad they stopped the run. I'm glad they were able to stop the run for the most part, except Anthony Richardson had a big run. I would hope that they play deep balls better going forward.
You cannot stop an Alec Pierce.
Oh, well,
first of all.
a lot of people did.
No. And
Last
Alec
year.
Pierce is going to have big play. He's got big play
many people
capability.
stopped him in college.
What about that other guy, the Doolin? What about no one can stop Doolin either?
Ashton Doolin? Oh, you didn't even see him last year. He's hurt. Look at him.
No one can stop Ash. No one can stop
have
AD.
17 touchdowns this year.
No one can stop AD Mitchell, who should have had 2 touchdowns.
Yes, it was wide open
because the passes are just 1 inch shorter.
Yeah, so they probably could have given up.
There was some scary stuff that happened yesterday.
If you throw in the 280 Mitchell ones, you're probably talking about on 4 pass plays, 220 yards.
He throws for 450 and 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like I'm a little curious. I'm a little curious about how the secondary is going to do moving forward.
Through no credit to the Texans, by the way, they were not complete just because Anthony Richardson is who he is, and they got Caleb. By the way, we didn't mention Bullock's pick, awesome. That turf played a part, but his play on the ball really, really good.
Absolutely. Yeah, Bullock made a great catch, didn't he? That was fantastic. Hey, they look good. They looked really good yesterday, except just a couple of plays. 903 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's break it. You guys want to get in? 713-780-3776.
Let's go.
Time to talk about a little maestro.
Let's talk about tequila. Was it a tequila day for you yesterday? Well, if you had your action and you had Texans minus 2.5, you may have hit the tequila in a different way than a celebratory way, but you still got the win. I mean, come on. We're excited about our team getting wins. Anytime we get wins, and we're excited about enjoying a nice sipping tequila. The weather's amazing outside today. What a great day to sit outside and have a sip of a 2-ounce poured tequila, maybe with a single ice cube or maybe with no ice cube. You decide. I might suggest that you grab a bottle of Maestro Bell, run to your liquor store, the one that you go to, the one that has the good tequila in it, because they're a good tequila, and you're going to find Maestro Bell. It's reasonably priced, but it's a very good tequila, very well made in Tequila, Mexico. Their Cristalino is top of the food chain. They invented the category, but I love their Añejo as a sipping tequila as well. Some love the Reposado, but I'm telling you, my 2 favorite are Cristalino and Añejo, and I think you're going to love really any of the Maestro Bell tequila products that you find. Check them out for yourself. Grab a bottle, take a picture, send it to me on Twitter, and tell me how you're enjoying Maestro Bell.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell at 713-780-3776. Southwest Jay's been waiting a while. Let's get him in here to talk about Justin Verlander. Hey, Southwest Jay.
Hey, what's up, guys? Quick question here. Who do you think the Astros replace JV's playoff roster spot with? Do you think of pitcher with Seth Martinez, maybe Montero, or even Forrest Whitley, or do they go position player?
You've got a limited number of pitchers when you get to the postseason. So that might be just he comes off and you bring up I believe the number is 12. That's the max. Some teams go with 11, especially in a short series. If they're in the wild card round, I could certainly see it would be a position player because you're going to have your 5 guys, Arrighetti, and depending on how Arrighetti is throwing at the time, and obviously Blanco looked pretty good the other night coming in relief. It would be a position player, and it might be even a pinch runner, a guy that you just bring up that would pinch run in a situation. I don't see them. I don't see them getting bringing up another pitcher in his place because you'd only need 3 starters in the wild card round, and so you'd send 2 guys down to the pen.
Is there a chance that? Is there a chance that Justin Verlander makes the playoff roster because they don't want to embarrass him? Jim Crane says, "Hey,
what? And
I want him
sits
on
there.
Yeah,
and he sits there.
Yeah, there's pitchers who don't pitch from time to time. I think it's a possibility that Crane says, "Man, you've done so much for us, Justin." He may not even say it to Justin. He just may go right to Dana and say, "Dana, I want to make sure that no matter what, we have Verlander on the playoff roster." I think it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a wasted spot then.
It is. No, I'm not saying
it
it
isn't.
isn't.
Going to start, and you're not. Listen, if you got a 3-game series, all at home in the wild card round because you're the West champ, you got to win 2 out of 3, and they're all at home. Verlander is not starting. Verlander's not in the rotation. He's just not. Not right now. He's still got time. He's only got a couple of starts left, though. Maybe 3 starts left now. And if that's the case, look, I was just on the ESPN app where it gives you the probable starters. They have no idea after this series who's up next. They've got Kikuchi is going to be in there obviously somewhere because he's obviously, but they don't know when. Is it a 6-man rotation anymore? We saw Blanco come out of the bullpen, but Blanco could go back into the starting rotation because he pitched on Saturday. He could go back into the starting rotation on Friday. So no idea. We've got Arrighetti, Brown, and Valdez over the next 3 days. And then you go to the Angels. It could be Blanco could be Kikuchi, Blanco, and then who knows, bring up Arrighetti again for Sunday after he pitched on Tuesday. If you're going to go to Verlander is going to get another start. So Verlander will be in there somewhere. But
Verlander's getting
he's running out of time.
He is, but he's going to get every opportunity, John.
Yeah,
maybe he deserves it. Maybe he deserves for what he's done for the Astros. Maybe he deserves it. It's not like they're 1 game up on Seattle. I mean, they've got a lead on Seattle and they can afford to do this right now. And I'm okay with it. I'm okay with them saying, hey, let's give Justin every opportunity possible. This could be a retirement year for him. He's not going to hit his vesting innings pitched, so it's not going to vest for next year. What is the team if Justin finishes the season like he's pitching right now? And remember, it took forever to get healthy from a neck injury. And he's pitching like this. Do I think somebody might sign him? The Detroit Tigers might give him, $19 million a year for 1 year. Yeah, maybe they would do that. He's not going to be on the Astros. He's not going to be on the Astros radar, but this could also be a retirement from baseball type year for Justin Verlander at this age.
You know what? The Seattle thing, again, You're 4 games away from Cleveland and 5 games from the best record in the American League.
It's still a ways to go, though, because not everyone's not like Seattle just loses nonstop.
No. It's still a ways to go, but you got Cleveland in the last 3 games of the season. So you want to get to that last weekend down 1 game. You want to get at worst down 1 game, maybe 2. If you're down 2, you're going to have to go sweep them.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get to that last series down 1 game, and just throwing Justin Verlander out there every 5th day is not the way to do that. And you got to think about, hey, we want to rest. We want to get our guys ready, rest our guys for the division series, not have to play and worry about the wild card. And we got to win as many games as possible. We frittered away all of those losses early in the season. Now it's time. You know what? We can't afford to be throwing games away now, throwing Justin Verlander out there, giving up an 8 spot in 3 innings.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, listen, Justin Verlander, this is his last year here. I know you don't want to embarrass him, but you also don't want to hurt your team.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, but I've been saying that for years, and
we
had
had
all
with
this.
Abreu, and I don't know that this is a much different situation.
Yeah, but this is a way different. Abreu had never done anything for you.
Well, that's true.
Abreu had never done anything. Justin Verlander's won 2 Cy Youngs, had no hitters, won world championships. Like, it's not even. But my idea was, I got so fed up listening to people like, you don't want to hurt Michael Brantley's feelings by moving him in the lineup. Like, Dustin, you don't want to make him feel bad by moving him from 2 to 6. And like, who cares? You're number one. And yes, and the same thing when at the end of the day, winning is the number one thing. And if Justin Verlander hurts you, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be shocked if the owner, and it's his team, he spends the money, John, if he says, I don't want Justin Verlander sitting on the sidelines in his last season as an Astro.
KJ brings this up. Do they come up with the fake injury? Oh, his neck.
That's what Eric Layden thinks should happen, that he has an oblique injury that won't go away. And Eric Layden and I were texting back and forth. He said Verlander just needs to say he's got an oblique, give him a smooth exit from the season, just like, and just IL him. And that way there's no issues. And that's real, John. That could happen. That might be the way that the Astros, actually, that's probably more likely than the Astros keeping him on a roster where they know it's just a pity selection.
It's a pity party?
Well, I mean, if they put him, isn't that a pity selection if they put him on in the playoff roster right now?
Yeah, no.
Because
absolutely.
you don't want to, quote unquote, embarrass
is
him?
Is it more embarrassing going to the every day going to or every game going to watch Justin Verlander sit in the dugout while somebody else starts?
Well, that's why you
which is more embarrassing for him?
You designate him with you hit him with the injury.
Oh, my oblique's starting to hurt. Oh, my neck. My neck's never gotten right.
And that's all.
Yeah.
That's true. That's the comfortable way out for all parties involved.
Before we go to break, wrap your minds around this. When the year started, if I told you whether it's the wild card round or the divisional round, the Astros pitching rotation to start a series is Fromber, Hunter Brown, and either Arrighetti or Kikuchi.
First of all, I would have said I don't know Arrighetti.
I
think he's in the minor leagues, right? And
yes.
Who's the Kikuchi from the
he struggled
from the Blue Jays?
Yeah, that one.
Kikuchi?
Yeah. That's your rotation.
And I say, what happened to Justin? What happened to Christian Javier?
I can't tell you
Did
that.
McCullers make it back? Did Garcia make it back? Where's Urquidy?
First of all, you'd never ask the McCullers question. You would.
Yeah, I wouldn't have asked that.
I can't tell you what happened to other guys, but I'm just going to tell you those are your 3 or your 4, depending on how you set it up.
I would have said pop Kikuchi and let's roll.
Wow. Wow.
Can't stay away, huh?
Well, here's another thing. Somebody brought up that they're going back to the 6-man rotation. They have one more day off, Thursday, September 26th. And that's it for the whole season after today. So they've got a series against Oakland here, at the Angels, at the Padres. They've got 4 with the Angels here and 3 with Seattle here, and then at Cleveland to finish up the season. So they got one more day off after today. They probably go to the 6-man, and you keep throwing Verlander out there. He's got 1, 2, 3 more starts.
2 more.
Well,
if he ain't getting it done, he's going on
if
the
he ain't
injured
getting it done,
list.
you got it. Yeah, that day off on Thursday, that would be his start. Right? You can't keep if he blows up in 2 more starts, you can't throw him back out there again. You can't keep throwing the games away. You just can't. All right, 713-780-3776. Time for me to talk about HR&P. My peeps over at HR&P love what they do. You'll love what they do. They help your business. I recommended them to a company. They went in and they did an evaluation, and they said, we can save you with what you're doing with just 35 employees. We can save you $150,000 a year. 35 employees, and they can save you $150,000 a year. That goes directly to the bottom line. That puts more money in your pocket. As the GM, as the CFO, as the CEO, your business is the bottom line, and how much money you are spending, how much money you are making, how you're keeping everyone in your company employed, how you're paying your people with perfect technology that is second to none. All of these things tell you that HR&P could make your business better. Okay. Not only that, but not only will they save you in the payroll department, but they're going to save you in the benefits packages and the 401ks and the insurance, not because they're going to sell you their products. They're going to suggest the best products for your business. It's what they do every single day. They've helped our business tremendously. They'll help your business as well. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Let's talk about Watchtember. That's going to be September 21st. It's on a Saturday. It's going to be really, really cool. You got a chance to check out all of the cool watches that they have from around the world, but it's Watchtember Fest, which means there's going to be beer. There's going to be pretzels that are as big as your head. This is going to be an awesome, awesome event. They do some really cool events. I mean, they got 28,000 square feet, but this one's really cool. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Watchtember Fest. And you can shop watches for rare limited edition novelties brought in from all over the world. all day. There's beer on tap. There's fresh baked pretzels, brands like Cartier, Vacheron Constantin. You've got Panerai. You've got Grand Seiko, and many, many more. Can't wait to see you guys. This is going to be a lot of fun. Make sure that you come out September 21st. Check out all the awesome watches. Look at any jewelry that you want to look at. Enjoy the beer, the pretzels, and the fun at Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number. We got some callers on the line. Del, go ahead. Who's what order are they in? Pena's first up. What do you say, Pena?
Hey, good morning, guys. I want to talk about Monday Night Football with Christian McCaffrey with his Achilles and calf injury. Do you think he's going to be on pitch count, and do you think he's going to get like under 76.5 yards? Thank you. Have a great day.
So he's asking for basically daily fantasy. I mean, higher, lower. What was his question?
With McCaffrey with an Achilles and calf injury, is he going to be a pitch count, snap count, and can he get to over 76 yards?
But that's just how Kyle does it. He's going to be on a pitch count, but they're going to be smart with him. Their goal is to win a championship, so they're not going to be, can he get over? Yeah, he can obviously get over that. I don't like it today, though. I actually think today's a low-scoring game. I think it's going to be a tight game. I don't know who I like. I liked it when it was the Jets plus 5.5 years ago when the numbers first came out a long time ago. Now it's closer to what, 3.5? I think both defenses are gonna shine today, and I think this is a lower scoring game. So I would probably go lower on his receiving yards and rushing yards. I don't know that McCaffrey has a big game against the Jets. I think the Jets have a Super Bowl caliber defense.
Steve, too. So yeah, this is absolutely, I think, an under tonight. And I kind of like the Jets tonight.
I do too. I think if Aaron Rodgers comes out and plays well, I think the Jets could end up being the side.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. 713-780-3776. Who's up next, Dale? Mark is up next. Hey, Mark.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. Hey, two-part question. First is after that performance yesterday from Pittsburgh, what do you think the Steelers will do with Justin Fields and the Russell Wilson dilemma? I don't really know how you turn away from Fields. He didn't play very well, but they got the W, and it's a sticky situation there. My second question is I just moved to Tennessee recently, and I'm in Nashville specifically. A lot of Houston Oilers stuff around here, and I wanted to get the lay of the land of what exactly happened and why they moved to Tennessee. I know the 20,000-foot overview, but I wanted to see if you guys could get an in-depth reasoning of why that all went down.
Bud Adams, greed. The city was not going to pay him, give him the stadium that he wanted.
Hold on. Let me ask you. Let me. Now that you've had now that a lot of time has passed, because I kind of look at it a little bit differently. Forever, it was Bud Adams' greed. Bud Adams wasn't wrong. Bud Adams needed a new stadium. The Astrodome was no good. You know who else didn't want the Astrodome? Bob McNair. No one wanted the Astrodome. The problem was that the city funded bonds to help renovate the Astrodome. So they had already gone to get money to renovate the Astrodome. And how long was it, John? 1 year or 2 years later, the city had paid for that. And then Bud Adams was saying, I need a new stadium. He actually wasn't wrong. But it just rubbed everyone the wrong way, especially after his team had choked. Like the timing was so unbelievably bad after the Oilers always fell apart in the postseason with just massively disappointing losses.
30 years later, all the lack of success that we've had with this Texans organization, and it was still the right call. And it's still the best thing that happened to Houston.
Getting rid of yes. So basically what happened was he said, look, I got to have a new stadium. And the city balked at it. And once again, I'm telling you, a big part of it, just living here at the time, a big part of it was they had disappointed so much in the postseason. They had really good regular season teams and just unbelievable chokes and losses in the postseason. And people were just kind of tired of it. And Bud Adams was not really a super likable owner. And he said, look, I'm going to have to leave if I don't get a new stadium. I'm going to have a new stadium too. And this is after he had gotten money from the city to renovate the Astrodome. And the city basically said, leave then. They called his bluff, and he called their bluff. And they ended up moving, to not Nashville. They moved to, I think it was Memphis short term, at least in the short term, 1 year. And then they went and played, I think, at Vanderbilt maybe for a couple of years.
They were moving to Nashville.
And so I was actually, my first year, I wasn't even in radio yet, but I went and covered the locker room their year before they ended up leaving for Mike Keith in Tennessee. Yeah. I reached out to him, and man, what a weird locker room it was, where they were just a lame duck team. It was such a weird situation to be gathering. John, I'm going and doing interviews and doing the little gangbang setups where you have microphones all around people, where there weren't as much of it, when everyone knew the Oilers were leaving. And I'm getting it on tape and then mailing it, FedExing it to Tennessee, so that they're covering it from, a different city as Houston plays. The Oilers play their last season here. It was such a weird situation.
Hosted a debate on the topic with, I think Dan Patrick was on it.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, and he was pissed at
God,
me.
I remember
hey, you're
that.
The moderator. You're not supposed to. I said, I have an opinion on this.
He wanted to get rid of the team.
He wanted to get rid of him. And Bob Lanier hated Bud Adams.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a terrible situation.
It was bittersweet. Anyway. Like, people didn't want the Oilers to leave.
I was thinking about this yesterday. By the way, it was the best thing that could have happened. We've got CJ here now. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot. We've gone through a lot to get
long time.
CJ Stroud.
Took a long time.
And one playoff win.
I was thinking about what you said the other day. The biggest play in team history
is a missed interception.
Missed interception by the Colts, and it ended up getting the Texans the second pick.
It changed the history of an organization, potentially.
There should be a documentary on that play, how it changed everything in this city and in this organization.
Because you could go talk to, honestly, you could go talk to, Nick Casario or who. This would happen. It would have to happen 4 or 5 years down the road, or 10 years down the road, where they say, well, look, honestly, we were, ownership, we love CJ, but Bryce was going to be the guy. I don't know if they'd ever tell the truth on that.
Yeah, they might.
They might.
Okay. Biggest play in organization's history. I agree 100%. That was it. JJ's interception is number 2. Kevin Walters' catch against Cincinnati, number 3.
What was his? What
touchdown.
Was? Well, I know that was the win here at home against
Cincinnati.
What was Kevin Walters' catch that you're talking about?
He put him in the playoffs for the first time.
TJ Yates, Kevin Walter in Cincinnati.
That's right. TJ Yates.
Meet the team, Lance.
That's right.
Deshaun Watson's play against Buffalo to the backup running, or the running back that wasn't even supposed to be
running back.
Wasn't supposed to be on the field.
Yeah,
wasn't supposed to be on the field.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably number 4.
You're going to go individual scoring play. Well, you did say the JJ Watt play.
The JJ scored.
I bet there's bigger ones. Like, there's more iconic ones. Andre Johnson's touchdown against Washington.
Yeah, but
where he threw it up for fourth down. But
that was just a regular season win.
Yeah, well, that's an iconic one. Like, to me, that's bigger than the Kevin Walter one, for example.
The biggest plays in team.
Well, it has to be in big games. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the exception being an accidental win.
An accidental win.
I'm sorry. Are we going to – okay. Are you guys ready? Are you thanking Dusty yet? You got a 300 hitting catcher. Thank you, Dusty. And thank you, Lovey. Are we going to thank Lovey for winning that game? Everyone was all pissed. Lovey stuck it up everyone's ass. This is the ultimate revenge for Lovey. Thanks a lot, Lovey, you dumbass. You lose all the time, and then you win this game.
And it's only one game into this season, but everyone who tried to be nice to Bryce Young during the summer. What was this? First pass of the first half was a pick, and then his second pass of the second half was a pick. Everyone's like, hey, he'll be better. Not through game 1, he wasn't. He was worse. That is rough.
Not great.
We
He's
are
bad.
about 4 games away from all-time bust talk for Bryce Young.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
That's how quick it goes. He won't get to week 5 if this continues before we're talking all-time bust stuff.
Like Jamarcus Russell, Tony Mandarich.
Particularly when there's another quarterback doing what CJ's doing. When the guy you could have picked is doing what he's doing.
I mean, he's going to have to, and he's got such a bad situation over there, but my God, he had some awful throws. He may get ruined. I mean, he may get ruined where
We're
he's
seeing all-time bad quarterback play.
well, this week we sure did.
On a Deshaun and Bryce Young, 2 directly tied to the Houston Texans. All right, we got to break it. Access Vascular Health is what we're talking about now. I'm talking about your prostate. I'm talking about how you have to go to the bathroom time and time again, and it's just getting, oh, my God, getting up in the middle of the night. How many times? When you're at a game, excuse me, so you can get out of the aisle so you go to the bathroom and sit in that line and hold it, and, oh, my God, I got to go. And how many times do you have to go? And how many times are you sick of it? Okay. If you're not, well, there's more to it than that, because you could hurt your liver or your kidneys or you get urinary tract infections. You need to check that prostate out. You need Doc Manavis. You need Access Vascular Health. Access Vascular Health is going to cure that with an IV, okay, not surgery. If a doctor's told you have an enlarged prostate and you need surgery, you need a new doctor. You need my doctor, Doc Manavis. 975prostate.com. Process couldn't be easier, couldn't be simpler, couldn't be more painless. It's perfect. 975prostate.com.
Hey guys, time for me to talk about my old friends at Vanderford Air, keeping you cool, keeping you comfortable. How about a new air conditioner? I talk about fixing air conditioner. How about a new air conditioner? If you know you need a new air conditioner, if you know your air conditioner's 18, 20 years old, let's just say it's just not cooling effectively. Or maybe when you moved into a house, you found out that a builder just put a unit that wasn't big enough for your house. That happened to us whenever I lived in Pecan Grove years ago. We had one unit for a 2-story house, and it was upstairs was always brutal. It was always miserable. And sometimes that happens. Well, the people at Vanderford Air can come in and they can fix all kinds of issues. You know, when they install a new air conditioner, they put new lines throughout. If you don't have the right amount of air getting into a room. They can cut another vent out for you so that you have even more air conditioning coming in. The units are going to be very good units that are efficient units that are made for the size of your home, the proper size of your home. And that's how they operate. They are no frills, completely transparent, fair pricing, and great work. Vanderford Air, a family name that you can trust right here in Houston for years and years. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL. Vanderford Air, my air conditioning company.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Okay, we talked a little bit about the Cougs almost beating those Sooners in Norman. Great performance by the Cougs. Nice bounce back. Well, I'm going to give you a chance to watch them this Saturday live at TDECU. So caller 5 at 9:45. Caller 5 at 9:45 wants a pair of tickets to see Rice take on the Rice Owls for the Bayou Bucket. We are celebrating Houston with this hometown rivalry. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Remember, tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. But we are giving you an opportunity to get those tickets for free. Caller 5 to 713-780-3776 at 9:45.
All right.
Dell. I like it. John goes, all right.
All right. Dell, appreciate it. U of H and Rice. We'll do this after the show.
The Rice are slaughtered this weekend.
Oh, my
TSU.
God, did they kill?
They obliterated TSU.
Yeah.
The Fighting Owls.
And U of H looked so much better.
Yeah. You know owls are predators, don't you, John?
Yeah.
Owls are predators. They're not typically nice.
No, they weren't nice on Saturday, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. The Cougs offense still isn't nice, but boy, their defense, holy cow. Did they play well? They had opportunities too. They just couldn't get it done. We'll see if Kevin Barbay can turn this thing around offensively for U of H. We'll see. I don't know. They had a rough time of it at Mississippi State last year.
Sometimes it takes, Sometimes it takes a year. I mean, wasn't great last year offensively. You lose Matthew Golden. You lost some Samuel Brown. You lost a couple of really good players. So yeah. Willie Fritz is going to need another year at least to try to get that right. But hey, you got to go out and do the best you can right now. And that's what Willie did. Willie did a good job of having his guys compete and be competitive. And this should be a pretty fun game between Rice and U of H. And my goodness, the weather here, John, I'm not even lying. The weather here was brilliant. No heat, low dew point right now. The weather was great yesterday. It was like, I don't love the weather here typically in the summer, but I don't want to jinx it. But man, has it been a pretty good September already? Your weather probably was trouble.
And it's 100 here. It's 100.
Good. You deserve it after that picture you sent us. He was like, hey, guess look where I am. I bet you're not having a great time as we are. Yeah.
Too.
No, I said wherever you are is probably nice too.
No, in a sarcastic tone.
2.52%, boys. It
feels good here.
Yeah, it feels great.
Oh, it was 100 is perfect for me.
Oh, and it's going to be dew points below. It's going to be in the 50s and low 60s the whole time. Yeah, we care, John, because we live here. We're not Johnny Wooding it up trying to show off our wives in the background.
Well, I don't know if he was showing Wendy off.
Wendy, come twirl over here. Do a little screen.
Do a little spin.
I never told Wendy, do a little spin. Okay? That's ridiculous. Jackie. It was dumb to win that game. If the Texans got the top pick and chose Young, that's on them. Top pick is always better than second pick. Wrong.
Not this time, because they would have picked the wrong
And you
guy.
know what? And sometimes you make a mistake with that top pick.
And sometimes
Jackie,
fall in.
And sometimes you fall into some luck.
Hey, and Jackie, before they got C.J. Stroud, were we complimenting Nick Cassero on his decision-making? Let's take choices away from him, at least in that regard.
The entire city would have been pissed off. If they had taken Stroud everyone wanted Bryce Young at the time. There's a lot of people who try to back away from that and think they can just hide in the bushes and not me. I wouldn't. I wanted Stroud the whole time. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. People were ready to fight over Lovie Smith winning that game. They were ready to fight.
We never talked about, okay, the end of the half. So so they had a review whether or not he caught the ball. First of all, was it a catch or was it not a catch? It ended up being a catch, okay? But then after that, so here's what the referee said. We needed to confirm that it was a catch, number one. After that, we had to get the admin of the play correct. And so from the admin standpoint, the referee was told that the clock was set at 15 seconds. So it would have been set to 15 seconds if we were reversing the call. We didn't reverse the call. And so then we corrected the admin and the clock to 5 seconds, okay? So was it on the Texans to know that the clock would start?
Oh, no.
That was communicated to the quarterback.
The Colts had called a timeout.
But then
Do you remember
took
that?
it away.
Well,
then
but did they tell the Texans they took it away because the Colts called a timeout, I think because of the time discrepancy.
Okay, but here's the deal. So the Texans
It was never we didn't know what the hell was going on the
deal.
broadcast.
At first they thought it was 15 seconds. Then they said, no, okay, now it is a catch, so it is back to 5 seconds. And we took the timeout away. Now let's go. As opposed to giving the Texans some time to bring in the kicking team. Because if it was 15 seconds, it's fine to run a play. But when the referees say, nope, it's back to 5 seconds, and oh, by the way, we took their timeout away, and he said, I communicated to the quarterback, there are 5 seconds on the clock, and the ball will start on ready. Ready? Well, wait a minute. If we knew that, we wouldn't have our offense on the field.
Well, no, you could have just spiked it. It was second down. If he did that, then C.J. Stroud should have just had his team ready to go, caught it, snapped it, and spiked it again.
Well, then he would have had to go, right? And CJ didn't do that, and the clock started winding, and they almost snapped it. By the time CJ got the ball, it was almost to zero already because the clock had started. But that's a major screw. That's bad communication by the referees. First of all, that you take the penalty. Once you take that timeout away and you're going to start the clock, the field goal team should be on the field. But that had to be communicated, and you had to give the Texans time to make that decision as opposed to having the offense on the field. Now, CJ could have immediately spiked it, right? But I don't think there would have been enough time for him to even spike it. Because
if everyone was there was still 5 seconds. If everyone, first of all, I don't know where the 15 came from, because when you watch the play, the most you should have had was 12. I don't know where they're saying 15.
I don't know either.
Because the play was still going on. But regardless, I don't think the officials did a very good job. My guess is describing. Now, D'Amico never took issue with it, at least not publicly. But that's how he is. He's like mega accountable. My head coach is the king of kings. Okay?
I would have blown
First
a
of all,
stack. What are you
King
talking about?
of kings forever and ever.
Isn't that blasphemy?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Did you hear what he said? That's blasphemy, isn't it?
It is. It really is.
King of
kings and Lord of lords. Yes, and he shall reign, and D'Amico shall reign.
That is the worst. D'Amico doesn't even want that.
It's called
Stop
the
doing
Hallelujah
that.
Chorus. Get used to it, Dell. We got
Stop doing
C.J.
that.
Stroud's not afraid to sing the Hallelujah
So
Chorus.
when CJ, before any comments he makes, is thanking as Lord and Savior, is he talking about D'Amico or God?
God, but he also could say the king on earth is D'Amico
I don't
Ryans.
like where this is going.
King on earth, D'Amico Ryans? What's wrong with that?
We don't. This
You
is America.
are
We don't believe in
blaspheming.
kings.
Oh my gosh, just dictators apparently.
That's true, but not a king, not royalty. He took it by force, not by he wasn't ordained.
D'Amico was ordained.
By who? You?
Yeah. And Hannah.
Come on.
Queen Hannah and King Cal.
No. King Hannah.
See,
King Cal.
Did you see King Cal got a did you see he got a game ball, John?
He did not. Did he?
Yes, he did. And then he had to give a
what?
speech. I sent Dell the speech. I thought you might cut it up. D'Amico had a great post-game speech, and then he had Joe Mixon speech, and then he goes, and then they said Cal McNair, Cal, and they go speech. Everyone's saying speech. I'm like, no. And then he speaks. I just want to say,
Knowledge is power.
great job by the offensive line and all of you guys and our quarterback in H-Town. Get down.
Forever.
He didn't say that, but I was waiting for it.
All right, that's weird, but news of the weird is coming next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, we're talking about Houston powder coaters. I'm talking about saving your furniture, saving your patio furniture, and it's kind of a big deal, especially if it's older, because it's better. Okay, you would think, oh no, let me get new stuff. Well, the steel in the new stuff is not going to last as long as the steel that you have, especially if it's over 10, 15, 20 years old. If it's made in the, I don't know, 70s and 80s, it might be even better, especially if it's really good stuff you inherited from mom and dad or whatever the case may be, or you bought some older furniture. That's perfect. Keep it perfect. If it's rusting out, if straps and slings are going back, hey, it's savable. Salvage it and do it with free pickup and free delivery. Do it with a name you can trust, Houston Powder Coaters. They're going to make it look awesome. Do it by making it, you can change it up too. Change the colors of everything. Make it your team's colors. You want to go out tailgating. Even if you just bought new stuff, you want it to look, hey, wait a minute. I want this to be my team's colors. Be it whatever color it is that you love, whatever team you love. You can do that as well. All you need is Houston Powder Coaters. They're awesome. You'll love working with Robin. You're going to get a great product, and you're going to save money by not having to buy new stuff. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A new study says lady psychopaths are less likely to wear makeup. If you see a girl without makeup now, do you think she's a psychopath?
No, I'm actually a fan of less makeup, so I'm not sure where I stand here.
You like less makeup.
I guess you would call it the natural look. I don't know.
They're more likely to be psychopaths.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm not sure how I fit in there because I would like someone with less makeup, but if it means they're more likely to be a psycho, I got to balance that out.
But is it really like? I can think of lots of psychos with lots of makeup.
See, this is my issue. That was my thought too. It's like, wait a minute.
No,
I would think it's the
Doesn't
opposite.
feel like a great study.
No, there's so.
Is this a study or is this your opinion?
No, this is a study. A surprising. The Archives of Sexual Behavior uncovered that lady psychopaths are less likely to wear makeup. I think they're more preoccupied with their whatever they are going to destroy, kill, or destroy than actually looking good.
Well, you said, are you saying less or no makeup?
Are less likely to wear makeup.
Oh, I'm not saying no makeup. I like touch. So yeah, I'm good. I'm still good.
Well, psychopaths a lot of times are probably not as worried about the external as they are worried about psychopath stuff.
Right.
Exactly. I don't think wearing less makeup makes you a psychopath. I just think psychopaths probably are like, I got other things on my mind.
Well, this man is saying no makeup. So if you see a woman walking around with no makeup, run the other way.
That's right.
My wife doesn't wear makeup.
Well,
run.
He's already made his choice.
Yeah, we already know she's a psychopath yelling at your kids. We know that.
Yelling at random Texas football players that can't hear her anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. That's just she's a mad sports fan.
Okay.
She wasn't on Saturday.
Oh, she was. It was great.
She actually won't watch games with me anymore. She's literally believes I'm a jinx. I haven't watched a game with her except when we went to the Alabama loss at home 2 years ago, and I'll be at the Georgia game, and she will too. So sleep tight.
Does Dancing with the Stars start tonight? We're going to be able to tell who Anna Delvey is because she'll be the one with the ankle bracelet.
She really going to have that?
She's going to have that during Dancing with the Stars.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why do you dress up?
Oh my goodness! A fake doctor performed a surgery using a YouTube tutorial. And guess how it turned out?
How?
Oh, the victim
Poorly?
died.
Yeah, that was.
This happened in. This happened in. Yeah, it was a Hindu doctor. Yikes! He watched a YouTube tutorial on how to perform surgery. Yeah, that's not how I want my doctor.
I mean, I don't mind you trying to change oil with a YouTube tutorial. YouTube tutorials shown me how to do some basic things, but never surgery.
Yeah, I've gone on YouTube and figured out how to change brake pads and oil.
That's pretty good.
And speaking of car stuff, you know what I learned that I didn't bring up? And I'm not going to say the name of the company because the people inside were very nice, but I learned that making an appointment online at this particular place means nothing because my appointment was at 3. The car didn't start getting worked on until 4:15. And I was like, why the hell am I making appointments if it's still going to be an hour 15 from the time I walk in? They were backed up apparently. That's what I learned this weekend.
I just learned, do we have time? I just learned that frogs can be an aphrodisiac. Peru had to confiscate 390 frogs in a cardboard box. They were being used as an aphrodisiac. They're called the Viagra of the Incas, alluding to medicine used to treat erectile dysfunction.
Is that the one where you lick the back of the frog and
that's for
psychedelics?
LSD.
Yeah,
psychedelics. Yeah. I'm not sure. You might be able to lick these, and then all of a sudden, bing, bong.
I feel like at some point you said lick these to someone in your life.
Right.
Yeah.
To someone who pissed you off.
That.
I know that's what made me think of it.
I feel like I just said that.
I know that's why I thought of it. I feel like at some point someone said something you didn't like. You were like, lick these.
Frogs.
D's frogs.
D's frogs.
You say D's frogs?
Bing, bong.
Bing, bang, bong. Bing, bong, D's frogs.
D's. All right, we're done. I got to talk about my bookie right now. I got to talk about what a great deal this is. People, this is the time to get in my bookie. I don't know that I've ever seen it better. They're going to double your money right now. And this is still the deal. So this is what we heard last week. And guess what? It's still on the table this week. Yeah, you can't play in the Survivor anymore because the season has started, but you can still get in on the weekly risk-free boosts on Thursdays. You don't sweat it. If your bet hits, you win. If it doesn't, no problem. My bookie's going to refund your wager. What? That's happening. That's crazy on Thursdays. That's crazy. A new loyalty program called MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. It's simple. You climb through tiers of the loyalty rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions and exclusive giveaways and bigger rewards. MyBookie Plus, the lock of the century. You're looking for a great way to double your money initially on your deposit. MyBookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code BET975. Doubling your money. It's crazy. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Welcome to the show. It's a Monday after the first full weekend of the NFL season. Of course, we have a game tonight as well. And I decided probably sometime last night to have an informal discussion about rules of engagement on the show during the NFL season, because this show has set a precedent for being a lot about nonsense. It's what we do. It's sports related nonsense, but it's still nonsense. And of course, with the Texans winning and just being a team we want to discuss, we're going to talk a lot of Texans. That's just how it's going to be. But you can change the conversation by calling it. I know this is a city full of fans who aren't Texans fans. Hell, I'm an out of town fan for the most part. Of course, I watched the Texans yesterday. So if you want to call in about your team, in fact, we got a tweet, a very funny one, concerning something a caller called in about earlier before the season began about his Saints and what type of water he'd have to drink if they made a Super Bowl and won it. And he tweeted me. So that's a Saints fan calling it and then tweeting the show. If you are a fan of another team, call in. That'll change the conversation, because I know some of you are out there. Oh, all I'm going to hear about is sex and stuff. Yeah, that's what you will hear about unless you decide to get involved. So the number is always the same, 713-780-3776. We will talk about what you want to talk about. But until then, we'll talk about this. The Texans win. They go into Indy and win a game where, in some ways, the script the NFL wrote for it isn't surprising. But in other ways, you think about how that offensive line played, and you go, "Oh, I didn't expect it on two fronts. I didn't expect CJ to get hit so much, and I didn't expect them to dominate up front and run the football the way they did." Joe Mixon, a guy who, while the name I thought was more than the game, at least when they made the acquisition, he, at least through game one, said, "Shut up, Dell. You're stupid." And I'll take that. He was great. That offensive line was great, running the football, running it kind of whenever they wanted to, getting big first downs, extending drives, because the Texans manhandled another team up front as far as running the football is concerned. The other thing that we talked about earlier that kind of held true is that Anthony Richardson in the intermediate game was not going to be someone who's going to challenge the Texans. What he did do, something we thought the Texans were going to have to try to take away, were the deep shots. He made a remarkable throw for the first touchdown. A remarkable throw, slipping on that turf that we'll get to, and then throwing a bomb pretty much flat-footed to Alec Pierce for a touchdown, beat Stingley and the safety. I think it was Jimmy Ward on that occasion. So they allowed the deep shots. They didn't give up much in the intermediate game, and they actually did stop Jonathan Taylor. Anthony Richardson had a big run, but for the most part, they were able to stop the run, and they just got hurt by big plays. If you talk about like success rate, all the analytic stuff, the Texans probably, I didn't look at it, but from play to play, the Texans were clearly the better team. It just so happens that they allowed too many explosives, and your guy, A.D. Mitchell, Sean, had a chance for a couple. He was just overthrown. So we're talking about where Anthony Richardson, what did he finish? Like 9 for 19?
Yeah, he had 9 completions for 212 yards.
He could have had like 11 for 300 yards, maybe more, if he completes those balls to A.D. Mitchell. So the give and the take of Anthony Richardson is he'll hit Alec Pierce on that bomb, and then on fourth down, he throws the ball 8 yards above a receiver's head into the looks like the first row on fourth down. That's what he is right now.
And he was only doing that to Adonai Mitchell.
Yeah, he did not apparently.
He was always overthrowing him.
He apparently did not work a lot with the former Texas receiver A.D. Mitchell. Other than that, you gotta be happy that you appear at least through a week to have a running game. Even Dameon Pierce, when he was in the game, got yards. Maybe validating some of D'Amico's thoughts on what Dameon Pierce could be, because we did not see that in the preseason. It looked like a guy who at least people were really pushing for him to get cut because, hey, he's not producing. We saw him not produce in the system the year before. And Cam Akers, we got Cam Akers. And, of course, Cam Akers wasn't even active. That's just how it works. You think you know something until you don't. Cam Akers was not active. Dare, I think, got a couple of touches. But overall, I guess I would say it all depends on where you landed on this team, because some people were talking about them going into Indy and packing the Colts up early and putting them away and not even being close. Instead, it was a close ball game for reasons that felt like could have been predicted, but also were preventable. The deep shots. Is this going to be a penchant for the Texans secondary to give up big plays, or was this a one-time thing because you're playing a freak with that type of arm?
I do think the Pierce one, the touchdown, that's one where
it's freakish.
I get that it wasn't great coverage, but also how many NFL quarterbacks can slip and then reset his feet and then launch it to a guy 65 yards down the field. That was, I think I saw someone say it was like the third longest completion by air yards in like modern NFL history. I just don't. I have a hard time seeing other guys complete that pass.
Yeah, of course. Well, yes, the circumstances.
That one specifically.
The circumstances for that pass, there are not many people who could do it.
The other one,
to Doolin?
Doolin, yeah, that one was bad. Yeah. That one's, I think, more on the Texans secondary. I think the first one to Pierce is more on Richardson and the Colts offense. Again, most teams don't have plays that go 65 yards down the field because no one can throw it that far.
I would say because of the slip, it changes the timing, but he's just so damn talented, at least arm talented, as far as throwing the ball down the field. He can get that done. Now, a different quarterback may not have slipped. There might have been better timing, and maybe Pierce still gets behind him. But I get what you're saying. Those circumstances aren't going to be duplicated by many players. Yeah. Understood. It still did go down for a long touchdown.
No, yeah.
Yeah. So that is,
and it's week one. So
yes, that's where if we're talking about,
we get to see.
Yeah, if that's what we can talk about negatively, that's what it is. The deep shots, the big plays, the explosive, they allowed those. But like I said, down the Texans defense was pretty damn tough on that Colts offense. And of course, the challenges change depending on the personnel. I'm not sure the Caleb Williams challenge will be one that they should be worried about, considering what happened in that game. Now, the Bears did win, but we know it wasn't because of what the Bears offense did, but that's next up. But hey, they're both 1-0. Much different types of 1-0.
Two undefeated teams.
Okay.
Take the field.
Caleb got the next generational quarterback in the mix versus, I guess what you would say, the current one. CJ Stroud versus Caleb Williams coming up on Sunday.
Yes, the Bears coming off a very classic Bears win.
Yes, it was very Bears-like.
It was very Lovie Smith Bears, and yeah, I'm gonna be interested. I mean, obviously, this is looking ahead, almost a full week,
sure,
a week or 6 days and however many hours. But I am looking forward to seeing how they look against not Anthony Richardson, for good and bad. For good in the, okay, Caleb Williams probably won't make that pass to Alec Pierce that Richardson made, but also you would expect a little bit more of the intermediate touch and a little bit more of I guess, using the complete field in the passing game where Richardson, he can use the far part, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, will Caleb Williams break 100 yards against the Texans?
That too.
He did not do that against the Titans.
That too that's the, I guess, if you're going to look on the other side, it is, oh my God, is Caleb Williams, does he stink?
Through one game,
he stinks.
He in fact does stink. Now, what that means in the future, probably not much. But if you're a Bears fan, which we have one who works here, who you watch that game and go, he's a less efficient Justin Fields? Is that what I'm looking at right now through one game?
92 yards. Trubisky could have done that.
Yeah, what are we doing here? And more like Bears quarterbacks, the more they change, the more they stay the same. But that's in the future, as Sean mentioned.
Yeah.
What we'll talk about going forward, obviously today and certainly tomorrow as well, are the Texans. And we'll get into some college football stuff as well, because Sean had a big week. Northern Illinois had a big weekend. So it was good stuff all around for you.
2 premier programs.
And if you hate on Notre Dame like I do, it was great. So we'll get into some of that too. But Texans at the forefront. And of course, we will get into the eulogy, at least that was said by Carl Ravage and the rest of the ESPN guys during that third inning for Verlander. Boy, were they talking about the end? It felt like for Verlander.
Verlander. Good if you're ever gonna have a eulogy for you on a national broadcast. At least doing it during week 1 of the NFL season makes it a little bit better. They didn't do this last week.
No,
They didn't do this 2 weeks ago. It would have been a lot worse.
Thankfully, it wasn't last Sunday with ESPN in town. That would have been bad. Or at least or at least the Astros on an ESPN game. This one, it was bad, but at least there were other distractions. So we'll get into the Astros.
At least we started with with Texans talk.
If not for the Texans, it would have been all about Verlander.
It's going to be probably 30 minutes till we get to you, Verlander.
Yeah,
don't worry.
you worry. We'll get to you, but don't you worry. All I'll say is successful series for the Astros, not a successful Sunday for Justin Verlander, as that got ugly. We'll get into more of the Texans, some of our takeaways, maybe some of our favorite moments. We kind of got into the lowlights, the pass coverage. But hey, all around, you'll take it. I do think it's funny before we wrap it up to look at people's expectations and how they respond after those expectations have changed, because a lot of it was, we own this division. Shut up, Colts fans. You don't know anything. We're going to go in there and smack you around. And then, this game's a little tougher than we thought. But then you come out of it. Yeah, we came into your trap. And what do they say? I forgot. What's the song again?
I know a lot of Texas players were quoting it too.
And Joe Mixon was doing it on his Instagram live. It's
take over, go into your trap,
take over your trap. A lot of Texan fans and Texas fans are doing that over the weekend. I don't know. I felt like you snuck out of there. It's not like you really took it over. Not Texas. Texas dominated, but the Texans. I felt like you threw something, made a loud noise, so the Colts got distracted, and then you snuck out. That's what it felt like to me. But hey, you'll take it. I don't know if you took over the trap, but you did win in their trap. All right, coming back, we'll get into more Texan stuff. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud, the biggest player of the game, maybe. We'll decide that when we come back, and we'll let C.J. talk about it. We're just getting started here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
It was huge. I definitely think that we love those type of moments. Like, gotta have it, need it right here. And he did a great job of just securing the catch. I try to put in a spot where he can get it. DB kind of played it well. They say there's no, what do they say? The defense, no perfect defense for the perfect throw or something like that. That's it right there. But no, kudos to the Colts too. They're a great, well-coached team. They flew around today. They changed up some looks that we didn't think that we're going to get. They made us drive down the field, be methodical. And I feel like when we did that, we look good.
CJ Stroud on the big third down conversion. Nico Collins gets a knee in. A great throw, great catch, and even good defense by, what was it, Jalen Jones for the Colts. Hey, sometimes this ain't baseball, so I'm not going to say that phrase, but Sean's doing it in there if you're watching it on YouTube. Sometimes you just got to give credit to everybody involved, and the Colts got to be like, you know what, CJ Nico made a play. We had that really well defensed, forced them to make a spectacular play, and they did it, and the Texans win. So all credit to those two, and I guess we just have to come to expect it from these guys. Stephon Diggs, we haven't even mentioned him yet, had 2 touchdowns on the day, including a call on from D'Amico to go forward on 4th and goal. While you certainly give credit to the coach for making the decision, because we know if he doesn't get it, now you're up by 2, and now the Colts, all the Colts need is a field goal. Now, I could understand having some confidence unless you give up another bomb, not thinking that Anthony Richardson's going to go down the field, even though he did it on the next possession anyway. But I understand if you don't get it, you have them stuck down there. You think your defense can get a stop. But if I'm the Colts, I'm like, whoever decided that we're just going to play off coverage at the goal line, what are we doing? What are we doing? You didn't even force them to do anything. It's just run in the end zone. I think Diggs was in the slot. 5 yards, cut, touchdown. Cut to your left, in his case, and it's a touchdown. Easy. One of the easiest throws of the game. It's bad defense. Yeah. You plant your feet at the goal line, and obviously, whether you're pressuring or not, if your guys can't get there and Diggs is going to make a move to get to the back pylon or something, okay, you live with that. But you don't give an easy access, free access touchdown like that. So the Colts did the Texans a favor there.
Yeah, there's no defense for the perfect throw, as CJ Stroud
tried to
tell us, which, yes. Hey, we can't get too mad. We messed up the trap thing, or at least we struggled with it like CJ did.
Ours is that's new. We didn't get it. That's old. He didn't get it. Understood.
Yeah, there's no defense for the perfect pass, but you can at least try to force them to make a perfect pass, and that's not what the Colts did. It was really kind of bizarre coverage.
It was odd because it's a tense moment. You're like, oh my gosh, if we don't get it, that could change the game around. And it was like 7-on-7 stuff.
Yeah, it was a pass that, once Stroud starts rolling out to his left, you're like, oh, and then he throws it, and you just see Diggs is in the NFL, he's really open,
wide open in the NFL. Yeah,
yeah, and you're like, oh, okay, all right.
I felt like that was going to be drama filled, but not really.
Especially the rollout to the left being the play. I mean, again, worked out, whatever. But you're asking a lot from your quarterback and receiver.
Unless the Colts are playing off coverage inside their own 5-yard line. Unless they're doing that, then you're not asking that much out of them.
There's no offense for the worst defense. No,
there's plenty of offense for the worst defense. You could play on the goal line. And as an example of what I said we'll talk a lot of Texans, but if you are a fan of another team, you can certainly call in about them. It is the football season, so it is. I love talking football. We love talking football on the show. So call in with whatever. Here's Lazy J, tried and true Cowboy fan, so this should go well. What's up, Lazy J?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just wanted to get in and talk about my quarterback, Dakota Rain Prescott, the biracial community at the top of the list.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all was giving him a lot of hate last show, talking about $60 million man and highest paid, and he ain't did nothing. But who's done something besides Patrick Mahomes? to get that type of money. Patrick Mahomes is an elite quarterback, probably go down as one of the greatest of all time. So, I mean, the Dakota Rain is going to finally show y'all this year that how far he can actually get. I mean, we went against the number one defense last year. We made them look silly. Deshaun Watson, y'all loved him a couple years ago. Now y'all hate him. You know, I feel sorry for him because I felt like he was running for his life the whole time. He had his left tackle and right tackle were out. And our offensive line looking good. We had a rookie center. Our left tackle is a rookie. I mean, our defense is going to be a top 3 defense this year. We're coming for San Francisco, man. How about them boys, baby? Love the show.
Thank you. I don't know who y'all is. Sure, I was on that show. The morning show is what he's referencing, saying they went after Dak. I said, what else were they going to do? They had to pay him. Now, you do make a good point, and that's rare that you do that. But, yeah, it's Patrick Mahomes and who? You're either Patrick Mahomes, who's done it all, or you're a young guy who is still building where people don't have – you don't have the scars where people can rip you, or you're one of the guys who gets ripped. Those are the 3 categories. Like CJ falls into the category of he's young, he's a second-year player. There's nothing negative to say about him. Patrick Mahomes, young GOAT. Brock Purdy is one of those who at some point he'll get his money, then people have to make the decision on whether he's worth it or not. But he's one of those guys who's either making it to a Super Bowl or an NFC title game. So he's another guy who's young too. But everybody else, depending on the narrative that's been chosen for them, they're not worth the money. Just go down the list. Dak's not worth it. Trevor Lawrence isn't worth it. And my agenda on Trevor Lawrence was looking a little rough in the first 30 minutes of that game, except Trevor didn't do much, but still. But he turned into the Trevor Lawrence I think of him as in that second half. But so he's one of them. Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, obviously Tua's new. Jordan Love, that game happened on Friday where he was like, hey, of course, Jordan Love the next great one. Who would you rather have, Jordan Love or CJ Stroud? And then Jordan Love, even before the injury, he didn't look great. Now, they got a couple of explosives because they're Packers running wide open. But overall, Jordan Love didn't look spectacular. He was very average in that game. So when he gets back and he's healthy, we'll see what happens there. There's talk of Ryan Tannehill being a guy they're interested in. And, of course, if not, then they get the Malik Willis show. They better find someone because if Malik Willis is playing quarterback, I don't care when Jordan Love comes back. They're not winning a game, and they're going to be out of the playoff picture because they're like 3 to 6 weeks. They can't go 3 to 6 weeks playing with Malik Willis as their quarterback.
Yeah, you can't go a month with that.
They better.
And didn't they pretty recently traded for Willis too?
So for whatever reason, did they think he could mimic what Jordan Love provides, so they didn't want to change their offense too much?
I guess I don't
know.
Big
arms, can move.
At least like with the bringing in Tannehill or all the usual suspects for when a guy goes down, they're like, oh, they could trade for this guy, trade for that guy who's been a starter before. At least, the pushback is always like, well, it's going to take him a week or two to get into the system, unless he's Josh Dobbs.
Yeah,
it's going to take him a week or two. It's like, well, Willis has only been here for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. What are we talking about here? And if you're getting a veteran, they're probably more likely to take in that information and be able to handle it. Cameron and Steve, I see you. As I said, you guys have taken advantage of my my little workaround. If you aren't a Texans fan, if you want to talk about the NFL, call in. That's how you change the conversation. So we'll get to you two guys when we come back. But first, I do want to let you know that it is Houston Restaurant Week. Houston Restaurant Week. I always put the S on the wrong word. Houston Restaurant Weeks, which just means it's a month plus of your favorite restaurants providing great food. So if you love getting great deals and eating at even better restaurants, we got great news. We got a month plus of the best restaurants in Houston. And it's time to raise some money for the Houston Food Bank as well. That's the combo. You want to do some good? Dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their prefix menus, and a portion of the proceeds go to the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. That's HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. And we'll get to Cameron, Steve, and anyone else when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
We talked a bit about the Texans and their ability to run the football. Got to give some credit to Kenyon Green. What he was doing out there, and the clips are out, people just acknowledging his work. Man, if that's going to be another hit in the first round and through one game, at least in the run game, we got to give that front office credit again for hitting on a first rounder. He was good. The entire offensive line run the football was good. At least I'm sure PFF will have their grades on things, and they will determine who was good and who wasn't. But from the naked eye, the untrained observer, they were mauling people. That interior, which was where all the questions were as far as how good could this offensive line be. They got it done, and Kenyon Green was one of the more prominent members of that group. So credit to him. A lot of questions about him and whether he would fit and is he even a good football player, despite the first round status. You think maybe stamping him as one of those guys, at least you should consider a good football player. He showed up in game one after missing the entire year last year. Credit to him. And I would say for the entire five, particularly Larry Tunsil, let's knock it off the false start penalties. Unless he's being targeted again. We know that's what he thought last time around. Was the first play a false start penalty on the first play of the season? We're back. Tunsil's back. Football's back. He's being targeted by the referees again.
I mean, even Kenyon Green, who gave him his flowers, that third down, it did start with a false start.
Yes,
by him.
It did.
It was we were very close to the first game of the season being like, Kenyon Green.
Yeah, but I think the people, the tape watchers will be very excited about what they see from him, because like I said, those clips are out on the internet right now. He's mauling Colts 2 at a time in some cases, getting off a defensive tackle and then finding a second level defender and planting them. So he had a couple of impressive reps and maybe even more than that. Okay, this was a game that I didn't really get my eyes on a lot, frankly, because it featured Kirk Cousins. But Steve wants to talk about the Steelers. What's up, Steve? I'm gonna let this play and figure out what's going on here. We ain't gotta stop it. Let's see what this is. Did Steve put us on hold? Is he at work? I don't know how this is working. How do we explain this?
I don't know.
Because that sounds like hold music. Did he put us on hold?
I think so. That's the only explanation.
Can you bring him down, but not off, and keep him in queue? Well, he won't be on there. Just keep him in queue, and so you can listen to the music and see if Steve.
It almost sounded like Africa by Toto.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
enough not to get copyright infringement. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't know what Steve's on. I know he was on hold, and he probably didn't like that very much. But I think he put us on hold. I can still hear it through the door.
Yeah, he's still going.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's get to Willie P. Yeah, the U.S. men's team didn't have a great weekend, although it looks like their actual new manager has been finalized. But what's up, Willie P? Willie P.
Oh, hey, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, so I know you saw the match. You know, we lost to Canada. Can't believe that. But let me ask you a question. Doesn't this prove that we need Pochettino more than ever? Because, I mean, you had Pulisic out there. You had Balogun. You had the same people out there for the most part, minus, Weston McKennie. And the fact that, you know, it took them how long? 79 minutes to score their first goal. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was poor display. And I hope that we get him in sooner rather than later. I hope our next matches, he's in charge, because I had to turn it off, man. I couldn't watch it. It was a terrible showing. But second thing I want to say, so do you remember that video over the summer with when Cam Ward was going off on Shador?
I do.
And then, you know, with Shador's play on Saturday, and the way he blamed his offensive line, doesn't it show that, like, maybe Cam was onto something? I mean, granted, they did beat, you know, Miami trash FAMU, but I feel like Cam was onto something. He's showing y'all who Shador is, and he may have the arm talent, but he doesn't have much else. I wanted to get your opinion on that. Love the show as always. You guys have a good day. Sean A. What do you do, baby?
It is. I thought it was Willie P. Once I heard the voice, he's the one who does What It Do to You. We had forgotten the name. Appreciate you, Willie P.
Thanks
for calling in. Let's start with his first topic. Oh, Steve's still with the music. That's cool.
Just wanted to check in.
Awesome. I don't know what's going on, but maybe he'll explain it to us if he's ever available again. But yeah, it wasn't great for the U.S. men's team. They lose to Canada, and I think it was their first home loss to Canada. I saw like 20-something, maybe 20-plus opportunities. The first time Canada's beaten them. Now, there's some ties thrown in there, but that's what I saw. And I'm not surprised by the way they played. It was the substitute teacher, one of Triple G's, and that's Greg, not the UFC fighter. It was one of Greg Berhalter's lieutenants in charge, and he wanted to play the same way Greg Berhalter did. And predictably, when the substitute teacher is reenacting or wants you to reenact things the bad former permanent teacher wanted you to do, things go poorly. I know a lot of people, the guy, I think his name is Mike. I forgot his last name. They kept referring to him as Mikey. Even Jesse March, the Canadian manager, was saying his name as Mikey. He kept talking about how the players didn't show grit, determination, and that's a lot of what we hear from U.S. soccer pundits about the team. And while that might be true, I don't take anything that happened on Saturday for anything other than wake me up when the new manager's here. Whatever. As a big-time college football fan, I've seen interim coaches fire up guys, and they put together great performances to almost give the guy a job. And then if you are a right-thinking fan, you go, please don't give this interim the job. You know you're making a mistake. I don't care how well the players did. And some programs do it, and they learn that they made a mistake. And in other cases, the team goes, I don't care. We're out. I'm done here. Let's pack this season up. Let's move on. And I think this is Steve's gone.
Yeah,
Steve. This is what that was. This is a team who is just waiting for a new voice. And I'm not making any real judgments until that happens. I know a lot of people do, like, hey, that isn't what we are. We fight to the death. I don't care about that. It's a new generation. They're barely older than some of the college kids I watch week to week. I know what this is about. This is a lack of buy-in until they get the real guy in charge. I've seen it 1,000 times.
Yes, this is finishing the last 3 games of the season off to go 5-7, and your defensive coordinator is the head coach. That's what it is.
This is what this is. And until everyone's wiped out, who will be coaching them and new people brought in, I don't really give up.
Hit the transfer portal.
Care. Well, that is actually a one-time transfer in soccer. Can happen.
Yeah.
We'll see if anyone does it.
Balogun.
Yeah, that's true. So I'll wait before I make any real determinations. The other thing he mentioned, Colorado had a bad night in Lincoln. Shador had a worse night than even his teammates. He throws that pick six, feels like he's blaming his young receiver for it, called it a rookie mistake, which in some ways you would think, okay, I made a rookie mistake, but he never said I made a rookie mistake. He said it was a rookie mistake. And I think the receiver's a pretty young one. So the assumption by everyone is he's talking about the receiver, which, considering Shador's track record, it's a good assumption.
Yeah, that's where a lot of the Shador post-game stuff lands with me is I think anyone else says it, I'm like, I get what he's trying to say. Like with the blaming the offensive line, or seemingly to blame the offensive line.
Yeah.
I'm like, he doesn't full on blame the offensive line, but he does. I mean, that's where it starts, is how many times did Raiola get hit?
Mm-hmm.
But when it's Shador Sanders, and you have to do this every week or after every single one of these losses, where you're like, no, it's not complete. Like the rookie mistake thing, it's like, maybe he could have been more clear there. At a certain point, it's like, I'm not gonna have the generous reading of what all these
He's not getting the benefit of the doubt from anyone at this point, unless you are a tried and true Shador fan or a Colorado fan.
Just a win. Like,
for him,
all your problems get solved if you just beat Colorado State next week.
Some of your problems, and you better beat Colorado State next week. Is that one? I know last year was in Boulder. Is this one in Fort Collins?
I think
so. They're not playing at a neutral field this time.
I don't know.
Are they going to give Colorado State a home game? Or are they going to make them play where the Broncos play?
I don't know if it's that kind of rivalry where they're like, we
play at home.
We cannot slum our.
For years, it had been on a neutral site. in a neutral site. And then I think they've gone to home and home. I would hope if you're Colorado State that you at least get a home game. But I could be wrong. They might say, hey,
it would be nice to get the sellout.
A giant crowd means we'll put it where the Broncos play.
It's in Canvas Stadium, which I assume, because I've never heard of it, is in Fort Collins.
Well, we'll figure that out.
Yeah, it's in Fort Collins.
Okay, so at least Colorado State gets a home game, and we'll see if they can duplicate what they did last year, or they made that a closer ball game than anyone expected. Colorado's not good. We saw that over the weekend. A lot of stuff to get to as far as college football is concerned. We'll get to that. We'll still stick with the Texans as well. We have not, other than giving it like a passing mention, what happened last night in Minute Maid, where Justin Verlander was bad. He got smacked around, and I know it's because of the mics and how they set up the field mics, but boy, did those bats hitting that ball sound loud. Wow. I was like, wait, how loud, how hard are they hitting these? And I'm like, okay, this is enhanced sound because of ESPN and their setup, but that was loud. He got smacked around. It was ugly, and it even got almost sad up in the booth how they were, not maybe them, but how they were talking about him and like, is this the end? He can't be on a playoff roster as a reliever. So we'll talk about that too as we go forward. As you can tell, a lot to get to over the weekend. A lot of NFL stuff to get to. Some of our observations about non-Texan stuff we'll get to in the second hour. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olalea.
This marks 9 straight divisional road wins for you guys. There was a little talking back and forth ahead of this division rivalry game. What kind of message did your play send today?
I think it showed that, we accept that the target is on our back. We know that guys can give us our best shot, and it's really all about us. I think if we take away some mistakes and do some better things on offense, especially because our defense played great, I think, we have a way better game. But that's a great coach team, very well coached, great defense. But, I definitely think that, we can still be better for sure.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you. God bless.
Great's a little strong. Resilient Colts team. I'll give them that, at least for the first week. I would say the defense played well enough except for, and in fact, maybe even really good except for the explosives, which if you allow explosives, you have to count them. You can't pretend like they didn't happen. Now, are they easily duplicated? We talked about it early that the initial throw by Richardson, the first touchdown to Pierce, isn't something a lot of people are going to be able to do. Now, maybe a lot of other quarterbacks don't slip, and it goes a different ways, so maybe it doesn't have to be as spectacular as it was. But the play happened. Pierce was behind your defense, and the Doolin play happened. And if not for Anthony Richardson being Anthony Richardson, a couple A.D. Mitchell plays could have happened. So the explosives are something the Texans defense is going to have to figure out. I thought their fatal flaw would be their run defense, and they were fine there. Jonathan Taylor was held in check. Richardson had one big run, but their secondary was the other question mark, and even Stingley was involved in one of those plays, and the touchdown with Pierce beat, I think it was Ward and Stingley. And we'll see. I don't think they're going to get tested very much despite the names on paper on next Sunday. You think Allen, Moore, and Odunze, along with Caleb Williams, would be a test, but from what we saw for the Bears in week 1, maybe we should be more worried about Jonathan Owens and Tyreek Stevenson and the rest of that Bears defense as opposed to the Bears offense, because they were bad. At least Caleb Williams was bad. It's unfair to point at the receivers. The offensive line interior wise wasn't good, and their quarterback stunk.
There's a play where the Titans blitzed the linebacker, and he took on, I think it was the center for the Bears, and just threw him into another dimension. Like, it was just like, it was a play that you do not see NFL players make on other NFL players.
No.
Especially when, no offense to this guy, but it's the Titans linebacker.
Was it?
It's not like Aaron Donald does that, sure. Or did that back in back when he was playing, but they don't have Aaron Donald on their team. I'm sorry.
No. So the test that we thought might have been the Bears, at least through week 1, doesn't appear to be that, at least offensively. What they do on defense could be a different story, but
I mean, it could still be a test in whether if those guys are still open, like they were for the Colts, and kind of regardless of Caleb hits them or not. Like, if Caleb has a bunch of Richardson-like overthrows, or underthrows or interception throws, then we can start being judging them on the, hopefully they've won these games, although I guess the Bears proved they can win without hitting those explosive plays
against the Titans.
But there's something to be said about, okay, this could be way worse. There's obviously some stuff the Texans need to clean up on the back end, and it's something that they'll get punished for when they get into October, November, December, and they start playing all those great quarterbacks that are on their schedule. They do get a little bit of a ramp up period before it gets really, really scary for them. I think they play, I think it's Lawrence and Allen, I think in weeks like 4 and 5 or 5 and 6. That's really kind of
Allen.
That is true.
Trevor Lawrence.
That is true.
Scaring.
I mean, he's better than Brissett and Darnold, who they're gonna also play.
Is he the Sam Darnold we saw? It is the Giants.
It's the Giants.
Sure, but
it's the Giants.
Sam Darnold with a competent play caller. You
I'm
never
not there
know.
yet.
The biggest
Sam Darnold, you're not fooling me.
like Alabama tried to do, putting up like 28 points in the fourth quarter. When we saw what happened against USF.
Oh,
yeah.
that
We
was
saw
disgusting.
you, Alabama. Don't try to fool us. That game was not close. That one, you bring up the Minnesota one, now we're just future casting about things. Brian Flores and the way he likes to play defense against C.J. Stroud in this offense will be interesting because Brian Flores likes to be tricky. He will bring blitzes from all locations. And Brian Flores is kind of like the line of demarcation of whether you're a good quarterback or a bad quarterback, the way he plays defense. Like, bad quarterbacks have no chance against him. They freak out. They don't know what's going on. Guys come from here.
Daniel Jones.
What? Yeah, well, that's a prime example. Brian Flores is a lamb slayer, lamb killer. When he sees a lamb playing quarterback, he mutilates them. But when he sees like a lion, well, wolves don't win. Well, I guess a pack of wolves might win, but if wolves against a lion and he's supported, forget about it. So that's a line. We know CJ. At least we believe CJ is a really good quarterback. But the line of demarcation is you stink if Brian Flores can ruin your day, and if you don't stink, you're gonna have a pretty good day because a lot of his stuff is somewhat unsound, and if you have a good game plan for it, you can handle it. So I don't imagine CJ's gonna have trouble, but that's a tricky one. I don't have an agenda against CJ Stroud, but if Brian Flores finds a way to slow you down,
might have to start
so I have to ask some questions.
Okay.
But I don't think it'll be a problem. But that's in the future. You got the Bears, and you should be fine there as well. But so you heard CJ talk about the target on their back, and it remains. And right now, they're the only team in the division with the win. We talked about the Jags and really me throwing slander Trevor Lawrence's way, but that's a game they were leading. Travis Etienne fumbles going in would have made it 24-7, and then on the next play, the previously handcuffed Tyreek Hill scores a touchdown and then celebrate an 80-yard touchdown and then celebrates by having Jalen Waddle put him in fake handcuffs. Now, you look at the numbers of that game, the Jags were outgained by over 130 yards, but we're in full control somehow for like two quarters and 12 minutes of the game. But somehow they wound up getting blown out when it comes to total yards. I think the Jags had the only drive for them that didn't end in the 3-and-out in the second half was one where it would have been a 3-and-out if Doug Peterson had punted from his own like 30-yard line. Instead, he went for it and got stopped, and then the turnover. So they were incompetent in the second half. That's why they lost. Tennessee blew a game they should have won. When you hold the opposing team's quarterback under 100 yards, don't get a punt blocked and don't have Will Levis do what he did, shoveling a ball to the opponent and having the opponent, the corner running back for a touchdown. That's how they lost. And then we know what happened in the only game between division opponents in the AFC South where the Texans won their game.
Alone in first place.
Now,
I think they go wire to wire, Dale?
They should, but I don't. But this is my problem with putting up that screenshot. The Texans have bigger goals.
Their magic number is
winning this division.
What's their magic number?
I don't know how it works in football this early. I don't know, Sean.
It's probably like 15.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
probably super high.
Who knows? But yeah, post the screenshots, do whatever, celebrate. I recommend it. It's great on an NFL Monday when you won on Sunday. But the goals are so much bigger, I feel like. Smacking around this division, it almost feels like I expect it, but hey, there have been a lot of years, particularly recently, where the team hasn't been good. So you take them. Last year was a surprise. This one is expected. But I look at the screenshots, I'm like, okay, sure.
And I think specifically the way they did it makes it okay, where they beat the Colts. It wasn't like they played an NFC team. Every team played an NFC team or out of division team, and it just so happens that the three other teams lost and you won.
Sure.
No, they did go in to a division.
Yeah, they won on the road in Indy. Yeah. It's a place that they don't have much success. Although I did see, are the Texans now? Is it now 8 straight division games on the road? No. Oh, it's 8 going in. 9 straight division games on the road that they've won. So
they still trail the all-time series with the Colts, though.
Well,
by a lot.
Well, yes,
by
a lot.
15
There was that Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning era for the Colts, yes.
But I think that makes it okay. Is that they didn't we talk about their schedule and the soft opening for the schedule. This really kind of was part of it, but not as soft as it gets the rest of the way. If they would have played Darnold, I know you love Sam Darnold, but if they would have played Darnold or Brissett And even though Brissett's 1-0,
we keep talking about all these quarterbacks who keep winning games.
I guess so. I guess maybe I'm disrespecting them. But if it was a team that they're favored by a touchdown by and they squeak it out and all the other teams lose, that's one thing. But they actually did beat the team that I think was either second, or if they weren't second, they're definitely third in their division going into the season.
Yeah, I was watching Texans, Colts, and a lot of other games with Dolphins and Jags. And the Jags, as far as guys not named Trevor Lawrence, well, Christian Kirk could catch a pass or two instead of dropping them. But their lines they've invested in, both lines, their receivers are competent. Their defense looked good. It's only week 1, but I said it last week. I thought the Jags would be the Texans' main competitor, and nothing has kind of dissuaded me from that. Although the Colts played better, at least they had enough big plays to stay in the game, so they played better than I thought they would. So I think the division certainly is the Texans to win, but I do think the Colts are going to be annoying. I think for a little bit until we find out what Anthony Richardson really is, and I think the Jags have a shot to make those games very competitive because what they have done on the line of scrimmage through money and draft picks makes them a bit of a problem. Now, you're going to have the better quarterback in that game. I mean, Trevor Lawrence had a nice throw to Brian Thomas, who had a good day. He forced a pass interference on Jalen Ramsey, and then he beat Ramsey and I think Poyer with a really good throw by Trevor Lawrence. There's somebody said if you missed it, it's out on Twitter. The all 22 throw makes it look a lot better than even the broadcast copy would say it was. A lot of people are like, considering the rest of his game, not a lot of people. One person said, considering the rest of his game, I think he just overthrew his receiver and it landed in Thomas's hands. Because if you look at Trevor Lawrence the rest of the way, he didn't do much, but did have a very nice throw, which led to a Jags early lead, but they kind of frittered it away because they're the Jags. So the Texans leading the division, only team with the win, and they have the Bears coming up on Sunday. We'll continue to talk Texans. We'll get into the NFL overall, give some observations there. We'll talk some college football too, because big upset and in college football happened in South Bend, and we'll also talk a little bit about what happened in Ann Arbor as the Longhorns solidified themselves, if they weren't already, as a real contender, not just for the playoff, but to win a national title. We'll get to that when we come back. Welcome back to the show. And some things, they just pop up when you're looking at Twitter. So the plan for me was to get into some Verlander stuff and also give you a chance to win something because we have Rice Cougar tickets to give away. But Tariq Woolen did something very funny. Yes, he picked off a Bo Nix pass, which is always kind of funny, watching Bo Nix go out there and try to play quarterback. It was the Bo Nix we saw at Auburn, not the Bo Nix we saw at Oregon that got him drafted in the first round. That was the guy we saw running around in the SEC who had to vacate the premises to go reinvigorate his career in the Pacific Northwest. It was very familiar. Sean Payton, good luck. But we got a couple things here. Adam Archuleta, part of the CBS coverage, was calling the game, and he did something very funny unintentionally.
Denver playing with all 3 timeouts. 5:35 left. They're down 13. Nix.
Oh, no.
Has all day, but it's intercepted.
In the middle. Like Tom Brady got crushed for his performance. Shout out to my guy, Greg Olson, for looking even better in the aftermath of Tom Brady being awful during the Browns Cowboy game.
G-Reg.
Yeah.
What you do?
Third leg. But Adam Archuleta may have had the funniest. He's not even like a quarterback, so it's not like it's a quarterback feeling bad for another quarterback. He's a defensive back. So
Nix. Oh, no.
Oh, no. He saw that coming a mile away.
The ball, I don't think was at the.
No.
It might have been.
Was it even halfway there?
I was going to say it might have been past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. So Tariq Woolen makes the play, and Tariq Woolen did something very funny. I'm just going to play the clip. I'll have Sean play it. Then I'll explain where it's from. But Tariq Woolen, very funny man after his play.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So Tariq Woolen quote tweeted Archuleta's sound with that. If you don't know what that is the ape from not the most recent Planet of the Apes movie. It's the one that with Woody Harrelson in it. Was it
War for the
Planet of the Apes? It's a very memorable ape in the movie. He's odd compared to all the other apes.
He's getting some fits off.
Yeah, he's wearing a vest.
I mean, he's the only one wearing clothes,
Yes.
so he's getting fits
like
off.
I said, he's an odd ape. He's the only one. Like Caesar wore clothes when he was in the James Franco
yeah, when
one.
he had to. When he was a pet.
Yeah, when he was a pet, he wore clothes. Caesar hasn't worn clothes since. Now, R.I.P. to the greatest ape of all time, Caesar. Shout out. But that ape was funny because, well, one of those for the most part, and Tariq Woolen finding that clip, thinking of it, and going, "Hey, you know what I'm gonna do? I gotta know. This is where I actually care if I knew an athlete. Hey, did you look for that yourself, or did someone send that to you? Why did you know to grab that clip when Archuleta?" I don't know. I guess maybe Tariq Woolen's a big Planet of the Apes fan. Who knows? But shout out to him.
Yeah,
made a great.
Probably they're all on Hulu. Probably rewatched them for the new one that came out this summer.
That's what I did. I rewatched all of them to get ready for the one that came out. So shout out to Tariq Woolen for maybe the funniest way to commemorate your pick.
Also, shout out to Adam Archuleta.
Yeah, but he didn't do it on purpose. He felt so bad.
Yes. but also, we as Texans fans, we've got a lot of Adam Archuleta in our lives. Now, apparently, he's calling Broncos games.
No, we're too big for him.
Bo Nix better figure things out, or else Adam Archuleta is going to keep calling his games.
That's true.
And I think that's a moment where, you know what? You made it yours. You're calling this C- game, D+ level game on the opening weekend.
Can I hear it again?
Yes, 1 second.
I'll let you get ready for that. Yeah, credit to him. I don't know how far that's gonna go, but it became the social team for CBS, NFL and CBS grabbed the clip, and Tariq Woolen was like, you know what? I got something for you too. Credit to everybody involved, including
all
Bo
3
Nix.
timeouts. 5:35 left. They're down 13. Nix.
Oh, no.
Has all day, but it's intercepted. Picked off by Woolen.
I don't know if I've ever heard a local announcer do that. I don't think I've heard a national announcer. I've heard a local guy go, "Oh no."
Yeah, especially like with kicks and things.
Yeah.
Or if they see if the home team's on defense, or the local team is on defense,
Sure.
and they see someone wide ass open.
Yeah.
Then they'll say that. But
But
for
an
a national
an
broadcast,
unbiased observer, like you might see Romo because he loves the quarterback, say something in the middle of the play. Yeah, but oh no, so
Left, they're
sad.
down 13. Knicks. Oh no.
And Tariq Woolen, what is your response? Oh no, I love that.
Team Knicks. Oh no.
It's so immediate. Like
he knows this is going to be a problem.
When play-by-play says Knicks' name, the ball is leaving his hand, and the next quarter second he is on there. Oh no!
He knew that guy wasn't open. He knew what was going to happen, and he couldn't contain himself.
By the way, for the people that haven't seen this play and obviously can't see this play, it is just as bad as you think. Like whatever you think, saying "oh no" immediately after a throw, there are 3 Seahawk defenders around.
And Bo Nix threw another pick that was almost as bad, where sure, because it's great because they show a shot of the Broncos fans who made their way to the game, and it clears one defender, and the Bronco fans are like, but then there's a second Seattle defender waiting for the football, and you watch them go like Archuleta. Oh no. Oh no. Bo Nix had a couple great moments in that game. Couple of awful picks. But
yeah, when you say great moments.
For me.
Great entertainment-wise.
Not for him. It was tough for him.
All the rookies kind of struggled. I mean, Daniels was, I guess, the best of them.
Yeah, he ran for over 70 yards, had a couple
2 touchdowns.
two
1-yard touchdowns. So let's not.
It was more spectacular than the tush push per se, but yeah, there's still 1-yard touchdowns. Caleb Williams, we talked about not breaking up 100 yards.
Nick struggled.
Michael Penix had to watch Kirk Cousins play. Everyone's had a rough night or rough afternoon. Excuse me.
Yeah, it was a tough one. It was a tough one for the rookie class. It if you're a fan of one of these teams, maybe you're a Bears fan, maybe you're a Commanders fan. CJ wasn't awesome in week 1.
No, he was better.
I know this isn't like a good thing to tell people because it's like just feeding them hope where, hey, chances are your guy won't be as good as CJ Stroud. But CJ wasn't good against the Ravens in his first
Baltimore,
game.
Against one of the best teams in football.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit different than playing the Titans or Bucks or
kind of
Seahawks.
Well, Steelers have a pretty good defense, but that's more about Michael Penix having to watch Kirk Cousins play.
Yeah, I was gonna say Penix didn't have to go against him.
He had to watch a guy who he shouldn't have to watch play. Kirk Cousins doesn't look right after the Achilles.
He was scout team Justin Fields this week. I don't know if he actually was.
Yeah, I don't know who their third quarterback is, but yeah, to your point, he didn't have to play; he just had to watch. And he probably is going to be forced to watch for a while because of the contract. I've talked about why I didn't understand getting Kirk Cousins, but it was rough in week 1. The Steelers are a good defense, but it was rough for Kirk Cousins in week 1.
The Steelers are a good defense, but Kirk looked so bad. He didn't look.
Bad.
He looked physically not right. Like
he didn't look like a guy who trusted what he was doing. It was rough.
If you're Atlanta, your time to play Penix, I think was week. Well,
to sell it as Kirk isn't fully recovered yet.
Yes,
let's play Michael Penix the first couple games.
And as you PUP Kirk or whatever
for 4 games, whatever.
Yeah, and you get him right because he's obviously not right. It's clear that he's not exactly. He's not Lamar Jackson or Justin Fields where he needs the run element, but he needs to be able to move a little bit
or trust to plant his foot in the ground.
They didn't
create any power.
I don't think they had him under center one time because they didn't think he could drop back. That to me this is terrible.
So it'll be interesting to see. Now Aaron Rodgers had a bit of that issue early before like camp where you could see him not pushing off on that leg. We'll see him tonight and
that
see
was 2 months ago.
Yeah. He was hurt at the very beginning of the year where Kirk Cousins was hurt later. So the timelines are different for them. So we will see Aaron Rodgers in his first action tonight back off the Achilles. Now he played some of the preseason, so you would think he's going to be okay. Right? He played in the preseason. I think so. So we think he's going to be okay, but you just never know. He's going to go against the San Francisco defense who is in a bit of flux. They have a new coordinator there. And there are some questions about them and how good they've been. Now, all the concerns about them were on the offensive end as far as availability of their best players. But I am interested to see if that 49er defense can get back to what they have been in the past because you watched them in the Super Bowl. Sure, they held the Chiefs down for quite a bit. But then when Patrick Mahomes got going, they had no answers. And we know the Packers and Lions put up points against them, at least in the early parts of that game. So we'll see what San Francisco has to offer the New York Jets. I see Eric, he wants to talk college football. We can get into that, certainly. And if anyone else wants to get in, you can do that too, 713-780-3776. But first, Sean, what about Prize Picks?
What about Prize Picks? It was a great first weekend of NFL. Obviously, you had week 2 college football. And what made it even better for me was Prize Picks. Getting a little bit of action on the game, thinking, hey, you know what? I know ball. I've seen these college teams play once. I didn't watch very much preseason. Maybe that's why I didn't do so well in the NFL. But I was able to make a little bit of money on Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. And it could be 5,000,001 if you also get in on this. Caleb Williams, I've been slamming it the entire time. Prize Picks is offering 0.5 passing yards for Caleb Williams every week for the entire month of September. Now, he did not go very much over 0.5 yards, but he did hit the more on 0.5. That is a free square that Prize Picks is giving you every week for the entire month of September. So maybe you think he passes for 1 yard against the Texans. You can get in on that. Download Prize Picks app today and use code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play Prize Picks, MAPES, on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the bonus. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olalea.
So, Eric, I see I'll get to you here. You want to talk football and the Canes, so we'll stick with Miami football right now. We have more from Jeff Darlington, who apparently, if you're the #1 player in anything, keep him away from you. Keep him away because Scotty Scheffler, #1 player in the world, Darlington was there. He gets arrested. #1 player voted by the players, Tyreek Hill. He gets detained for a bit. So, according to sources, if you missed it yesterday, Tyreek Hill was in I won't call it an altercation. I'll call it an incident with the police where he had handcuffs put on him. He was face down on the ground, and it appears that at one point, while being handcuffed, and the police officer having, you would say, control of him, another officer comes over and, I don't know, kicks him, knees him, whatever, but it forces Tyreek Hill to sit. I'm sure that'll be investigated. So he gets citations. He gets a careless driving citation and a seatbelt violation. Okay. Calais Campbell, another Dolphins player who was handcuffed for a brief amount of time, he was told he got it. He got the handcuffs because he was disobeying a direct order. He did not receive a citation. This is all according to the Miami-Dade Police Department, and there remains an internal investigation. Now, we don't have ESPN here because we carry DirecTV, at least in our control room. So I don't know if that was a topic all morning. I'm sure it was a topic. Who knows? But I'm sure, considering what Stephen A. Smith said on Twitter yesterday, it was a topic he wanted to get to. So that's the latest. Careless driving and a seatbelt violation for Tyreek Hill. And at least at this point, I believe the league leader in receiving yards as well. He got that yesterday too. So it's a big, busy morning for Tyreek
So
Hill.
really the full Tyreek Hill experience.
Sure. And we'll see where we go from there. It is interesting that the guy who has not Tyreek Hill, obviously, who has the Man of the Year patch on his uniform, Calais Campbell, because he's wanted it before. You're in handcuffs in the morning by kickoff. Put on that uniform with that Man of the Year patch because everything about you suggests you're a great individual.
Hey, he was sticking up for his guy.
I'm not going after him. I'm just
okay.
putting.
All
I'm
right.
just. He's a cane. I'm not gonna go after him. The dichotomy.
He's also
of it,
terrifying.
Yeah, he's a giant man.
I would not have put handcuffs on him.
The dichotomy of it all. Outside the building, right outside the building, we're gonna put you in handcuffs. But hey, everything we know about you, at least from the world, the perspective is you're a great person, great human being, so much so that you won NFL Man of the Year. Just funny how life works sometimes. Eric, you've been holding a little bit. You want to talk Cougs and Miami. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, though, the Cougs had Oklahoma on the ropes, and he decides to run it with a minute and 30 left. That causes a safety. Why didn't he just do like a run it up the middle instead to the side? Also, I see Miami and Texas in national championship game. One more thing, I think Greg Olson, that great king, is a whole lot better than Tom Brady. Tom Brady stinks as a commentator. And Ken Castro said when she was working out that the Hurricanes could miss us. I'll hang up to listen.
I didn't catch the last thing he said. But the other stuff, I don't know why the decision. Why I kind of do. Because the Cougs are a shotgun team. They never get under center, at least very rarely. No, it's only now 2 games for Willie Fritz, but it's been a thing. Shotgun teams, no matter where they are, don't get under center. Maybe because they never practice it and they think the risk of a fumble being under center is bigger than a safety. Well, in this case, there was a safety. It was 14-12 at the time. You heard Eric. The Cougs had that Oklahoma team on the ropes. They just could not move the football. Either team. Oklahoma, surprisingly so, considering what you think of them overall. And the safety was given up. It was tight, man. You just credit the Cougs for bouncing back. They were terrible in their first game. And to go into Norman and not be phased and go in there and go, we're going to give it our best shot, and their best shot almost being enough, it's one of those consolations where if you're a Cougs fan, in the middle of it, you're like, I want to beat Oklahoma. But you can comfort yourself, maybe, depending on how you are as a person, with, hey, we are not as bad as what we saw in week 1.
Yeah.
And it at least shows that your coach can put a game plan together and put yourself in a position to win against a team you're supposed to be out-talented by.
Yeah, that's I mean, it is a moral victory, but it is that's what you can take from it, is that, all right, this Willie Fritz era, it's not a complete clown show losing by 20 to UNLV, that they can, get up off the mat. They're not going to let go of the rope, and they can put together, again, a great performance, great defensive performance, I'll say. Definitely a great defensive performance. Yeah. Offense kind of more of what you saw last week.
Yeah, at least you scored points with your starting quarterback this time around.
That's a step up.
Donovan now was a lot of shorts. Donovan Smith was 24 for 28. Very Dylan Gabriel-like, where the numbers are, what? How do you only score 12 points with those numbers?
Then they should have ran the ball on the goal line. They should have
very true.
Kept dinking and dunking.
That's the other thing, Eric. They were at a 35 attempts, they gained 58 yards. Not great.
No. In
fact, awful. Now they held Oklahoma down too. Good old Gavin Sawchuk with his 4 carries for 4 yards. Overall,
you're not a big Gavin guy, huh?
The name. I don't want my running back for the first name Gavin. That's all. 28 out of 70, 28 for 78 for the Sooners. Javonte Barnes had a better day, but not great. And then Jackson Arnold contributed something from the quarterback position running the football. So a good defensive effort for the Cougs, just not enough offensively. But if you look at it, I mean, they outgained the Sooners. So in some ways, you might think that's a game they're gonna like. Wait a minute, we should have won this football game. They outgained the Sooners 318 yards to 252. Average yards per play, much better. Hell, per pass, the Sooners were under 5.5. The Cougs over 9. So the statistics would tell you they win that game, but they turned the ball over twice. And as you mentioned, Eric mentioned the safety. So they had a -1 turnover differential, and then they had the safety as well. So a good effort from the Cougs. In fact, as I said, they're probably going to look at themselves and go, that's the game we should have won. That should have been a big win. I mean, should have been the second biggest win of the day, with Northern Iowa going into Notre Dame and winning. I don't have to tell you, man. Notre Dame, turkey. They're just turkey, man. I mean,
Turkey should beat NIU. I will say that.
Not if it's too dry. That's dry. They were dry turkey on Saturday. Sometimes turkey's okay. Turkey's always dry for the most part, but sometimes you don't cook it well and it's really, really dry. What we got was Riley Leonard and his dry ass turkey. Notre Dame. That's what they are. They
should still beat a MAC team.
Yes, that's why they're 4 touchdown favorites. But people getting, I don't know, fooled by what they did at A&M. The way they won that game is no different from the way Notre Dame wins all of those types of games. Why you thought, well, that defense is great, cool. That's fine. But when Riley Leonard is your quarterback, and we saw what happened when hey, we're leading this game. We could keep running the ball, but we know what we're going to do? We're going to trust you to throw the ball deep. What an awful throw. That was probably 10 yards underthrown. At least.
It was very underthrown.
Picked off Northern Iowa, who had been better than Northern Illinois, who had been better than Notre Dame all game long, goes down there and drives down. The officials tried to screw him.
They did.
That was a first down.
It was such a blatant
and I
screw
can't
job
even believe him with the review. Play stands. What?
And even the NBC Notre Dame propaganda broadcast that America has to watch,
of course,
even they were like, I don't know how they got that spot.
Well, is it because the 65-year-old man is judging from 3 yards behind? The NFL tried to get this off in the preseason. We're not going to actually have a computer or something that has some technology behind it tell you where to place the football. You old guys, you still do that. We're just going to use technology to determine if it's a first down or not. The problem isn't the chain gang. The problem is the guy spotting the football originally. Why are you correcting something that's already ruined by where the guy spot the football? The problem is never, we got to bring out these chains. I hate this part of football. No, it's that guy clearly missed the spot, but we're still going to allow him to do it. I never understood why they chose the least destructive part of that whole operation. That's not what I needed changed. The important thing is getting those guys out of the equation. And now that wasn't a thing in college football, but it should be. And we saw it almost screw Northern Illinois because they would have been able to run out the clock and then kick a field goal with 4 seconds left and win the game instead of giving Notre Dame a couple plays.
I will say, at no point during the Notre Dame drive was I
I wasn't concerned at all. No, I wasn't concerned.
Riley Leonard might lead him down.
There was not a chance, but the game should have ended with the NIU kick, not with Riley Leonard embarrassing himself even further. Marcus Freeman, oof. Beat A&M and then this?
Yeah. Marcus Freeman, pretty privilege.
Well,
I think people would be a lot more angry at him if he looked different. That's all I'm saying.
Notre Dame people like him beyond the pretty privilege thing, which is very funny for you to say.
That is what it is.
He's a very handsome man.
He's a worse coach than Brian Kelly.
The numbers are clear. In fact, in my Schadenfreude listening, I was listening to a Notre Dame podcast, and they were discussing.
Can you send me that?
There are a lot of them. Pick one. All of them were in the same vein.
They all have the same tone.
Yeah. It wasn't about pretty privilege. It was about he does all the things that you want a football coach to do Sunday through Friday, like the boosters. He's shaking hands. Everyone's happy with him. Brian Kelly did not want to do that. After the first year of doing it, he's like, I don't want to do this. I just want to coach football. And it pissed off Notre Dame people, so they were happy to get rid of him. Marcus Freeman has ingratiated himself with them. He does what they want. He's a fundraiser. They love him until Saturdays where he's a problem.
Marcus Cristobal.
Well, no, I don't even think Mario's that likable.
No, he just recruits his ass off.
Yeah,
that's what they like.
That's true. So there it is. That was a big game, and we'll get into Texas here when we come back.
Yeah, there's another big game.
We haven't talked about that. I know.
Why are you disrespecting us?
I know. Tennessee whooping up on NC State.
All right.
Big game.
All right.
Yes, we'll get into. Well, Nico Iamaleava. I said it like probably 10 times in a row at home to make sure while the game was going on, so I wouldn't have to stumble over it. Iamaleava.
Yeah. Holding the ticket for Iamaleava to
Iamaleava
to win the Heisman, and could have used a little bit more out of him, but that's fine.
They didn't need it. After Grayson McCall threw that pick.
I just meant numbers wise, just to run up.
No, I understand. You need those numbers run up.
He did the rushing touchdown help.
Yes, and Grayson McCall helped too. The NC State quarterback threw that pick six when it was still 10-3, changed the entire complexion of that game. So we'll get into Texas and Michigan. Anyone else want to call, or if you want to call about anything else, 713-780-3776. We talked a lot of college football, so I'll do this right now. We got a giveaway. If you want to go see the Cougs, who put on a really good performance against Rice, who bounced back in their drubbing of TSU, that game is this weekend out at TDECU. Caller 5, the 713-780-3776. Caller 5, the 713-780-3776 gets a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs versus Rice out at TDECU Stadium. Look, I know the first game wasn't great, but you saw what the Cougs can do. They're going to be competitive. They're going to fight hard under Willie Fritz. As Sean mentioned, they're not a team who's going to let go of the rope, so you can check them out. The Cougs take on Rice for the Bayou Bucket. We love a trophy, right? Cougs versus U of H, Bayou Buckets, September 14th on Saturday, 7 p.m. And we're celebrating Houston with this hometown rivalry. It is a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. And if somehow, some way, you don't get to go and you want to stay home and watch, maybe you want to make it more interesting. Sean didn't know where I was going, but I got there.
I also don't know the caller number.
713-780-3776.
No, what number? Who's the winner?
Oh, I caller 5, I believe I said. Caller 5. I think I said that. I'll say it again. Caller 5 wins those tickets. And if you want to bet on college football this weekend, or you want to put some money down on the NFL tonight, we got Jets and 49ers. You can go to buyingbookie.ag to do that. And they have a new loyalty program you can check out as well, MyBookie Plus. You continue to win. You go up higher in their tiers. It's a great chance to win things beyond what you're betting on. Just check out the loyalty program, MyBookie Plus, on mybookie.ag. So you can bet on the games, whether it be before the game or during the games. They have live betting. So maybe it's not going your way in the first quarter. You want to turn it around. Maybe a second half under you like. MyBookie will take care of you that way too. So you can bet on tonight's game. You can bet on Saturday's games. And you can also enjoy the live casino aspect of MyBookie. So like cards, they got those for you too. You want some interaction with the dealer? That's there for you too. Just go to mybookie.ag. Remember, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olalea. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Tony responds to me and my really unhinged issue with the running back named Gavin starting for me. That's why I don't think much of Oklahoma. And plus, quarterback's name is Jackson, too. There's a couple guys in that backfield who I don't trust very much just because of their names. But Justin Verlander couldn't get out a guy named Pavin. Was that how we're pronouncing that guy's last name? It doesn't matter. Don't.
That's how I would do it.
I mean,
I didn't watch.
I got to it in the middle of the disaster. And like I said, wow. I think it's because they just jacked up the on-field mics, but wow, were those batted balls loud. Wow. The crack of I was like, whoo. It was like thunder. What was going on in that inning as Verlander was getting smacked around. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. We'll get to Texas, Michigan, mostly because Sean has that hat on. It's a Texas USC hat, but let's not ignore what Texas did in Ann Arbor. But the eulogy that Carl Ravitch was giving about Verlander, mostly about this season and what the Astros could possibly do with him. And I don't know who else was in the booth, but they were discussing he's not a guy you can use as a bullpen guy. If he's not starting, he can't play. He can't be on the roster, which is a far cry from what we thought this season was going to be about. I brought it up in the morning. You think about the rotation. If you could pick a rotation for the playoffs in spring training, you're going Verlander, Fromber, Javier, and probably you're leaning on the experience of Urquidy. Maybe you're going Luis Garcia with the expectation that he would come back. And if you're delusional, you were mentioning McCullers. Now, it is I won't say without question, because I think 3 and 4 are still up for debate. But right now, it's still Fromber, but it's Hunter Brown, and then whether you choose Kikuchi or Arrighetti, which is crazy that Ronel Blanco's no longer part of the equation at this point for some people. But who knows? It feels like he's out, considering the Astros, when they were going back to 5, they're about to go back to 6. But when they went to 5, Blanco was out. As far as their rotation, 5-man rotation, Blanco was not in it. I do think, I guess just based on reputation and name, that the ceiling for that team is lower. The ceiling for this rotation is certainly lower. But you watch how Hunter Brown is pitched and the way Kikuchi is pitched, Arrighetti can be up and down. There's no evidence of that being true, but the thought of Verlander, Javier, and Fromber, even now, after what I've seen, the thought of them back in spring makes me feel better than the Fromber, Hunter Brown, Kikuchi, Arrighetti, whatever, however you decide that third one, particularly if you're in the wild card round, makes me feel that thought of them from back then makes me feel better than what I'm going to see right now. There's not a lot of experience. Fromber, yes, he's on another level right now, as Lance said. But the other guys, I don't know about those guys in a playoff setting. But this is where we are. If we go by what they've done, you should feel pretty good. Do the playoffs change the way they will perform? We will see. As the Astros still lead the Mariners rather comfortably, they're not really gaining any ground on the second seed, but they're still in contention for that, so we'll see how it plays out. But Verlander did not help the cause yesterday. Okay. I guess it's a sad end. I think they're going to fake an injury. Hey, you see him. He's hurt. I don't think they're just going to leave him off the playoff roster. They're going to use
shoulder soreness.
They're going to use some deception to not embarrass him. Unless he turns it around. If he turns it around, great.
His neck issue that had him on the IL flared up again.
It's an easy one to lean on. And he said he felt fine. He just said
I would have said, yeah, no.
You can't do it now because he needs more starts. He's got more starts. You can't do it now. You can do it. You can.
Oh, at the end of the season?
Yeah. Particularly if he's really poor.
I would have thought that last night was a perfect time because it's like, yeah, I re-aggravated the neck having to whip my head back to see where all these balls were.
You're not being serious.
He can't do that.
Yeah, it was just so hard. Pavin Smith, I just kept having to turn my head so fast to see where that ball
It's
was going to
funny.
land.
It's something we would say just for a joke, but he can't do that. So
No, I get why multi-time
Cy Young
winner,
future Hall of Famer can't do it, but it'd be
can't-
fun if he got that joke off. If he had the Tariq Woolen personality, get that joke off.
Oh no!
Oh no, my neck hurts because of the whiplash. No, it was an ugly night last night for Verlander, and I mean, we're getting to that point where people are being very, very upfront about this could be the end.
But the worst part, it's not the worst part. The worst part is the way he's playing. A bad part about it is that people are talking about it like it's a real, like the end of someone's life, where they're like trying to be very respectful about. Like I saw several tweets about, let's be respectful about Justin Verlander, but
Apparently
this thing is over.
I checked out when it was after the inning. Pretty much, I was done there. I did see someone take issue with the fans booing him, which I think is a little much. Not the issue being taken, but the booing. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Remember the past. The not so distant past, by the way, where he was a solid rotation piece in a 2022 title team.
Won a Cy Young.
Yeah, what are we doing? Okay, it's going poorly. You're fine in the division. You're gonna make the playoffs. You ain't gotta boo him. Relax. I don't know how loud it was. I just know people responding to it and weren't happy. And I get that. What are we doing? Don't boo Verlander.
Yeah. I understand the urge to boo when, it's Sunday night baseball. You have tickets.
You're
You
excited.
think it's going to be an exciting game.
And it's going bad.
And so you're upset and you boo. So I get that. But yeah, Verlander shouldn't get booed. I just thought the tone was very funny, where it was everyone just being like, listen.
Was Sarah McLachlan in the
We
background?
we only have a couple more starts with Verlander. Like it was setting in that like people were like, oh, he's not pitching in October.
Yeah,
is
we're
he?
coming to the end of the road. We could play some Boys and Men for him at some point.
We definitely can.
Maybe we'll get to that a little bit later in the upcoming weeks. Okay, we got one more segment to go. We will get to what happened in Ann Arbor.
Finally.
Relax. It's the biggest game. It was the biggest game of the weekend in college football.
We just never talked about
early on, and Texas, as people like to say, in fact, it was said by Texas players walking back to their locker room up the tunnel, belt to ass, is what happened on Saturday morning into the afternoon as Texas took care of Michigan and did it rather easily. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olalea.
All right, let's talk about the most important thing to this show, at least one half of the show. Miami versus FAMU. No, got Sean. Sean was ready, but let's talk Texas, Michigan. I went in there thinking to myself, Michigan won't be able to score. I didn't think Texas would have to put on a great performance to win. I just didn't think Michigan had the juice. And for all the narratives being spun about who should be playing quarterback at Texas, at least from some people who root for Texas, namely some being Sean Mapes, Quinn Ewers did some things that went beyond, Steve Sarkisian simply dialed up the right play call. Him getting off a second read or first or second read and finding a guy who wasn't his primary was impressive. Even just the little stuff he did in the pocket on third down, getting away here, buying some time, staying active in the pocket and finding a way to buy more time. Very impressive. I don't know if I'm like, well, he was a potential number 1 overall pick, because I'm like, I saw the Colorado State game. Where were all of you for that, saying he was a potential number 1 overall pick? But I will give Ewers an abundance of credit for understanding the moment. He was big against Michigan. He was big in Tuscaloosa, and particularly down the stretch against Washington, he was big there too. So if we can say one thing about Quinn Ewers, he shows up when it matters.
Quinn.
That's now something I don't use, because all I think about is Big Game Bob and how that big game stuff stopped like halfway through, although they still were winning Big 12 titles. Brian Kelly, just take a look at the numbers. Brian Kelly in big games, not great either. But back to Texas, their Gunnar Helm, is that his name?
Yes,
the tight end. Big day for him too. In fact, it wasn't like of course, Will Johnson's on one side, so they did take advantage of the guy of the corner opposite Will Johnson. But it wasn't like they were so overwhelming with their receivers. They were able to run the football, which was surprising considering Michigan's reputation. And Quinn Ewers kept making plays in that first half, and should have had another touchdown except for a holding call. So he was big. That was a nice, better than nice, a great performance by Quinn Ewers, particularly in the first half.
Yeah, the big part is the stuff on, not just on third down, because he was doing it on all 3 downs, but the being able to move off his spot, reset, and throw a accurate ball. That is something that was always my biggest hang up on Quinn Ewers, was when it's not dialed up for him perfectly, the creation element of his game wasn't really there. It felt a lot of panic mode, kind of happy feet, and an inaccurate ball, or he would just run, which honestly he probably should have just done more. It's just run instead of throwing a ball at someone's feet or 10 yards over their heads. Just run. But I think on Saturday he really kind of put that all to rest. It was kind of the first complete game performance, I'd say, from Quinn Ewers, because even like the Washington game came out the gate slow. The Oklahoma game was through, I think, 2 interceptions in the first quarter. So there was a lot of these other games. There was a little bit of don't love it, and the Alabama stuff. It's like, yeah, it's just he's getting the perfect play call every single time. This time they were getting. I mean, I thought it was perfectly fine play calling from Sark. I thought it was good play calling from Sark. But this Michigan defensive line, they would get pressure, he would move, and he would find a lot of times Gunnar Helm. He would find Gunnar Helm for a big gain. So I think that is really the biggest takeaway. Michigan on offense, you said it, they stink. I can't believe a self-respecting program trots out Davis Warren as their quarterback.
Well, they don't want to, but Alex Orji, who
Play
they would
him,
like
at least.
to.
I don't-
If you got to turn yourself into like 20, I don't know, let's say 2011, 2009 Oregon, and just run the football, speed option stuff, just do that.
Just do that. Like, if
Davis
neither guy
Warren's
can,
not going to win you games.
if neither guy can throw, give me the guy who can run.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. And yes, with Davis Warren in there, Michigan was playing like a parody of a 2000s Big Ten team, where this is good old fashioned oh my God, my eyes are bleeding, Minnesota Golden Gophers football that the defending champs are playing.
You got enough backs. If you sure
Do they? Donovan Edwards.
He was better than 8 for 41, had 12 yards. I mean, just look, the Michigan O-line, which is inexperienced, doesn't have a lot of starts. They lost all those starts from their title team last year. It's just different, and they haven't found an identity, except an identity that says their offense stinks.
Can I be honest?
Sure.
And this doesn't matter as much with the 12-team playoff as it would have last year in years prior. At a certain point, I was like, okay, let's not beat them too bad so people don't realize how bad Michigan is, because I don't think Michigan's that good, guys.
No, they're not.
I think Michigan is like a 6-7 win team, and then you look at their schedule and you're like, oh wait, they're easily gonna get 8. They're pretty easily gonna get 8 because no one in the Big Ten can like take advantage of the things that Texas was taking advantage of. Either their offensive line isn't good enough or their defensive front isn't good enough, and Michigan can win on one of those sides or both and do enough of just handing the ball off and win. They won't be able to do that against any serious team. So I'm kind of writing off Michigan a little bit.
Yeah, and Texas wasn't getting these giant gains unless your name is Ryan Wingo on that end around.
Yeah.
As far as run the football, but they were getting just enough. Carry here,
Yeah,
carry
no.
there, stay in positive situations, and Quinn can make a play on third down.
If Trey Wisner and freshman Jarrett Gibson is having all right running games against what going into the game I thought was maybe the best defense in college football, like that's bad. That's bad when, especially on the other side of the ball, you cannot throw.
No, it was a domination. It wasn't close. The score isn't even really indicative of how that game went in the first half. Texas.
I'm a little upset they gave up a touchdown. I'll be honest.
Understood. 31-6 is a lot better than 31-12. Although either way, you covered.
But again, it's a little bit of the okay. Michigan doesn't look like you don't want to embarrass them too much, because now people won't respect the win, and a radio show in Houston won't talk about it until the last 5 minutes of the show.
It isn't a radio show in Austin.
I don't know. We talked a lot about Notre Dame.
We talked about them losing a 4-touchdown upset, and it didn't take that long, by the way.
That's what Marcus Freeman does. Marcus Freeman just loses these
It
games.
was the biggest win in a program's history. We talked about Cougs are more local. Cougs are more local. And by the way, see, sometimes when you do a show, you got to lead into stuff. Talk about the Cougs led into me giving away tickets.
Okay.
If we had Texas tickets to give away, maybe I would talk about Texas earlier.
I'll see if I can get my hands on
And I rather talk about NC State, Tennessee for longer than we talked about Texas.
Why? That game was even worse.
Sorry, I like that shade of orange more.
Ah.
We are done for the day. Sean, I guess you can try to force Gallant Georgia into talking more about your Longhorns and their win.
I probably can't.
Probably not.
The worst part.
Texans will be the focus. We'll talk more about the Texans. We're going to have the press conference from D'Amico later today. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Get into more of the NFL that we didn't touch. Some funny stuff happened. And, of course, college football. A lot to get to tomorrow as well. We are done for the day. And what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Mixon, head of steam, running left, takes it in for a touchdown. Joe Mixon having a big day here on opening Sunday of the 2024 season.
Texans Swarm! 1-0. Alone in first place in the AFC South. Good afternoon. It is Galan and George on Monday, September 9th, 2024. And the Texans took down the Indianapolis Colts yesterday, 29-27, largely behind Joe Mixon, who had 30 carries for 159 yards and a touchdown. First place in the AFC South. That's good. A win. Also good. And yet, they got lucky yesterday. They got lucky. If they were playing a big boy team, they would have lost yesterday. And while I'm happy they won, and it's great that they got a division win, based off of all the hype that they've gotten this offseason, don't we have to raise our level of expectations? And winning a game by 2 points against a quarterback that is very inaccurate is still a win, but it's going to need to be better if they want to win against the big boys. Because if they played against the big boys, if they played those two teams who played on Thursday night, if they played one of those teams who played last night or on Friday night, they would have lost.
You know, it's funny to think about this game, and from that perspective, Paul, is Anthony Richardson gave you a little bit of everything in this game. Like, he had big boy throws because he's got a cannon. He was just letting those things rip down the field. So you're right, where there is a but to this. You know, there is a yes, they won, but they could have easily lost this game.
They could have.
And the Mixon, I think, was fitting to start the show with, because of all the things that happened in this game. That was the most, I don't know, surprising, pleasant, just awesome to see. But yeah, you're right. They got a little bit lucky in this game. Some bad decisions from the coaching staff, some weird decisions from the coaching staff throughout this game. So I'm with you. There's definitely a but to this week 1 victory for the Texans.
I need more. That's all I'm saying. Not poo-pooing it. A win is a win in this league, but we should have no kid gloves on anymore when we're talking about this team. Last year was a lot of fun. We had very low expectations, and they exceeded all of them. But we have higher expectations this year. And against better teams, I think the Texans will lose. I guess the glass half full edition is that you take a look at the AFC South, and it looks like the Texans are the clear front runners as opposed to being a team that will be battling with Indianapolis. But then again, take a look at the final score. Indy did keep that close in a game where Indy couldn't run the football. Texans deserve credit for that. Indy couldn't stop the run. Texans deserve credit for that too. Lots of credit to go around. I'm just saying this could have been better.
I did walk away impressed with both teams in this game. Like, I thought Indianapolis played a very good game. I was pleasantly, surprised with what you saw from Richardson. The flaws that we knew going into the game showed up. He was inaccurate over the middle. There was just a lot of the simple quarterback stuff that he could not do, but he can be electric at the same time.
He can. He's a great video game player.
Yeah.
But he also has his DJ ukulele moments. And honestly, as a Florida Gator, you should never impersonate some bum-ass Florida State Seminole in the way that he did. Look, Richardson missed a couple of touchdown passes, and that interception that he threw to Caleb Bullock in the red zone, that was on an overthrow. We can talk all we want about how bad that field was, and it was a terrible field and how much of a factor it had on the game. But it equally impacted the Texans and the Colts. Anthony Richardson, man, he is very, very inaccurate. Is that going to get better? I don't know. Not that much experience playing as a quarterback over these last couple of years. But these are just things that are in the back of my mind. Sorry I'm not coming in here, with the Texans starter jacket on, with some Battle Red sunglasses, with my helmet on, or any of the costumes. No, this is a business as usual win, and it could have been a better one. I give them a lot of credit for some of the things that they did along the way. But they just got to know in the back of their mind that this was a game that they could have lost. This is not something to be celebrating about. This is one to look at the film, study it intently, and make sure that against Chicago Sunday night, that you've cleaned up a lot of these issues in a game that had some hiccups.
Yeah, what we saw yesterday in the NFL was that this was the first preseason game of the year. This was the first time that you had really all your guys in action. Of course, you get the false start from Laramie Tunsil. Shocker.
Mm-hmm.
The start early in the game. That's like when you really knew football was back. When they threw the flag and they called it on Laramie. But I think I'm with you 100% on this take, Paul, because the expectations are higher. If you look at the video that our social media person Sam put together on Friday,
Sam, the social media savant,
of all of our predictions at the station, every single host and producer that was in the video had 10 or 11 wins, and about half of us had them going to the AFC Championship.
I know. It made me want to walk it back a little bit.
I know, but
I thought this time I was going to be on an island again as the hype man. Nope. And now we're all picking it. Oh
yeah,
boy.
I think I was like the first person to record, and I was like, I'm gonna be the only one that says this. And then the video started going. I was like, okay, like we're all pretty much in the same boat. But that goes to what you're saying. The expectations have been raised. The expectations that you won is that you were going to win this game. You did it. The expectation on Sunday Night Football is that you're going to win by double digits. You should. The expectation for this team is that when you get to that tough stretch, with the Dolphins, the Ravens, and the Chiefs, is that you're going to win at least 2 of those games, because that is the expectations that the front office, the players, the fans, the media should all have on this team. So yes, yesterday was a win as you expected. There are flaws in the game, but there's still so much. There was a lot of positive for sure.
Yeah, and
100%.
I know we want to talk about the positive after a victory. Somebody texted in, I believe this is from the 832. Guys, a win is a win. It's a division rival on the road with a payback element attached. Sure, but this is a team that is not standing in the way of you going further than you've ever gone before. Getting to all of those AFC Championship game appearance predictions that half of the station had. I mean, Sean's the measured one in the room here. Sean said divisional round and done, like the Texans always
Soft. I believe in certain elements of Texans football, and one of those is losing in the divisional round.
If they played like that against a team better than them, they would have lost. This is not me saying, oh, fire everybody. CJ Stroud's a bum. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you got to raise the level of expectations for this team. And what they did on Sunday, it was a win. And a win is a win, but it could have been better. And if they played against a better team, they would have lost.
It was fitting that we wore suits on Friday. Well, you wore a suit. Joe was in his pajamas at home.
No show Joe.
That's fake news. I was getting major work done.
Okay, it was
major work done
on a beach somewhere, and
drilling my mouth away.
Yeah. But it was a business-like win for the Texans, where they did what they had to do to win. And I think the biggest positive for me for the Texans, and I agree with you, Paul, that I think a different quarterback, you probably lose this game.
Which is funny because we said that last year, the last game of the year, because Gardner Minshew was so doo-doo in that Saturday
But
game.
it's different because the touchdown pass to Pierce, that might be a situation where I don't know if another player on your schedule can make that throw.
That's true.
Probably
that
Mahomes.
was a hell of a ball.
Actually, Mahomes.
Yeah.
But anyone else, like, I'm not sure if you had to worry about that throw
Josh Allen,
for the rest of the season. But I think that all the intermediate stuff, you probably lose with a more accurate quarterback. But on the flip side, on offense, our biggest question mark for this team was the biggest strength. And that's kind of what really good teams do, is they'll find if there needs to be a game where they rush for 5 yards per carry 30 times a game, they can do that. We all came into the year and came into this game thinking it'll be the wide receivers that make the difference. And they did. They made some big plays themselves. But really, what ultimately won them this game was Joe Mixon, of all people.
You mentioned the offensive line and the field. When you watched the game yesterday, Paul, where did you come down on that? Because they weren't great, the offensive line. CJ Stroud got sacked 4 times.
But they were, because they ran for 5 yards a carry.
Yes, like they were great running, but they weren't great protecting. It felt like every time we saw it with the incredible play from CJ Stroud in the second quarter where he slipped on the 4th inches or in the fourth quarter, and he got the pass to Brevin Jordan. Do you blame the offensive line yesterday, or are you giving some slack to them in week 1 because of the field?
I'll give them a little bit of slack. I thought the Titus Howard tripping CJ Stroud sack was entirely a result of that slippy field. But at the same time, Stroud was under pressure a lot in this game. Now, the Colts have a good front seven. We talked about this on Friday. So this was going to be a challenge. The Texans offensive line checked the box for one of those challenges. I did not think this was possible for them to run 40 times for 213 yards, 5.3 yards a carry. And Joe Mixon getting 30 carries, did not see that happening in the first game of the year. My week one overreaction for Mixon is, oh, wow, that extension's fine, which is a crazy thing to say because they gave our running back an extension who they gave 30 carries to the first game of the year. I mean, this might not last longer than a year.
That's a situation. I was thinking Anthony Richardson had the game where no matter what you think about him, you think it more. Like you're more on board with whatever your take on Anthony Richardson is. I think that what you brought up with Joe Mixon's another example of that, where you can view that as either a positive or a negative, that he had 30 rushes for 150 yards and they signed him to an extension. It's like, ooh, actually, I kind of want to put all these miles on him, then kick him to the curb. Or it's, wow, he can still do it. Vintage Joe Mixon. It is funny that there are both pros and cons with the list of facts of what Joe Mixon did.
I mean, Joe Mixon was arguably one of the best players in the NFL yesterday.
Yeah, he was. I was really impressed. I was
Yeah.
impressed. I saw some people when I did my live stream late last night because I'm a master procrastinator. When I did that, some people were saying, this is the same guy who said Joe Mixon wasn't going to do anything going into the year. My defense, not a great one, is, hey, man, the Bengals didn't think he was going to do anything either, and that's a team that went to a Super Bowl a couple of years ago. They were going to cut him, and they traded him for a late-round draft pick. So I was wondering, hey, does he still have the same stuff? But he showed a lot of patience, and what I was really impressed by, the physicality. And, I mean, he became infamous for his physicality back in the day. Changed man, better guy now, but very physical in this game, putting a shoulder into people, stiff-arming people. He looked really good.
Part of the physicality I really loved, and this is very stupid, and it doesn't matter, but when you rush for 150 yards, I can also say I love this. I like the no gloves look. If you're gonna run the ball and you're just gonna leave, it adds to the element of physicality. Is that, hey, listen, our running back's not even gonna wear gloves, and we're gonna hand it to him 30 times.
I think it also helped that if you noticed towards the end of the game that he had like paint marks.
Paint,
like,
yeah,
all
his
over
arms
jersey.
are marked up from that trash ass field that they're playing.
What a dump of a field.
They need to stop playing these games in Indianapolis if they can't guarantee a safe field for the players. I'll just say that.
Great point. It's a great point.
We had all the smoke for Brazil. Let's hold ourselves to the same standard.
I'm with you. And people
stop playing in third world countries.
People are
like Indiana.
Dude, here's the thing. It's a great point. I went on a side tangent in my live stream last night into just dumping on Brazil because I actually looked this up after the game because I didn't want to get canceled for it. Brazil is not a first world country. It's not a first world country. Just saying.
I didn't even know we had like a list. I thought it was
is it second?
I looked it up.
I thought it was a you know it when you see it.
Is there like a first, second, third power ranking here?
It didn't say what tier they are.
The college football playoff releases the rankings every week.
It didn't say what tier they were.
The AP has said that Brazil is a
low on the coaches poll,
second tier country.
But to your point about that field on Friday, you're right. That field yesterday was atrocious, and I mean, what are you doing putting this new field in for week one of the regular season? Why don't you do it in the preseason so you can figure out what's good and what isn't? I don't know. These billionaires, I get it. They're caring about the profits more than they're caring about the product because they know everyone's going to watch the product no matter what. But you're going to get guys getting hurt all year long if that's the kind of field that you're playing on. A field should not be slippery. Just a thought. Anyway, Joe George, Sean Mapes, I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Did the Texans get away with one yesterday? And what were you most surprised to see from the Texans yesterday? We haven't touched on this yet. I could not believe that the Texans finally did this yesterday. Stick around. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and on YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
At 1st and 10, pressure's coming. Richardson slips. Now he's airing it out deep down the field for Pierce. Pierce, touchdown! What a throw by Richardson! A 60-yard touchdown!
That happened a lot yesterday. Ooh. And it's a continuation of something that happened last year. Anthony Richardson, who only completed 9 passes on the game, but still somehow had over 200 yards passing, had a 60-yard touchdown completion. He had a 54-yard completion. And we're not done here because he had a 54-yard touchdown pass in the fourth quarter. The big play thing, I thought that's why they would address the safety position with the veteran in the offseason. So I'm happy about the victory. I want everybody to know that. I just feel like they got away with one yesterday, and that against a better team, they would have lost. A team with a quarterback who was more accurate, they would have lost. Joe, by my count, Richardson missed 5 throws, and he just flat out missed them. Like, there was no real excuse for it. At least 2 could have been touchdowns.
Yeah, he is. I'm trying to think the best. Like, what is Anthony Richardson? He is a much better deep thrower version of Justin Fields. I mean, he's a better, probably just almost as good of a runner. The deep ball is incredible, but the short stuff is a lot to be desired. And also, the second one to Doolin or whoever the hell that guy was, didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
No idea who he was.
That's a real. I can tell it's week 1 because they threw to a guy I've literally never heard of.
But that's a throwback to Colts wide receivers having random names that sound like presidents from the 1800s. There was a guy, I think Chester Rogers was a receiver for the Colts. Right. Alec Pierce sounds
Alec Pierce is an 1800s.
Right. They've always had guys like that. And I mean, they were missing one of their top wide receivers yesterday too, Downs.
Yeah.
But Pittman, you didn't hear much from, but Adonai Mitchell had, I think, multiple moments where he looked really good. Made Derek Stingley or Jimmy Ward, I'm not sure who, look silly a couple of times.
Yeah, does Richardson just never throw to A.D. Mitchell? Because he was consistently off on him. One of the touchdowns that you mentioned that you missed could have been an Adonai Mitchell touchdown.
It's like he's overcompensating. Like he knows how fast he is, so he's trying to throw it a little bit further, thinking he's going to chase it down, but then he's just airmailing the throws.
Yeah, Richardson it's like if Cam Newton was a worse passer. That's really what he is. He's like drunk Cam Newton or something. Like where it's just everything is a little late, a little behind, or a little forward. He's overcompensating. But I mean, we saw it on the goal line. Like physically, like you can't stop this guy.
Before we get to a couple of things that surprised me that the Texans were able to do today. Good things. I'm sorry, I'm sticking with the negative here.
Yeah, come on.
We're raising our expectations. We're raising our standards.
I'm good with this.
Super Bowl standards.
Yeah. That's all we're saying.
Okay. I still have divisional round standards.
And no one said Super Bowl. AFC Championship standards. Okay, one step at a time.
Did everyone have them losing to the Chiefs? I think that's very funny. That's a thing as NFL fans. We're just like, the Chiefs are going to win the AFC.
Well, because you probably look like an idiot if you don't pick them.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I just think it's funny.
Thursday night, I thought the Chiefs played a C- game, and I never felt, even though Baltimore had a chance at the very end to tie things up, like I never took Baltimore very seriously in that one because Lamar Jackson was playing out of his mind.
Yeah.
Out of his mind.
Yeah.
He's not going to do that again in another game against the Chiefs. But a couple of texts. So, Paul, what team looked so dominant in week 1 in the AFC that you think the Texans should have lost? It's really about what we just played coming in here. Anthony Richardson had a couple of awesome throws downfield, but he missed just as many. And I really want to know what happens if he doesn't misfire that ball that Kalen Bullock, who was quite the ball hawk, intercepts because they were in field goal range and they won by 2.
Yeah.
Just think about it from that perspective.
This is what Paul's saying is raising the standards, is how many quarterbacks would the Texans have lost to? The way the game played out, the league was yesterday, not a ton. Because during the afternoon games, the average quarterback was only throwing for 185 yards. But if you played against Lamar Jackson in week 1, if you played against Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, you would have lost.
You're playing against all those guys.
And that's what raising the standard means. Is that what you're saying? Okay, yes, we could have beaten Bo Nix or Justin Herbert. Or
I don't know about Herbert.
Yeah, Herbert might have just made those.
He wasn't great.
Might have completed those passes.
Herbert makes the cut, I think.
Yeah. Or Justin Fields or Deshaun Bum-ass Watson.
God,
he stinks. He really stinks. But when you raise the standard, we're talking about the elite quarterbacks in the NFL. That in this game and how we view the Texans is that Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, we'll see what Aaron Rodgers looks like, Dak Prescott. That is the standard for the Houston Texans now. That you would have lost that game if you played against those teams. I expect the Texans to win by double-digit points this weekend. I expect them to beat Trevor Lawrence and the Jags every time they play them. We're talking about the best teams in the NFL because the Texans want to put themselves in that conversation. So, yes, a majority of the quarterbacks yesterday in the NFL you would have lost because week 1 was poor play across the league. But if you play that way again, to what Paul's saying, you might not hang on.
Does Baker Mayfield beat you?
Yesterday, yes.
Yes. And he almost beat him last year, too.
Yes. I mean, that game was literally determined in the last 10
Baker's
seconds.
fault.
Because Stroud did some incredible things. And we'll talk about Stroud. Stroud was up and down in this game. He did have some brilliant moments. The thing that surprised me most about what the Texans did yesterday, they shut down Jonathan Taylor. The Colts have always had one guy who kicks their ass. It was Peyton Manning at first. It was T.Y. Hilton after Peyton Manning's head fell off and they brought in Andrew Luck. And then it was Jonathan Taylor. But yesterday, the Texans front seven that was missing Christian Harris held Jonathan Taylor to 48 yards on 16 carries, 3 yards per carry. They did a very good job against him. I did not see that coming. I could see, all right, maybe holding him to sub 100 for a change. To hold him to less than 50 and to hold him to 3 yards a carry, that's the biggest victory by the Texans defense yesterday.
You know, it's funny. When I do my notes for football games, I do positive, negative, meh.
Okay.
And I put the run defense in the meh category because even though statistically it looks very good, during the game, I did feel like he was moving the ball in chunks. It was like I saw the box score at the end and I was like, oh, like they held him in check pretty well. But it felt like during game action, he was getting 4 or 5 yards a carry.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
I know
Joe.
they don't. So my feelings are wrong. But that was a good surprise that he didn't just run all over them because it was, without Christian Harris, that was one of the bigger question marks of this team was how was Henry To'oTo'o and this group, how are they going to play?
Yeah, To'oTo'o played well. I think he led the team in tackles and they look good. On that side of things, the big chunk plays that they continue to give up, I mean, that's frustrating. And I thought Derek Stingley Jr. wasn't his best game as far as being the best corner in the NFL. Like, I know DJ Bename thinks he's capable of being, but the run defense really surprised me. And speaking of those boogeymen, Nico Collins is the first Houston Texans boogeyman for Indianapolis. We've never had one.
Never.
We've never had one. The Colts have owned the Texans more than any franchise in the NFL. They have owned them. And finally, there is somebody here who can kick that fake-ass city's ass. That city that stole a football team away from Baltimore. That city that has shrimp as a delicacy. You're not even on the water. And Nico Collins, over his last 3 games against Indianapolis, 22 catches, 458 yards, 2 touchdowns. And yesterday, it was the same thing. That first play, C.J. Stroud has the shot play downfield to Nico. He underthrew him. That's a touchdown if he actually puts that in a good spot. Since Nico's a huge guy, maybe you don't necessarily need to throw it as far as you can every single time you're throwing it to him. You know he's going to get up there in traffic and get it. There was another play. It was, I think, 3rd and 14. C.J. Stroud rolls to his right. He throws it back across the middle of the field. No one's taking that away from Nico Collins.
That play was great. That was a great play for Nico and C.J.
Yeah.
That was one of those like, whew. There's not a lot of quarterbacks who should be making that throw. There's a lot of quarterbacks, if they do that, it's a pick 6. Like, I trust CJ to make that throw. I want no one else doing it. The catch at the end of the game from Nico.
Yeah, that too. Okay, it's 3rd and 11. And look, Stroud, it's an up and down game for Stroud. If we're holding him to higher expectations, to higher standards, there are some things that I want to talk about a little bit later. But my God, I have no idea how he fit in that throw. And this is the difference between where you've been as a franchise for the majority of your history and now. Late in the game, it's 3rd and 11, and you need to keep the other team from getting the ball. How many times would this team have run the football and punted and tried to play defense? This time, they have the balls to go for it on 3rd and 11, and not just go for it. They go to an out route on the short side of the field.
Mm-hmm.
What? And he fits that in, and Nico Collins gets a knee down. I mean, from start to finish, perfection. That play, oh my God.
Yeah.
What a brilliant play, and what balls they showed there because they have this guy under center. But Collins, that play, I mean, they have no answer for him. There was one moment, he catches a pass towards the sideline, and one of the Colts defenders eventually, after he gets the first down, pushes him back and starts jawing with him. Shut up, dude. He is bullying you. He is super atomic wedging you. The waistband is in your mouth, sir.
Nico is, it's kind of like the Mixon thing. Immediate, like, good vibes on the contract. Immediate good vibes on Nico's new deal.
Yeah.
He is their boogeyman now. He is, I never thought we'd be here. You know, just thinking back to before last year and what it was his first 2 years with the Texans, the way that CJ Stroud has just opened everything up for Nico Collins and made it work so effortlessly for Nico being this deep target down the field. He can do everything. That's what I love about watching him play is Nico Collins can be effective no matter where you give him the ball. You can give him a screen pass and he can make something out of it. You can give him stuff over the middle, on the sidelines, deep down the field. That's what's so special about him at this point is you can just trust Nico Collins in any moment at any point on the field right now that him and CJ are going to figure it out.
Just go get it. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Texans took down the Indianapolis Colts 29-27 yesterday. We're going to be talking about it all morning long. And by the way, don't forget, our listener appreciation party is right around the corner. Friday the 20th, right here. There's going to be food from Philly Flats, from BB's, J Bar M. Oh, God, J Bar M. Love that stuff. All sorts of awesome food. Republic Boot Company is going to do a raffle. You got to go to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to secure your tickets now and have to be 21 plus to attend because they're running out. And it's tight confines, but we want to see you out there. Coming up next, we continue to talk about this victory and the up and down game that CJ Stroud had. Stick around.
Coming up on the 22nd, Sean, myself, and Brian will be headed to LaBerge, Lake Charles to broadcast live from the ESPN Bet Sportsbook there. They will be opening that officially that Friday. They'll do a grand opening ceremony on the 20th, and then we'll be there doing the show that morning, Sunday morning, before the Texans game as they take on whatever, the Vikings, the Patriots, whatever bad team they're playing that Sunday. It's one of the two, unless the real Sam Darnold shows up once again. You never know. But we'll be out there. It's my favorite place to go and bet on my Texas teams when I leave Texas. There's plenty of stuff you can do in the meantime as well. Every week, I'm in the Cover 5 contest. Cover 5 is a free app that you can download. You pick 5 games against the spread. You can do NFL weeks. You can do college football. You can do Major League Baseball. It's a really simple game. If the team you pick covers, you get as many points as they cover by. If they lose, you get negative that. It's an easy game to play. It's totally free. So download the Cover 5 app right now. And when you want to leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
This marks 9 straight divisional road wins for you guys. There was a little talking back and forth ahead of this division rivalry game. What kind of message did your play send today?
I think it showed that, we accept that the target is on our back. We know that guys can give us our best shot, and it's really all about us. I think if we take away some mistakes and do some better things on offense, especially because our defense played great, I think, we have a way better game. But that's a great coach team, very well coached, great defense. But, I definitely think that, we can still be better for sure.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you. God bless.
Glad he got that God bless in there.
Had to.
Now, I do feel that CJ Stroud and the Texans should take on, given all the hype attached to them this offseason, more of the Joe Mazzulla approach. And maybe you need to have a championship for this, but for those who don't know, Joe Mazzulla, the crazy head coach of the world champion Boston Celtics, said last week that people have the guns pointed at their face and they're welcoming that. Sean, do we have the audio of that? This is Joe Mazzulla last week.
People are going to say the target's on our back, but I hope it's right in our forehead in between our eyes. I hope I can see the red dot.
Maybe the Texans have to get to the AFC Championship game for that to be the thing.
Yeah, I do think you have to beat the Chiefs in the playoffs and the Ravens, at least one of them. You definitely have to beat the Chiefs before you can say, I hope to see the dot in between my eyes. I think you have to accomplish just a little bit more before you can go that far.
And CJ, he's a good guy with the media, good guy of the year, some would say.
That's true.
With the media.
He won Good Guy of the Year thanks to the Pro Football Writers Association of America. It's his first, check that, it's his second trophy, Rookie of the Year last year, and Good Guy of the Year.
To be fair, I think it's his third because I think he also got one specifically from the Texans media.
That is true. He got one from the
I think he got
local chapter and the national chapter.
Correct. Yeah, he got recognized locally and nationally.
Correct.
So, 3 trophies
in
his case.
He's good with the media. I don't know if he's quite a Joe Mazzulla. I want to see the bullet between, or I want to see the red dot. I don't know if he has that. He doesn't get that aggressive normally. It's hard to do that and then follow it up with God bless.
Yes. Now, it was an up and down performance for Stroud. I say that because yes, he had those incredible plays. He threw a pass on 4th and 2 from his knees.
Yeah. Yes,
he threw that on his knees.
Yes, he did.
You all know that Tom Brady's my Lord and Savior. I saw Tom Brady try to throw a pass on his ass once, and it got picked off.
I remember that play.
I do too.
I remember that play.
Because not too long afterwards, a Dolphins fan threatened to strangle me with my own intestines at Pro Player Field because I was talking a lot of trash. And honestly, shouldn't have been talking that trash because the 1-13 Dolphins beat the 13-1 Patriots that game. It happens. But CJ Stroud threw a pass from his knees for a first down. And he seemed so calm when he did it. And we talked about it earlier, the throw on 3rd and 14 where he's rolling to his right and he throws it back across the middle of the field to Nico Collins. And on that last drive, that out route that I don't know how he fit that into that tight window, throwing it to Collins for a first down that ultimately led to the Joe Mixon first down that clinched the game. But there were a couple of times he could have had interceptions.
Well, and there's the one specifically that is the worst throw of one of the worst throws we've ever seen CJ Stroud make.
The attempt to throw it out of bounds.
Yes, where he failed to get out of bounds, and it was an interception except for 3 inches of a guy's heel.
Yeah, I honestly disagree with the way that the NFL has created that rule. I feel like if one foot's down and the toe's down before the heel, I feel like it should count as a full foot. I guess per the NFL's letter of the law, that's not the case. That's what we learned yesterday.
Yeah, I would accept that though.
So I disagree in principle there. And look, if you're going to throw the football out of bounds, you got to know you're going to be able to make it to the bench. That's the way you should be looking at it. He lobbed that thing up. I mean, if there's a little bit less oomph on that, that's a pick six. You throw it up like that towards the sideline, you have a defender who's flying in there. He gets the ball. He's got all the forward momentum going.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy made a great catch there. That was terrible. That is now the worst throw he's ever made. The second worst is the pick six that he threw against the Bengals.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
That one was a rough one.
Yeah, but that play was inexcusable. He knows that. I mean, but you're right. Just literally, dude, just fire it out of the field.
Yeah,
just throw it as far as you can. Throw it to a fan in the stands. There was the other interception, which wasn't as egregious, that got wiped off by the penalty. That one, I think
there's holding on it.
Yeah, he knew there was a penalty, I think. So he was a little more reckless with the ball. That I'm always okay with. Like, if you've got a free play, you be as reckless as you absolutely want. Totally different than the previous interception.
I don't know if he knew he had the free play, but I agree with you in principle on that one. There was one more almost interception. It was a deep ball that he threw to Tank Dell. He had two underthrows on deep balls. One was to Nico Collins. One was to Tank Dell. That one should have been intercepted too. I don't know what that Colt defensive back was doing. Bounced right off of his hand. So it was an up and down kind of performance for CJ Stroud. And again, what I'm trying to establish here, now that there are actual expectations attached to the Houston Texans, is it's not going to be a sunshine and rainbow pom-pom party every single victory. They won by 2 points in a game where they easily could have lost, and I think they could have done better. They did some really good things there. Joe Mixon looked good. The run defense looked good. Nico Collins was good. Stephon Diggs was awesome in the red zone. And it's nice to see that he and Stroud continued that rapport that they have in the red zone. But we're trying to raise expectations here. And I felt like for CJ Stroud, that was a C-minus game. We saw some spectacular, but there could have been more interceptions in that one. And the thing that I'm most frustrated with, Joe, is at the very end of the first half. I know everyone wants to blame it on the referees. And the referees did do a very poor job of communicating what the hell was happening there. But ultimately, the person who is on the field is in control of what happens there. And CJ Stroud and the Texans should not have been lining up after the referee said there's 5 seconds left in the shotgun. And you could tell that Stroud realized he screwed up a second later, because then all of a sudden he started clapping his hands because he knew, oh, wait, damn it, what did I do? It's a learning experience. Luckily, it didn't cost him. But that, to me, that was the worst moment by Stroud. That could have cost him. It was 3 points.
Yeah, that whole sequence is confusing because there's a lot of blame to go around from the coaches to the refs to CJ. It does seem, because he took some accountability after the game, that it was communicated clearly to CJ that it was going to be a running clock. So that's where you're right. That's something that is really inexcusable. Even though he was only in his second year, to make that kind of a mistake, you just have to know to spike it in that moment. Now, your coach could have helped you, but you just have to know. And it's one of those weird things too, Paul, where it's like, I would say he's never going to make it again. That play was so bizarre. I don't know if he'll ever be in that position ever again.
So let's try to walk through it here. Yeah. So Dalton Schultz catches a pass. They're not sure whether or not he caught it. The Texans line up on the ball and spike it. And they get the spike off, but apparently the whistle had been blown and the replay process had begun. And they were trying to determine whether or not Schultz caught it. Schultz did catch it with 15 seconds left. And what's supposed to happen after that is there's supposed to be a 10-second runoff. And then the clock starts again. And the Texans in that situation should have spiked the ball. Where it got complicated was after the review was done on the television broadcast, it seemed like Shane Steichen had called a timeout. But no official did this movement right here. I'm making a movement where my hands are going up and down. It sort of looks like I'm doing the top half of the YMCA. When the referees do that on the field, that means that the clock is stopping. No official did that. There was a whistle blown, but no official did that. If they had done that, then a timeout would have been called by the Colts. But they never called a timeout. And I know that no one really knew about it because I looked at the pool report afterwards. And Jonathan Alexander, maybe he forgot, but he never asked whether or not a timeout had been called there. So I think everybody watching the game due to the television broadcast thought that Shane Steichen had called a timeout. And maybe he called the attention of the referee by getting that, but a timeout was never actually called on the field. This was a screw-up by the referees. It 100% was. They should have clarified that, and they never did. They never cleaned it up. The ref apologized. I've never heard a referee apologize when delivering, an update about what's going on, a clarification.
Yeah.
So there was screw-up here, but CJ Stroud, after that happened, the Texans have to adapt to it. You can't cry about how the referees are doing it. You have to realize, hey, if there's 5 seconds left, there's only one thing that we can do. It's spike the ball. Hail Mary, that's going to take too much time. Moving the ball up 3 yards with a throw to the an out route or something like that so that you get a couple extra yards, what's that going to do for you? You got Kymie Fairbairn who would hit 3 50-yard field goals today. You don't need to get any closer. You're just getting greedy here. What they should have done is lined up on the ball and spiked it. I don't know why they thought, especially after the referee said that there was 5 seconds left on the clock, that they could have done anything. Whether the clock was stopped or not, they should have spiked the ball there. And that's on CJ Stroud because he's the guy that's on the field. I get like D'Amico Ryans is supposed to communicate, but if you're out there on the football field, the head coach doesn't really have that much say other than calling a timeout, which the Texans were out of in that moment.
I also just philosophically hate the idea of the little out route to tank that with 5 seconds left. If you're going to do it, just go for a touchdown. Like if you're going to choose not to kick a field goal in that moment, go for the end zone. Like the idea that you're going to.
Don't.
No, I know.
Take the field goal.
But like, yes, just take the field goal. But if you're going to run a play, at least do something big with it.
There's also just some getting too cute with it of, well, what if he doesn't get out of bounds after he catches it and now the game's over, or not the game's over, the half is over because you try to get 5 extra yards here for very little reason. Yeah, I think it was just a bad. I will say one thing, one bright side, and maybe it's easy because they did end up winning. But D'Amico Ryans in the halftime interview running off the field immediately was like, "That's our bad. We could have been better there."
He did.
CJ Stroud took accountability after the game. You don't always hear that. I mean, a lot of times, like, it's very easy just to throw the ref under the bus because he literally apologized while giving a verdict, which, like you said, never happens. And it was pretty clearly that they either mismanaged or miscommunicated the last 15 seconds there. But I do like that the coach and the player there were on the same page of like, nope, our bad. We'll keep it moving.
This is CJ Stroud after the game weighing in on it when he was asked about what was a very confusing moment for everybody watching the game.
Week 1, everybody's rusty. So I'm rusty. We're rusty as the whole. I think the officials told us one thing, but we got another, and it's up to us to really make the situation right. It's my job, you know what I mean? So I got to be better right there, and that's something we can definitely learn from, you know what I mean? I definitely don't think it's the end of the world, but those points could have cost us, you know what I mean? So we definitely got to be better.
I agree. See, CJ Stroud's even saying it. All you people who are thinking I'm hating on the Texans today, that I'm being John McClane here. I'm just trying to raise our expectations, okay? I am the cake eater football fan. I come from a long line of winning. I'm trying to adjust everyone's expectations now that you have a chosen one quarterback.
I think it's time to start viewing them like you view the Astros. We have high expectations.
Not quite Astros level.
I want to say that.
You expect the Astros to go to what, the ALCS this year?
Yes.
Half of the station predicts them to go to the Texans to go to
But
the
if they
AFC
go to the
Championship
That
game.
half over there. Not this half.
2/3 of the show.
I don't know why I'm taking a victory lap for having them lose in the divisional round after week 1.
Yeah, you sound like a Twitcher right now, the who randomly hate the Texans. Look, I don't think you can go that far because the Astros going to the ALCS, that's almost like the minimum expectation, right?
Yeah, I guess it's the minimum versus the highest expectation.
Yeah, we get to say the first round of the playoffs starts then, which is fun because it makes people so angry, And we think that if they make it there, that they'd have a chance to win the World Series. I think we're all skeptical that they would win the AFC Championship game, let alone make it to the Super Bowl and win it, So I don't think we're quite there. But while we're on the Houston Astros, oh boy, things might be figuring themselves out when it comes to the Astros playoff rotation, at least based off of what we saw yesterday. He's Joe. I'm Paul Escalon, and George. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Verlander badly needs a strikeout, ground out double play, something to get out of this inning, and this one is driven to left field. Alvarez going, he looks up, Smith has done it! A grand slam! Second home run, 7 RBI, and the Diamondbacks and Pavin Smith make a big statement here in Houston.
I don't think the broadcaster could have set up that moment any better. Because, yeah, Verlander could have used literally anything other than a grand slam. His night, last night, against the Arizona Diamondbacks, as the Astros do take 2 of 3 from a very good Diamondback team, but saw Verlander struggle the way that he did. 3 innings pitched, 8 hits, 8 earned runs on 75 pitches. His ERA in 4 starts since coming off of the injured list is 9.68. He has not allowed this many runs since joining the Houston Astros. The most he'd ever allowed was in 2017, 9 with Detroit. It was his shortest start since August 9th of 2018. His ERA nearly jumped a full point from 4.52 to 5.3, Joe George.
I'm struggling with this one, Paul. I'm struggling because I want to say it. I want to use the W word.
The W word. What do you mean the W word? We talking about winning?
Washed. I'm so close. He's bad. He's bad. You know, I was praying and hoping to go on Twitter last night and see Justin Verlander say after the game he's hurt. Instead, he said, I feel great. Just wasn't good. That's the worst thing you want to hear. Like, I was hoping he was going to say he was hurt because of how bad it was. He was just terrible again. I mean, when we had the Justin Verlander conversation, that was a good conversation, but even in the back of my mind, I'm like, maybe this is a little premature. But now, when you talk playoffs, I don't think there's a will Justin Verlander be in the rotation. It's why is he in the rotation in the playoffs at this point? He is terrible right now.
His last time out, I thought to myself, you know what? He's just working his way back from his neck/shoulder injury. And then Dana Brown on the Astros flagship said the same thing. And I started second guessing myself because I felt like I was delivering propaganda. And then yesterday happens and the Diamondbacks are a good team. You can't afford to have that happen. This offense does have some firepower. It's nice to see Kyle Tucker finally back. But, I mean, you're not going to be overcoming 8 earned runs from your starting pitcher in the first 3 innings. And while Yusei Kikuchi on Saturday was far from perfect, I mean, if we're making the choice right now, it's definitely for the 3-man theoretical Astros playoff rotation, assuming that they get to the 2 seed, which does seem also far-fetched right now. You're picking Kikuchi. It's not a debate right now. Can it change? Sure. We still have 20 games left or so. But that was
I mean, Paul, he hasn't Justin Verlander hasn't gotten out in the 6th inning of a baseball game since May 29th.
Oh, that's a while.
I mean, even before the injuries, he's only going 5 innings.
Jose
at
Abreu was
most.
still here.
Yeah, like he is not going deep into baseball games. He's just not as effective as he used to be. And it's not even close. It's just he's laboring through everything to get the stuff that was, in a jam to get out of it. I don't know what's going on or if he's just done.
I don't want to call him washed, but I mean, what can you call last night?
I'm one more away. I'm not there yet, but if he gives another less than 5 innings appearance where he gives up 4 or 5+ earned runs, that's it.
I really wonder if the Astros have the balls to not put him in the playoff rotation, even if this is going on. And I heard Dell talking about this with Sean on the way in about, like, well, what are you going to do here? Are you going to give him another injury designation? I mean, that is the nice thing that he has going for him, is that he technically is fresh back from a neck/shoulder injury. But at the same time, it does seem unlikely that this organization is going to tell a veteran, yeah, dude, F off.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know?
it's unserious then. Let me paint a picture. Okay.
Paint it.
You're in a 5-game series.
Bob Ross over here.
Framber Valdez has a disastrous first start and loses. So your mental head case is on the rocks. You win your next 2 games and you're up 2-1 in the series. And then washed Justin Verlander goes out there and gives up 8 earned runs in a playoff game. And then you have to go back to Framber for game 5, who just lost game 1 of a playoff
Look
series.
at you to take this back to Framber. Framber was great on
I
Friday.
know he was, but
great.
I'm painting a very negative scenario
It's a very
here.
negative picture. This is like what goth kids
But,
doodle
like,
in their
I don't
notebook.
want. You can't have him out there.
Framber's like, what the hell did
I'm
I
sorry.
do?
It's good. I'm sorry,
This guy gave up
Framber.
8 runs last
I'm
night.
sorry, Framber.
Joe's always bringing it back to Framber.
Why am I the worst part of this?
Like, Joe just wants to be right because he wanted to trade Framber.
No. But like, he can't be out there. You cannot give him the ball in game
Verlander.
4, Justin Verlander, of a playoff series. It's a
I'm with
terrible
you right
decision.
now. I'm with you right now. I don't see how you justify it.
The worst part about it is that his first, this isn't part of, like what he said post game. He physically feels great. Man, never better. He didn't say never better, but the first 2 games after his most recent IL stint, they're perfectly acceptable old man Justin Verlander performances. It is the fact that he's gotten worse. As we've talked about, as Minister of Propaganda Paul Gallant has said that he's that Justin Verlander is just working himself into postseason shape. As that's happening, he's getting worse, not better.
I am at least glad that afterwards he said, though, I think he said effing atrocious.
Yes.
So
he's
at least
aware.
he said that.
Yes.
Because sometimes this makes my blood boil with pitchers when they have an absolute like doo-doo fest out there. And then they say, I really felt like I pitched well. No, you didn't.
I was really hitting my spots.
you were hitting the spots on the bat.
Pavin Smith was hitting hitting them too.
Yeah, this is another nobody hitting 3 tanks in one game. Like,
yeah.
What? Who names their kid Pavin?
Great question.
I thought it was Pavin. To be
Whatever.
honest. No. The highlight we says Pavin, which is worse than Pavin.
Either way, what are we doing?
Yeah, because at least like Pavin, you can be like, well, like his dad's name is Gavin, his mom's name is Patricia, and they combined it. I don't know.
Oh, that's how people name kids.
I guess so.
Like combining names.
Well, it's better than Pavin.
It is better than anything's better.
Like, what is he? His dad's a construction worker.
Whoa! Why are we besmirching construction work?
Well, like, how do you come up with the name Pavin?
Got it. Okay, took me a second.
Paul just thought it was a random shot.
I was like, whoa!
What, are you stupid? Like a construction worker? No, that's not what we're doing.
That's what I thought you were doing. He's showing Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it. I think everybody's in agreement here. Like, Verlander, let's see him on the injured list.
Thank God you did that during week 1 of NFL football.
I know,
Justin
right?
Verlander.
He did.
Thank
He
God.
did. Last night, I think it was Poor Marine on Twitch was getting on us because we weren't talking about the Astros. Did you want us to talk about the Astros last night? Did you want us to say that Justin Verlander looks washed? Like, because he did. Anyway, up next, we'll continue to talk about the Texans, their victory 29-27 to open the season over the Indianapolis Colts, first place in the AFC South. What's your biggest week 1 overreaction? We'll deliver those next. Stick around.
Stroud on the slant. He's got Diggs, who's got a touchdown. Stephon Diggs, his first touchdown as a member of the Houston Texans.
He had 2. Stroud and Diggs in the red zone. It's going to work. Those slants. It's hard to stop them. And while the field definitely assisted one of CJ Stroud's 2 touchdown passes to Stephon Diggs because the poor Colts defensive back ate bleep as he was trying to keep up with him, this is a continuation of things that we saw in training camp, if not in the preseason, because you don't really see anything in the preseason. If you were out of training camp practices, Stephon Diggs, when he was inside the 20 working with CJ Stroud, he just finds ways to get open. So to your spiciest Houston Texans take, Joe, this year about touchdown receptions.
Oh, that Nico Collins will finish 4th on the Texans.
Yes.
Now, he didn't score a touchdown, so, you know.
He didn't score a touchdown.
But,
and Stephon Diggs seems like he's going to be probably in first.
Yeah, he'll be in first, especially in the red zone like that. I mean, I think if you're at like the 25 and, you know, like around the 25-yard line, that's where, like, that's the tank zone, I would say. But when you get close, it's all Diggs. I mean, they're going to find a way to get him the ball. And it was there's so many concerns about Stephon Diggs. We talked about the captain conversation last week, and it's like, what is this guy going to look like in terms of targets and being upset? It is funny, like, he only had 33 receiving yards, but he had 2 touchdowns, and that matters more than any yards you can get. So I thought CJ did a really good job, distributing the ball to those top 3 guys in his first game. 21 targets between the 3 of them, 8 to Nico, 7 to Tank, and 6 to Diggs. I was just curious what it was going to look like in game action, and he did a very, very good job with it.
From the 8-3-2, what a great captain. 2 touchdowns for all you character assassins. Go Diggs. That would be me. That would be me. Look, I was surprised he was named captain. That's a great start. He was certainly not too unhappy about only getting 33 yards receiving, but when you get 2 touchdowns, you generally do feel pretty good about yourself after the fact. Okay. Someone texted, and also, you guys are starting to sound like the bitchy bees. Hey,
why?
We're just trying to hold people to a higher standard after a victory. We're not doing a victory lap. It's the Colts.
Okay, for this texter,
Joe's so mad about this.
For this texter,
He's so angry.
Justin Verlander's can be perfectly fine. Justin Verlander is a Cy Young winner. Justin Verlander's can be the best pitcher for the Astros, and there's no chance it will blow up in their face when they put him in the playoff rotation. There you go. Anti-bitchy bees there.
I think, but the way that you said it, it sounded a little sarcastic and means, which is borderline bitchy, like the bitchy bees. He called it that. We didn't. We're just referring.
Don't
to
get
them
mad
by what the texter said. Give me, Joe, a week 1 overreaction. Week 1 overreaction. I have what was happening here.
We're having, with the power surges that have been happening, sometimes when we play audio, it comes through the television instead of Sean's computer. Like
okay, I thought I was hearing things.
No.
Okay, let's circle back.
Yes.
Hi, it's Galan and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass.
Positive or negative overreaction?
Positive, because everyone wants the positivity. Who's happy Mr. Person? It's Joe George wearing a CJ Stroud jersey.
The Texans are going to lead the NFL in sacks this year. And they only got 2 this weekend. And they got nothing from Daniel Hunter. They got nothing from Will Anderson. They didn't even get that many quarterback hits.
Wait, so how are they going to lead the NFL in sacks?
Because the way... sorry. I know. I'm sorry.
I have to actually get the sound.
I know.
You can be a professional.
I know. They made things so much easier for Foley and for Mario Edwards, Hunter and Will Anderson did, that they're going to get theirs. And while they didn't get to the quarterback in this game, and they didn't get, a sack, or even I think Will Anderson had a quarterback hit on the first series, and that was his only one for the game. I just think that they're going to be monsters throughout the entire season. And the way that the offense is going to perform, teams are going to be chasing them. So my biggest overreaction is that even though they only got 2 sacks this weekend, is that, look, you asked for an overreaction, is that they're going to lead the NFL in sacks as a team.
But don't you have to have an overreaction that's based on something that happened yesterday?
I think it is based on what happened yesterday.
But
I know.
I didn't even know Daniel Hunter was out there.
I know, but they were double teaming those guys like crazy. And that Hunter and Will Anderson, they're going to get theirs. Like, they are going to get to the quarterback. They're going to make things easy for the guys on the interior, and then eventually they're going to get theirs, and it's going to add up. So,
my first week 1 overreaction of a positive tune. The Joe Mixon contract already worth it. They gave him an extension, and he gets 30 carries his first day, and he goes for a lot. What was it? 150 and a touchdown? Impressive performance by Joe Mixon. I did not think that he had it in him. 159 to be specific. I didn't think they'd be able to do that against a, one, very good Colts front seven, but two, I wasn't 100% sure that the Houston Texans would ever be able to run the football with Bobby Slowick running this offense. I wasn't sure. Based off of last year, where you had a guy in Dameon Pierce the season before comes in and just can't do anything here after having a great year in 2022 with no quarterback help and with just all bad things, all the bad vibes. They couldn't make it work last year with him, but Joe Mixon seems to be the perfect fit. And I already like the contract, even though it's only been one game. And if he's getting 30 carries a game, there's definitely an argument to be made that it won't age very well.
Yeah, you might run him into the ground. But, okay, to go with this, even though it was only a few carries, I thought Dameon Pierce looked okay when he got his touches in the game. Like, he seemed to be finding some gaps in the defense as well. The offensive line blocked very well. Joe Mixon found the gaps when things were moving around, and he really was, for the first time, what you typically see in Miami and in San Francisco from this Kyle Shanahan offense in the running game. So Joe Mixon was very, very good in this game. I'm all in with this overreaction that the contract's worth it. He's not going to do this every week, but he could.
I don't know.
I mean,
I feel like that'd be a record.
But if he can get you 4 yards a carry most games, they could have the best offense in the NFL.
There we go. See, there's an overreaction.
That's what my overreaction was going to be.
See, that's a better overreaction than they're going to lead the NFL in sacks this year.
Yeah, I know, but that's my overreaction.
Yeah, I know. No. Don't say that.
Yeah.
We're going to erase that. Press the dump button. That never happened.
Oh, I'm not backing down.
You're not backing down?
No,
Okay,
no.
fine.
But Joe Mixon, like, if he runs like this, when CJ has a great game, how many points are they going to score? I mean, they scored on their first 3 possessions, and 2 of them were field goals.
Well, theoretically, they could run the clock out on themselves and score less because of it. But I mean, if you have the ability to win this way and the ability to win by throwing the football, then you're just going to be a matchup problem every single week. And a team's going to have to try to take one thing out, but they can't take everything out. This is why I think so many people were hyping the Texans up this offseason. Name brand at running back, adding Stephon Diggs. You do look at them and you're like, where do we start? And you're going to probably think for a very long time about where you start. Like Tank Dell barely saw him yesterday. But Nico Collins, we saw him, and as we always do against the Colts, like that's the best part about it. So this was, even though it was an up and down performance for Stroud and the offensive line wasn't great in pass protection, this definitely was one of those games where you're like, man, this was a C performance in totality by the offense. Maybe, probably. Nah, hang on. I got to say, it's probably a B minus performance by the offense in totality. Got a lot of third down conversions, settled for a couple of field goals. But imagine what it will be in some games where the passing attack really takes over.
Yeah, because that's what you depend on. Yeah, that's what we came in with expectations with this season, where I think it's safe to say we're still gonna believe that this is gonna be a passing attack first, more than a team that's going to hand the ball to the running back 30 times. Like that is what this team is going to do if they're going to be successful. But if they can hand the ball off to their running back, again, probably not 30 times in a game that the passing is working better. I think this was a little bit more out of necessity and being up late. They were really running out the clock with Mixon there. But I think it just shows that if they can replicate this kind of performance from the offensive line, in run blocking, how's this not the best offense in football if you're getting closer to what you would expect from the passing offense?
I have another positive overreaction. I think, Joe, you have a negative overreaction. We'll get to both of these on the other side. If you have a positive or negative overreaction based off of one game of Houston Texans football, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN975 or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. It is Galan and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
O-line, you gotta give the O-line its credit. I mean, we get all the hoopla, we got the celebrations and all that, but the game is won up front. Playing on the other side of the scrimmage, line of scrimmage is huge. Our O-line dropped their nuts when they had to.
As Texas wide receiver
I didn't hear that.
Stephon Diggs after yesterday's 29-27 victory over the Indianapolis Colts. Texans alone in first place in the AFC South. I'm excited about Stephon Diggs quotes. I'm excited. He said that in passing. It's natural. It's authentic. We're going to get some good quotes from Stephon Diggs this year.
Especially when the vibes are good, the quotes are going to be even better.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure like if things don't go well, we'll also get very good quotes from Stephon
We will.
Diggs. But I think they're going to be more fun just based on like his Twitter when he was always tweeting about the highways and things like that. We're gonna enjoy good mood Stephon Diggs, I think, more than bad mood.
He seems like a goofy guy, and he also seems like a good dude. He just also seems like somebody who's going to be temperamental on the sidelines and potentially that could lead to a souring relationship with his quarterback. But really good start, 2 touchdowns, 33 yards receiving. Nico Collins continuing to do what he does to the Indianapolis Colts as well. I'm going to give one more positive overreaction to week 1 for the Houston Texans. Run defense fixed. They shut down a guy who kicks their ass regularly. Maybe not quite Derrick Henry level, but pretty close. Jonathan Taylor, in the 6 games before that he'd played against the Houston Texans, was averaging nearly 6 yards a carry. And in this one, they held him to half of that. 16 carries for 48 yards, 3 yards a carry. I did not see that coming, to be perfectly honest. I figured Taylor would have a good day. They completely erased him in yesterday's game, and they deserve a lot of credit for it. Overreaction. Run defense, a big problem last year, fixed.
I like that one. I hope you're right.
I do too.
I mean, it'd be nice. No, there's not a ton of running backs you're super worried about on your schedule this year. You don't play Derrick Henry till Christmas this year since he's no longer. I'm just glad he's no longer on the Titans. Even though Tony Pollard was pretty good yesterday. I'm with this, and especially if you can get Christian Harris back at some point, it should be even better. And Danico Autry, like you are missing 2 big parts of stopping the run on your defense right now, so it's only going to get better just as you get healthier. So I'm with this one.
You have a negative overreaction.
Yeah,
don't you?
not replacing Jimmy Ward is going to be the biggest mistake they've ever made. Giving him the or at least of the
Brock Osweiler
of this era of Texans football.
Okay. Sorry.
That contract extension is the opposite of Joe Mixon. What a waste of money.
Yeah.
I mean, Stingley was getting burned on a couple of these plays. Jimmy Ward looked like he had no prayer in the secondary of trying to make a play on a receiver.
I'm always hesitant to make assumptions about coverage because you never know if somebody blew a responsibility out there. We generally just see the defensive back who was closest to the play and assume it's that guy's fault. Sometimes it's not that guy's fault. But as a safety at the high school level, a very low level of high school football, there was one thing my coach told me to do. Stay on top. And this was a problem last year. They just give up a lot of big plays. They gave up a 60-yard touchdown. They gave up a 54-yard touchdown. They gave up a 51-yard bomb. And Jimmy Ward seemed to be near all of those and not making a play. And maybe Jimmy Ward is just better as a guy who's more of a run support safety, but I hope we start to see more and more Kalen Bullock doing whatever we think, we football rubes believe that they are trying to put Jimmy Ward out there to do. I think Kalen Bullock can do it better. And Bullock had an incredible interception on a terrible throw by Anthony Richardson, but it was a really nice play.
Well, because if you're going to get beat, I'd rather have the guy out there that's also occasionally going to make a big play and get an interception. So I would take that trade all the time. If they're both going to get beat, then just take the guy who occasionally makes the big play. I didn't like the signing when they made it. I didn't like it when he was out, Jimmy Ward, when he was out there last year, and then he got hurt and left you in an even worse position. And then this game, I'm just left unimpressed once again. And I get why he's here. He's a captain. He's a D'Amico guy. I don't see it. So I feel the total opposite way that you feel about the Mixon contract, that giving Jimmy Ward an extra year makes no sense to me.
Yeah, it's not looking great, at least after week one. Week one, overreactions. Sean, you got any overreactions from week one?
The negative one was along the same lines as the Jimmy Ward stuff. It was, you better hope that Anthony Richardson never figures this thing out. If this is Anthony Richardson still doesn't know how to play NFL quarterback at a high level, then if he ever does figure it out,
yeah,
not looking good.
He had enough good moments in this game where you still feel like there's potential, and he's obviously very raw, but a better quarterback than Anthony Richardson would have beat the Texans yesterday.
Yeah, again, whatever you thought about Anthony Richardson, you probably believe it more after the game he played. But this is something that we talk about with all the great quarterbacks that are on their schedule. And I'm actually a little interested kind of on both sides of the coin for next week's game of, can Caleb Williams make those throws to beat him? He didn't make them against the Titans defense on Sunday. So is that going to be something that we see from this Texans defense going forward? Or is some of it just, yeah, man, they're not used to covering guys 75 yards down the field, because normally when a guy's that far from the football, he's not getting the ball.
At a certain point, though, you should be.
Yes.
If it keeps happening to you.
It's like the counterbalance is that, like, you're playing the Colts. You want to shut down Jonathan Taylor, who, like you said, has always crushed them. You want to shut down Anthony Richardson, who, yes, he ran the ball effectively, I would say, yesterday for the Colts. You don't want him to be running all over the place.
Yeah.
If Anthony Richardson's going to beat you, you want him to beat you with his arm. So it's like I guess maybe they gave it to him. But to what Sean's saying, like, at this point, I would say if I'm an offensive coordinator from another team, I'm trying to attack the secondary as deep down the field as I can get, to see if that was a strategy that just worked against the defense that one day, or if it's a real problem.
Yeah, I think that there's some element of, listen, that's just Anthony Richardson going to do Anthony Richardson things. But like what Joe's saying, like, if I were to try to scheme something up against this defense, it would be attacking the secondary.
Oh, deep, yeah.
Yeah, it would be, hopefully you can block it for that long. And that's kind of the theory of this defense that D'Amico Ryans has built, is that Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Edwards got a sack yesterday.
Foley Fatukasi.
That
shows guy.
Basically heat up the quarterback before they have a chance to throw it deep against you. And we'll see. Richardson, he did slip on the on the play that he scored with Pierce, which I saw a stat that it was something like 65 yards in the air or something. It was the third most air yards on a completed pass.
It was beautiful
in like NFL history.
So he does, and most guys in the NFL can do this. There's a glimpse or two, and you're like, wow.
Yeah.
And Richardson has enough of those to convince a lot of people to be patient with him. But if he was slightly more accurate, he missed a lot of wide open throws in this game. Another text. Overreactions from week one. Secondary definitely needs some work. They look horrible out there. Wasn't their best day, that's for sure. But we're talking about like 3 chunk plays.
Yeah.
You know, it's if in totality it was a successful day for the defense. The problem was those 3 big plays were so big. It's 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, it kept the Colts in the game.
Right.
I didn't really, and this might be a good thing for him, I didn't really notice much about Kamari Lassiter. I didn't
either.
I wasn't blown away, and I also wasn't, oh my God, where's Kamari Lassiter? Kamari Lassiter should be guarding this guy.
So that's good at least.
I thought he played fine. Yeah, it was weirdly enough, it was Stingley that got victimized on the deep stuff.
A couple times.
I did think the 54-yard touchdown to Ashton Doolin was worse.
Who are these people?
Because it wasn't like the first one was just a deep shot.
Alec Pierce and Ashton Doolin. What?
Alec Pierce. Like, at least I know where Alec Pierce went to college. Like, I know he went to Cincinnati. I literally have never heard of this.
I'm glad you told me.
Yeah, I didn't. I was hoping that wouldn't be a pop quiz.
But the Doolin one, was more like he made space and then he ran like across the middle of the field.
Yeah.
That one was a little more. I was like, that's not a great play.
Yeah, that's more another possible negative overreaction I was gonna have was, oh my God, the Texans are Texas Tech, where they just can't guard anybody. I feel great about their offense. They just cannot guard anybody.
Just a run of the mill Big 12.
Yeah,
team.
just oh my God, we brought the Big 12 back.
Here's a positive overreaction. Kaimi Fairbairn is better than Justin Tucker. Justin Tucker can't hit field goals outside of 50 yards. Kaimi Fairbairn hit 3 on a slippery field yesterday.
Paul,
Yeah.
not an overreaction.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Fairbairn, Mount Rushmore of
he's the
of
best kicker
quarterback.
in franchise history.
Or no, of NFL kickers.
That guy in the Cowboys hit a 66-yarder yesterday.
Yes.
That got
Cowboys
called
guy
back
definitely
by delay
has
of
a
game.
spot.
What's his name? Aubrey?
Yeah, Brandon
Holy
Aubrey.
crap. They even thought about lining up for 71 yards.
They should have done it. They should have.
I agree. That would have been sick. Speaking of the Cowboys, week 1 overreactions. How about them Cowboys? Super Bowl champs 2025. Relax. It's Deshaun Watson. It's a performance where you feel good that Dak Prescott's in the fold. You give him that extension, and the defense looked really, really good. But it's Deshaun Watson. I mean,
This might be of the veteran quarterbacks in the NFL. He's the worst.
They got to bench him. I draft in the 2 quarterback fantasy league I'm in. I drafted Jameis Winston because I think they will bench him. Deshaun is not good. He's just not good anymore. He can't throw the football down the field. He was averaging like 4 yards per attempt.
It was bad. The passing chart for him.
It was so funny.
The green and red dots, not great.
Yeah,
not great stuff.
That's not a week 1 overreaction.
No, that's an underreaction.
Yeah, he's done.
At least Justin Verlander's in his 40s.
Yeah. Deshaun Watson's 28.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Like, I know he took a year off of football, but you would think that it would come back to.
Yeah, guys miss.
Michael
a year
Vick went
all
to
the time.
jail and then still played in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, he came back and it took him a little bit of time to get back into shape.
Yeah,
but he did
It
get
took
back
him a
into shape.
year to.
Yeah, it
knock
took
the
him
rust
a
off.
year.
He also had Andy Reid, for what it's worth.
I mean,
Kevin Stefanski went to the playoffs last year with 4 quarterbacks winning
That's
games.
true.
Joe
two-time
Flacco.
coach of the year, Kevin Stefanski.
Like
Oh, yeah, I
he's
forgot.
not Andy Reid, but when Joe Flacco and all these other quarterbacks are winning games and Deshaun is doing that, it might be the worst trade in NFL history.
Yes.
It's top.
What's the might be?
The Herschel Walker trade that led to the Cowboys dynasty is probably still number 1.
They gave him a lot in that trade. It's
The
honestly
The
like
Texans need to have a dynasty.
The
for it to
Texans
be
need to win a Super
conversation.
Bowl. Yeah, I think you have to win a Super Bowl to
Although
get in that
I
category.
think I guess it's technically it's different than the trade, but the contract is like looking at the contract stuff. They can't cut him after this year either.
No, they just pushed money back. He's
Yeah,
dead cap of $72 million the next 2 seasons.
Like Deshaun Watson needs to be on the Browns roster in 2025.
let's not judge paying things back. Okay, let's not do that.
What does that mean, Paul?
Let's just say credit card debt, not exactly my friend. It's fine. Just push it back.
We'll
Just
get to it.
push it back.
We'll get to it later.
Right.
I mean, that's how I feel about my student loans. They die with you. They go away. They go
they
away.
do?
They go away when you die.
Oh, that's nice.
They're not like all the other debt can be passed on to family. Student loans don't. So I'm just paying the minimum for the rest of my life. Never gonna pay that off.
That's
Running out
brilliant.
the clock. I
Yeah.
like that.
It's never
4-minute offense. Handing the ball off.
Yeah,
That's what
just-
you're doing.
Just make the payment on
I
time,
love it.
and when I croak, see ya.
Gotcha.
Got one over on you, feds. What? Or wait, the bank? I don't know. Whatever. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Up next, we go around the NFL for the 10-minute drill. This is something that I don't think we've ever seen before a football game. The biggest story in the NFL had nothing to do with any game. What are we talking about? You'll find out next. I could not believe that this happened. Truly, I did not believe it. I saw it and I thought, are we being a little racist here? Did we see a black guy in a nice car getting arrested outside of the Dolphin Stadium and think that it's Tyreek Hill? Because no way would Tyreek Hill in a fancy sports car get it arrested right before the season opener against the Jaguars. No way. And then I saw more and more camera angles of it to the point where Adam Schefter eventually reported on it. Tyreek Hill, wide receiver for the Miami Dolphins, got put in handcuffs and slammed to the ground before the game for what seems like a traffic violation. We do not know all the facts as of yet. Tyreek Hill scored an 80-yard touchdown in this game. And right as he was about to do a celebration that featured him putting his arms behind his back and having one of his teammates escorting him away as if he had been handcuffed, I thought it was really funny that CBS just cut away to some random guy sitting on the bench.
They didn't want to show it.
They were smart. I think they knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I was kind of bummed out that they should cut away from it on the broadcast. Here is Tyreek Hill after the game talking to the media about his arrest and his thoughts.
Right now, I'm still trying to put it all together. So I'm not going to give you a version that I still don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to be able to use this platform to say, like, what if I wasn't Tyreek Hill, bro? Like, worst case scenario, because it's crazy. Like, I want to be a cop one day. I got a state trooper, had all that, so I got a lot of respect for cops, man. But obviously, everybody has bad apples in every situation, so I want to be able to, use this platform, to figure out a way to like flip this and, make it a positive on both ends, on my end and then also Miami-Dade, so that way we can team together and, do something positive for the community, because that's what it's all about, bro. It wasn't disrespectful, because my mom didn't raise me that way, didn't cuss, didn't do none of that. So like I said, I'm still trying to figure it out, man.
I'm so confused. I thought he was doing porn when he retired.
Well, he's Johnny Sins.
Now he wants to be a cop.
Football player, porn star, cop.
Okay.
Yeah, he can be a pizza delivery guy. He can be a plumber, firefighter, doctor.
Yeah, just trying to get in character to be the next version of Johnny Sins in his next career.
Astronaut.
We do have a counter story. This is coming from the union representing Miami-Dade police officers. They said Hill was uncooperative and only redirected to the ground while in handcuffs during his detainment. The statement reads, before the Dolphins game yesterday, an incident occurred where Tyreek Hill was placed in handcuffs before being released. First, to be clear, at no time was he ever under arrest. He was briefly detained for officer safety after driving in a manner in which he was putting himself and others in great danger. Upon being stopped, Mr. Hill was not immediately cooperative with the officers on scene, who, pursuant to policy and for their immediate safety, placed Mr. Hill in handcuffs. Mr. Hill, still uncooperative, refused to sit on the ground and was therefore redirected to the ground. Once the situation was sorted out within a few minutes, Mr. Hill was issued 2 traffic citations and was free to leave. More and more facts are going to come out in the days to come. What I want to see is the body cam footage. What I also want to see is the dash cam footage of how Tyreek Hill was driving and if it actually wasn't safe right outside the Dolphins Stadium.
I also would like some clarification from them on why Calais Campbell, the Dolphins defensive end, was also put in handcuffs when he tried to help de-escalate the situation.
Per Jeff Darlington, Calais Campbell, who pulled over after seeing it, disobeyed a direct order. What does that mean? I don't know. Listen, I'm not taking anybody's side right now. All I'm saying is, just like what the police are saying here, it's fair to be skeptical of it. It's also fair to be skeptical of Tyreek Hill claiming that he wasn't uncooperative, because Tyreek Hill has a track record of losing his cool. And I'm not just talking about the domestic assault in college with the pregnant girlfriend, the child abuse allegation. I mean, I'm talking about that incident that took place at the marina last year, June 20th of 2023, where he got in an altercation. I'm talking about that broken leg lawsuit where an Instagram model claims he broke her leg while she participated in a football drill at his mansion. All I'm saying is it seems like he has a temper, and I could easily see him perhaps mouthing off to the police officers. Does that merit him getting put into the ground? We're not going to know until we actually see the camera. So I know this sounds like I'm walking down the fence here, but I think there's more that's going to come out here. And I did find it interesting with the way that Tyreek Hill, I guess, initiated talking about this incident, where he's saying like, well, what would have happened if I'm not Tyreek Hill and things like that. Let's wait for everything to come out before we're making grand sweeping statements like that right after the game.
Yeah, I mean, because he's, I guess, just like defending himself, but like, there's always more to learn and see. I mean, if he's weaving in and out of traffic, like just because you want to be a cop and you think there's bad apples out there, like doesn't give you the right to do that, to put people's lives in danger. So
That's why I want to see the dash cam footage.
Yeah, like I'm curious, like what if there's footage of him they're by the stadium. There's footage of him driving. TMZ is probably purchasing it like, as we speak.
Yeah.
So like we'll see that very soon as well. Like just because you're an NFL player doesn't mean you get to disobey the law. But I'm like you. I also want to see the dash cam footage because I think back to the Scotty Scheffler was the one who got arrested before.
Everyone was making comparisons.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like when the first statements came out, it was like, oh my gosh, how bad could this be? And then we started seeing the videos and you're like, hold up. This is like the greatest overreaction to anything we've ever seen. So
Yeah. Jeff Darlington on the scene for both of them.
That is interesting.
Oh, Jeff Darlington.
That is interesting. Now, look, cops overreact, but Tyreek Hill has shown he has a temper. All I'm saying is before you have any snap judgments here, just wait a little bit. You don't have to have the first take on all of this. Continuing to go around the NFL. Speaking of handcuffs, the Dallas Cowboys have handcuffed themselves to Dak Prescott for the foreseeable future. That was a surprise, Dak Prescott getting that contract extension before the game. I know a lot of people don't like it because they think to themselves, well, he's not worth it. And they get annoyed when people say, well, that's just the market for quarterbacks. And it does get annoying after a while. The Cowboys were never going to let him go. You don't get rid of a quarterback that you found in the fourth round who you know is good and sometimes great because you don't know what's next. Like, you want to find a quarterback, but you're not getting that quarterback by drafting him, right? Like, you're not finding that next awesome on his level quarterback with a 30th overall pick.
Yeah, you'd have to trade all the draft capital in the world to move up from 30 to 1 to make it worth the Carolina Panthers, replacing Bryce Young to get a new quarterback. Like,
yeah.
And also, who are you taking? It's like the idea that you can just replace him. I guaranteeing 231 out of $240 million is a hefty contract. But to be honest, I just don't know what their other options were besides just go with it. Like what else are you going to do?
They saw the Colorado game. They're like, yeah, we don't want Shadur Sanders.
Like, we're going to sign Gardner Minshew? That's your quarterback next year? Davis Mills, you want to trade for him?
Yeah, it's going to cost you, buddy.
I just don't this is a fine decision by the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I was surprised, though. Like, you got the push notification. I was like, oh, I didn't expect that one.
I was too, especially seeing as it got done right before the game started.
Yeah, less surprising than Tyreek Hill being arrested, but still surprising.
That Tyreek Hill story.
Although Tyreek Hill being arrested,
I don't know.
I think
I don't know.
Tyreek Hill being arrested for a traffic incident.
Okay,
that's surprising.
All right.
That's what I thought. That honestly, when I saw Drew Rosenhaus saying that he was going to play, I was like, wait, what? And then I saw, it was only like speeding or something. Oh, okay, I can see why you can play immediately after that.
Before the game, outside of the stadium, that is something else. Anyway, more facts will come out. I have so many questions that have yet to be answered, and everyone's going to defend their side here, right? Like Tyreek Hill's obviously going to say, like, this is on them, and the police are going to say he wasn't complying. I don't know. Speaking of handcuffs, the Cleveland Browns are handcuffed to Deshaun Watson, a guy who probably should have been in handcuffs at least once. But
I'm sure they wish he was.
He sucks. He sucks. They should bench him for Jameis Winston right now. He sucks.
And it's not going to get better.
The broadcast yesterday with the divine voice of Tom Brady, who said so many profound things. Don't make that face. You don't understand winning like me. You're a Bears fan. You don't understand winning. He speaks winning. It's a different language.
I understand good speaking.
Yeah, and sometimes he just has to sit back and let it breathe.
He'll be good.
He is good. He was incredible yesterday. That's the greatest broadcasting we've ever heard. I will throw that in the trash. I'll throw your stupid little Starbucks.
Yeah, my watered down pumpkin spice iced latte.
Of course, it's pumpkin spice latte. Of course it is. I'll throw that in the trash. That was the greatest thing we've ever heard anyway. But to bring it back, like they were randomly at times during the game saying, "Well, the offensive line isn't helping him out." The guy can't throw it past 3 yards. What are we talking about? His shoulder doesn't work anymore, and we knew his shoulder doesn't work anymore because we've been hearing about his shoulder not working anymore for over a calendar year.
I think his shoulder's fine.
Do you?
Yes. I think it's a cover up. Like
a cover up.
Justin Verlander.
I was gonna say
might have this mystery injury.
It's like Verlander with the IL stint, so he doesn't get left off the playoff roster.
Yeah, this is like Deshaun Watson. We're just gonna say your shoulder's broken, so that when you suck forever, now we can just give you some semblance of excuse. My favorite thing I saw yesterday was Barstool put out this tweet. It was the moment from Moneyline when Jonah Hill's character is explaining to Billy Beane, but like the players on the roster and why things are going wrong.
I refuse to watch that movie, but yes.
But what's funny about it is that the guy who Jonah Hill is portraying is part of the reason why Deshaun Watson is on the Browns. Because he went from working from Billy Beane to working for the Cleveland Browns and was part of the reason why they made this trade.
Moneyball,
bad idea. Also a lie.
I mean, he forgot. He forgot what got him into a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They gave this guy all of their money.
Yeah, he was like, God, it's so much better when you can't even pretend to want to pay these guys. Once you have the option to pay these guys, that's where things go wrong.
I want to know how the people that were defending Deshaun Watson here in Houston, like Larry and Stafford, I really want to know how they feel right now about Deshaun Watson and the decision making that the Texans made after the fact.
I was thinking that too. Not just like not just the people that keep saying he just needs to knock off some rust, even though it's like, I don't know, guys. I don't know.
You mean like the people who were like outwardly calling like Cal and Hannah racist because of the way they treated Deshaun Watson?
Yeah. Also, Larry and Stafford.
And then now are just like...
Also wanted Malik Willis.
Hey, well, you know what? We'll get to see Malik Willis.
Yeah. Starting quarterback for the Green Bay.
Because Jordan Love's out, because that happened Friday night, and Jordan Love's out for like 4 to 6 weeks.
He is out for 4 to 6
looks like.
weeks. Yes, as we continue to go around the NFL, the Eagles beat the Packers 34-29 on a terrible field that Jordan Love got hurt on. I don't know if it was the field as much as it was Jalen Carter.
I'm going to lean Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter, Ndamukong Suh was with the Eagles not that long ago, right?
Taught him a couple things. No, this seemed like it was just it's a football injury.
Yes.
These things happen. As much as I wanted, I don't think I didn't scroll back and say, can I blame this on the turf somehow?
Well, because like everyone blamed the field, and then they showed the up close shot.
Yeah, the zoom in where you can see his knee pop. Yeah.
Like, never mind. Not as bad.
I was so disgusted by that field, and I got into an argument. My own fault.
With who?
Some random Brazilian NFL fan. Now, I've used to follow this person.
Twitter is illegal in that country now.
That's what I asked him about. I asked him, how are you tweeting at me? Because he kept on calling me xenophobic and racist and all sorts of things. And I was like, hey, man, I just don't get why we're playing a game here. Because he was saying it's good for everybody. And I said, not for Americans. It's not good for Americans. It's not. It's not. And they didn't seem that enthusiastic about it. It was a pretty low energy crowd, pretty quiet crowd, low energy broadcast too. Noah Eagle. Okay, you're out. You're out. No more football for you.
I thought he was great on the Olympics, but then football.
Yeah, when he covers a real sport, it doesn't actually sound good. And he's a Syracuse guy. I'm supposed to defend the members of the Syracuse Mafia. But that broadcast was so low energy, and I was falling asleep watching a game that ultimately was a pretty good one. But the field was the worst thing of all. And Brazil, you had one job. And I get that the NFL is coordinating with Brazil to have that field ready to go. But all of these international fields have been massive failures. Whenever they play games on these soccer fields, which, as J.J. Watt pointed out, are not meant for massive human beings who are driving and powering their way through others, this is what you're going to get. But of course, it's going to happen in Brazil, in the kidnapping capital of Brazil. That is what Sao Paulo's nickname is. I'm not kidding. I'm not making that up. We share no values with Brazil, none. They suppress free speech, and they love Nazis, whether it's the neo-Nazis, the Nazis that they allowed to flee during World War II, or before World War II, when they had more Nazis than any country in the world outside of Germany. Fact. All of those are facts. We share no values with this country. Why are we playing games there? Oh, so it's easier to stomach playing games in Saudi Arabia and China?
It's coming.
Because it is coming. It's coming.
Roger Goodell said they want to double, basically, the amount of international games they're going to play. Well, where? I mean, you've got a field in Brazil that you shouldn't have played on.
Nope.
You've got a field in Mexico in which you've literally canceled games because it's so bad. Like, it's great. It's working out. It's worked out in London. Like, I don't know why they give the Jags competitive advantage now by letting them play 2 weeks in a row. I think it's so stupid. Germany was great. It was an incredible environment when Brady was there.
Yeah.
Like, France is coming, I'm sure. But, like, you're playing places where, like, it's legitimately not safe for your players. What is the benefit? Like, what is the actual benefit? At least this game was on at a normal time. Like, that's the only positive. It was on at 7:00.
Yeah. I have some thoughts about the field stuff. Like, we touched on it with Indianapolis too. I think Philly fans are still crying about the Super Bowl against the Chiefs field. How hard is it to make a football field for the NFL?
Apparently, it's very hard.
Like, why can't they? We talked about the Texans' first 15 years of their existence playing on a crappy field. Like, why are there? Is it just a thing recently where we're aware of it? We're hyper aware of it, maybe because of, I don't know, gambling, the better TVs. I don't know what it is, but it seems like every week there's at least one place or one football game going on a field where you're like, this should not be happening on this field.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy how often it happens.
Colts yesterday, Friday in Brazil, and I'm sure there are other ones that we haven't even noticed.
Washington, luckily they were in Tampa, so but I mean, there's
Soldier Field. Did they host the first game of the year?
Yeah, they did. It was okay.
It normally gets worse as the year goes on.
Yeah, week one's fine. It's later in the season.
The one week, it should be great. It's okay.
Exactly. I would rather, like, this is where I think the NFL gets things wrong. If they want to talk about expansion and doing things differently, why don't you give me some neutral site games? Why don't you do something creative? Why don't you put the Cowboys and the Texans game like at College Station? I don't know. Give me Colts Texans at the Rose Bowl. I don't know. If you want to look at expanding to Portland or San Antonio, like these different markets, Oklahoma City, play football games there.
I'm with
you.
Play
neutral site games in this country or in Toronto.
No. F them. Screw the Canadians. Screw the Mexicans. I don't want us playing games in any other country. I want to build a wall for our football. It's ours. It's our game. Why do we have to share it with other people? And why am I racist or xenophobic for saying I don't want to share it? What are we talking about?
You're not.
But when we get international games here in the United States, they send our B teamers. At the very least, if we're going to compromise, can we send them the Jaguars every single time and Titans, the teams that nobody cares about? I don't know. That's a start.
Maybe we make it like a,
but not the Packers or the Eagles.
You don't know who's going to play internationally, so it's like they can flex Sunday night games where it's like, hey, if your record is below this, like
this
if you
seems
have
like a logistical nightmare. Let me just say that before we start. That seems like a logistical nightmare.
But like, hey, after week 1, automatically Carolina, see ya, going to London. You suck at football.
Pack your bags, buddy.
Daniel Jones, you too.
I think someone pulled up the Germany game this year. It involves the Giants. I want to say it is Giants Panthers. It is like the worst game you could possibly make. So get ready for that, Germany.
I mean, they literally started this whole thing like this whole
serve them right.
The entire international system was built off the Jacksonville Jaguars, who were the worst team in the NFL for years while they played those games. I mean, they're finally competitive now, but people overseas do not care if you're saying good teams or bad teams.
Yeah, so send them the worst teams.
I mean, college football just sent them FSU, and they didn't mind.
Yeah, send them Colorado or something. Okay. Some quick ones before we wrap up our recap of a lot of what happened in the NFL over the weekend. The Texans alone in first place because they beat the Colts. The Titans blew a 17-0 lead and lost 24-17 to Joe's Chicago Bears. Caleb Williams, good or bad?
Bad.
Okay. Jaguars blew a 17-7 late third quarter lead over the Dolphins. They lost 20-17 on a walk-off field goal. The Patriots, not the worst team in the NFL.
Can confirm.
Undefeated season.
My friends are getting mad at me because I picked against the Patriots in my Survivor League. Whatever. I'm happy they won. Who's worse, Giants or Panthers?
I don't know. I'm going to say Panthers.
Giants lost 28-6 to the Vikings, quarterbacked by Sam Darnold. The Panthers got killed by the Saints 47-10. Some Jay Seahorn was talking trash to Derek Carr. Derek Carr's pantsing you. I mean, my God, that's a bad look. And the Sunday Night Football game last night was a good one. The Lions and Rams, they always have good battles. Lions win 26-20 in overtime. Tonight we have the Jets. Aaron Rodgers, let's see if he lasts more than 5 plays. On the road in San Francisco against the 49ers. It is Galan and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on Twitter. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's great that the Houston Texans won, but we should not ignore in victory what we would beat up in defeat. Let's all raise our standards here. Galan and George, stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. First off, guys, we have so many awesome new bonuses at MyBookie.ag. It used to be they would match your initial deposit up to $1,000. Now they're going to double your initial deposit if you enter that promo code BET975. Tonight, the 49ers are 4-point favorites against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. The over-under for the game, 43.5. This is a tricky one because I think the 49ers are the best team in the NFC. I think the Jets are the Jets, but it's prime time. And once again, are the Jets going to be a disaster? Are they? They have everything that should mean they're not a disaster. So 4-point dogs against the 49ers tonight. I think the Jets are going to cover. I think the 49ers ultimately win, but I think the Jets can make it a field goal game. And you can bet on that and so many other things at mybookie.ag, like the 2024 presidential election, blackjack, and poker with live dealers. It's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
make it 2nd and 12. 11th play of the drive for the Colts. Richardson fires, and it's intercepted. Picked off on the play by Kalen Bullock, the rookie 3rd-round pick out of USC.
Kalen Bullock. He's been a ball hawk all training camp. Showed a couple of moments in the preseason, that impressive range that he has. And I want to see him out on the field a lot more because the secondary for the Houston Texans gave up too many big plays yesterday.
Yeah, that having a guy like that think about Petrie his first year, he had 5 interceptions, I think it was. So he was, there was a lot of hope when he was at rookie that you were going to add someone to your secondary that was going to be a ball hawk and be able to, get interceptions for you on a pretty regular basis. Stingley last year had a good year with it, but outside of Stingley last year in 2023, you didn't force a lot of interceptions. Like you really didn't have like those guys who were making big time impact plays on defense. So I'd love to see him out there more because if that's what he's going to be, I'm all for it. And if his biggest weakness is that he can't tackle and he's going to miss tackles and guys are going to score, then what's the difference in the Jimmy Ward getting beat deep? Like I'll take the every other game interception, every 3 games interception from Kalen Bullock. Like that was a great play from a young player. That was awesome.
I don't know what the defensive back responsibilities were for Jimmy Ward. All I know is that around a lot of the big plays that the Colts had yesterday, a 60-yard touchdown, a 54-yard touchdown, and a 51-yard throw downfield, Jimmy Ward was generally at the scene of the crime. Does that mean it's his fault every single time? I don't know, but look, the Texans won yesterday. I'm very happy about it. They're in first place by themselves in the AFC South. They got a key division win over a team in division that some might argue is the biggest threat to potentially steal the division away from them. All I'm saying is yesterday is a game that the Texans got away with. They deserve credit and did a lot of things well in this game. They ran the football in a dominant manner. I can't believe that they had 5 yards of carry and 200 plus yards running. I wasn't sure that they were going to be able to run with Bobby Slowick as offensive coordinator like that. CJ Stroud had a couple of spectacular plays. They shut down the Colts run defense. Nico Collins did what he always does against the Colts. There was a lot of good. All I'm saying is if they were to play against a team that had a more accurate quarterback, they would not have won yesterday. Because Anthony Richardson had plenty of opportunities to potentially give the Colts more big play touchdowns. But that Kalen Bullock interception that you heard coming into the segment ultimately is the difference. If they don't score a touchdown on that drop, let's just do a little math here. And obviously things change butterfly effect style if the Colts don't throw an interception there. But if they have the ball inside the 20, stands to reason they kick a field goal, and you beat the Colts by 2 points, 3 would mean the Colts would have won.
Yeah.
Because they'd have more points than you, and that's how that works.
Yeah, and like you said, like you don't know how the Texans respond. I also, with that play, if that doesn't happen, on the other side, I think you go back to early on in the game and the decision to go for 2 to make it, they try to make it 14-6 instead of just taking the 13-6 and getting that 8-point lead. The play seemed all bad. I felt like just watching it over this morning, it took forever for CJ Stroud to get the ball into Joe Mixon's hands. And that play, whether it was the play call, the execution, all of it seemed bad. And it was my one thing with Bobby Slowick that I looked at last year where I was like, I don't love what he does on 4th and short, on 2-point conversions, on these really critical plays. It just seems to go poorly. He tries to be too cutesy.
He did have one cutesy play.
Yeah, where I'm just like, I don't love what we're doing here.
Yeah.
On the short yardage stuff. Like, if you're gonna be that aggressive, if you're D'Amico Ryans and you're gonna say as the head coach, like, hey, I'm giving the green light to go for 2 to try to make this an 8-point game early on, your offensive coordinator's got to do a better job drawing up plays. Like we saw it on the fourth down play later in the game. They did a great job getting Stephon Diggs open for an easy touchdown. But early on, I was just like, this again. Like, just let CJ Stroud throw it.
Oh, you're going to say let CJ cook?
Let CJ cook. Even though, ironically, we didn't realize at that point that Joe Mixon was going to go off the rest of the game.
I mean, he had 108 yards in the second half.
Yeah.
Of his 159 yards.
Mm-hmm.
he got better as the game went along. Patience, physicality. And again, the Texans deserve credit for that, and Joe Mixon most of all deserves credit. If we're giving 3 stars out for the game, number 1 goes to Joe Mixon, number 2 goes to Nico Collins, number 3 goes to the Texans' run defense as a whole.
Oh, what about Diggsy? Scored 2
33 yards receiving,
touchdowns.
2 touchdowns. He's not one of the 3 stars.
Hmm.
The run defense shut down a guy who regularly beats them. But this also was a game where they gave up 3 plays of 50-plus yards passing. This is also a game where they had a punt blocked. Frank Ross, I bet, was pissed about that.
Yeah, that was very un-Texans.
Yeah, I mean, they had the best special teams unit in the NFL last year. Kaimi Fairbairn probably would be your 3-star because he had the 350-yard field goals if we have to make it individual. But there were good moments. I'm just saying, if they're going to beat the Chiefs and the Ravens, yesterday would not have been enough. And that's the standard I want to hold this team to every single week, because all the hype that they got this season has put them into the conversation of being on the cusp of being one of those teams. Okay, well, make sure that you clean up the issues that you had against the team that you were lucky to get away with a victory against. Yes, on the road. Yes, in division. Yes, against a good team. But that's what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I do think the comments from CJ Stroud after the game, in which he called the Indianapolis Colts a very good team, a very well coached team. I do like, while Anthony Richardson has his flaws, I do think the Colts deserve a lot of respect, because as much as the Texans improved last year, so did the Indianapolis Colts. They were one of the worst 5 teams in 2022, and then they improved to almost a playoff team last year. Like,
with Gardner Minshew, their
yeah,
quarterback.
like I do expect, while I have high expectations for the Texans, I'm with you. I do also have, like,
so you're giving the Colts their flowers.
Yeah, I kind of want to raise my expectations for the Colts too, and like they're gonna be like, to what Sean was saying earlier. If Richardson can figure out some of the easy stuff, like this is going to be a battle for the foreseeable future. Also, game was way less chippy than I thought it was going to be. All this trash talk with Franklin and CJ Stroud and these guys.
It's friendly trash talk.
Yeah.
It's different than, I believe the Bengals and Chiefs play each other this week. I could be wrong. That is actual hate. They don't like each other because they've played against each other. They've in critical moments, and the Bengals have actually beaten the Chiefs a couple of times. And there was the Burrowhead Stadium moniker that Joe Burrow got. There's actual distaste between those two. You're right. It's not between the Texans and the Colts. I feel like CJ Stroud would hang out with Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed, the 2 Colts linebackers who are doing that podcast, and they're chirping back and forth with CJ.
Yeah, I like almost half expect him to be on that podcast one day. You know, like we're talking about before the game, or no, it was last week. We were talking about CJ Stroud saying how much he loves Anthony Richardson, how good of friends they are and stuff. And we're like, listen, we get it. That's cool. You really can't. I think he even said, like, I root for Anthony Richardson. It's like, yeah, I don't know if you can really say that you root for the quarterback of a division rival. That's where this kind of falls into, where it feels like it is like friendly banter, friendly trash talk, where they're competitive against each other, but it's not like they can't stand each other.
When you look at this game and you think of like raising the expectations, do you have a fatal flaw that you saw in this game that concerns you? Is
the
it
big
the secondary?
plays allowed? I mean, you play against a lot of good quarterbacks this year. They will kill you on those.
Line that up against the Chiefs with Hollywood Brown when he gets healthy, with Xavier Worthy and Pat Mahomes throwing the ball. I think the Texans are going to have some more issues than Anthony Richardson, who is overthrowing A.D. Mitchell all night.
They were giving up big plays against wide receivers who sound like they were 1,800 politicians. Okay? Deep plays.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? Trevor Lawrence would have beaten them yesterday. I know we all think Trevor Lawrence is overrated. And Trevor Lawrence has his own inaccuracy issues from time to time. But he's not missing all of those. Richardson had 5 misses. All 5 of them could have been huge. And if we're asking for more, CJ Stroud, if we think he is one of the best quarterbacks in the game, he almost had 3 interceptions. One of them was on a pass he was trying to throw out of bounds. It was terrible. Probably the worst throw he's ever made. Another was on a deep ball. He had 2 underthrown deep balls in this game. One of those was caught by Nico Collins, but if he puts it in the right spot, that's a touchdown, like it was the second game between the Texans and Colts last year on that Saturday night, the first play of the game. And then he had another one. He threw it to Tank Dell and he underthrew it, and it should have been picked. So I'm not trying to dump on the win. I'm happy about the win. They should be happy about the win. It is ultimately awesome that they got it, and it's something that is in the win column right now for both the overall record and for the division record. I'm just saying a better team would have beat you yesterday, and you got to be thinking about that going forward.
Yeah, no, you're not. I don't think you're like overstepping or anything. It's not even the right word, best way to put it. But like, it's a fair view of yesterday's game because we view them differently. Like, I just don't. This is not what last year was. Last year, you were the surprise darling. I do think the target on our back stuff that CJ Stroud and this team is talking about. Like, I don't want to say they're taking it a little far, but a little too far. But because they're not the Chiefs, they're not even the Ravens, but they are a team that people now have to respect, and they should be viewed as a championship contender. Like that's who they have put themselves in position to be by their roster, by their ownership group, by their quarterback, by their head coach. And you would not talk about a team like the Houston Astros coming off of a weekend series and just want to come in on a Monday and it's all sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah.
When there are things that are fundamentally flawed with the way they played football yesterday. Great win.
Yeah.
Glad you got it. Important win.
Good win, not great win. Okay, good win. But
okay,
yeah.
Good win. An important win, I will say, because I am giving a little flowers to the Colts here. I do think that was a very important win that, based on your schedule, you might be coming down to the wire at the end of the season and saying, hey, it's a good thing we have this tiebreaker against the Indianapolis Colts. So it was at minimum an important win yesterday, I would say.
Yeah. And to speak on Paul said, like I guess not being blown away by their performance. I do think there is a little bit of week one-iness that you can ascribe to this game where this is still early in the season. Like I don't think any team was really kind of in their final form. Maybe the Saints, the Panthers
the
helped.
best version of the Saints.
But there's no team that we're going to look back and say like, this is when they were really clicking on all cylinders. And so I think for the Texans, really, besides the questions at secondary, because that's something we came into the season with questions about, probably the biggest weakness on this team as we saw it before the season started. I don't think anything like on the offensive side of the ball, like the CJ Stroud performance, I don't think that, or the offensive line even, I don't think that was, I'm not troubled by that. I'm not troubled long-term by that. I agree with you, Paul, that better team probably beats them, but I'm not sure how many teams I saw yesterday that were definitively better than the Colts.
Texter pointed out Lamar Jackson misses some throws too. That's true. What do you miss those throws though? I mean, I'm just talking about some of the throws Richardson missed.
Oh yeah, no,
we're talking 10 yards open
layups.
He completed 9 passes.
Yeah, for 9 for 19.
He completed 9 passes. I feel like that needs to be said. He completed only 9 passes,
and 3 of them were huge
bombs.
Plays. Some more texts. A lot of our issues will get better with time. Hopefully, our secondary will too. That kind of speaks to something I know Joe and I agree on. I saw you put this in the show notes, and I've felt the same way for a while. The first couple of weeks of the year, it is kind of like the preseason.
Dude, I think I want the preseason back.
You want the preseason back?
I thought. Okay, I watched. The big TV on the Texans, the laptop on the Bears game, and I had Red Zone on my phone. And there was just a lot of bad football. Like I understand they want to get rid of the preseason games, but like, can we not? Can we use them? I would rather have preseason games.
But what happens if someone gets hurt?
Well, we got a bunch of injuries yesterday. It's the same thing. Like, what's the difference? Like, it's almost like it's almost like the Tommy John thing, where it's like, no matter when you start the season and how little you ramp up and how many pitches you throw, you're gonna have Tommy John. You're gonna have injuries in football. I just thought the play sucked yesterday, and like I was like, I'm kind of ready for. I miss the old days.
Pointless football is just something that I can't co-sign.
You're probably right. You're probably right that they need to find. They got to pivot. Then they got to find a solution. Like, how if like as a league, do you not look at the quality of play yesterday and say, why is the Chiefs Ravens game? Why is the Rams Lions game? Why is the Eagles Packers game? Maybe those are just 6 of the best teams in the NFL. Like, why are those games so much better than what we saw the rest of the day? Like, how do we fix week one? Because week one sucked.
I don't want to like completely hand wave away, but that I think that is part of it. Is that those are the 3 standalone games, and so they are theoretically going to be better than, no offense, like I don't know, Bears Titans. Like that probably isn't going to be a super clean
Hey, Sean,
game.
no offense taken.
Okay. Well, that's just I mean, I have the Will Levis play just rolling in my head constantly through where he puts both hands on top of his head while the play is going on still. I do think that, I don't know if we need more preseason, but I think teams can maybe start taking it a little bit more seriously. I just play a series in all these games, because it's seriously been so bad. Someone, Steve Palazzolo, yeah, he has the week one passing touchdowns for the entire league throughout the years, and I'll just start in 2020. It was 52. 21, it was 61. 22 was 51. The last 2 years, it's been 37, and then yesterday it was 33. 33 passing touchdowns in, I guess, 15 games of NFL football. That is atrocious stuff. And I get it. Passing touchdowns doesn't equal good football, but it helps. It definitely helps.
Stats for losers. The final scores for winners. And the Houston Texans are winners after week one.
Derek Carr did count for 3 of those touchdowns. So.
Yeah. Three of them no one watched. No one in America watched because they saw the first red zone update of that game with the Panthers. You're like, I am not watching that.
Maybe we should raise our standards for the NFL as a whole, but we are definitely raising our standards for the Houston Texans. A texter points out we should raise our standards. We finally got an HEB commercial. Right, you are there.
I mean, because they're relevant again.
It was a good commercial. I liked it.
I was surprised
Bull
last
in the China
year.
shop. They showed Toro, the bull, in a China shop, and CJ Stroud and Will Anderson are sitting at a table in suits and fine china around them.
I think there was a second HEB commercial too, right?
I guess I missed that one.
I thought I saw another one where there was one where they were like, it was like almost like an NFL intro where they were saying what they were.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
I thought I saw it.
We'll look for it after the
maybe
show.
I missed, the first commercial in parts and just saw it. But Texans are relevant. Will the Rockets get an HEB commercial this year?
No.
No, they don't have it.
Oh, you don't think so?
I think it's like the Texans. Like, you have to do it first. I think they have to do it. And
you don't want to see Alpy like.
I mean, I do, but I think
commercial.
I mean,
I don't think he is.
Talk about high standards. Like Scott from HEB has really. Is it Scott, the guy with
Scott,
the glasses?
Yeah,
he's got high standards. Texans had to make a playoff game, win a playoff game to get this.
Yeah, I mean, like you even saying Alpy, I push back on that. I don't think he's earned a nickname. I don't think any Houston Rocket has earned a nickname yet. None.
It's just I don't think it's a nickname. I think it's easier than saying Alperin.
It's a nickname. It's like you're on first person terms with them. It's I laugh whenever I hear Vanessa say it. Now, at least Vanessa's interacting with this guy on a daily basis. But Vanessa Richardson, the Rocket sideline reporter who used to be a host here at ESPN 97.5, when she says it, I'm like, I hear her saying, "Oh, Alpy." Like I don't know why that goes through my head. Maybe that's a little sexist on my front. I don't know. All I'm saying is Alpy as a nickname. It's weird, and he isn't good enough to have that nickname yet. He's not
good enough for HEB commercial.
I think part of it's also people don't want to say Alperin every
Yeah, I mean that's all of it.
It's like if a guy's named Matthew, it's like, hey, we're gonna call you Matt for a little while. Joseph. The email stuff kicks my ass every time. Joseph George. I was like, who's this from?
Texans beat the Colts 29-27. They're in first place in the AFC South by themselves. And Justin Verlander stunk yesterday. So that's on the table. But we're going to combine this, make this a super long segment. We just got a text from Sam, the social media savant. Should we address this?
Yes, because I'm responding to it.
I borderline don't even think it's worth the response.
I'm responding to it right now.
It's very funny how this is worded. So Sam texts all three of us saying Sean disagreed, but doesn't Jeremy Branham remind you of Ted? The teddy bear.
Like the way he looks?
From the movie Ted.
The teddy bear with Seth MacFarlane voicing him. That was a very fun comedy with Mark Wahlberg and Mila Kunis.
Yeah, they made one good movie, and then they made another movie.
Second one wasn't that bad, with Amanda Seyfried in it. Does Jeremy Branham remind you of Ted, the cussy teddy bear with a Boston accent?
Very helpfully, or maybe not helpfully, she did include a picture of Ted from the movie.
Thanks,
Ted.
Sam. I'm gonna say no because all I can think about is I keep seeing this clip on Facebook. Maybe it's from the TV show because there's also a Ted TV show.
There
apparently.
is a Ted Peacock show now.
Yeah, where he is. He's working at a grocery store, and he's missing, and there's no one at the checkout line because he's occupied.
Okay.
With one of his coworkers on top of the vegetables.
That's from the movie.
That's from the movie. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's from the movie.
I think I keep replaying that scene, and then I think of, and then I think of the most like.
Oh, you think Jeremy would do that? Huh?
No,
In a
that's the
grocery
problem.
store.
I
Never
can't.
leave his post.
Yeah,
Brandon Baby 2 on the way. Yeah, I don't see. I don't see it. There's a part of me that's like, is it because he's a little chubby? I don't know.
Oh, you think she's fat shaming, Jeremy?
I mean, maybe not intentionally.
Mm.
But we might have to ask the fine folks at HR&P about that.
Yeah, no, I like she said in the text. I disagreed. She tried to.
I just want to know where she got this idea from.
She tried to take the temperature just by sending it to me, and I said, "No, I think he looks like a human man, not a teddy bear."
But she still feels very strongly about it because she sent it to all three of us.
She defended herself.
So she just said, "Y'all suck."
Listen,
hey, she's lucky we don't drug test here because what the hell are you talking? What's going on back there?
Listen.
She says she's not fat shaming.
I'm just asking the question because I mean Jeremy Brandon will call people soft from time to time, and I'm a big believer that you can't call someone soft if your belly is soft enough to lie on.
Yeah, she's putting out these she made football cards, which they're funny. I have to wear a suit one day so I can match you guys since I wasn't here on Friday.
You can do you, man.
No, she asked me so it could be
you.
Be uniform.
Be yourself.
It can be so we can be all kind of uniform as a show.
Okay.
But she was asking if we have any fun facts about the Killer Bees. I just responded. Should I read mine?
I don't know what you sent. So, yes.
So I put Joel Blank, largest collector of Nike clothes in Houston, since that's what he wears every day. And then for Jeremy, I put king of hot takes and once wanted to trade Deshaun Watson for the Oilers jersey. I feel like that's like a good. Those belong on the card.
I have a fun Jeremy story, but I don't know if I can share it.
I'm gonna assume the answer to that is no.
No. Honestly, it's nothing bad that he did. It's sort of one of those ones where like I feel like we both keep this one in the holster.
Oh, okay.
But Joel Blank used to golf with Charles Barkley a lot. That's a pretty good one to put.
That's actually like that's a good fact.
That's impressive.
Yeah,
like a lot. And that's why he gets so upset whenever we say that John Granato's the best golfer here. Well, John pays the bills for me. Okay,
he does.
John literally pays my bills. I'm not even kidding. John actually is paying the mortgage for my condo.
Writes a check.
He doesn't even know that. He doesn't even know. He has no idea, but he's doing that.
He has so much money.
He
just doesn't even know.
No, he like every now and
us.
see. This is what kind of sucks about him being in LA now. I mean, he just used to leave loose cash here, you know, as Italians do. They just carry rubber bands of cash around all the time, and then sometimes you just leave it there. And I was like, oh, sweet.
Yeah, it's
tax-free,
it's
baby.
a very different show. Like you got three guys who just leave things. John leaves around cash. Dell leaves his phone everywhere.
Dell always leaves his phone.
He leaves his phone leaving the studio at least twice a week. I just don't understand. Like how you just walk out without your phone. And then Lance just leaves like tissues.
Napkins. Just the grossest.
Yeah. They're just the lever of things, that show.
This text is mean from the 713. Brandon might not look like Ted, but he looks like a fat Seth MacFarlane.
Texter said that. Jeremy,
Texter did say that.
He looks more like McFarlane.
He does look like Seth MacFarlane.
He looks more.
Yeah, I will say like
I agree with that part of it.
Every human on Earth looks more like another human than they look like a teddy bear. I will say that.
Ted does kind of look like Seth MacFarlane though, when you think about it. Just the beady eyes. Maybe that's what Sam's trying to say. Like, that Jeremy's got beady eyes. I don't know.
Yeah, they're like shark eye. Like a doll's eyes.
Look at you.
I guess, yeah, it's like a doll's eyes.
I was on the USS Indianapolis.
5,000 men went
By
into
the
that
way,
water.
you mentioned Vanessa a couple minutes ago.
Mhm.
She's never coming on the show again.
Why?
Sean, you called her home state a third world country.
It is, though. I told her that
I
today.
compared it to the field in
Listen,
Brazil.
she's from the meth capital of Indiana. She got out. It's good. Anyway, it's Gallant and George. We're all over the place. Texans beat the Colts 29-27 yesterday, and Justin Verlander got roughed up. Is he out of the playoff rotation? Both on the table. Stick around. ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Hey, once upon a time, I got married. That was in January 2020. It was the lightest I'd weighed in a while then. And then the pandemic hit and things got a little bit out of control. I'm back down to my pre-pandemic weight. It feels great to be there. We're getting the work done at O Athletic. Don't wait till January to get started on your weight loss journey. Or if you just want to slim up, put on some muscle, whatever your goals are, O Athletic is a great place to do it. 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. oathletic.com is where you can find out more information. O Athletic on Instagram to see their latest updates of everything going on. They offer over 100 classes per week that you can sign up for. They offer personal training as well. It's the gym for me. It should be the gym for you. Check them out, oathletic.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Verlander badly needs a strikeout, ground out double play, something to get on in this inning, and this one is driven to left field. Alvarez going, he looks up, Smith has got it! A grand slam! Second home run, 7 RBI, and the Diamondbacks and Pavin Smith make a big statement here in Houston.
The Diamondbacks are good, and it is unfortunate that happened on a Sunday where the Astros beat the Diamondbacks rather handily both Friday and Saturday with offensive explosions. Kyle Tucker's back. A lot of good for the Astros, and yet you can't really look around Justin Verlander and how bad he was yesterday. Only 3 innings. The most earned runs he's ever allowed with the Houston Astros, the most earned runs he's allowed since his time in Detroit. 9 was his previous high. He didn't overgo that at least, but that's because he only lasted 3 innings. Since returning from the injured list, his ERA is, I believe, around 9.5. It's really looking bad, Joe, for Justin Verlander right now.
Yeah, to your point, it's so hard. Like, this is what Sean's been saying, and we're all just in agreement now that, like, you lose on Sunday, the vibes are bad. Because Yordan Alvarez has the 2 home run game on Friday night. Like you said, Kyle Tucker's in the lineup for 2 of these 3 games. Doesn't get to do much because he just kept getting walked nonstop, basically. But he's out there on Friday night during the fireworks, running sprints to make sure that he's good. Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker were in the same lineup yesterday. Like, that's part of it too. Is like before the game, the lineup gets posted, and you're like, hey, like we're getting there. Like we're back to seeing the Astros, and then Justin Verlander did that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just it's hard to ignore. It's the giant elephant in the room right now is that you are 4.5 games up on the Seattle Mariners. My confidence hasn't wavered at all that they're going to win this division. When you look at the Angels, the A's, who have been playing a lot better, at least the A's have. You play a lot of bad teams coming up. You can take advantage of the Angels and easily win this division still, but it is playoff mode time. In a way, it's thinking about what the rotation looks like, who's on, who's off the roster. Like, what do you do in game 4 of an ALDS? It's this yesterday's start just adds to the questions of it. And I don't know what they're going to do.
I think the answer is pretty simple right now. I mean, Yusei Kikuchi is your 3rd guy. And if you have to use 4 pitchers, Justin Verlander is still in the conversation, but he's not a lock.
It's interesting because we did the segment last week where it was you're out on Arrighetti.
Yeah, I'm out on Arrighetti. I really think that the potential for a rookie pitcher having another performance like he just did, that's something that's going to be in the back of your mind at all times.
I would rather take a risk on Spencer Arrighetti at this point
than Verlander,
because in his previous start, he struck out 10 or more guys.
True.
He's done it 3 times since Justin Verlander
has not even shown a sign of that.
Yeah,
do you really want to roll the dice, though, on a rookie pitcher in a big spot against a good team?
I think between Blanco, Arrighetti, and Verlander, they're all these massive dice rolls.
Here's the thing with Blanco. Blanco and the bullpen on Saturday,
nasty.
I didn't see that coming. He's 5 strikeouts in 2 innings.
I think they're about to make it. Also, I think they're making a mistake.
I want to put him. I want to keep him there now.
Yes, I think going back to a 6-man rotation right now is a mistake because you've got Spencer Arrighetti and Justin Verlander in your lineup.
Are they about to do that?
Yeah, they're going back to it starting tomorrow because they play 18 games in 18 days or whatever.
They're doing that again. Okay.
Yeah, so they're going back to a 6-man rotation. It's a mistake. You have 2 starters in your rotation who are very capable of only giving you 3 innings, and you're going to deplete your already tired bullpen. They should be keeping Blanco in the bullpen and be sticking with a 5-man rotation so that the next time that Arrighetti or JV can't get you more than 4 innings, that you have a long reliever in there. I hope that they're going to be flexible with this 6-man rotation over the next 2 or 3 weeks, what it's going to be. But he was nasty on Saturday. That was fun. I enjoyed watching that. So that's another good thing that happened this weekend.
Mm-hmm. And the Texans won.
They're
in first place.
And football's back.
That probably helped Justin Verlander the most. That this happened during Sunday Night Baseball, but it was week 1 of the NFL.
It would have been better for JV if the game was at 12.
Yes.
If it was a 110 first pitch while the Texans and Colts were going back and forth, and you just looked at your phone and like, oh, JV didn't make it out the third? That sucks.
All right. Well,
being on Sunday Night Baseball did kind of put the spotlight back on him a little bit.
It also helps. I mean, there's a lot of people riding high after Texas beat Michigan, right? Like there's some distracted sports fans in this city right now. I think most Texas fans, you probably don't even know what happened in the NFL yesterday because you're so pumped about that win on Saturday.
I know what happened because I'm informed radio producer.
I get that. I'm just saying.
I mean,
there was such a great win on the road.
Soft boy Dave Portnoy left at halftime.
He did.
Yeah.
Got
his little private jet and left.
I don't blame him. I mean, the Michigan never had a chance in that game.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll be honest. I kind of stopped enjoying it in like the third quarter. It was
they beat him too good.
It was such a beatdown.
You're like, oh, they're not actually good.
I was such a beatdown. I was just like, this isn't even, it's still fun, but it's not like the Alabama game was at least close last year. It was a 10-point win.
Yeah, it was.
It was
in doubt for a little bit.
Yeah, you're on edge. This one, I mean, after like, I don't know, halfway through the second quarter, I was just like, this is done. Like this
Great.
They're not
I just want to say, before I know we'll do more college football stuff tomorrow, I just want to say congratulations to you guys. I mean, Sean, you beat the defending national champions.
Yes.
Paul, your school beat
Georgia Tech,
who
2-0, baby.
Who beat the team that should have been in the playoff last year, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And congrats to Northern Illinois.
No, he's just falling on the sword. He wanted to control how he did this.
Control the narrative.
Smart, because I was about to bring it to that. And
I know
be
you
mean
were
about it.
No, be mean. I deserve it. I'm an idiot.
You
Okay,
lost to
I don't understand.
Why are you an idiot?
Because why do I not just? I should just abandon. You're right. I should have abandoned my teams.
Should have been the Bears.
All of them.
Not all of them. What, you're going to abandon Notre Dame too?
Why not?
Most years they beat the MAC.
Don't care.
Joe's staring at me in a way that scares me.
I'm
very
so mad. Like
the
the Bears could have lost by 50 yesterday. It would not make me as mad as the Notre Dame did.
They lost to Northern Illinois on a last-second field goal.
No, Notre Dame tried to kick a 62-yard
last-minute field goal.
Yeah. Remember, because the ref screwed them on the spot on third down. It should have been a first down for Northern Illinois.
Well, here's the thing. I didn't watch the game because I assumed Notre Dame would win because that's the game that you're supposed to win.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, they were only favored by 4 touchdowns.
I got a push notification. I was like, oh. And then I got a text from Joe to our text line saying, well, this is bad. I hate football. And I was like, oh, what? Oh, push notification came in. Oh.
I was just like, hate watching. I was just like staring at my TV. I was like, this sucks, man. Like, this is the worst.
I think the honeymoon phase with Marcus Freeman
over.
Definitely over now. It was probably winding down heading into the season, but good win in College Station. Yeah, Marcus Freeman, dude.
I'm out.
I'm not saying they fire him because I don't think they fire him this year. But when he does get fired, people are gonna be like, remember when he lost to NIU?
I would fire him.
This year, right now?
No, I'd let him finish out the season.
Yeah, I get the buyout lower.
Who are you gonna hire?
Don't care.
Please don't hire Fran Brown.
Honestly, Fran Brown.
Syracuse new head coach Fran Brown, who's
we'll hear from Fran Brown tomorrow.
Who's randomly like talking bleep to people I don't even know. Who was talking trash about Syracuse? I don't know, and I'm still pumped up about it.
Georgia Tech, apparently. I don't know.
He's creating strawmen to motivate the boys. I love it.
I mean, because for Marcus Freeman, it's not just Northern Illinois.
What else is it?
He lost to Marshall 2 years ago.
Yeah, but we are Marshall.
Cool.
Randy Moss played there.
He lost to Stanford 2 years ago.
Remember when Byron Leftwich broke his leg and moved up the field? Andrew Luck used to play at Stanford. John Elway used to play at Stanford.
You're right.
Davis Mills used to play for Stanford.
Thank you. Beat me to it.
Look, Joe, sometimes losses happen in sports.
You're right, they do, but
every game has its own story.
I just had so much fun at the A&M game. It was like the best weekend of my life. Like, I had so much fun watching that game and being in College Station. And then that high.
So did Notre Dame.
To this low.
Yeah.
Notre Dame had a lot of fun there.
They're had so much fun that they didn't bother to beat Northern Illinois.
Steve Sarkisian said he showed the team a clip of Northern Illinois celebrating on the field against Notre Dame. He wanted his squad to see how Notre Dame came up a big win versus A&M, but couldn't follow up the next
I bet
week.
you wish Marcus Freeman showed a video of an upset before this week.
For those who don't know, Joe
He
is horns
did!
downing
Oh, he
Sean.
did?
That's a horns down. Honestly, the FCC, I don't know that allows for a horns
I wish we
down.
could just like blur something on Twitch.
I know, me too. No, I'd officially because of that comment, I would like to just officially declare myself Team Aggies for the rest of my life.
Oh, you're an Aggie?
Wow.
I'm gonna be an Aggie fan now.
So you're becoming a fan
know what you're getting into?
of the team that lost to the team that lost to Northern Illinois.
Honestly, you know what I'm doing? I'm just rooting for another team with high expectations that fails to meet them. So we're kind of on the same page. Aggie and Notre Dame and Bears and everything else.
Yeah, but then you have to learn chants too. Like Notre Dame's kind of casual. Now you have to learn the horse laugh.
I mean, look, there's the horse laugh and there's all the prayer stuff you do in Catholic Mass. What's the difference?
Touche.
There is a lot of similarity.
Touche. We're all Catholic here, I think. So yeah, that is a fair point.
Tomato.
Yeah. Oh, this is the part of the game where I kneel. Okay.
Stand. What is he saying? I don't know.
I'm supposed to sway here. All right.
I'm sorry, buddy.
What a week of college football.
It was a great week.
It was a very.
It really
good
was.
week of college
I mean, I looked at the schedule, and John and I talked about this on Friday. There was only 2 games featuring ranked teams, but I mean, from start to finish, whether it was Northern Illinois over Notre Dame, or it was a Boise State giving Oregon trouble. I mean, like there was a lot of surprisingly good games, and I liked it.
Alabama having troubles with the USF.
It took them forever to pull away from.
Yeah, they ended up winning by whatever 28.
But it was 17-16, right? In the fourth quarter.
Yeah. The SFU or not SFU. USF had a chance to tie the game. They had the ball with a chance to tie late in that game. Yeah,
Go Bulls.
It was a great week. I am a little mad at Notre Dame for losing to Northern Illinois, really taking the focus off of Texas going into the Big House and winning. I feel like nationally that game's going to get lost in the shuffle because of Notre Dame. So,
Yeah.
So Joe, I'm also mad. I'm also mad at Notre Dame. You're not alone.
By the way, I had no idea that Alabama won 42-16.
The most fraudulent 30-point win of all time.
Because I remember watching it, I was like,
It was close
it's
in the fourth. It was close in the fourth quarter.
And then for whatever reason, South Florida went for a field goal in Alabama territory, and I'm like, you guys are cooked. Anyway, Galan and George, he's Joe. I'm Paul Sean behind the glass. We're raising our expectations, and while we liked the Houston Texans victory yesterday, there were some things that frustrated us. Is it fair to look at this win and say, yeah, but you can weigh in on that. We got some garbage time too. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. I actually do not want to know what my record was when it comes to the pick 6 that we did on Friday. I don't want to know. But at MyBookie.ag, you too can dream big for next week. You can put that loss, 1-5, I guess, in your rearview mirror. Joe's shaking his head. F you, Joe. F you. You can put it in your rearview mirror. You can go back on the website because with the promo code BET975, they will double your deposit. They'll double it. Sorry, I'm giving you bad advice. I'm sorry, okay? I'm not Paul Stradamus anymore. I've lost my touch. But at MyBookie.ag, they put the perfect touch on betting on your favorite sports. We're playing blackjack poker with live dealers. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 for an awesome sign-up bonus. Again, it's MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
4th and goal. Stroud throws. Caught. Touchdown. Stephon Diggs. His second of the game. And Ryans rolls the dice, and it pays off.
Texans swarm. A win with some things to nitpick.
A win's a win, though, Paul. I will say that.
That is true.
A win is a win.
And you can win if you're caller number 3 right now, 713-780-3776. You win a pair of tickets to our ESPN listener party for a behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. And if you didn't win, a limited amount of guaranteed admission tickets are still available with food and drink. Go to ESPN975.com under the promotion tab to secure your tickets now. Promo code still working?
Yes.
Use promo code LAP15, LAP15 for $5 off. Again, 713-780-3776. Caller number 3. Sean is answering the phone right now.
Still, I can't wait for that. It's going to be very fun. A lot of cool people are going to be here. A lot of great food, good drinks. Tejas Beer, Space City Vodka will be here doing some cool raffles as well. We can see where all the, and then we're going to make some of the guys do a radio show that night. So that way that they have to, look like they're in a fishbowl. You don't have to.
Wait, who's doing the radio show?
The bullpen.
The bullpen. Okay.
Yeah. B-Mac and Sean will be doing a show that night. And maybe as you and I and others start to drink, we'll get forced to go on the radio and say things we shouldn't.
Oh man, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. So I'm not trying to say the Texans win to yesterday was BS. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying things happened in this game that if they had played a better team, they would have lost. And I think we got to start looking at them through that lens as opposed to being like, yeah, they won. All right. Awesome. We did that last year.
And
we did that last year.
We don't need to do it anymore. This is like,
you're right. I mean, they can disappoint us this year.
Yeah, they grew up.
Yeah.
It's like they've grown up in front of our eyes. Like they're like, this isn't, you're bad at math and then one day you got a tutor and figured it out. Like we now expect you to ace your test every single week.
At the very least, I want a B.
Yeah, give me a B.
And I feel like yesterday was a C to C minus. Too many big plays allowed. The defense did a really good job against Jonathan Taylor. Joe Mixon and the running game did a great job, but it was an up and down kind of day for CJ Stroud. And the pass protection wasn't great. You allowed a blocked punt. There were enough warts in this game that were self-inflicted. And if Anthony Richardson was a more accurate quarterback, you would have lost that game. I don't think there's any debating that.
Nope. The one that you mentioned again there is the block punt. It just seems so un-Frank Ross of this team. Like Frank Ross has been the special teams coordinator now through 3 head coaches, right? Or no, 3, not 4, because he was hired with David Culley. And he's there with Lovey, and then they've had one of the best special teams units in the NFL. So that was a real surprise, and it's what gave the Colts a shot to win the game. He gave him the ball on the 5-yard line. Jonathan Taylor got it in the next play without any contention. So that was really a moment where you also there was plenty of moments where the momentum could have really swung the other way for the Colts. The missed extra point or the miss going for 2, the block punt. So that's where I do give the Texans a lot of credit for not allowing things to unravel when some teams would have, for sure.
All right, it's that time. It's that time. Time for a little garbage. New York Giants football. Garbage.
Everything. Specifically, the jerseys. And I know the football was bad. I think the jerseys are worse.
I think the jerseys would have been good if the pants weren't pea colored. If they had white pants.
You think it would look a little bit better?
Yeah.
But how do you wear those bizarre jerseys the first game of the season? Like, just wear your normal traditional jerseys.
People were lighting Daniel Jones' jersey on fire in the parking lot.
They're asking Brian Dable today if Daniel Jones is getting benched.
Yeah, because they want to put in Tommy DeVito again.
Isn't Drew Lock on that team?
Well, they want Tommy DeVito because it's
Tommy.
New York. Oh, he's a Big Apple kid. Even because he played at Syracuse and then left because he sucked there. For a time, he was like one of the best Syracuse prospects in a while.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Fran Brown, baby. Kyle McCord.
Kyle
Let's go.
McCord era.
Garbage. Deshaun Watson. Not good.
He's very, very bad at football.
Did you see that apparently Browns players on their way in before the Browns-Cowboys game yesterday, where the Cowboys won convincingly, were hanging out with tailgaters? Greg Williams, Myles Garrett. There's another important Brown. I want to say it was David Njoku. They're just hanging out with some guys in the parking lot before the game. And okay, like not the end of the world. I'm not assuming that they're taking shots or anything like that out there.
I don't know.
But when you get your asses kicked like that, it ends up being a really bad look, which is saying something because Deshaun Watson looked horrible out there.
Yes, it's something that is like a cool, fun story. If like Jason Kelsey did it the year that the Eagles went to the Super Bowl and they're winning every game, and it's like, yeah, look at it, man of the people kind of stuff. When you go out there and then lose by 30, it's a little different.
It's like when Cal was flipping burgers. It's like it really was like a cool gesture, but they were bad.
Yeah.
When that started, so people were like, "All right, dude, like relax, Cal, you and your mustache." But now if he does it, people would be so excited.
Yeah, now put that mustache on a t-shirt.
I might have to get one of those.
That'd be a good one.
I'd like to see that. Is this true? Is this story true? I'm having a hard time believing it because this would be the garbage of all garbage. Is Deion Sanders forcing Colorado to play Shador Sanders' rap song instead of the fight song? Is that actually happening?
It seems true. It's hard. It's a hard to believe story.
There was an article that came out, or may have been a column about Colorado football that came out this morning. I did not have a chance to read it, but apparently this is an excerpt from it. I'll read the article and come back to you whether this is true or not, because somehow we do not know if this is true or not. This is an obviously satire when it involves Colorado football.
Yeah, this feels like an Onion story.
It does, but I don't feel like I can rule it out.
No, my guess is it's gonna be true.
I want it to be fake. It's fun that Colorado just keeps on giving, but I want it to be fake.
I also want it to be fake because I want to think Deion's going to be a good coach. Like, I still want to believe. But this stuff makes me not want to believe anymore. I think I don't want to be on that bandwagon. I don't want to be like
on yourself by yourself.
I made stupid takes about Deion. I said Deion was going to make the college football playoff, the 12-team playoff by year 2 of it. That's next year. That ain't happening. That was stupid. Stupid Joe. Stupid Joe. Might as well put me to sleep.
Like Sleepy Joe, George over here. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Big thanks to our texters, our Twitchers, our YouTubers, and everybody else. For Sean Mapes and Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourself a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's playing Kyan Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It is a day after a Houston Texans road victory. A busy show plan. Our normal mailbag Monday at 4:30. We'll be hot and heavy with everything that was happening around the NFL, everything that happened in college football. Look, the Astros still have 19 games to play, 4.5 game lead, so we're not going to ignore the Astros like poor Marine accused a lot of ESPN 97.5 hosts of ignoring the Astros on Twitter yesterday.
Shocking, poor Marine was pointing fingers and worried about details later.
Yeah, he never stirs things up.
No.
Poor Marine. He never does that. But we'll start, of course, with the Houston Texans going on the road, beating a playoff caliber team, in my opinion. And I know it was a 2-point game, but it felt like a convincing victory for the Houston Texans yesterday. We'll get to everything, but Blankers, your main takeaway from the win.
I mean, first and foremost, when you look at, we talked about it, what we thought that how explosive this offense could be. And no matter how much you heard people questioning, well, what happens if CJ has a sophomore slump, or is he going to be the same kind of player? When you give him the weapons that he had, that's one thing. When Joe Mixon plays the way he does, that's a totally different scenario, because now you're taking it up another notch in terms of having not just a running back that can give you carries here or there, get some positive yards so that the passing game can continue. When you run for $160 and you do the things the way Joe Mixon looked like he was doing them, running over people, blocking people, and just knocking them down and looking like, the youngest, best version of himself, you're talking about an offense that could be as explosive as any team in the league, and that's exciting.
Yeah, he was, he looked like he packed a punch, but we knew that about Joe Mixon. But the offensive line doing its thing, I thought the offensive line played really well, actually. And we'll get to some things that we're not going to ignore in victory, what we win in defeat. Maybe that offensive line comes up. But you don't have 400-plus yards of offense and then run the way that they did without good offensive line play. Yeah. Now, is it perfect from first snap to, to all the way to the very end? No, and it's never going to be, if we're being completely honest. But you don't have that sort of offensive production, especially on the ground, if your offensive line was poor. I thought they played okay.
Yeah, I thought that it was a tale of two different offensive lines. I think you can look at the offensive line and pass protection, but you can look at the offensive line running the football. And what you saw was a lot of domination. That's not a slouchy defensive line that Indianapolis has with Buckner and some of the guys that they have up front. But the fact is that the offensive line of the Texans was pretty much opening holes and having their way when they whichever direction they were going. And that was something that, as a Texans fan, you love to see, because with all the musical chairs and makeshift offensive lines of a year ago, watching that line be dominant in the run game was really enjoyable to watch, because it opened holes that, look, Pierce came in for a couple of runs. He got positive yards.
Yeah, he did. He looked okay. Now, they didn't use him very much, right, but he looked okay. And to me, it's like, just be cohesive, like avoid injury. And I think that this offensive line has a pretty high potential. I don't want to put a number on it, but I think it has the potential to be an above average offensive line. I think it has the potential to be maybe a top third offensive line even. My main takeaway is that I think the Colts are good. I think the Colts are a good football team. I think they're going to be in the playoff hunt. I have two teams from the AFC South making the playoffs, the second one being the Colts. So the fact that you go on the road, and I didn't have the Texans to win this game. I thought they were going to lose a tight, contested game, and they almost did. But I thought the Colts were going to win this one. So I had the Texans at 10-7 losing this one. Now the fact that you win this, maybe that flips things to 11-6. I was really impressed with what I saw. And I'm not a guy that's easy to impress. Like, I'm usually pretty critical. I'm a dog. Some would say, yeah, a dog. They would say that about me. Some might even say that I'm negative, but they know nothing about me whenever they say that. I was impressed with what I saw with the Texans. Yesterday, could they have beaten the Chiefs in an AFC championship game? No. They couldn't have, because they left some points on the board. I didn't think they played a perfect game. They had the miscue in the end of the first half. But what I saw was a team that has the potential to, at some point, if they get to their ceiling, compete with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, you're right, Jeremy. And I think that the biggest thing about that is, because it's week one, that's what makes this so exciting, is because you did leave meat on the bone. You did make mistakes that are correctable. You did learn some things along the way. But you have a whole season to kind of fine-tune those things. But what you saw in the meantime was
a team that's capable of scoring points, a team that's capable of running and passing the football, a team that has defensive weapons as well that can do some things. And so you think that you don't want to peak in week one anyway. A lot of times, and you think about a year ago, week one against Baltimore, that was a massive struggle. And yeah, you could see some positives, but for the most part, there's a whole lot of work that has to be done, and you got to get to work right away. Here, you're looking at it going, as good as this game was because of the shortcomings and the mistakes and some of the things that happened, you know they can get better. And that's what's really encouraging about this first game, is because you got a W, but you learn some things along the way that can make you better in the long road when conceivably you will play the Chiefs later on down the road.
Yeah, and my biggest takeaway on top of that too is that this was a 2-point game. 2-point game. Texans could have easily won that game yesterday by 2 possessions.
Yeah.
If that was a 14-point Texan win yesterday, would not have surprised me. Now, that's good and bad, because the good part of that is I felt like they pretty much dominated that game, with the exception of some very critical plays. But yeah, I thought it could have been a 2-possession game, not a 2-point game. And I leave feeling very impressed with the Texans yesterday. And the other thing too, when they needed it, they got it, especially offensively. You look at the way they ended that game. The Colts had all 3 timeouts. They were down 2 with 2 minutes and 14 seconds left. The Texans didn't let them touch the football again.
Yeah.
Like, that is the signs of a winning team. Not a perfect game, but the signs of a winning team when the other defense has 2:14 to go, all 3 timeouts. They know you're going to run the football. You run it down their throats, and they don't touch the football again. That's impressive.
That on top of the fact that laser that CJ threw, and the fact that Nico brought it in the way he did. I don't know how many teams are going to want that to happen, and how many teams are going to believe that guys on either end of that play are going to make it to that level, because that wasn't just an easy play on either end. And the fact that you got the dogs, you got the guys that are so damn good that they executed that play like it looked a lot easier than it really was. You're like, hey, man, this team can do whatever it wants when it wants to do it right now because of everybody that they have on the football field. That's a fantastic feeling in week one, because I think it's only going to get better.
That was one of my other notes too. Nico Collins is a big-time catch maker. And like, we've kind of been in this, I don't want to call it purgatory, because purgatory sounds very mid, but it's like the distinction of where Nico is relative to the rest of the NFL wide receivers. Like, we don't think he's in the tier of Tyreek Hill, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, but we think he could potentially be in that very next tier, with the potential of maybe someday jumping to that tier. And I don't know where he ranks relative to the rest of the NFL. But what I do know, that guy is a big-time catch maker. You mentioned the third down on the final drive that pretty much sealed the deal. How about the deep ball leaping over double coverage earlier in the game? Like, that guy, he might not be tier 1 wide receiver in the NFL. Underrated? Sure. Underpaid? Potentially, because of when Nick Caserio signed him. But he is a big-time catch maker, and there's no doubt about that in my mind.
The high point ball, and I've always said that the one thing that I've always given Nico a lot of credit for is, because of the big body, it's one thing, but the fact that he knows how to high point a football. But he goes up with double coverage on him and just completely outjumps the other 2 defenders, hands high, pulls that thing down. He's so damn strong. And then when you see the combination of it's not just high pointing, it's the ability to catch the football. It's the ability to do the catch on the sideline, that I think that there's so much untapped, even after the season he had a year ago, to prove to everyone that not only is he the receiver of a year ago plus, but he could actually get better as he spends more time with CJ in this offense. And that's a positive as well.
The offense, I thought, was fantastic. Could have scored more, obviously. I think they settled for 3 a little bit too much. Not to say that, they should have went for it on 4th down more. D'Amico should have been a little bit more. Not saying that at all. But you score on 6 of your 10 possessions. That's highly effective. We mentioned the over 400 yards, 417, over 200 on the ground, 213. They also had the ball twice as much as the Colts. Like, that's pretty helpful. They had the ball 40 minutes to the Colts 20 minutes. They had the football 2/3 of that game yesterday. That's incredible.
Yep. Yeah, no doubt. I think that when you think about when we were talking about when the 3 of us were kicking this thing around before it got started, about the importance of the running game, but just from the standpoint of, like you were just mentioning, the fact that you can control the clock. You can do whatever you want to do for 3/4, whatever. But when you start establishing the run, now you're just knocking minutes off the clock with every dominating drive and possession you put together. If you get points out of it at the end too, it's going to make it a mountain to climb for any team that you're playing against, because it's just going to keep building and you're just going to keep hitting them with different things. And the fact that, you can use Schultz But Schultz was obviously, I think, more relied upon last year when you didn't have the complement you have now. But you add a running game that's this good, and then you put all those guys together and give Slowick the opportunity to keep defenses off balance and to keep doing basically whatever he wants. That's going to be a really fun offense to watch as the season progresses, because depending on what the defense is trying to do, the counter might be something that just basically never gives the football back to the other team.
Yeah, I think you have every club in the bag. I
Yep.
really do. Like the fact that you have Mixon's running ability, and is he going to have 120 yards every single game? No, of course not. But you have that club in your bag. 159 yards. I sold him short. You have obviously Nico Tank Diggs in the bag. You have tight ends that I think you trust that you can go to. Schultz, for sure. Brevin Jordan's been a little inconsistent in his career, but I thought he played well yesterday. Stover being used as a fullback, I thought was fine in the plays that he was in the game, especially as that lead blocker. So Slowick has the clubs in the bag. And look, I think that the point of an offense is to score points, right? Like, let's keep it simple, stupid. This isn't rocket science. Let's not overcomplicate it. Whenever you have the football, what are you trying to do? You're trying to score. You're trying to score. And when an offense scores 6 of their 10 possessions in week 1, I think that's highly impressive. And then let's keep in mind, too, well, 2 of those possessions were productive possessions. The final possession at the end of the first half, like that should have been a scoring possession. So now you're looking at 7 out of 10 possessions in which you should have scored, and we'll get into that later. And then the final possession, you bled the clock. You kept the Colts from getting the football again. So, yes, they only scored. And I shouldn't say only. Yes, they scored on 6 of their 10 possessions, but they had impressive possessions 8 of their 10 times. That's an 80% efficiency rating. Like that to me, especially in week 1, shows you how good this offense can be, that you had 8 productive drives on the 10 times that you touched the football.
And just he kept keeping the defense off balance when he would mix it up and he would do the gadget play where, everybody's expecting maybe he's going to continue with the pass. Then he would hit the run. Then he would hit the gadget play and the end around. And suddenly, the defense is wondering what's coming at me next. And because he has all these weapons to kind of rotate in and out, we talked about the fact the numbers overall aren't going to be really huge for one individual in the passing game, but they're all going to have their opportunities. And then when Mixon is doing what he's doing, and you're right, next week, the Bears and their defense probably going to be a little bit more hyper-focused on the run. That should provide you more opportunities for Schultz, for the receivers, and it'll open up something else. And that's the beauty of a Slowick who knows, hey, if they're going to come in watching tape knowing that we ran the football as efficiently as we did, they're going to try and stop the run. That's going to open up more on the outside. We're going to have more opportunities in the passing game.
All right, more to take away from this game. We'll get to more of our views from it. We'll take your views as well. 713-780-ESPN. It's a busy Monday. We will not ignore in victory what we wouldn't in defeat. Got to get to that tons of headline news around the NFL we'll get to. It's a Monday, so good, bad, and ugly coming up as well. Mailbag Monday. And then, of course, Week 1 NFL hot takes, because why wouldn't we? 713-780-ESPN. We'll take your views. Twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We're off and running on a Monday. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We will not ignore in victory what we win in defeat coming up a little bit later in the program, but reacting to game one from the Houston Texans season, 2024 season, a game that I didn't think they were going to win, that they're going to lose a tough, tight one, but they pulled it off, got the victory. 2585, Mixon's running style reminded me of Arian Foster. His patience in allowing the hole to develop is outstanding. I don't want to put the Foster label on him just yet. But that's the main takeaway that I had from Mixon is that the one thing that I was most impressed with wasn't the fact that he has a good punch, but his vision. I thought his vision was very good.
Yeah, I thought, too, the fact that I didn't expect a Joe Mixon that was this aggressive and physical. I think that it's one thing where he's getting extra yards, but, even in pass block coverage, when he's picking up guys coming in and he is leveling them, and when he is going and laying the wood to somebody and delivering blows instead of taking them when he's running, that was really positive as well. But yeah, this is the perfect kind of back with his style that fits this kind of system as opposed to what we've been talking about with Pierce.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN 3283. The way Nico balled out CJ yesterday, or bailed out CJ yesterday. I don't know if he bailed him out. He made one good catch on the long throw. That was a bit underthrown. It was a bit underthrown, but it wasn't a bad throw, a bit underthrown. And then the one the third down conversion with the under 2 minutes that pretty much sealed the deal. They still needed one more first down. I didn't think that was a bailout. Like, that ball could only be in one spot, and Stroud put it in that one spot.
Yeah, I thought that he couldn't put as much as he would have liked to on that football. But that ball does, in most cases, like you said, if that ball isn't put where it absolutely had to be so that only his guy could catch it, that's going to get picked off because it's floating, because it was more like there was not a tight spiral on it where he was throwing it on a line. He was on the dead run, trying to run for his life, bailed himself out, made a throw, perfect spot, right time. Nico right there as well does a great job afterwards catching the ball. But, that's kind of more of a credit to the offense instead of saying which guy gets more credit for that play.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Let's talk about the D'Amico aggression / being conservative. I thought it was odd that first series going for it 4th and 1 from the Colts 44, which that's perfectly fine. Like, I go for it every single time there. But then he didn't go for it 4th and 1 from the Colts 33.
I didn't understand it either. I was scratching my temple going, wait a minute. If we're going to do this, then go ahead and do this. We've seen like the Jonathan Gannon approach that was way over the top at times in going for things. But all of a sudden now you're going to go one way one time. And it seemed like I thought they were rolling. I was like, oh, they're going to go for this again. And then he kicks the field goal.
Yeah, that was interesting to me. Maybe the tell there is that he wants the points and like, hey, I'm going to get points here, because that's the difference. You're not kicking a field goal from the Colts 44. You're kicking the field goal from the Colts 33, and Fairbairn made it. And in the second half, they had almost the identical situation. They had 4th and 2 at the Colts 33, and then again kicked the field goal. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's the tell there for D'Amico, although I think that at times he's kind of like Dusty Baker and goes based off of vibes, because that could have been the tell on those 2 or 3 if you're looking at the 4th and 1 for the Colts 44. But then late in the game, went for it 4th and goal at the 2. So, he was willing to go for the touchdown, but not the field goal. So, if we're trying to figure out the pattern here, and last year he was pretty inconsistent with this too, maybe it's he wants to get the points, guaranteed points, and the only exception to that is if he feels he can score a touchdown.
Yeah, I think it's more, I would liken it to more of Pawpaw's belly with Dusty.
Me too.
Means it's Miko's abs. Because I think whatever's in Miko's abs is exactly what he's going to do. It's what he's feeling at the moment. Because, Fairbairn proved to you he was dropping them with ease from 50. He was going to give you the points. And you're talking about situations where if it goes haywire now and you don't get points in the second half, late in the game, when you're in the red zone, that's when you're like, yeesh. I understand if it's like the 30, 35-yard line where you're like, okay, they still got a long field if we don't get this.
Yeah.
But you don't want to leave points on the board in the red zone.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good going off vibes there for the record. Like the whole book a lot of times doesn't factor in like how the game flow is going, what your offense is doing, what your defense is doing, what the other team's offense and defense, like that isn't always accounted for. So I'm perfectly fine if D'Amico wants to base it based on how his abs are feeling in that moment. For the record, I just thought it was curious how it was a little bit inconsistent, but maybe we have the tells there. Bullock and Murray. at the safety spot next to the old wily veteran. They both played 25 snaps apiece, so they had the exact same amount of plays. I thought that Bullock looked better than Murray did. Murray had the nice play on the 2-point conversion. Bullock had the interception. Murray took a terrible angle on that one touchdown over the middle that was, catch and run into the end zone. Yep. I think right now they're in a work share, 25 snaps apiece. I think we progressively see Bullock slowly but surely take over that position.
Well, I think that the reason why that would be is because of the fact that, Bullock as a rookie has already showed you enough that, again, here's another guy, much like the microcosm of what we were talking about with the team. Here's another guy that looks like there's a massive upside to a guy that as a rookie in his first NFL game played the minutes and made you look, for the most part, like you had a guy you're going to rely on for years to come. So I think that's great. The fact that Murray was able to hold his own, was able to make the play that you mentioned and a couple of others where you're like, okay, he's not hurting us that, for the long haul. He's capable. I think that Jimmy Ward's health is going to be really hyper important as well. But I think that, over time, it's Bullock's position to lose. I think that he is going, if he continues to get better and show what he showed this week alone, forget the pick because that was a little bit fluky. But he made the play. I think the big thing is by midseason, Bullock's probably going to have most of the minutes.
I think Bullock could have had a second interception too late in the game when Toa batted that ball down.
Oh yeah,
I think Bullock would have picked that ball off. At least he would have had a really good chance to do it. What'd you think of the defensive line? Mario Edwards had that motor sack where he destroyed Anthony Richardson and plowed his head into the ground. If any of you have said that I like violence way too much, if you like that play, then you can never get on to me again. But how did you think the interior of the defensive line played?
I thought the fact that you had a guy that had run roughshod over you in the past and pretty much had his way with you more times than not in Taylor, I thought that, and you knew that they had a running offensive scheme set up for a quarterback like Richardson. I thought that they held their own. You were going to get gashed at times. Yeah, if you missed the one gap or you left the gap open by overcommitting to the left side, and Richardson was able to get through it, that's going to happen. That's the quarterback. But I think overall, the way they handled Taylor and the fact that we had questions about, from the offseason on, where they said they wanted to upgrade the defensive middle of the defensive line from a standpoint where we thought they had two reasonably good guys there. I was pleased what they were. Look, Foley made his presence felt. That was huge. The fact that, you got guys. Look, we didn't know. We thought Edwards was on his the back nine of his career. And suddenly here's a guy that all we could hear about in camp was he looks really good. I'm like, yeah, but come on. He's kind of long in the tooth. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know how they didn't get penalized on that, the way how ticky-tack the NFL calls those things, but that was an awesome sack.
Yeah, so you can never get mad at me again for choosing violence when it comes to a quarterback. Yeah, I thought it could have been penalized too, though. I'm with you on that.
Especially when the helmet came off, I was like, that's the kicker. Like, am I on the fence with it? Oh, well, then I've got to do it. Then the referees normally look at that stuff.
Kind of driving him into the ground. I mean, his head hit hard. I don't know how he didn't get concussed. I would have died if I was him. And that sack that he had too, just a motor play. Like, he came around the edge after he was initially blocked and then made the play. And then the Foley sack. Look, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, I thought, deserved credit there. And,
totally.
And like a lot of people were, well, these guys didn't get a lot of pressure. Well, it's that type of game. Like the entire purpose for a defensive end against Anthony Richardson is basically to set the edge and don't let him get around you. And that Foley sack was a great example of that. Anderson and Danielle Hunter kind of get around the tackles a bit, force Richardson to step into the pocket, and then boom, Foley's there for the sack.
That was a team sack. You're totally right. The thing that I get frustrated with is I caught it from some guys this morning that they were like, I mean, you pay all this money for Hunter and you got Will Anderson as the defense rookie of the year and they didn't do anything yesterday. I said, go back and look at the tape. Go back and watch how many times they were doubled, how much extra pressure they were putting and how many double teams, especially Will Anderson was getting and Hunter. And then, like you said, look at the Foley sack and look at the fact that that was all made possible by the fact that they both contained their edges, put pressure on the outside, forced them into the middle, and then that's where the contact came for the sack.
Yeah, I thought that was a good play by the defensive ends, and it was that type of game. Like you're not gonna get tons of sacks on Anthony Richardson from your edges. Like it's team football. You have to be so gap sound. You can't let him get around the edge. I don't put too much stock in Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson's stats in that game.
And you know what, Jeremy? I think the blueprint is kind of for D'Amico, and obviously as it involves Caserio by getting the personnel that they're just going to be deeper than most teams on the defensive front so that they can continue to rotate fresh bodies that can wreak havoc. Because I think when you get the full complement of defensive linemen in, when you work in a settle with Edwards and when Autry comes back both do it on the outside to spell those guys and contribute on the inside. I think they're just going to keep rotating fresh bodies that are going to have, a full tank of gas, and they are going to go as hard as they can. And then the next guy up and the next guy up. And they're just going to continually just kind of wear you down that way.
We also got to give love to Kaimi Fairbairn.
Perfect.
Perfect. Long field goals, 3 for 3. Made both of his extra points. Fairbairn, fantastic for the Houston Texans.
Look around the league. Look at how many teams that had really substantial drives and really had game-changing plays or game-deciding outcomes because their kickers couldn't kick the ball through the goalpost. And you're talking about a guy, yes, he's indoors. You're talking about a guy that was easily knocking them home from 50+. That's a huge weapon to have in your arsenal. And the really good teams that have good kickers, that's a big advantage. And Friday night's game is a perfect. Green Bay left so many points on the table, and they've gone this like the third kicker now, and they can't find anybody to consistently put it through. That was part of the reason why they came up short at the end of the day. They left too many points out there or missed opportunities. Fairbairn, on the other hand, you just basically, if you're D'Amico, you're going to feel more and more comfortable going, I think I got a pretty good win situation here if I decide to kick it, because he's pretty consistent.
Yeah, I think they trust him from like 53 into.
Yep.
Like, I feel like they think he's automatic from 53 yards or in. All right, what else? What did I miss?
I think the biggest thing to me that we're going to get into is just the fact that as good as everybody was, and we talked about while the offense had a ceiling, I think from a defensive perspective, look, 202 gave me more than I thought he was going to give me filling in. I thought he was all over the football field. We know he has his limitations athletically, but I thought he did a really admirable job, was all over the place. I think the back end of the secondary is something that we're going to continue to watch. We're going to continue to hope they get better. And even the corners. Stingley had his moments where he made great plays. Stingley also had a couple of moments where you're like, was that really him on that play that gave that up? So I think there's things that we have to be cognizant of on the defense getting better too. But the good news is they did what they had to do against an Indianapolis team that is very run heavy. They got him into those late situations where they had to pass. He proved that he's not the most accurate passer in the world, both in the first half and the second half. And I think they held up very well.
Yeah, we won't ignore in victory what we went into defeat in a little bit. Brian, did you have anything else to add on to the game react?
Yeah, I just thought that, of all the things that typically go unnoticed, CJ Stroud's not one of them. Like, we obviously spend most of the offseason, most of the in-season talking about the good and rarely the bad of CJ Stroud, because there's not a lot of bad. But I thought yesterday, like, the really only kind of glaring spot other than like the deep coverage problems, which we'll talk about in a little bit, where occasionally the pass protection broke down. And I was just continually amazed for a guy in his second year how well he handled those moments, his poise in the moments where the pass protection wasn't perfect. He was able to, on one play, escape the pocket, roll to his right, and throw across his body to Nico Collins, who was standing in the middle of the field, and make that big completion and get the first down. And there was another play where the snap was at his feet. He went down to one knee and still was able to complete the pass to, I think it was one of the tight ends. I don't remember exactly who it was, but he's got a pass rush in his face, a good pass rush in his face. He's on one knee and he's still completing passes.
Talking about the one where he slipped on the logo?
Yeah, I guess it was that one. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't a bad snap. He slipped on the logo. But just the poise from a second-year guy and the leaps he's taken from an already great rookie season, he continues to amaze me every week.
Yeah, he's really stinking good. I was thinking of King of Twitch when I was rewatching the game this morning, because King of Twitch is the Texan hater and a CJ Stroud hater, and it's like all I can relay is what I see. You know what I mean? And whenever I see CJ Stroud, I see a top 3, top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Like, I'm sorry that me seeing that and then relaying that message upsets you. But that's what I see. That's what I see.
To me, it's the poise, what Brian's talking about. The fact that he has the poise of like a five-year veteran, in the fact that nothing seems to really fluster him. But when the moment is big, he performs at a higher level. He doesn't let it get the best of him. And that's so rare for anyone. And a lot of guys don't have that kind of it factor. He's got it, and he had it when he was a rookie.
Yeah, he's good. he is really good.
Did you see that they let JJ interview him before the game, before he went into the locker room for the final time, which most quarterbacks are like, absolutely not. And he just handled that and answered questions and was relaxed and said, now I'm going to go listen to my music, talk to my guys, and be ready to play. And it's like, damn, that's pretty impressive how calm he is.
Yeah, I didn't see the interview. I'd heard that it happened, but I didn't actually witness it. Tyler and Conroe, how concerned about CJ's misses should we be? What? Well, he did make a couple of errant throws that we can get to here in a little bit, but I mean, I thought Stroud
The only one where I would
good.
criticize Stroud for is when he took pressure and that he just tossed it over the sideline but didn't get it out of bounds, and it was nearly a pick, but they were able to overrule it because the defender's foot was out of bounds. That was a Will Levis type panic play that Stroud cannot make. Luckily, it didn't matter because the defender was out of bounds. But if you're going to nitpick CJ, that was
a
one.
bad decision.
There was another one that I'll tell you on the other side. 7819, is this the beginning of the Bobby Slowick farewell tour? Probably. Yeah, probably.
Sure is.
But Gerard Johnson's capable. So
unless he wants to pull your boy Johnson in Detroit and just decide to change his mind.
Which I'm okay with that too.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that too. 4488, CJ completed a first down pass from his knees, Branham. Exactly. Tell it to King of Twitch. All right, 713-780-3776. Sometimes we get called negative. Sometimes people say we're glass half full. So in honor of that, we will not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. What were some things the Texans could have been better at yesterday, despite winning by 2 on the road against a playoff caliber team? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, can't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. You have to be very truthful. I mean, they're doing it. They're watching film, areas to clean up. And yes, yesterday's win was big, but they couldn't have won an AFC championship game yesterday. They have the potential to do it, but they got to clean up the bad. And what was that bad? 713-780-ESPN. 5774. CJ missed Tank underthrow, would have been a touchdown. He underthrew Nico once too. Like those are low percentage plays. The other one that I thought that Stroud made a poor play on was the other one that was intercepted. It was flat out intercepted, and they called it back because there was a defensive hold. And Stroud didn't know. Stroud didn't know that there was a flag in the secondary. You know how I know that? Because C.J. Stroud went after the guy who intercepted the pass with all of his might. And if he knew that it was a defensive penalty, he would not have done that. So I thought Stroud was careless with the ball twice. That interception that he threw that was called back because of the defensive holding, and the one y'all mentioned earlier, which he had that issue early last year, you remember, where he would just kind of fling the ball up in the air, and it's like, dude, throw it into the fifth row.
Well, I would also say that, you can say he's living right when those things happen, but last year he was living right all season because we kept saying, look, the interception total is very low, but there have been several throws in several games where you're like, he got away with one, or they dropped it, or a penalty bailed him, or something happened. And here we are in week one talking about a couple of plays where, that could have been costly. You look at it on the flip side, Richardson would love to have that ball back in the red zone that Bullock intercepted. And that, that can be a difference maker too. He's living right now.
1970 Stroud could have easily had 3 picks. 5895. If Richardson had any accuracy, they lose. Wide open, deep Colts multiple times. Don't you think D'Amico game plan for that though? Like if Richardson had any accuracy, cool. If I had $1 million, like that's part of the game plan, was playing to where Anthony Richardson had to be accurate. Why is that part of the game plan? Because Anthony Richardson is not accurate.
That's the thing. I mean, you think about trying to play into the defense's hands. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to stuff the run enough to put him in either third and long or specific passing situations and show what he cannot do, whether you want to say yet. Okay, fine. For those that are glass half full on Anthony Richardson, okay, he can't do it yet. But in the first half, the third down where he had to throw the out route and he threw it basically to the popcorn vendor instead of trying to hit his receiver in the hands. And some of the plays in the second half, when you made him throw the quick, get it out of my hands and make sure it's an accurate ball, and he couldn't do it, that's what the end objective is for a defensive coordinator.
And a lot of people would point to the deep coverage yesterday being bad. And it wasn't good, but I think that's part of it too, is like, hey, we have to play a little bit tighter to the box because their running game is elite with Jonathan Taylor. And if anything, I thought that they didn't give him the football enough. We have to be close to the line of scrimmage because Anthony Richardson's running ability is elite. So what are some things that you like expose defensively whenever you do that? You expose the deep ball. And there was, Anthony Richardson connected on 2, really. The touchdown to Alec Pierce, the later deep ball to Alec Pierce. The ball that he threw to Doolin really wasn't a deep pass. It was kind of deep cross, and then he just ran the rest of the way. Eric Murray took a really bad angle, but he missed like 5 others. He had A.D. Mitchell 3 times.
The double move that A.D. Mitchell put on Kamari last year should have been a walk-in touchdown.
He didn't throw it Deshaun Watson bad, but he threw it bad enough to where that ball made it to the corner into on the white of the line instead of anywhere near where that would have been a touchdown, or at least give him a chance to catch it.
So because of the game plan for the Colts, I think that that's something that they were willing to be a little bit vulnerable in. I don't think that the Texans have deep coverage issues. Now, if this problem continues, then we're going to have a serious conversation about it. So I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt because of the opponent. That said, there was the Jimmy Ward twice. I thought like the first touchdown, like they were trying to blame it on Stingley. That to me looked like zone coverage, and then he ran over the middle of the field and Ward was late. And then the second deep pass, like Ward was there.
Yeah.
Ward, like knock it down. Like it was actually covered well. It just was pass broken up poorly.
Yeah, I noticed on the first one they were trying to tag Stingley on that one. I was like, can you go back and look at the wide angle from behind quarterback and just see what the back of the defense looked like? Because I'm not going to put that on Stingley first and foremost. But there were definitely, hiccups that they were vulnerable, as you mentioned. The big thing, too, is one thing you can't take away from Richardson, he's got a freaking cannon. The fact that he threw that ball to Pierce and didn't have a chance to even really wind it up and threw it 65+ in the air, that's pretty impressive, where most secondaries, you don't expect a guy to be able to do that. But look, he's got a big arm.
Which is part of the reason why, like, as much as the you could say the deep coverage struggled, and for parts of the game it was true. How many quarterbacks in the league could hit that touchdown
right.
pass to Pierce? Like on the Texans schedule, maybe Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, end of list.
That
So,
was so
I mean,
fluky.
was he open? Were there some busts? Sure, but very few quarterbacks can make
Yeah.
that pass.
How many guys are putting it 65 in the air plus where it's coming down on the goal line from his own
It's like
30?
Richardson, Mahomes, and Allen. That's about it.
That's about it. And you're like,
Yeah.
okay, I dare you. And you had pressure around him that was kind of zeroing in on him. He stepped up, and then basically without being able to step in, just kind of one arm flicked it.
Yeah, that to me was what got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
Was that he had pressure in his face. I forget, I have it written down here somewhere. But yeah, the Texans defensive lineman pushed the offensive, it was Derek Barnett. He pushed the offensive lineman into Anthony Richardson's face. Like there was an offensive lineman basically making contact with Anthony Richardson because Barnett drove him back into his face. He slipped as he was trying to fade away, got his footing, and then delivered a dime. Like it was incredible. And that's why people will like say Anthony Richardson's going to be a star. He's going to be a stud. It's because you see that play and there's 3 people on planet Earth that can make that play, he being one of them.
But
the problem is he misses A.D. Mitchell 4 other times where they could have been walk-in touchdowns.
This is the same thing we were talking about when he was at Florida. The Sports Center moment against, was it South Carolina, where he makes the unbelievable escape play in the backfield. It's all over Sports Center. It's all anybody can talk about. But then go back and watch the rest of the game and his games after that. Watch how many receivers he missed that were wide open.
I don't know how you win with it, really. I don't. Like he misses so many targets and critical downs that it's like, man, like
he kind of struggles with like a lot of inaccurate quarterbacks struggle with. Or like and I know I say this as he missed a lot of wide open deep passes, but a lot of guys who struggle with the accuracy can still hit the deep pass. But you try to get them to thread a needle, under 20, and they can't do it. And Anthony Richardson could not hit the intermediate passes with any accuracy yesterday.
And the thing that we always talked about when we were talking about CJ, and one of the things he really did well coming out was his touch. A lot of people say, oh, his touch can sometimes be overrated depending on the play. He tries to rifle the football. Like that first half play that I'm talking about on third down that would have kept a good drive going for them. It was an out route. You didn't have to throw it 100 miles an hour. And you could just see he tried to load up and put as much as he could on it, and it just sailed on him. It's like, that's where the touch of just realizing, I have to get it out there and beat the back, but all I got to do is put it on the line. I don't have to throw it 100 miles an hour.
Let's hit some more of the don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-ESPN. What are you not ignoring in victory what you wouldn't in defeat? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, you hear us talking about it. We know football's back. It's an awesome time of the year, and now you can really cash in because I'm telling you about MyBookie, and MyBookie has incredible promotions like a weekly risk-free boost on Thursdays where you bet without a sweat. Thursday night game is something you want to watch. You want to put a bet down. If you hit it, you win big. If it doesn't, forget it. MyBookie is going to refund your wager on Thursdays. That's incredible. They're also giving away hundreds of thousands in prizes with their Super, Survivor, and Squares contests. You can join in now for your shot at huge cash rewards. To get started, go to mybookie.ag, use our promo code BET975, claim some extra bank on your first deposit. MyBookie's bonus options make it easy to deposit, even with crypto or with your credit. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your bonus, up to $1,000. All you got to do is use that promo code BET975. And check out the new loyalty program, too. The loyalty program that actually looks out for you for betting with them. The MyBookie Plus program means the more you play, the more you win. It's that simple. Climb through all the different tiers of the loyalty rewards program. Unlock even more epic promotions, all the exclusive giveaways, and even bigger rewards. MyBookie Plus, it's the lock of the century. And don't forget those live dealers standing by with those casino games when there's not games going on or you don't feel like flying to Vegas or driving to Louisiana. Always do what I tell you to do. Bet on anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it is mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-3776. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Is this Twitch character really a Stroud doubter, or is he just trolling y'all? I can't imagine someone legitimately not thinking CJ is good at football. Wheatstraw. No, it's real. He just doesn't know ball is the issue.
He's not the only one either. I mean, I think Poor Marine kind of gets into that every now and then, but I think King of Twitch leads the category.
We have the smartest listeners in sports radio, those that listen to us. We call you the Hive. The Twitchers are not part of that. 9392, can we give British Brooks some love on that massive hit, the British Bulldog? There it is, British Bulldog.
The funny thing is that's one of those folk hero plays where, I mean, that's the only time we really saw him, but everybody was talking about it even today. Like, that's what's going to stick in their mind was that big dude just lowered the boom on a special teams play.
Credit to the Colts player, though. He got up like right away. I was surprised.
Well, he's tough. That's what football players do. They get up right away. And I was surprised that he didn't play one single offensive snap. Like that kind of that took me aback. I expected him to play a little bit, but maybe some fullback duty, and that went to Kate Stover. So I was a little surprised by that.
Yeah, and the fact that in that regard, I thought Cam might get a couple of touches. I mean, Cam was MIA.
He was inactive.
Yeah,
he was left off. He was inactive altogether. Like he was one of the inactives. Him and Mechie.
And we were talking to DJ about the fact that we'll see in the passing game. We'll probably see Cam Akers, and I'm going, I'm not buying him being the fourth running back. Well, I guess he certainly was.
Yeah.
Well, the hell that I think of the depth chart coming into the week, they had him like fifth at running back.
Well, no, it was fourth because we were talking about it. But it was like, okay, he's fourth. Maybe that's just for show because we've seen enough to know he might even be the number two back. Then he didn't play.
He didn't even dress. 0979, they lost by 2. If you bet on the Texans, you lost. The line was 2.5. I was on the Colts, so I got the best of both worlds. I got a Texans win and Colts plus 2.5. So it worked out for me, though, 0979. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Rob, you're in the Hive for the Bees. What's up?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call. I think the Texans are at a good point in time right now where they're very fortunate that the three quarterbacks in their division are all pretty average at best quarterbacks. I think Anthony Richardson is a great value brand version of Cam Newton. Will Levis has not shown anything so far. And Trevor Lawrence just signed a really large extension to be mediocre at best. I think those guys on a particular day could beat you, but over the long term, that's not a group that really strikes fear into you over the long term.
Appreciate the call, Rob. Look, I think I would counter that by saying I don't worry about what anybody else has got as long as I see what the Texans have. If the Texans have CJ Stroud, and I think that we as a show firmly believe CJ Stroud is top 5 at worst in a lot of cases, but is only going to get better as one of the best quarterbacks in this league. It doesn't matter who else is on the other side because you got a guy that we just got done talking about from an offensive perspective with an organization that is believing in putting the best weapons around him. That is going to show you for years to come that no matter who he's going up against, you've got more than a puncher's chance to win every game when he's at center.
Yeah, I mean, Rob from Southwest, you're disrespecting the second best quarterback from last year's draft class in Will Levis. No, nothing he said was wrong. Levis looks pretty bad. Trevor Lawrence, I think, is okay. I think he's top 15 NFL quarterback, but he's not top 10. And then I don't like Anthony Richardson. I would love to have him on my fantasy football team. I don't want him on my real football team. I can't believe Shane Steichen's dropping him back to pass on 4th and 1. Like, what are you doing, Shane Steichen? Yeah. Know what you got. So I don't think Rob from the Southwest is wrong, but you got to play the schedule that presents you. You play the division that's in front of you. And look, I think the Texans can capitalize on that. That's fine. That's okay. 0483, I'm not ignoring. How if the Texans lose Joe Mixon? I'm very worried. Don't think we would have won that game if we took him out of the picture. Yeah, I think it's fair.
That's fair, but I also think that, like we said, you can't just give, and even ask Joe Mixon, you can't just give all the credit to just Joe Mixon. He loved the fact that Stover as a fullback was really doing some things, and that offensive line was doing their job, opening up holes, pushing guys around. And so you would hope that there are guys in this league, and we've seen kind of the devaluing of a lot of running backs in terms of big contracts and such, because if you get the right offensive line and look at Baltimore in his example, when you can open up holes, you can find guys to run through them. Now, you want to question who's going to run through them and if they're capable of fitting the system, I'll hear that. But I think that we learned a lot about the offensive line and the run game that I wasn't expecting this early.
I still think that they're capable of throwing the ball 50 times and winning, though.
Yeah.
Like I'm with you. Mixon was great yesterday. If he gets hurt, what does it look like? I think it looks like Stroud throws the ball 18 more times and he throws it 50 times, and it's still a winnable game if you're doing that. Now, Mixon gives you the extra element. He gives you the element of ball control. He gives you the red zone ability of scoring touchdowns, but I still think that it's a winnable game without Joe Mixon. Dameon Pierce only 3 carries, but he ran for 16 yards. Like, he had the same yards per carry as Mixon. Like, that's incredibly encouraging from where he was a year ago, which to me is a testament to the offensive line.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I was just talking about. I mean, the fact that if you can start to establish a really solid unit, like I mentioned, like a Baltimore has, where yes, you'd like your premier number 1 back behind them, but you can rotate guys in that are still going to get the 4 yards a carry when they're doing their jobs like that.
Yeah. Now, do you think 30 carries is sustainable for Mixon at tied a career high? I don't. I personally don't. I don't think you can give him the ball 30 times a game.
No, I don't either. And I think it's going to be dictated a lot from week to week by what you see defensively. I mean, there's no doubt, like I said earlier, I think the Bears are going to focus on the run. I think that they're going to realize that, look, they established something that, the Bears aren't going to allow them to do yet again. And the Bears defense is really good. Mm-hmm. But I think that they're going to probably try and do a little bit more of a concerted effort to cut down the runs. Therefore, like you said, then you just open it up. Now, maybe you're going to get Dalton Schultz more involved. You're going to get the passing game more opportunities, but you still have so many weapons that you're not in a bad spot.
Tony the Handsome, he stole my nickname. He said Texans pass protection. How do you think the Texans held up on that front?
That's the biggest issue that I had in terms of overall, if I was going to criticize. I just felt like as good as they were at run blocking, they really got some stuff to clean up on the pass blocking. CJ was getting guys, especially in the first half, he was getting inundated with guys in his face and running around and getting to him and sacking him. And I think that they've got some work to do on the pass protect front.
The one thing that I would say to that is, yes. Like, I'm not denying that. I'm not pushing back on that. Like, 4 sacks is too many. He was pressured on 38% of his dropbacks. That's too many. The thing that I would take solace in, and I feel like I'm being a huge homer here, they didn't, like, except for the one play where Titus Howard just got driven back and CJ Stroud tripped over Titus Howard's leg. That was the only play where I felt like the offensive line got manhandled. Mm-hmm. Like, it was usually stunts. It was well-timed blitzes. There were times where, like, 3 Texans were blocking 2 specific Colts, and then another Colt was running free. So I thought it was more scheme stuff, more maybe trading assignment stuff that I think is easily correctable. So I was encouraged that it wasn't just the Colts defensive line just bulldozing and manhandling the Texans offensive line. It was more like scheme.
Yeah, you do wonder, though, with some younger guys, especially in the interior, because the one that pops to mind, as you mentioned, the stunts and the games they were playing up front, the sack by DeForest Buckner, where he was interior and wrapped around. It came absolutely, hands free. No one touched him as he made his way to CJ Stroud. Some young guys in the middle, like Juice Scruggs, obviously Kenyon Green in year 3, but missed all of year 2. I hear you, and I agree it'd be worse if they were manhandled, but I do worry a little bit about some of the young guys and their ability and how quickly they can learn and adapt to those sorts of stunts at games.
Yeah, I think, but that's encouraging to me in the sense that that's correctable. Like, if you had DeForest Buckner just running through every single Houston Texan offensive lineman, that's not really something that's correctable. So yes, they do need to improve their 100% that, but I think it's more correctable than if they were just getting bull rushed into Bolivian. Shout out Mike Tyson. You can't have go ahead.
I think the credit too, because we could be talking about this even more if not for some of the pass pro that you got from Mixon. I didn't think Joe Mixon was good and was that physical and pass protective from the running back position. He picked up some of those loose, naked, blitzes and stunts that were coming and prevented what could have been a lot more sacks for the Colts.
Well, he has a punch. We know that about him. The block punt. Frank Ross, you're a special teams wizard, man. Like, this, you're supposed to be a special teams wizard. Like, you've survived coaching staff after coaching staff. You cannot allow a block punt. I know the other team's on scholarship too, but you cannot allow a block punt. Like, that's something we're just kind of like glossing over today, I feel like.
Yeah, kind of down in your, especially because it's down in your own end too.
Gifted them 7.
Yeah.
Gifted them 7.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
One play later was a touchdown to Taylor.
Yeah, and it was just like you just saw it, and it was basically an overload coming from the left side, and I don't know what they were thinking, but that's one where you just got to get that punt off quickly and live to face another day and see if they can beat you from midfield.
The last one that I have, and probably the most important, unacceptable what happened at the end of the
Oh,
first
yeah.
half from a Houston Texans standpoint. Could the white hat, and yes, the white hat I think was in over his head. Like he even admitted as such on the in-house microphone, like, hey, I got confused. This is what's happening. Now that play does have a 10-second runoff because you have to in that specific spot. Like, so that was officiated eventually properly. The communication between the white hat and the Texans, I think, was poor. The white hat said to a poll reporter after the game that he relayed that message to CJ Stroud. That said, that's on the Texans. Like, the official does not owe you an explanation. They'll give it to you. Like, they like to do that. It's one of the things that they teach their officials, but it's not owed to you. You have to know the rule on the Texans sideline. Credit to D'Amico Ryans immediately saying that's our fault. He said it in the postgame. That's our fault. I saw Bobby Slowick tapping his chest as he was walking off the field saying my fault. So I admire that they own it. But if the Texans would have lost the game by less than 3 points because of that, that was unacceptable from an NFL sideline.
Yeah, I was very, very critical at the time, and I was tweeting about how unacceptable it was. Now, I understand that there's a lot of different variables that we're still trying to get all the information together about what, and I think it starts with the fact that I thought initially the referee said over the speakers too that he would start the clock running down at 5. He didn't, but he did talk. But he did talk to CJ. I saw him talking to CJ before he put the ball in play. But you got to know you don't have any timeouts left. With 5 seconds left, why are you in the shotgun anyway? Because you're not going to get a playoff quick enough where you're going to run the risk of running all the clock out before you even try a field goal anyway. At that point, just spike the football and get ready for the field goal.
Brutal.
Yeah, that was the worst part to me, that they're actually going to line up and try to run another play. Because I look, the Texans obviously have to own some of the responsibility for that, but the referee clearly at least didn't communicate in stadium over the microphone that the clock was going to be running at the start of the ready to play whistle, and B, that he'd given the Colts back their timeout. Because if I saw this reaction on Twitter, lots of people's like, well, the Colts call timeout.
Yes.
The Colts call timeout.
Yep.
And if you believe that, then obviously the clock wouldn't start at the ready to play whistle. But because there was a referee error in putting the clock at 15 seconds instead of 5, they gave the Colts the timeout back, but they did not communicate that at all over the microphone. So I would probably give 60-70% of the blame to the referees on that one, but certainly between D'Amico and Bobby and CJ, someone's got to pick up to be, hey, let's be ready to spike the ball just in case it starts running.
But that's the thing to me. With 5 seconds left, regardless, you are living way too dangerously if you're going to try and run another play.
Yeah, what are you doing?
That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that was poor by the Texans. Fortunately, it didn't cost them a victory, but yeah, that cannot happen again. All right, good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. 713-780-3776. What do you think was good, bad, and ugly from the Astros weekend? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. All right, do not, good, bad, and ugly for the Houston Astros. What do you got? Good, bad, and ugly. We'll start with the good. What's your good from the Astros weekend, Blakers?
Good starts with Jordan. Jordan is making quick work of struggling at home for the second series in a row. He's been really good at the plate, really strong, and another double dong game for Jordan is a good thing, but thank goodness he is starting to find his groove at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, he was that line drive he hit to center field. My goodness, man.
Yeah.
Like, how does that ball with that flight leave the yard? That was ridiculous.
I mean, and when you see, and a lot of times when a guy's getting started in his career and you're like, yeah, he could fall off or whatever. When you see the company he's keeping in all these different stat categories with the multiple home run games, with all the things he does, and then when you start combining the average and the power, he doesn't get the national attention he probably deserves. But you can't argue the conversation we had a couple weeks ago. He's got to be considered one of the best hitters in the entire game of baseball. Average, power, and then the ability to do what you just said, like do the kind of abnormal looking kind of power things that he does. Even a lot of times when he doesn't get the home run, it's not that the ball wasn't striped at 100 and some miles an hour off the bat where you're going, my goodness, he hits the ball hard.
Yeah, that was awesome to see. I thought Fromber was outstanding again. Fromber just continues to roll on, being Fromber Valdez, that has really turned into one of the best pitchers in baseball for the last few months, both he and Hunter Brown. And then just the series overall. Like, hey, like we talk about this all the time. What do you need to do in baseball? You need to win series. Arizona's been one of the best teams in baseball since after the All-Star break. They're a team that went to the World Series last year. Win a series. Astros did that. You know, yesterday's game leaves a sour taste in your mouth. But win a series, you did that against Arizona. I think you have to be happy about that.
Yeah, no doubt. I think it's, again, always a prisoner of the moment. The last thing you remember is the worst game of the series. But at the end of the day, when you look at the big picture, no, you didn't sweep them. You got spoiled because you swept a good Royals team. But you won 2 out of 3 against a team that's been really, really hot. If you listen to any of the telecasts over the course of the weekend, they talked about just how dominant their offense has been of late and how the combination of power and putting a lot of runs on the board and crooked numbers is what Arizona has been feasting on lately. They didn't do that for the first 2 games. You really played good baseball against a good baseball team yet again and won the series. And so you're whittling, with everything that you do, whittling more games off the final now 19 games, and just stay where you're at. You're going to be fine with the Mariners. Obviously, you're still only within 4 of Cleveland. You got a chance at that. So you're in a good spot to be in. I thought also, by the way, Altuve, the fact that he was 3, 6, 8.
He had 8 hits in the series.
8 for 14 in the series is just something that at the top of the lineup you love to see as well.
Yeah, you love whenever he can be that spark. Now, Cleveland does start a series against the White Sox tonight, so that stinks. But I like that the Astros have a greater lead in the division than the deficit to catch Cleveland. Like, that's kind of been my sweet spot, per se, is that I've wanted the lead in the division to be greater than your deficit of the 2 seed. Now, I still don't feel great about the 2 seed, 4 back with 19 to play. You do have 3 against Cleveland, so that's kind of the silver lining there. You'd like to be within 3 going into that series, because if you sweep, okay, we have a conversation. But 4.5, 19 to play, still not enough to be comfortable, but in a sound spot, especially when you consider where they were at one point this year, 10 back.
Yeah, I even forgot, because I was so focused now on Cleveland, that when Ravitch made the mention of the fact that they got 1 series left with Seattle, and I was like, wait, they have that, and it's right before the Cleveland series, where you would hope that, you know, everything's out of reach at that point, where you keep it where it is or a little bit more before you see Seattle one last time. But yeah, with every passing day, as much as I was really hopeful, I just don't think the 2 seed's going to end up being in their cards.
I boycotted listening to Ravitch yesterday.
That's a shocker.
Shocking.
Yeah, I boycotted that.
Minus 1,000 in the.
I was watching Sunday Night Football, and then I had the Astros game on my phone. For the only reason was because I didn't want to listen to Carl Ravitch. Wink, wink. What bad? Everybody on the text line saying the bad and the ugly was Verlander. Do you want to go to the Verlander conversation now, or do you have some other bads and uglies you want to get to first?
I think that's Kikuchi wasn't what we were used to seeing at Kikuchi, but
Still
he
got you 6.
Yeah, I was going to say he was good enough. He did exactly what
No
you
walks,
needed to do.
got you 6.
Yeah, so I think that the biggest.
I got a couple. I didn't think that Kyle Tucker looked great. I don't want to have to be the one that says that, but again, I have to tell you what my eyes see. I didn't think he looked great.
I'm glad he got a hit at the end
Yeah.
of the game last night.
Like, he got on base. Like, he had the catcher's interference. He walked a couple of times in the series. He got the hit yesterday, actually scored a couple of runs. He doesn't look like he has his timing, nor should he.
No, right.
Nor should he, but let's call a spade a spade. I didn't think Tucker looked great. I didn't think he looked that good. Should he have looked good? No, absolutely not. But again, let's call a spade a spade. He's got some work to do before he gets that timing right.
Did you see what he did for Friday Night Fireworks?
No. Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, after the game, while the fireworks are going on, you look down on the field, Kyle Tucker's running sprints in the outfield. I guess he's still trying to work some kinks out there, too.
Yeah. Hey, get back. Get your form back.
Yeah, I like the work ethic.
Anytime Jordan's running scares me. I don't like him taking extra bases. I don't like him sliding. I live a fearful life. Put me in a bubble. Put Jordan in a bubble. And then the Gary Pettis wave of Singleton on Friday, I think it was, where he got thrown out at the plate. That was all-time bad. Like, it has to be brought up. I believe it was Friday, so they still won the game. But Gary Pettis waved Singleton on the most awful wave I've ever seen. Singleton was out by like 20 feet. Like, it was so bad.
Yeah, Pettis has his moments where you kind of like scratch your
weird.
temple. Like, sometimes he's hyper-aggressive.
Yeah.
Then other times with 2 outs and a clearly, with 2-out base hit, you got to take your chances there, and he won't.
Yeah.
And I could never quite figure him out.
Before this year, he was just uber aggressive all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then now this year, you've seen him be like more conservative. But the one the other night was like the most egregious windmill I've ever seen from Gary Pettis, who has lived a life of egregious windmills. But it didn't cost him the victory. And then now Justin Verlander. Verlander's 0-4 with a 9.68 ERA since coming off the IL. He gave up 8 runs yesterday in 3 innings. Bad, ugly, both, all of the above. That was abysmal.
Yeah, it's so much worse than that, too, when you hear physically I felt great. I just was atrocious on the mound. Like, okay, this was supposed to be your spring training. I get it. When you're also supposed to be coming back from an injury, okay. But the fact that you felt physically good and you felt great, in your words, and then you pitch like that, it's like, how much more leash are you going to give this guy? And then when Ravitch starts the conversation off and then everybody piles on about, well, he's either got to be a starter or he's not going to go to the bullpen because he's never done it before, and that's not going to fit for him. That's where the conversation starts, rattling your brain going, we had this conversation about, is he going to be one of the starters because the organization wants him to be, and he's also down the stretch working some things out. Right now, he looks like he shouldn't be a starter for anybody.
I get because I think Dana Brown said this after his last start, making the excuse of, well, he's in spring, he's in his spring training. I heard you mention those words, spring training, Joel.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that excuse has to, not that you were making it, but that excuse has to end for Verlander. He had 2 minor league rehab starts. This is his 4th start back in the major leagues. That's 6 starts. I mean, what are you getting spring training 4, maybe 5 at most? He's had an ample amount of time that if he had it, he would be ramped up by now. This is not, to me at this point, well, spring training, building up my arm strength, getting back in rhythm because I was out for 2 months. You've had 6 starts. I mean, it's tough to say anything, but you look washed at this point.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing. I mean, now, a week ago, we were talking about, well, Arrighetti's in the mix, and then Arrighetti throws up all over himself, and then you got some concern. But now it's like, basically, what are you doing to Blanco in the meantime by putting him in the pen when it looks like he's a guy that has a lot more significance right now than Justin Verlander? The fact that Justin Verlander looks the way he does, you're going to cringe the next time he goes out and the rest of the regular season when he goes out there. And I don't know why anybody has any confidence that he's suddenly going to find it. He said last night, they mentioned on the telecast, he found something in the bullpen warming up that they think they could capitalize on. Yeah, he found a way to make a ball even more hittable so a guy could have a career in one game against him.
Yeah, not great from Justin Verlander. All right, a bunch of college football over the weekend as well. I believe that. What do you believe after this week of college football? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. One thing that I believe is that HRP is the best human resources and payroll company that exists. It's in the name. Human Resources and Payroll is HR&P. It's Cougar, owned by my colleague, go Cougs. Chris Fisher over there as well. Great people up and down the HR&P roster. So business owners, you're going to trust HR&P with your business, and you can trust them in a variety of different areas. How about HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding? HR&P can help you with one of those things. They can help you with a series of those things. They can completely sweep it for you and help you with all of those things. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job. HRP completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, no problem. HRP is going to find a way to help you do that. And they'll do it in a way that's unique, too. Technology meets service. They have the best tech in the business. You'll trust that. You'll love that. But you're going to fall in love with their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows your business needs. So get in touch with HRP. Allow them to help your business. That way you can spend your time and resources in other areas of the business that you master in, that you're great at, that you want to spend that time with. Give them a call right now at 281-880-6525. Let them customize a plan for you. Call HRP at 281-880-6525 or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. What do you believe now from the college football weekend? 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. What do you believe? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
Man, I'm telling you right now, I really believe that Deion Sanders is not long for the Colorado job, and I don't think it's going to be anything to do with him taking another one. I think Colorado's going to get, if they're not already, very sick and tired of the routine, the act, and everything that's going on. And you can't continually have the kind of bleep show that they have going on around the fact that he makes it all about his kids and Hunter and himself. And when you watched everything that happened the other night and you looked at, and then he starts blaming the fact that he has his stars, but it's a shame that he's got everybody else around them. It's your fault. You're bringing these players in. You're the one that made all the changes.
They had like 60 transfers. This is his roster.
It's all on him, and yet he's kind of woe is me and going, yeah, we got these two great players and got not a lot around them. That's on you, bro.
Yeah. Did you hear what the rumor is? What he told the band?
Yes.
Like the band's not allowed to play the fight song after
Shadur
Sanders throws a touchdown because they have to play his rap song. If that is true, that is ridiculous. And then to piggyback off that one too, Blankers.
Yeah.
Shadur Sanders is blaming teammates postgame.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, we got audio for car wreck.
Yeah.
Like how if you're an NFL organization, do you see that and you're like, yeah, that guy's gonna be my franchise quarterback?
He and his dad are dipping the O-line in the grease and dipping all the guys around his players, in the grease. And then when, like you mentioned, Jeremy, it's the rumors about the song after the touchdown. It's banning media people that are critical of his program, which happens in every sport, in every media conference that you're going to have. And it's like you give this guy total control, and he's just running amok. And it's all about his endorsements and his kids' NIL money and putting the blame on everybody else.
To piggyback on what you were saying, Joel, the offensive line thing is particularly kind of offensive to my ears because this is entirely an offensive line that he brought in through the transfer portal. I mean, they put up the graphic preseason about Colorado completely rebuilt offensive line. These are all guys Deion Sanders picked. If they suck,
second
that's on
time
you.
around, because the first guys he didn't think were good enough, so he went out and did it again.
Yeah, I don't think they make a bowl game again. They went 4-8 last year. You look at their schedule, because this is one of my beliefs too. So I'm not just kind of I'll skip it here, but I'll just give it a mention. You look at their schedule; they got 4 ranked opponents left. I don't think they beat Baylor. I don't think they win at Tech. I don't think they win at Kansas. I think you're looking at 4-8 again for Colorado.
They might give Baylor a game, but yeah, other than that, I don't see them doing very well.
Enough about Colorado. Northern Illinois, number 25 team in the nation. I'm pretty sure that they're going to win a national championship. Here was the final call. They're upset against Notre Dame.
He's lining it up. 5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold, Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! Picked up by NIU! Picked up by NIU! The Huskies have done it! The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history. They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country. NIU 16, Notre Dame 14. The football gods were shining down on NIU.
They were. Maybe touchdown Jesus shining down on Northern Illinois. I was walking around the neighborhood today, sick brag, and I saw a Northern Illinois flag outside of one of the neighbor's house.
Today's
Northern
the day
Illinois.
to fly it. Yeah.
Their national championship, baby. Wins over Western Illinois, win over Notre Dame. The Huskies, they're on their way to the Natty. That's
This is so funny that basically they basically solidified a spot for Notre Dame after they beat A&M. And then Notre Dame's going to Notre Dame, and you look at it and go, man, that's an
They have one of these games every year.
Yes, ugly loss.
Yeah, it was bad.
What you got, Brian?
I can't believe we've gone this far without mentioning the Texas Longhorns and that beatdown they gave the Wolverines at Ann Arbor. But this is more about Michigan here. Like that Michigan team, I don't know how much of the game you guys caught. I know Jeremy was traveling and had his own Cougars duties, but it was whatever the score was. I don't even remember what was off the top of my head. You could add 20 points to it. That was a complete beatdown. The Longhorns completely took their foot off the gas after the first touchdown in the third quarter. That Michigan football team is a joke, a travesty on offense. They can't pass the ball more than 10 yards downfield. Like I look at their team, 7-5 at best. Like you got USC, you got Washington, you got Oregon, you got Ohio State. 7-5, I think is generous
500. I think is what I was thinking.
6-6. The rest of the schedule I was looking at, I couldn't find the extra loss to get them to 6-6, but it wouldn't shock me. It's not a good football team.
No, and I told you guys watching them play their opener against Fresno, I was like, I don't care what their defense has, and I think that we had talked about the fact they got a couple of studs on defense that are going to be first-round picks. Offensively, I don't know what was going on. You won the national championship. You should have loaded up and had plenty of quarterbacks to choose from, and you're replacing Corum. You should have running backs galore. Their offense looks brutal.
Yeah, doesn't look good. I think Ewers' Heisman hype is real, though.
Yeah, no, I wish I'd placed a bet on it preseason. He's certainly going to be top 3 at this point, probably.
Yeah.
What else you got, Blankers?
That to me, Alabama wasn't good either. When you looked at it, and Alabama goes to Wisconsin, and I'm like, oh, the Badgers are going to get their doors blown off next week. As bad as Wisconsin, I think Wisconsin could be this year. They might be able to give Alabama a game. Alabama, I think, is grossly overrated. I think it was a 3-point game going into the fourth quarter.
It was a 1 point. It was 14-13 going into the fourth quarter.
And I'm like, this is an Alabama team that's top 5? Yeah. I was like, unimpressive, man. And Milroe and company, I'm like, nope, ain't doing it for me.
Yeah, we'll see. I think DeBoer is going to get them playing better and better. So is that a team that gets better as the season goes? I believe so. I think they're well coached, but I agree they didn't look all that great. ACC got their statement win, guys. Statement win by the ACC after Notre Dame let them down, even though they're not ACC. Cal beats Auburn. Cal beat Auburn,
Classic
statement
ACC.
win for the ACC. This is classic ACC, guys. Cal carrying the torch for the ACC. What a league. What a league.
Yeah,
the
Hugh
ACC.
Freeze right back on the hot seat.
Yeah, true.
He's right back on the hot seat.
Yeah, you're right.
Nothing says ACC Atlantic Coast Conference like a win by Cal over Auburn.
That's embarrassing for Auburn. I mean, good Lord, how the mighty fall sometimes. But yeah, that's a bad loss for a team that nobody wanted, that, as you mentioned, is an ACC team. And Auburn is supposed to be a lot better than that. And every year, they're another team that always finds a way to kind of pee down their leg.
All right, Brian.
Just count Mahomes, Dylan Raiola.
It's hilarious.
I can't believe I'm saying this because I don't think I've been able to say this since 2009, and even then it was because of a defensive player with Sue. I was about to butcher his first name, but man, Nebraska. I know they're playing Colorado, so you're basically playing an FCS school. But Nebraska, for the first time since 2009, is interesting and fun to watch. It's kind of comical and cheesy at times, though, how much Dylan Raiola tries to mimic Patrick Mahomes.
Doing that
He does the mannerisms. He's got the same facial hair. He's got the same haircut. He wears the same number. He walks the same way. He does the same sidearm. Like, he is completely infringing upon the Patrick Mahomes gimmick. But hey, he's a true freshman. Nebraska's are now ranked. I believe they're 21 after that win against Colorado. So give credit to Nebraska. They're actually interesting for the first time since like 2009.
They got a stud defensive back who went toe-to-toe and verbal jab with Hunter and won and had a pick six. They got a running back and a running game, which used to be their staple, where they can actually run the football, and he's elusive. And Matt Rule, make sure the NIL money's still there so you can pay whatever you need to pay for the next quarterback that you need when
He's
you say
done
you
it
need.
3 times now.
But man, oh man, the kid looks like he can play.
Yeah, Matt Rule can coach college.
Yes.
Matt Rule is a good college ball coach. And I'll say it, since you guys are anti-Big 12, the Big 12 is underrated. Kansas State wins at a school that won a New Year's Six game a couple of years ago. Iowa State wins at number 19 Iowa. Oklahoma State beats an SEC school. Arizona State beats an SEC school. U of H goes on the road and almost beats number 15 OU SEC school. And if it weren't for that call on that muff punt, maybe wins. And BYU wins at ACC Power SMU. The Big 12 is underrated.
Arkansas choked that game away against Oklahoma.
Brian
Who
was
won?
telling me
Who
about
won?
that.
Who was celebrating? Who was
bad.
celebrating?
I felt
We
bad 'cause
celebrate W's.
that was one of Lee's picks. He had Arkansas +8, and he should have. It ended up being a push because of the double overtime and having to go for 2. But man, Arkansas blew that game.
Big
That
12
was
underrated.
tough to watch.
That's the moral of the story here. Big 12 is underrated. Did Lee picked Michigan, right? Or Texas,
No,
right?
yeah, that was he went 1-1-3 last week. His only win was the Texas.
Yeah,
covering.
I had a buddy trying to say that it was Michigan. I was like, no, I think you heard that wrong. I'm pretty sure he was all
he
over
had
Texas.
covering. That was his win.
He did.
All right. What was the moral of the story here, guys? Big 12 is
underrated.
underrated.
Blah, blah, blah.
All right. Say it with me. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Mailbag Monday. What do you want to ask the Bees? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. What is your question for the Bees? Also going to give away some Houston Rice tickets coming up. Not going to tell you exactly when, but soon. You have to answer a trivia question to be a winner for the Cougar Rice game coming up on Saturday. All right, Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, what's your question for the Bees?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Real quick, a quick question before I get to my real question. Have y'all ever, all three of y'all, have y'all been to Cheddar's?
Yes.
To Cheddar's?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, Cheddar's. All right, so the croissant, the honey croissants or whatever they're called, start, bench, cut. Those croissants, the rolls from Texas Roadhouse, or the biscuits at Red Lobster. Thank you. Have a great day.
The cheddar biscuits at Red Lobster.
Aren't Red Lobsters going out of business?
I think so.
I think so too.
Not all of them, but yeah, it's
Wasn't for a
definitely
lack of
it's
seafood either,
trending
was it?
poorly. It's trending poorly for sure.
I don't remember the cheddar croissants. I remember the painkiller, but I don't remember the croissants from
A
Cheddar's.
lot of people love the cheddar
Yeah, the
biscuits.
croissants are
Do
pretty
they?
good.
I don't remember them, so I guess I'll have to cut them since I don't remember them. I will. I'm going to bench the Red Lobster biscuits, and I'll start the Roadhouse. Now, the one thing about the Roadhouse thing, it's really the butter that
Thank
makes
you.
the bread.
You beat me to it. Yep.
But of like my three choices, that's the one that I would want the most of. So I'll start that one.
See, because the one to me that always comes to mind when you mention that too, and they went out of business. Black Eyed Pea used to always have the fresh rolls, and they give you the
were
brown
good.
gravy.
And they had cornbread too. Yeah, it was really
you get
good.
the rolls and the cornbread, and you get a side of gravy, and be like, oh, that's a meal in itself. Yeah, I'll go. I'm not a big croissant guy anyway, so I'll cut the croissant. I'll go with the cheddar, the Red Lobster cheddar biscuits 1, and then the regular biscuits 2, the Roadhouse biscuits 2, and then I'll cut the croissant.
Yeah, unanimous. I'm going to cut the croissant. It's good, but it's not as good as the other two. I think I'm going to start the Cheddar Bay biscuits, and then I'll bench the Roadhouse rolls, just because, as Jeremy laid out, like we really love it because of the cinnamon butter. I mean, the roll itself, if it went straight, heads up, straight up against the Cheddar Bay biscuit, I think we'd all take the Cheddar Bay biscuit. So I'll start Cheddar Bay biscuit, bench the Roadhouse rolls, and cut the croissant.
Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Mailbag Monday, 713-780-3776. Robbie from Dayton, what's your question for the Bees?
How are y'all doing today? I'm doing
Robbie.
great. Say, okay, DirecTV and Disney are having a dispute on contract.
Yeah.
Do y'all have that? Because I can't get ESPN and I cannot get ABC 13. So I'm going to hang up and listen on how y'all feel about not getting football when they start the football season off, and you can't get some of the great games that you're going to have on ESPN.
Well, Robbie, I'm here to try and help you get your football. I just got to make sure you got the ability to do it, because Jeremy Branham was going to get me some links to do some things. And
Hey,
he
Brian
didn't.
Kelly, what's up with the Southern accent?
Well, because you got to get
Family.
football. You got to get football. And Robbie, I actually tweeted it out last night because I have ESPN Plus. I'm in the predicament with DirecTV. You can get right now, they're running a deal with Amazon where you can get 3 free weeks of YouTube TV, and hopefully it won't last longer than that.
That was my answer, YouTube TV.
So
I've had it for years. It's great.
Yeah, so I got YouTube TV for 3 weeks.
How do you watch Astros there, Brian?
I either borrow a password, or when it's in national games, then I don't have to. But yeah, I have a buddy who I could borrow a password for. But yeah, that's the only downside is no Astros, no Rockets, unless you have a buddy and borrow a password.
Nothing screamed guilty than Brian's elongated
Yeah, I'm not gonna incriminate myself, Robbie, but I appreciate the question. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What's your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. There was a baseball question. Oh, here we go. Actually, it wasn't. Cap on Twitch. Do you think the Steelers quarterback situation is the best Tomlin has had since Ben retired?
Yeah, I think it might be.
It's a low bar.
It is a low bar, but at the same time, for Kenny Two Gloves, Pickett never really turned out to be the deal. And
Mason Rudolph.
Oh man, and the whole he was more known for the helmet with Myles Garrett. I think that there's a chance that, I mean, though I think they'll force feed Russ back into it at some point. If Fields just manages the game and they capitalize on his running like they did yesterday, Yeah, at least he's got options. He's got 2 options. Trubisky behind Kenny Two Gloves wasn't great. He's got some options here.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't had any quarterbacks since Big Ben. He's had Pickett.
Right.
He's had Trubisky. Now he's got Fields. He's got Wilson. Like, sure, I guess. Yes, question mark, if you want it that way. I mean,
it's kind of a tallest little person conversation.
Just hope your defense plays the way they played all the time.
And hope you're facing an old quarterback coming off an Achilles.
Guys, I think the Falcons might be incompetent. Like, I'm starting to feel more and more that way. I was reading this whole the way they were using Cousins yesterday. They used him in the pistol like 35% of the game. He had played like 5 snaps in the pistol his entire career. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
And you think he'd make more of a statement and stand up and tell him that and go, look, this is where I'm comfortable. You paid me this ungodly amount of money for 2 years minimum. Like, let's make this thing work. That it just, and the whole, whether you thought Kirk Cousins was going to come back from the injury and not be washed or not look bad, you want to make him look good. You didn't do that, and you went out and drafted his replacement after you signed him to the deal. Yeah. There's a lot of things to question with the Falcons right now.
I think they might be incompetent. 10:47, if Richardson gets accuracy, are they Super Bowl contenders?
With the Colts?
Yes.
No. No, I don't think so.
I mean,
I think their secondary is questionable. I think that, and that's a big if he gets accuracy.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to happen overnight.
What,
like,
one guy in history has made that turn, Josh Allen?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, even Josh Allen, I think, is inaccurate. I think they just kind of make him a little bit more accurate based on the throws that they have him throwing, which is kind of why I'm a little disappointed with Steichen. Yeah, sure. But if I get $3 billion, I'm now rich. Like, okay. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRMP listener line. Travis from Spring. What's up?
Hey, gentlemen. Question is, are the Texans secondary as bad as they looked yesterday, or is it the result of being off for relatively 3 weeks? They haven't really had a good game with their starters in about 3 weeks. I'll hang up and listen. Have a great day.
Thanks for the call, Travis. I don't think they were that bad yesterday. Yes, there were slip-ups we mentioned and talked about. I think, it's game one. They're overplaying the run. They were vulnerable in some spots. Were they in the wrong position in some spots? Yes. But I think they can clean that up, and it's going to be dependent from week to week on the opponent too.
Yeah, let's wait to see where it goes. Like, I'm not giving up on the Texans secondary. I think the Texans secondary is going to be just fine. I think it was very game plan specific on what we saw yesterday. Ocho, which Texans offensive lineman stood out to you yesterday?
Well, I mean, from a pass block, as much as I've been critical of him, Kenyon Green from a run block perspective was doing some things. I mean, he was all over the place. He was Mack trucking some guys. He was all over in the running game, being the kind of guy that he was drafted to be, coming from the running game they had at A&M. I thought he was extremely impressive in the running game and better than I expected in the pass game.
Yeah, I thought Kenyon Green was the one that stood out to me. Tunsil's still a stud. People were getting onto him for his false start penalty. If he doesn't jump there, it's probably delay a game, though.
Was it? I didn't see that.
He jumped. He was trying to time the snap between 1 and 0. Like, it would have been a delay game. And the receiver in motion, I forget who it was. It was either Diggs or Tank.
Yeah.
They were moving towards the line of scrimmage when that play was snapped. Like, that either if Laramie does not jump there, it's more than likely going to be delay of game. And if it's not delay of game, it's going to be illegal motion. So, like, we point the finger, what an idiot, Laramie Tunsil jumping off sides there, jumping and false start again. It would have been a penalty no matter what. So, like, I give him a little bit of grief there, or a little bit of grace there.
I think on the flip side, Howard was the guy that stood out to me as, like, that kind of stuff. He was getting pushed around.
He got pushed a little bit.
Yeah, and then when he got pushed around the one time, he got pushed back into his quarterback.
If you could pick one stat that CJ was number 1 in the league at this year, what would it be?
Boy, I mean, I tell you what I'd like is third down efficiency, just simply because he's so good at it already that means they're moving the football. But just in the big categories, I would say completion percentage if it stays like that.
I was thinking that, or yards per attempt.
Y'all are both wrong.
He's Jeremy's gonna say wins.
You're darn right. I'm gonna say
I didn't
wins.
do it.
Well, of course. Why wouldn't you?
I knew J-Bone was going to go with the harder answer.
Why did y'all pick completion percentage and third down efficiency? Because that is the thing that translates to wins. It doesn't matter if it's quarterback stat. They track it. They track it. You guys pick stats that translate to winning. Why not just say winning? Like, give me the wins. Give me the wins.
We knew you were good, so we didn't have
to. Boring answer.
It's a right answer. Sometimes it's boring is right, and right is boring. 4488. How did Brady do yesterday?
Not great. I don't know how much of the game you guys caught. I thought and we'll talk about this in Car Wreck. I don't think he was the worst debut announcer to debut this weekend, but Tom Brady I thought he felt very unnatural during it. He didn't have a lot of enthusiasm either. Like his delivery wasn't great.
You see the guy from Red Zone got drilled for that. He actually called that out. They showed the highlight of the long field goal attempt by the Cowboys.
Oh yeah, the 66
and the
yarder.
DirecTV guy, I forget his name, called
Scott
him
Hansen.
out and said he just wasn't come on, Tom Brady, show some emotion, get more involved in it. And he just got drilled to where he had to issue an apology. Brady was rough. I mean, it was his first go round. It was expected. It made a whole lot of people value Greg Olsen even more than they already did for how good he was. But yeah, Brady's got work to do.
Scott Hansen was joking. Let's be very, very clear on that. It was a joke. He was saying it in jest. And yes, he got attacked by the internet because
He sure
of
did.
it. I was watching Red Zone channel for the afternoon game, so I didn't watch him in totality.
Mm-hmm.
It was back and forth, and I actually heard Hansen say that. That's how I know it was a jest. I thought he was subpar. I thought he was below average. I wouldn't have paid him $375 million. I do think he'll get better though. Key from LA for $1 million or a lifetime membership to wherever you like. Would you rather A, skydive, B, swim with the sharks, or C, lose a pinky toe? Whew.
Oh boy,
skydive. It feels easy.
Skydives, I would think you're probably gonna survive that, and you're not going without a toe. Or I'm not big on the shark
B's
thing.
out. I'd rather lose a pinky toe than swim with sharks. I've never went skydiving. Really don't want to go skydiving. But
Agreed.
if you gave me $1 million to skydive, yeah, I'm gonna do it.
I go tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, I would just do it. I'd probably take some Valium too, so I wouldn't really get nervous or whatever or anxious. I would be heavily drugged for sure.
Soft.
Just make sure you can pull the cord.
I never said
Well,
I was.
he wouldn't have to pull the cord. He'd be tandem on that first jump.
As long as that's part of the plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't let you go solo till you've got, I think, 5
When
jumps
$1 million's
or more.
on the line, maybe they do. I'm just saying.
What, they're getting a cut?
Because maybe they
No,
don't
I
have to
wouldn't.
give it up then.
If I had to go by myself, I'd rather just chop off my pinky toe.
You have to chop it off, or you can have it surgically removed.
Surgically removed.
I'll
I
have
mean,
it
they would put me
surgically
out.
removed. I
Yeah.
can deal with that.
I
Deion
could do without
Sanders
a
is
pinky
dealing
toe.
with more than that.
Yeah, that would be all right. I wouldn't trust myself to pull the cord because what if I pass out? Game over.
That's what I'm saying. If you're going tandem for sure, then that's a possibility. If you're not, I'm not in it for all.
But like Brian said, you can't solo skydive until you have X amount of hours. 9666 is Stingley being overrated.
It's one game. No.
I don't even think Stingley really got burned there. I think he was in zone coverage, thought he had safety help, which he was supposed to, and Ward got beat. Personally, is what I think. 1970, do you add salt to chips in a public gathering?
I don't add salt to chips ever. My wife always does, and it annoys me if we're sharing the chips.
Same.
I
got a
always
buddy like
add
that. It
salt to
drives me
chips, too.
crazy.
Why wouldn't you add salt to chips? It makes it more flavorful.
It's got
But
salt
especially
on it.
if it's their taco chips and you're using them with salsa or dips.
Taco chips.
Tortilla chips. I don't need.
I've never heard taco chips before.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm a Midwest guy. We can call them taco chips.
So
too.
you're not?
And I'm Mexican.
You're not that.
I'm not, but I enjoy Mexican food, and I'm not going to put salt on the chips if I'm going to put the chips in dip.
Yeah,
I'm with
put
you.
salt
I
on
just
chips.
you lost me at taco chips, but I'm with you overall.
Salt's the way to go. 1711, and you should always ask if you're with people. Yes. 1711, which teams look the best to you this weekend? Top 3.
College
Chiefs-
football or NFL?
Chiefs have to
I think he's
count,
talking
right?
NFL.
I mean,
Yeah.
the Chiefs count. They look the best. They look like the cream of the crop. I want to say the Eagles because of Saquon and what he's going to mean to that overall offense. So I would say the Eagles and after the Chiefs, and then for 1 week, third team, Cowboys.
Ooh.
It's fair.
Ooh.
They
I'll
were
go,
dominant.
Because their defense looked good.
I'll go Chiefs, Eagles, Texans.
Okay.
You go that way. Not cash or trash right now. 9506 taco chips ?
I said it.
Does the NFL have anything similar to baseball's WAR? Not really. They have that expected point average or whatever that EPA stat is, which I like. But no, I don't think there's anything similar to WAR in football.
I can still see my dad yelling, "Joel, are you in the kitchen? Can you bring me some of them taco chips while I'm watching a game?" Yeah.
Did he really say
And
that?
I'm Mexican.
Oh, my mom and my dad called them taco chips.
That's hilarious.
Yep.
Doritos has a taco chip that's
Doritos
pretty
taco
solid.
flavor is phenomenal.
Pretty solid. It's probably my second favorite Dorito flavor after Salsa Verde.
I got to go third.
Salsa Verde. Where's top two?
The regular, the nacho cheese, and then
Okay.
the Cool Ranch.
Okay. Yeah, give me Salsa Verde.
Love the Cool Ranch.
Wheat Straw, favorite U of H Coug football player of the last 15 years.
You go first. We know
Our
yours.
beloved Cougs.
It's blasphemy is what that was. Case.
Of course it is for you.
I love a lot of them though. That's like asking me to pick my favorite child. We all have one.
I'll go Big
None of us
Ed.
say it in public. Yeah, Ed Oliver was the man.
Yep.
I mean, Greg Ward.
Yeah.
There's been lots of them. 9563. No mention of the Saints. They played the Panthers, dude.
Yeah, they played an FCS school.
Yeah, they played the Panthers. No mention of the Saints. They played the Panthers, dude. All right, let's get to the top stuff from the NFL this weekend. Lots of news, like Dak getting paid, Tyreek arrested. There's injuries, big injuries to Jordan Love and Puka Nacua. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, a minute for Allstate Windows and Siding. Look, if you're looking all over Houston for high-quality windows and siding at an affordable price, do like I did. Call Houston Expert Window Siding and Door Company. Allstate Windows and Siding. Allstate Windows and Siding replaced my old windows. They did a phenomenal job, and the process was so easy. It's fantastic. Allstate's been owned and operated by the same family for almost 50 years. Mary handles everything back at the headquarters. Her brother comes out, does those free estimates that I'm always talking about. We called them. They came to us. We started walking through the process of new windows for the new house that we got. It was amazing. We found the right product. We found the right window. We got the exact right fit. And it made such a big difference. The curb appeal and just the overall appearance of the house was upgraded immensely. And then when you start talking about the fact that your energy bills went way down, the fact that you're going to keep all that cool air in the summertime and the warm air when it gets cold out, and they're hurricane safe too. They're going to protect you and your family and your belongings. It was fantastic. It was easy. And it was all because they're the best. Right now, they're doing 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. Those free estimates that I'm talking about are really simple, too. All you got to do is pick up the phone when you call them, 832-204-1936. Set up an appointment. They'll be there to see you, tell you all about all their products, all the best fits, and what's the best fit for your house. They're fantastic. 832-204-1936. You can also check out everything that they offer and all the ways that they can help you at allstatesidingandwindows.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, it's time for us to give away some tickets to the Bayou Bucket. Bayou Bucket is awesome. It is Saturday. It is 7. It's at TDECU Stadium. U of H taking on Rice, celebrating Houston with this hometown rivalry, a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Tickets start at just $15. Head to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets. So 713-GO-COUGS, uhcougars.com/tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. If you're a Rice fan, maybe not. Maybe you wear navy blue, but wear red. It's a Houston Cougar home game. So we're going to give away a pair of tickets right now. You have to answer this question, though. Who caught the touchdown pass Saturday for Houston? Donovan Smith threw it. Who was the guy who caught the touchdown pass on Saturday against Oklahoma in Norman? 713-780-3776. First person to call in and tell us the receiver that caught the touchdown pass will be receiving a pair of tickets to see Houston Rice Saturday. 713-780-3776. If you're wanting to go to the game, you do not win our giveaway, uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. All right, a bunch of crazy stuff happened in the NFL this weekend. We'll get to the games a little bit later, game balls coming in the 5 o'clock hour. But how about Tyreek Hill pulling a Scotty Scheffler and getting detained prior to, like right outside the stadium? Like, tailgaters were walking by as Tyreek Hill was in handcuffs. The South Florida police just issued a statement before the Dolphins game yesterday. An incident occurred where Tyreek Hill was placed in handcuffs before being released. First, to be clear, at no time was he ever under arrest. He was briefly detained for officer safety after driving in a manner in which he was putting himself and others in great risk of danger. Upon being stopped, Mr. Hill was not immediately cooperative with the officers on scene, who, pursuant to policy and for their immediate safety, placed Mr. Hill in handcuffs. Mr. Hill, still uncooperative, refused to sit on the ground, was therefore redirected to the ground. That's an interesting last part of that statement, because we saw the video of the cop coming over and
punching him in the mouth.
Yeah, it was probably a little bit forceful there. So I didn't approve of that. I think that was the officer that was probably placed in administrative leave. Now, I mean, you do got to listen. Like, you do got to listen when it comes to being pulled over and stuff. So this is really weird. I can't wait for the body cam thing to come out, though. I want to see the body cam to see all of that, what happened, what went down.
I hope that it worked, and I hope it's not, because all the details, because the crazy thing is we always talk about is now everybody's kind of a reporter because they all have a phone, and some of the phone footage that was coming out where they told him to get out of the car and roll down the window, and that, I guess basically he was resisting, and you hear the officer say, "I'll break this effing window and I'll yank you out," and then you see the punch thrown. And then the one that was the bigger issue too is they had made mention of several of his teammates were trying to come to his rescue. They were pulling over as well. OBJ, Calais Campbell, just won Man of the Year in the NFL, one of the most upstanding citizens you're going to find. And he does his post-game interview after the game, and they were asking about it. He goes, "I was handcuffed for the first time in my life." He's like, "I could not believe I was handcuffed just coming to see if he was okay." And he's like, "It's the first time in my life I was in handcuffs." And he wasn't, at the end of the day, charged. But that, too, is like, now you're handcuffing all of, like, the pedestrians or the people that are standing around wondering what's going on.
I mean, we don't know that. Like, we don't know.
But
the
that's why I said
aggression
we're waiting
from
to
Campbell, and it's hard to know. Like, did he come at him aggressively? Like, we don't know.
Like, that's what I'm saying. We're still waiting to get all the details. I would love to hear when all the truth comes out. But, like, for a traffic stop, I don't think you're going to get that physical. Is there a chance? Obviously, there's a chance he said, of course, you know who I am, what I'm doing. Maybe he didn't want to get out of the car immediately. But you're not going to get arrested for your traffic stops unless you have warrants.
Well, they detained him because they felt he wasn't being cooperative. That's what they said. That's their story from their statement.
Yeah, so that's why hopefully Tyreek Hill's handling it very well, better than I thought he would, in terms of he and Drew Rosenhaus, and saying hopefully everybody can learn from this and go forward, kind of like you mentioned, a la Scheffler. But at the end of the day, I'm waiting for all the details to come out.
Yeah, I want all the details to come out. I want to see the initial conversation. I want to see if he was being uncooperative, what it sounded like. I would also like to see the driving. You know, like we kind of forget that the genesis of him being pulled over was that he was driving recklessly. Like, what did that look
Yeah.
like? How reckless was that? Like, I want to see. And they say that he was putting people in danger. Like, let's see if there is a dash camera too. Like, I'd like to. I hope that we get presented all of the information. And until we're presented with all the information, I kind of hesitate to have any sort of stance because I don't know everything that happened.
Well, but show me in all the things that you said. Show me what warranted the cop physically drilling him in the face.
That part is where I thought that was nuts.
Yep.
Like he's standing up. They wanted him to sit down, and he came over there and drilled him in the face. It's like, hey, just like maybe don't be punching him in the face. Maybe just kind of usher him to the ground. Like it was that was a weird deal. And I bet you that was the cop that was placed in administrative
I would
leave.
agree.
There is some new news on Deshaun Watson. Watson's being sued again. The latest case arising from an alleged incident in October 2020 accuses him of sexual assault and battery while on a date. So another, I guess, notch in the post for Deshaun Watson. Not great. And again, probably need to wait on details to come out on that. Dak Prescott is your first $60 million quarterback in the NFL. I thought this was possible. Now, he did jump pretty substantial amount. $55 million a year was the high, and now it's 60. Dak gets to 60. He's the first $60 million man in all of the NFL history.
We knew he wasn't going anywhere. We knew that they were going to, regardless of what Jerry Jones was saying, that they were going to get a deal done. I certainly didn't think it was going to be $60 million a year. I thought he'd be the next man highest on the totem pole. I thought he would get a little bit more, but I didn't think he was going to get to 60. I mean, you got your quarterback. Can you afford to sign Micah Parsons, who looked damn good yesterday? But yeah, you got your quarterback and your receiver for about $90 million a year now for the next 4.
Yeah. Yeah, so they pay him all that, chatter. Oh, no, they're going to lose that on Lamb. They're going to lose that on Dak. They got them both done before the start of the year. Big-time injuries. Jordan Love, they're not placing him on the IR, so I guess that's good news. Possible to come back within 4 weeks. I'm surprised they haven't signed Ryan Tannehill yet. Like, what are they waiting for? Why didn't they do that already?
See, here's the problem too, Jeremy, is the fact that Clifford, the guy that they cut, was their backup. He was so bad that they were just like, he can't run the offense even when he was playing against second stringers. And then they got Malik Willis right at the end of camp breaking and preseason being over. You can't imagine that he's ready to go. Even if you brought in Tannehill, I can't imagine he'd be much more, polished and ready from a understanding the playbook standpoint. I think
It gives you a better chance to win a game.
Oh, I no doubt. I mean, they were both on the same roster. I think Tannehill does for sure.
Yeah.
But, the people in Green Bay are saying, well, they really liked what they saw. They saw something. That's why they traded for Malik Willis. They didn't hardly give up anything to get him.
No, I would have signed Tannehill earlier. And there was some reports, Gianna Rossini, she had reported that they were in conversations with Tannehill. And Tannehill was open, but nothing done. I would have made sure to get that
and
done.
You look at their schedule, too, the next 3 weeks. They have Colts at home. They have Minnesota. And they have one more in Tennessee. They have winnable games, but you're not going to win games if Malik Willis is your quarterback.
No. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't signed Tannehill already. And then Puka Nacua got hurt yesterday, and McVay about 15 minutes ago, he says that they are going to place him on the IR. So it's not an ACL, but it's like a PCL strain or whatever. I thought it was like a contusion, the way that he landed on it.
Yeah.
Apparently it's like a re-aggravation of something. So Puka's landing on the IR.
God, I hope it's not a bone bruise.
I know, or at least he doesn't have Kyle Tucker.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
But, Puka's going to be placed on the IR, minimum of 4 weeks, which and that guy was a late-round wide receiver pick in fantasy football. So that's going to be a loss to a lot of people. And that's a huge loss for the Rams, too.
Because Stafford basically, with a very much less than offensive line last night, he was phenomenal in the way he kept them in the game. But, yeah, as much as we've seen the kind of the resurgence of Kupp, you'd like to have Nacua on the other side and have all the full complement for what they're dealing with offensively. So that's a big, big roadblock right now for the Rams passing game.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with Cooper Kupp, though. I mean, he might be a league winner now. If the Astros season ended today, not only should Verlander not get a playoff start, he shouldn't be on the playoff roster altogether. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Key from LA, pray for Puka. It's just a knee, Key. No, it's a big loss for the Rams. He's being a little quiet today, I've noticed.
Yeah.
1567, while on a date, didn't Watson have a girlfriend this whole time? Laughing face emoji.
Yeah.
One thing that I've learned about Deshaun Watson's girlfriend, she's ride or die. Like, she might be the most loyal woman that has walked the face of the earth.
You just wonder if she's getting compensated for it, too.
You saying that she's being paid to be Deshaun Watson's girlfriend?
Quite possibly. Or at least that during the process that they made sure that she showed that loyalty and they made sure that it's a good look for them that they'll take care of her.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, but she's been riding shotgun for Deshaun Watson during all of this. She's either really, really loyal or they have an open relationship or she's really naive.
Or she's compensated.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that to me is kind of weird though. Like paying somebody to be your girlfriend, that's like an escort.
Okay. And what is different from basically the massage escort type deal that Deshaun was trying to get?
We kind of know that's his thing.
Well,
yeah, it's kind of his deal.
They sued Deshaun. Like she's
not because she's getting what they don't have, the money.
Well, they did get money. They settled.
Some.
Didn't all of them?
No, I think there were
No,
more.
I think there was 2 or 3 holdouts.
Yep.
2 or 3 holdouts that didn't take the money?
Didn't want to get involved in the
I'd
process.
have to double check, but I believe 2 or 3 held out.
Yeah, I don't know if she's being paid to be Deshaun's girlfriend. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not. Look, I don't live that life. Like, I couldn't tell you, like, what that life is all about. I do not live that life, so I have no clue. Look, I think if the Astros season ended today, the conversation is if it ended today, because there is still time to change this narrative, there is still time to change the thought process with this. But if the Astros season ended today, not only should Verlander not get a playoff start, because it should be Fromber, Hunter Brown, Yusei Kikuchi, and Spencer Arrighetti, even Ronel Blanco. Ronel Blanco ahead of Verlander. I'd probably piggyback Arrighetti Blanco in a game 4. I would probably start the game with Arrighetti. If he runs into some trouble, Ronel Blanco, piggyback, try to get it late into the game. Verlander not getting a playoff start of the season into today. But on top of that, he shouldn't be on the playoff roster on top of that, because he doesn't give you any sort of value. When you look at this from a playoff perspective, and knock on wood, hopefully the Astros are in the playoffs, what value does he bring you if he's not making a playoff start? Like, he's not the Verlander of old where he has this nasty stuff. He's not really going to be a long reliever out of the pen. He might not even want to come out of the bullpen. You have 6 or 7 other guys in the bullpen that you rather have pitch 1 inning over Justin Verlander. So, Verlander's, is he getting a playoff start? The question is he even on the playoff roster?
Yeah, I thought the same thing. The minute that I saw everything unfold last night, I started to question more and more about how and then when you heard the broadcast start talking about the fact that he doesn't want to come out of I don't know where they got that from, but that someone said he didn't want to, and someone else said, I don't think they used the word he can't come out of the bullpen because he's never done it before. Well, regardless, if it becomes an issue at all, then he isn't on the roster. And if he wants to unceremoniously do that to himself with that kind of look, and make it a public thing, go ahead. Otherwise, I could see the neck issue coming back or them spinning it to the fact that he has a medical issue. He's not going to be available, because I don't see, especially if they have to play that wild card series, I don't see a scenario where Justin Verlander is on the roster. Because like you said, whether Arrighetti was good or not, I'd go the reverse. I would start Blanco, and then I would use Arrighetti following him up, because Blanco, could be capable of going deeper as well.
Well, why would you say that? I mean, Arrighetti's gone deeper into games than Blanco has, and Blanco has experience pitching out of the bullpen and did it the other day pretty nicely.
I just I trust, I guess it's a trust thing. I trust Blanco right now because of the last start from Arrighetti to give me five innings. That's going to keep me in the ball game with minimal runs given up. Whereas I just don't know what I still don't know about Arrighetti, and he's never been in, the playoffs before. That's me personally.
Blanco has either.
That's me personally. I would do that. But either way, the piggyback is fine. But in a short series especially, I don't see where Verlander has a role. I don't think that let's just be honest too. The stuff doesn't look like, no matter what role you might think is a scenario that could play out for him, that he's going to get guys out to where you believe when you do go to him that he's going to be effective.
Yeah, they were flipping out that he hit 94 yesterday on a ball that was hit 94. Verlander, or a spotter rather, said, "I would not bet against someone with that pedigree and how good this guy's been for a very long time." Back to baseball card
Yep.
Joe. I know that he's going to go back and work and try to figure some stuff out. The guy's been really good for a very long time. We talked about a couple things there in the dugout, some things he felt, some things he saw. He was looking at video. We have to go back to the drawing board, get him going. Verlander 0-4, 9.68 ERA since coming off the IL. He said, "I felt good physically. Obviously, the results were atrocious. Guys hit a lot of good pitches, though." And then Espada was talking about the vertical shape of the fastball, which he says isn't there yet. So he's getting the velo, but he's not getting the vertical shape. He says that's when you know JV's on, when you see the inches of vertical on his fastball. He's working through it, man. And I tweeted out yesterday what you said, too. I think that there will be an IL stint to save Verlander's pride because I don't – like right now he's not on the playoff rotation. King of Twitch says, you really think JV is off the playoff roster? If I'm filling it out today, yes, absolutely. I think the Astros would leave him off of it, too, if they have the best interest in the Astros. And to save face, I think it's going to be Verlander to the IL, not feeling right. That neck is still flaring up on him. He's going to be on the injured list, like with 2 games left in the season.
Yeah, no doubt. I could see that scenario playing out. I could see that being the kind of highest of high water you could take to make all parties feel okay going forward. And let's also not forget, you go series by series. He's probably going to be out for the wild card. Is there a chance, and as he's figuring things out, that as you get into a longer series, as you advance in the playoffs, that he might have a role? Sure. But I'm also not going to live on the back of the baseball card enough to say in a short series with the other guys I have to choose from that I'm going to force feed anything, Justin Verlander, anywhere in my pitching rotation.
T- says, "I'm not going to be hard on JV. I'm not happy, but have not forgot what he has done for H-Town." Texter says, "Verlander getting slandered on this program is so nasty. Let's show some respect." Look, you have to say what you see. And Verlander right now is not one of the best 12 pitchers in this Houston Astros organization. We're not slandering Justin Verlander. We're saying, in our opinion, Verlander is not going to be on the playoff roster. That's not that slanderous. We're not calling him a filthy animal. We're not calling him bad things. We're saying he's not very good right now. Why? Because he's not very good right now. Is he the greatest starting pitcher in Houston Astro franchise history? I personally think so. I get pushed back when I say that. Do I think he's one of the best 12 pitchers on the Astros currently? No, I do not.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. We're calling it like we see it. My honest opinion is the fact that right now, the way he's pitching, the stats you gave, the massive ERA, the 0-4 record since he came off the IL with the injury, that's not good enough. That would, if his name wasn't Justin Verlander and you put another player's name on those stats, he would never roll either. And the fact is that there's more consideration, and he's getting every opportunity because of the back of the baseball card and what this organization thinks of him. But at the end of the day, you got to do what's right for the rest of that roster that's in that locker room that's going to fight and wants the best pitchers they can possibly get to have the best chance to win. He doesn't give you the best chance to win right now. And until he figures out some things and those things are visible and they're effective and you're getting the results that you expect out of a Justin Verlander, that's not slanderous at all. That's not booing him when he walks off and everybody losing their mind about him being booed last night. That's being as honest and real as you can be about a guy that isn't who he used to be. And unless he gets some kind of signs that he's going to get closer to it, he can't pitch for this team and expect to win.
Now, him being booed is kind of wild.
It was wild.
That is one thing where I'll agree with the texture. Like, I don't know if I would be booing Justin Verlander, who's won 2 Cy Youngs as a Houston Astro and has anchored the pitching staff of 2 World Series champions. That's probably a bit too far. Saying he shouldn't be on the playoff roster? Okay, yes. Booing him? Don't like that.
I said we're not booing him to say that we were just calling it like we see it.
I'm blaming the fans.
Yeah, but at the same time, you do have, from regardless of back of the baseball card, just look at your memory book. I mean, the fact that he gave you the memories he's given you, the fact that he's in the conversation, as you mentioned, of being the greatest pitcher in Astros history, says you owe him a solid in that regard.
Yeah, It is sad. 75 says sucks seeing JV fall apart. It does. It really does. Double rods. I mean, is anyone surprised he is 42? I think he's 41, but that's semantics. I wouldn't.
I'm surprised.
I'm surprised it's this poor. I thought he could have been the injury kind of throws a wrench into things, but I thought he would be pitching around a 4 ERA this year, based on what he did last year, based on his age, maybe the neck issues leading to some, the inflated ERA, things like that. But I thought he'd be around the 4 ERA. I'm surprised it's been this poor. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised from the standpoint of he didn't show signs. His velocity isn't like significantly less than it was, and especially pre-injury coming off the Tommy John, he still has a plus fastball. His curveball can be, we were talking about last night as well. The fact that he didn't go to his curveball as much as he probably should have, and that curveball still had good movement and good vertical and drop and was placed in better spots. He has the capability. So I'm surprised that the results are this grotesque and absurd for a guy that's been this good for this long, no matter what his age says.
2971, he couldn't get anybody out at Sugarland, but that's the whole, he's working on things that people overstate. 9501, if this was McCullers, people would agree. That is true. And then Verlander, not on the playoff roster, still gets a World Series ring. I think so too. I don't think leaving Verlander off the playoff roster or not getting the most out of Verlander, I don't think that limits your potential. In fact, it might heighten it.
What do you mean potential in terms of
I think the Astros have World Series potential.
Oh,
Verlander not pitching to his best, in my opinion, does not increase or decrease the chances of you winning a World Series. I think it's really a wash. If anything, it increases it because he can't be a bum and not get people out.
And the luxury is you have the benefit of what most teams don't, which is a surplus of, even still with all the injuries they've incurred, you have 4 and 5 capable starting pitchers that you can actually use and utilize in the same way as Justin would have been in the mix, even with him out. Yes, you lose the experience, the playoff experience of Justin Verlander, but from a stuff perspective, you have guys fully capable of doing what Verlander's been doing for you at least this year and maybe more.
8835, I would pitch JV game 3 on the road. No questions asked. Fromber 1, Brown 2, JV game 3, Kikuchi game 4, Arrighetti not getting a playoff start. Blanco is the long arm emergency for all playoff games or spot start. Okay, I just don't trust Verlander.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know how you can say that with confidence and believe that you got a chance to win that game 3.
2753, bad word than memories. This ain't surprising. His golfing buddy Crane keeping him in that starting rotation. Now, I don't think that they've had a choice about keeping him in the rotation. Like, they went to a 6-man when he came back because they wanted to limit everybody's innings. So it's been beneficial that he's back. Now, not except when he's actually starting. But the fact that they went to a 6-man, I think, is beneficial to the entire rotation. And then I also think, like, dropping Blanco for a start, 1 turn through the rotation, I actually think that was good. So, like, I don't think that Verlander is taking away from, like, the overall, team other than when he pitches. And I actually think that him being part of the 5-man, 6-man rotation has been beneficial to the other guys, where I draw the lines the postseason.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too, because before the injury, the fact is there, I think most people had confidence when he got the ball that he was going to be good. And there was a chance he could be even better as he got through the season and got more work and got stretched out and did all those things. I personally did not expect anything close to what I've seen since he's come back, and the fact that it's not even close to the confidence I used to have because of it. If this was starting a season and saying, does he fit in your rotation? You're not being force-fed. Yes, he belongs in the rotation. Now is a different story because of the results we've seen and the fact that he says he's healthy and feels good physically. That's where it becomes a bigger problem.
Yeah, hopefully he surprises us all and that he just nails, like, in the rest of his regular season starts, and then it's like, okay, now it makes sense. I just think that's a long shot. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Clarence, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's going on, Clarence?
What's going on, boys?
What's up, Clarence?
All these people who are clamoring and begging for JV to be on the playoff roster after watching what we've just seen after the past 4 games are idiots, and they deserve to not watch baseball or even text this show again. And this reminds me of, y'all remember when Peyton Manning had his neck injury and he wasn't what he was, and he had to lean heavily on the defense in order for him to win.
Yep.
I know it's a different sport, but that's what it's reminding me of. Like, JV, whatever neck issue is going on, and the nerves in the neck go down with the spine and all in the arms. I think it's something like that, and it's something that he say he feels good physically, but something about that just rubs me the wrong way, and I would leave him off.
Appreciate the call, Clarence. Yeah, look, I mean, it's a good analogy. I think that we always talk about it because of Brady and what he did to buck the odds and do things differently than we've ever seen before. We don't know what Rodgers is going to be. We'll see a little bit of that tonight. But from a JV perspective, he's already done so much that you just expect him, like the kind of superhuman things he does. Like as he gets deeper into games and throws more pitches, his velocity used to go up all the time. It still can. You look at those things, and that's why you expect the unexpected of a guy his age. But at a certain point, when he starts putting on paper and on the diamond and recording things like we've seen over the last 4 games, you got to reevaluate. And as tough as it may be, and what you gave up to get him this go round, and all those things considered, your only consideration and concern is giving your team the best chance to win in the postseason. Right now, he doesn't do that.
It's also regressed. Like, he's made 4 starts since coming back from injury. In the first start, 2 runs, 5 innings, 6 strikeouts. Like, okay, like, all right, that's all right. His second start at Philly, 4 runs, 5 innings. Okay, like, Philly's good offense. You can kind of, like, make an excuse there. Next start at Cincy, 5 runs, 8 hits, 4 2/3. That's when he walked the bases loaded. Last night, 8 runs, 8 hits, 3 innings. So, like, it's gone backwards. He's regressed since he's returned, which is odd. Like, he should be improving. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. Richardson versus Stroud. Who won the fight at the quarterback position yesterday? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I mentioned earlier in the show that I was walking around the neighborhood today. Yeah, I was working out. And I saw a basketball goal laying flat on its side. It was embarrassing. It probably lowered my property value. Look, if you're going to get a goal, do yourself a favor and do your neighbor a favor and get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. So you're going to be happy about that. Your neighbors are going to be happy about that. You're not lowering the property value of your house, of your neighbor's house. Plus, look, you're getting a goal because you want to play basketball, right? You want the best goal that exists. That's a goal from Pro Dunk. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, authentic feel of the goals you see in the arenas, the big gyms. Breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware, and it's height adjustable too, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. Lower it down, throw down some jams. Raise it up, work on your shot. And their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's called their Lightning Adjust feature, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. It's easy to do, and it's fun to do. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play. The kids are in school. You're at work. Only time to play is at night. We'll get an LED light kit. Daylight savings right around the corner. It's going to be getting dark at 4:30. I'm kidding a little bit. Get those LED light kits so you can play in the fall. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation online. That's right. You can order all of it. Plus, the pros from Pro Dunk, they're going to professionally install that goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. It's idiot-proof for people like me because you're not doing it. The pros from Pro Dunk are doing it. Let them install as you sit back and watch sports. Call 281-351-9822 right now, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
C.J. Stroud yesterday gets a victory over Anthony Richardson on the road. And just because C.J. Stroud's a second-year quarterback doesn't mean we're going to stop dissecting and analyzing his performance. We'll give a grade on Stroud later, and then we'll grade Stroud versus Anthony Richardson like it was a round in boxing. But what'd you make of Stroud? How would you grade it?
Look, I think just simply from the fact that this is week 1 of year 2, I was extremely happy with CJ Stroud. You're always going to have throws you'd like to have back. You had some things that went his way that we talked about, where the pick on the sideline was potentially something that, was a throw he'd like to have back. But overall, we talked about the poise, his presence, his ability to make plays off script, like the one on his knees on the logo. The throw that he made to Nico to seal the deal inside of 2 minutes to go in the game on the sideline is a throw that not many make and put exactly where it had to be. I have nothing but more praise for the fact that you got the right guy as your quarterback, and he was impressive again yesterday to me.
Yeah, I thought he played really well. And I asked my Twitter followers, which are a lot of them, because I am an influencer. Remember that. And I asked them just to grade CJ Stroud's performance. And like a lot of them were like B-, B. I thought it was like an A-. I would grade it at an A- with Stroud's performance yesterday. There were 2 careless throws. There were 2 throws that he was very careless with the football that could have easily been interceptions. One of them did get intercepted, but a defensive holding bailed it out. One of them that was caught by a defensive player that was ruled an interception that was overturned because he didn't get both feet in. So there were a couple of throws where he was very careless with the ball. There were a couple of underthrows. The Nico Collins great catch was an underthrow. If he leads them, that might be 6. There was an underthrow to Tank Dell. That could have been a big chunk play. But the off-script plays, the efficiency on third downs was insane. He also was highly effective. Like they had 10 possessions yesterday. They scored on 6 of them. One of them they didn't score was the final possession of the first half where they should have. And then the other one where they didn't score was whenever they bled the clock on the final possession of the game. So I thought he played a really good game on the road. I give CJ Stroud an A- for his performance. What do you have it at?
Yeah, I was going to say, because of the fact that you can always say that there was a little bit more room to improve on that, I would go A-, but I don't think it was anything too critical to take him off the A list.
All right, Brian.
Yeah, no, make it unanimous. I think it's part of me wants to drop it down to a B+ because of those 2 picks that we talked about were made. If the guy doesn't step out of bounds, if the holding doesn't bail you out, then we're not giving him, in the A letter grade if he's thrown 2 interceptions. But they didn't count in, like Joel pointed out, the poise when he went down to the knee when he slipped on the logo, the throw to Nico where Nico made the amazing diving grab, the one where he scrambled out, threw across his body to the middle of the field and nailed a pass to Nico in the middle of the field. He just pulled off so many plays, showed a level of poise that few other quarterbacks show in the NFL, especially for year 2. And obviously, Jeremy, as you pointed out, he led the team basically, what was it? I think he said 6 out of 8 drives where you're not factoring in either bleeding out the clock or in the first half, where they score points on the possession. So, yeah, I would give him an A-.
How about the opposing quarterback, Anthony Richardson?
Boy, I'll tell you what, he had his moments, and everybody's going to, completely lose themselves in the deep ball. He just showed to me and solidified the fact that he cannot throw accurately yet. I don't know if he ever will. As impressive as he is physically, his ability to run the football, his ability to be a weapon offensively is there. But because he can't make the throws, that some of them are very easy throws that he makes difficult, I think that to me he's B- because of the fact that they had a chance to win the game, that they were still in the football game, that he did make some big plays. I'm not going to go lower than that, but I don't know in the foreseeable future if I'm going to be going higher than that either, because of the fact he can't throw the ball.
Yeah, I think that Steichen needs to be creative with his usage. 4th and 1, Anthony Richardson dropping back to throw the football. Not wise. Like, I don't think you're winning football games. He was 9 for 19 yesterday. Now, he did have the big plays, obviously. And the one long touchdown is a play few people in life can make. I'd probably put it at a C+. I don't think he's accurate. I think he puts the ball in terrible places for his receivers. And the pushback's going to be, well, he had that long touchdown to Alec Pierce. Didn't you see that? Yeah, I did. Great play. made that one, thought it was kind of fluky. Derek Barnett drove the offensive lineman right into his face. He slipped, drifted, still made a great throw into the bucket for the touchdown. Now, look at some of the other plays. 4th and 1. Anthony Richardson with time slung it 10 feet over his receiver's head. That was that first possession when they turned it over on downs. Later in the game, Texans sent blitz. A.D. Mitchell wide open for an easy 6. What happened? 10 yards too far. Later in the game, had A.D. Mitchell again in the fourth quarter. Threw it over his head. Another one late in the fourth quarter. Overthrew him. Even his completions don't put his receivers in great catch and run spots. Like he'll force his receiver to jump. So when he comes down, he's immediately tackled, as opposed to leading him, catch the ball, run after the catch. Now, he did have that one touchdown. So it's like very, very inconsistent with him. And then I even thought the interception was a bad throw. And you had the broadcasters, I forget which one said it, that said that the receiver slipped. I don't think so. I think he was lunging for the football because it was thrown too far in front of him that led to the Bullock interception. So I was not I didn't like what I saw from Richardson. Yes, he's going to make the highlight play every now and then. I just think it's very difficult to win with that sort of inconsistency. I give that a C+. Grading it like a boxing fight, like a boxing round, probably got to go 10-9 for Stroud. So I get Stroud an A-, Richardson a C+, and then 10-9. Stroud wins the fight against Richardson.
Okay. I think it was, yeah. I'm going to go. Again, I'm not. Brian's our boxing judge. But I'm gonna go with a little bit more of a differential between the two. I think CJ was head and shoulders above Richardson simply because of the throwing ability and because of the poise. I'm gonna say 10-8.
Yeah, 10-8 was where I was at, and I'd grade Richardson at a C, so a little bit lower. I mean, the play where he hit Pierce for the bomb touchdown, obviously hit Pierce for another deep ball as well later in the game. I mean, they're great, but it's kind of like bragging about a guy that hits 200 but runs into 20 home runs, on the year. Like he's a low percentage player. I mean, he had the one pick. He could easily have had 3. There was the pass where Henry To'oTo'o tipped one up where Bullock would have been right there for it, and there was another one where they hit Azeez Al-Shir in the hands, and he just dropped it in the middle of the field where it seemed like Richardson never saw him. So, look, he had one pick. He almost threw 3. He missed Adonai Mitchell deep multiple times, including one on the double move where Adonai Mitchell was just completely all alone. Another one where I think Stingley let him go, also completely all alone, threw it out of the end zone. Not to mention basically everything short to intermediate, 10 to 15 yards. He couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. He's a great athlete, and he's going to hit the home run plays, but I can't give him any better than a C.
3-3-3-8. CJ won, no question. Defense made Richardson look way better than he is. 9 passes for 200-plus yards is a joke. Played on the defense that expected them not to throw much. I think that was part of the game plan. Force Richardson to beat you. He beat him a couple times. Didn't win in the game. 50-30 was a toss-up between Stroud and Anthony Richardson. I didn't see it that way. 0-1-1-3. CJ wasn't bailed out on that second pick. The only reason it had a chance of being a pick was because Moore pulled himself towards the ball using Schultz. That is true.
That is
Stroud didn't realize that.
No,
and Stroud still was reckless with the ball. And you know that he didn't know that because of the way he went after him to try to tackle him. 50-30 again. Texans lose that game 50% of the time. If you played it 10 times, I disagree. I think the Texans win 90% of the time. They dominated that game. Like, go look at the total yardage in that contest. The Texans outgained the Colts by 114 yards. The Texans were 7 for 14 on third down. Colts were 5 and 10. That's still a lot. You look at the turnover battle. Like, the Colts turned it over one time. Texans didn't turn it over at all. 40 minutes time of possession for the Texans, 20 minutes for the Colts. I think if you play that game 10 times, Texans win 9 of it. Don't forget the Texans had a block punt, too, that quickly led to a Colt touchdown.
The block punt and the gaff at the end of the first half tell you that you left points on the board or basically gave them 7 points in the case of the block punt, to where if you want to tell me you're going to do that again, you're going to play that game over and you're not going to do those things, I clearly thought the Texans were the more dominant team all game.
And then 5-7-9, I'm glad the Texans had such a balanced attack where Stroud didn't have to win it by himself. That is nice. Very nice luxury. Now, 30 times a game, I don't know if that's sustainable. But Mixon ran it obviously very, very well. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Obviously Stroud's a better quarterback than Richardson, but to be so harsh on Richardson after one game when he has virtually no quality players in the short to mid-range spot.
Oh, come on. Michael Pittman's a stud.
Josh Downs is out. He's a slot receiver. Okay, they got no catches from the tight end. And behind Jonathan Taylor, There's no Naheem Hines. There's no quality third down back. So in those 3 short-range positions where he can make those completions, he had nothing going yesterday. He didn't have the players in-house. There's no Jack Doyle. There's no Hines. Downs is out. A.D. Mitchell-Pierce are deep guys, obviously, and Pittman was getting double coverage all game, it felt like.
Alec Pierce had 3 catches for 125 yards. Like, they had deep throws. Like, they were successful in deep throws. Part because of the Texans' game plan. Texans' game plan was, let's take away the middle. Let's try to force Richardson to stay in the pocket. Let's force Richardson to be accurate and beat us deep. And he hit a couple, and he missed a ton. Like, it's very game plan specific. And come on. Like,
I mean, part of why the tight ends had no catches is because Richardson couldn't throw it short and intermediate.
And they were targeted. Like, Mo Alley Cox targeted. Kyle Granson targeted. A.D. Mitchell overthrown 4 times. Pittman 8 targets. Caught 4 passes. Like, Pittman's a stud, too. Like, Pittman's really stinking good. So let's not say that he doesn't have, like, these Naheem Hines. Like, Naheem Hines changes that game yesterday.
Yeah,
Jack
I mean,
Doyle changes that game yesterday.
No, it's silly. I mean, Pittman had 1,100 yards the last couple of years with scrub QBs, including Gardner Minshew. It's not on Michael Pittman.
No,
He's a good receiver. Yeah. Richardson didn't hit him.
Keith was just being Keith.
He dropped a Naheem Hines.
Yeah.
I think the Jack Doyle was more offensive to me.
Jack Doyle, Naheem Hines. All right, let's get to game balls. Who deserves a game ball from week 1 in the NFL? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville and the good people that work for Doc Linville here in the medical center. They are absolutely fantastic. They do a ton of stuff. He does so many things, and he does it well. He does plastic surgery and spa treatments and Botox. The thing that I'm personally involved in, that I had the procedure of the NeoGraft. I had the PRP treatments, and I can tell you they work. They both work, and that's the key thing here. You don't want to try things because you're desperate trying to get your hair back or stop your hair from falling out that are just going to mask the problem. And we've seen those on TV and all the different ways that people advertise the sprays, creams, and foams. This is stuff that actually works. These are procedures that actually are going to get your own hair back from you. It's not going to be taken from an artificial source. The phenomenal thing is, Doc, I had a free consultation with Doc and his staff that he explained to me, was the fact that you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So through science and through medical technology, they figured out you can take some of that hair and use it like sod and repurpose it to where you need it most. It could be your hairline in front. It could be a bald spot up on top and back. But regardless, it's your own hair. They put it in such a way so that it grows the same direction and is the same color as the rest of your hair. And it's going to be there for the rest of your life because they're taking it from a spot where it never goes away. And that's a game changer. That's right there, big. But then when you factor in the PRP too, where maybe you don't have to go full NeoGraft. Maybe you have hair on your head. It's just not as thick and as strong as it used to be. It's like putting fertilizer on your lawn. You use the PRP treatments, and we've heard it in sports with athletes getting PRP on their knees and shoulders and joints. This is for your hair as well, and it can get that hair back to a stronger, more thick and lush form for you to get better coverage area and more hair on your head. Phenomenal both ways. The greatest thing about all of this is you're listening to us, you're interested in him, you get a consultation like I had for free. It normally costs $150. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com, sign up for an appointment. You go in, they explain to you the procedures, you ask questions, they give you answers. You just figure it out and see if it's right for you. No signing on the dotted line, no financial commitments, nothing at all except for a question and answer, an explanation of what everything is, what they do and how they do it. And then the rest is up to you. If you want to do it like I did, I'm telling you right now, they're the best in the business, and I'd recommend them to anybody. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
5, 6, 6, 7. You taking Richardson or Levis at this point? I'll go Anthony Richardson over Levis. Give me Richardson. All right, game balls. Game balls, blankers, do the honor. Who you giving your first game ball of the 2024 season to?
I hate taking this one from you. I felt like this was going to be your first choice, and I feel guilty doing this. But Josh Allen has
he was on
got
my list.
to get a game ball. 4 total touchdowns, 2 on the ground, 2 passing. He brought them back from coming from behind fashion, showed toughness and grit with an injured hand, got them a big victory.
He might be done. Might be done
No,
with that
he's
left
playing
hand.
this week, by the way.
We'll see how bad that left hand is. Yeah, I had him 6th on my list. But I did have him on my list.
Because of your
Josh Allen,
disdain
game
for him,
ball.
I had him 1.
No. Oh, okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Branham move, so I actually admire that. Tyreek Hill. Like Tyreek Hill pulled his Scotty Scheffler. He went from detained to pay dirt. You kidding me?
And
That's
then he hit the
biggest game
handcuff
ball of the
celebration.
week.
He did.
Yeah, and then was it Waddle that released him?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. How do we not give Tyreek Hill the top game ball? From detained to pay dirt, Tyreek Hill, game ball. Just be careful of your son's arm and, that pregnant girlfriend you used to have in the past.
Which one? I think there were
there's
4
been
at the same
multiple.
time.
The one in the belly and the stomach.
There was
before the
more than
NFL.
one at the same time, different women.
Well, I said before the NFL. I think there was only the one then.
Oh.
All right, my first game ball goes out to, I think I'm going to call him Mr. Overtime right now because David Montgomery, once the game went to overtime, just became an absolute beast. He was good during the regular portion of the game as well, but in overtime, David Montgomery of the Lions last night, of the 8 plays, 5 were carries to Montgomery, gains 45 yards and just punches the ball down the Rams' throat and leading to the Lions' win. David Montgomery was awesome.
Yeah, he was good, and he wasn't much for most of the game. But like you said, when they needed him most, because their running game was fine without him early. But, man, when they needed him, he stepped up big. I didn't think the Lions were going to win that game. Credit to them for winning that game.
Rams D was gassed.
Yeah.
Blakers?
My next one goes to none other than Baker Mayfield. The fact that Baker Mayfield said that I play my best ball when I'm having fun, and I was having fun today. 289 and 4 touches, and they were putting up some good numbers from a Buccaneers offense that I didn't give a whole lot of stock in. Their line got a little weaker and everything like that. But Baker for week 1 gets one from me for those kind of numbers.
Yeah, I thought he was fantastic. 4 touchdowns. My goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one that got away if you're the Cleveland Browns, right?
For sure.
Yeah, so much for that Dave Canales storyline.
Oh, like stock down Dave Canales.
Oh, awful.
Baker didn't miss him a bit, and Bryce Young looks awful. Sam Darnold. Wasn't seeing ghosts yesterday against the Giants. He was seeing giants, and giants are something that he was feasting on. 19 for 24, 208, 2 touchdowns from Sam
I told
Darnold.
Yeah, that was one that we should have taken back.
Going to be big, baby.
That was one we should. Yeah, there was one of
Sam
mine that
Darnold.
you guys screwed us over too.
It
But
wasn't the Jets, but
yeah,
still. I actually positioned it like that, but said, hey, you know what?
I do remember that, yeah, because I was like, he wasn't with the Giants, but I mean, same stadium. You're onto something, I guess.
Yeah.
My next one goes out to not J.J. Watt, but T.J. Watt, who was so dominant yesterday that the refs after the game had to apologize to him for calling him offsides because he was anticipating the snap count so well. They were calling him offsides, and the refs apologized to him after the game. He was a complete wrecking crew yesterday.
Yeah.
More incompetence for the Falcons. They can't even get a snap count right.
Did he
I'm worried about them.
And it was a walk-off sack fumble recovery to win the game?
I think that's right. I know he had a sack and a fumble recovery. I don't remember. I didn't see the end of the game, so I don't know if it was a walk-off.
I think it was a walk-off, yeah.
I want a Watt in Houston. All right, what's the next one you got, Blank?
I got Tua. I mean, you mentioned Tyreek Hill, but Tua, coming off his contract, 338 yards in the air. He led the comeback. They were bad in the first half, really good in the second half. They said he gave the team a big pep talk and was shouting out and calling out veterans that they got to play better. Now that he's got the contract, maybe he's got the confidence, but 338 and a win for Tua.
Yeah, good. I didn't think that was going to go very well. I thought the AFC South was going to be 3-1 yesterday with the only loss coming in division. Like Jacksonville started hot, Tennessee was up big, and then all of a sudden
they both were up 17-0 or 17-3, I think, in the first half.
Yeah,
sounds right.
Yeah,
I even had it in my notes. AFC South, strong week 1. And I was like, I guess I Branham foot and mouthed it. Derek Carr, David Carr's brother. I mean, who saw this coming? 19 for 23. The yards weren't really that big because it was garbage time. But he threw for 3 touchdowns. Like all this talk into the season, like, oh, Spencer Rattler is going to take, and he still might, is going to take Derek Carr's job. All Derek Carr did was hang up a huge number, 3 touchdowns in week number 1. Derek Carr, not dead yet.
Didn't see that one coming and having them playing as well as they did. But the other thing is Derek Carr, Mr. kind of close to the vest, Mr. Conservative. If you saw that or not, they have the video of it. But Horn Jr. in the secondary was all over talking mess to him. And he turned right around to him and he goes, I got 3 on you, bro. I got 3 on you. Touchdowns. I was like, good for you, Derek Carr.
My next one goes out, another one on the defensive side of the ball, and part of this was because it was fun to watch him sack Deshaun Watson. But Eric Kendricks of the Cowboys, 9 tackles, 2 sacks, and interception yesterday, and the Browns just absolutely dominant win over the Cleveland Browns. Made Watson look every bit as bad as Bryce Young and some of these other trash QBs we've talked about today. So shout out to Eric Kendricks.
Let's do one more real quick, and then we'll get to the Texas game ball.
My last one is J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins coming off another major injury. Not many people believed in him, thought he could do anything for a Chargers team that was looking for a replacement for Eckler, and he got 135 and a touch and looked really good doing it.
RB1, Gerard Mayo, first game as a head coach, replacing a legend in Bill Belichick. All he does is go into Cincy and beat limp-wristed Joe Burrow in the Cincinnati Bengals.
Tariq Woolen, the defensive back from the Seattle Seahawks. Did you guys see the call of Adam Archuleta when he picked off Bo Nix?
No.
There was when Tariq Woolen picked off Bo Nix to basically end the game. As soon as Bo Nix lets it go, you hear Adam Archuleta over the broadcast go, "Oh no," because Bo Nix was throwing it right to where Tariq Woolen was. But big play there from Tariq Woolen to help them also make a comeback. They were down at halftime, but Seattle gets the win over Denver.
Quick through the text line here, HRP listener line. Saquon Barkley, absolutely great game for Saquon. As soon as I saw Tyreek was detained before the game, I knew he was going to smoke the Jags secondary like a free joint. 2568, the Bears gave their game ball to Will Levis. That's a good point. That was a terrible play by Will Levis. 8835, game ball, Bears defense and special teams. Jonathan Biles scored the touchdown.
He did.
Yeah, Space City Cav, I'm giving my offensive game ball to Mixon, my defensive game ball to Kalen Bullock. That's fair. He had to pick. Key from L.A., my game ball goes to Cooper Kupp and Joe Mixon. No surprise, Cooper Kupp. I don't hand game balls to losers like Cooper Kupp.
And if you're going to do anybody on that team, freaking Stafford carried him the whole night.
Yeah.
Kupp was pretty awesome.
You see Collinsworth's call, by the way?
Yeah, but he's a loser. Lost the game.
Week 1 and Collinsworth calls it the throw of the year.
Oh, yeah, that was funny.
Come on, man.
He also forgot the overtime rule.
He did?
He was talking about being positioned for the field goal and like taking a knee.
I missed that.
And then Tirico was like, well, if they don't score a touchdown, the game rolls on. And then Collinsworth was like, well, of course they're looking for a touchdown here, trying to walk it back, but it was too late. 2180, Jaden Daniels looks like an elite running back. I didn't see much of that game yesterday. I was watching Red Zone Channel. He fumbled 4 times.
I didn't see it at all.
I saw 4 fumbles on the box score today. He says can't throw worth a dang, but good runner. As a Texans fan, I'll also give a game ball to William Mayo Boy Levis, best player the Bears had. So a lot of
Caleb Williams threw for 90 yards that they won.
Yeah, I know.
That's great. Yeah,
Levis was awful.
The GIF was like there was 2 big guys that were carrying something really valuable and a third guy that was just kind of walking alongside of it. And they're like, the guy walking alongside of it's Caleb Williams. He gets credit for a W and is a part of the team, but he didn't do much.
Williams with those painted nails, orange.
Did you see he came into the game with gloves on?
I didn't.
Because people were wondering what his nails and if he had done anything to his knuckles like he did against Utah. And he came into the game wearing black leather gloves.
He's a weird guy. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I'm here to tell you about Vanderford Air. Vanderford Air is the best in the business. If you need new air conditioning or you need a repair for your AC or you just want your unit tuned up and to have everything looked at before these dog days continue here in the tough months of Houston heat, all you can do is go to VanderfordAir.com. It's my best recommendation. I tell you that all the time because they back everything up that they do. They're going to put everything in writing. Not many people do that, so they don't have to cover their rear end when you say that they promised to do something or fix something. Everything that Vanderford Air does is in writing, and they have a complete 100% money-back guarantee, but the process starts before you even get down to the brass tacks of a repair or a replacement of a unit. It's the fact that when you call them within 24 hours, they're going to come see you. There's no waiting days on end and trying to find a spot in their schedule to try and fix what is a major catastrophe for you most times when you don't have AC and it's hot out. They're going to take care of you within 24 hours. They guarantee that. But from the time you call them, 24 hours or less, they're going to be at your door. And then they're going to do everything to the exact specifications that you want. That means putting everything in writing. That means giving you options of putting in writing what it would cost to fix the problem with a part or to replace the system with a complete new system. They're also going to back up the work that their people are going to do. And the comfort assurance guarantee, the temperature is going to be exactly like they promised it would be. Everything's going to operate at factory standards. And if anything is not like that, you get 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Phenomenal. I always tell you to save their number in your phone. You might need them. You may never need them. But if you need an emergency with your AC unit, they're the only one you should call. 281-557-COOL. 281-557-COOL, or go to their website, vanderfordair.com.
Hey, sports bettors, Branham here to tell you about my favorite sports booking casino, and that's BetUS.com. Football is back. One more game this week, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sports booking casino, that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer, 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, a 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sports books simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins. All right. Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What are you nominating, Blinkers?
I think the obvious one is Justin Verlander. He was atrocious. He said it himself. And the fact that he felt good physically made it even worse. So I think that has to lead us off completely, a Justin Verlander meltdown.
Yeah, that was brutal from Verlander. I'll give the Will Levis pick 6 in the Bryce Young game my 2 noms. What you got, Brian?
I've got 2 noms here. One, we mentioned it earlier. Shadur Sanders completely throwing his team under the bus. We don't have time for the full quote, but it's out there. He was asked about protections or basically not playing well. He's like, well, Dylan Raiola didn't get touched. How did he do? Just completely threw his offensive line. And later in the clip, throws his running back under the bus as well. And the other one, if you didn't see it, I'm gonna throw under the bus one of my own. Colt McCoy on the call of Nebraska, Colorado made Tom Brady look like the greatest broadcaster of all time. Colt McCoy was brutal. I don't want to see him again. And that saddens me to say as a Longhorn legend.
Yeah, no one saw that coming.
And then I had another one too. Colin Cowherd. Not that we don't all make these kind of mistakes when picking games. Colin Cowherd was adamant that the Panthers were going to dust the Saints and win outright and cover the spread, and neither happened.
Yeah, you'll hear that one Thursday for sure. That was bad. Alex, car wreck of the day, Collingsworth, the whole, maybe all of it, but the overtime stuff. Chewy says NIU radio announcer. Car wreck doesn't like happiness and celebration and joy like Casario, I guess. 50-10. Car wreck of the day was the debacle going into the half of the Texans game. Good call.
True.
6967 and 4492 say Deshaun Watson. Good call.
Yep.
9229. I nominate myself for car wreck of the day. I texted in last week saying Levis and the Titans were highly underrated. So he nominated himself. I admire that. And then another Deshaun Watson from Josh from Seabrook. What do you think should win here?
I think it's localized. I think it's Verlander.
Verlander.
Really?
Yeah.
On a football Monday?
Yeah.
I got outvoted, so it sounds like you already picked Verlander. That's fine. So Justin Verlander, car wreck of the day. Congratulations, you got a win. Doesn't count to the 300, though. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Brian. He's Blank on Brian. And the Boss and the Gloss season debut coming up right now.